I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again, at work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text. Text HOT to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast, absolutely free. Text HOT to 42424. That's HOT to 42424. Products and statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or illness.
If you're living with dry age-related macular degeneration or dry AMD, you may be at risk for developing geographic atrophy or GA. GA can be unpredictable and progress rapidly, leading to irreversible vision loss. Now there's something you can do to
slow it down and get it going slower.
Izervay is proven to slow GA progression.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Izervay or avacincaptad pagel is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com.
John Granato here for Game Day Health. Are you feeling lethargic, having issues in the bedroom? How about weight gain, muscle loss, even brain fog? You may have low testosterone. Game Day Men's Health are the experts in testosterone replacement therapy, ED, and weight management strategies. They can help you get back to feeling and performing better. With 5 locations, 15 more on the way, book a free testosterone test today at GameDayMen'sHealth.com. That's GameDayMen'sHealth.com.
ESPN 97.5, presented by Zadok Jewelers.
KFNC 97.9 HD2, Mont Bellevue, Houston, a Gal Media station.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Good Wednesday morning, everybody. John and Lance, along with Del for the next 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. And is this pollen, is it nuts? Is this pollen nuts?
Is it really bad?
My God. It is. Oh, and Del's like, kids, you're such a wussy.
That's not the word I used.
You did.
I called you a double P, a pollen P word. I understand people have allergies. What I can't take is people whining about their allergies.
Well, if all of this pollen wasn't, do you have trees? All of this stuff that's fallen from these trees is just the car. The truck is green. Yeah.
I didn't notice that at my house, but I did last week. I noticed it, and I saw a video of a tree, but I don't think it was here in Texas. It was somewhere where they cut a tree down and a tree fell, and it's just like this explosion of a yellow dust that shoots into the air because there's so much pollen.
This is the worst.
I don't know. There's something else. I don't know if it's ragweed or whatever, where my eyes start to burn, like my eyelids start to burn, and whatever that is, I don't have that right now. So I'm good. Y'all can just keep having your problems.
So
as long as it doesn't affect me.
I was just watching a video.
There we go.
As long as it doesn't affect you, we're all fine.
Yeah.
It's all fine. I was just watching a video, and somebody said, this is why this Cougs team is great. And it was a drill where there's 2 guys standing in the lane, and they roll the ball or they throw the ball in, and they have to fight and dive. And
we did that in high school. It's not safe.
It is. And then I wanted to retweet it and say, this is why they always get hurt.
Yeah, it's not. Our coach, John House, he was kind of a hard-ass coach. He was a college basketball player. He played with Alvin Adams. And where did Alvin Adams play?
Alvin Adams
with
from Phoenix?
Yeah.
Where did he play? College?
Yeah.
I don't remember where.
I don't know, because Coach Hound's a big Oklahoma fan. I think he may have played basketball there. But
Okay.
He was a hard-nosed coach, and he already liked doing hard-nosed stuff. Like one time he made us quit practice, and he said, just stop, come in the locker room. We were having a bad practice, and he made us go into the bathroom. Okay. He goes, get some toilet paper. Oh, now wipe your hands off because you're all playing like ship.
Yeah.
He said, just get it off of there. Then he saw Hoosiers, and we all ended up with black Chucks, like wearing black Chucks because he got too hyped up on Hoosiers. Do you know how hard it is to play basketball on Chuck Taylors? That alone
They were the worst
tells
shoes.
you that the basketball from the 50s was the toughest. It probably was the hardest version of basketball ever because they had to play in Chuck Taylors.
Yeah. So.
Canvas shoes with no soles. No one ever talks about that. We'll talk about golf. Well, they had to play it. It was a persimmon driver, and they had to, and we didn't have the technology. And you're playing against a bunch of plumbers. You know what? I'd like to see LeBron. How many games would Anthony Davis or Steph Curry last in Chuck Taylors?
No, they wouldn't.
They wouldn't play.
They were the worst things for your ankles ever. Ever.
They wouldn't be Hall of Famers.
No.
You think canvas gives your ankles any support? And then he would also do drills like he yelled a lot at us. He got mad. And then he would do that drill where one person line. I don't know where he saw it, but he saw it too, where you line up on either side on the baseline, either side of him. He's in the middle of the baseline free throw line, and he rolls it, and you have to sprint
and dive
against the other guy. Whoever got it, whoever got it had to run.
Holy crap!
Yeah.
Then the whole team is gathered around, and they all run to the guy that gets the ball, and it's like it's like the Oklahoma drill, only in basketball.
Yeah,
and it is.
Or the tire pull. What about the tire pull drill?
Please don't be doing that this week. I know you do it, and that's fun, and it's great. But don't do that
Why
this
does that
week.
not surprise me that Kelvin's got an old school
Oh, my
drill
God.
like that?
And then I'm watching, and there's another video here of them running. He said they start June 1st. And, man, they had the press conference yesterday. And to a man, it was – and Kelvin's like, I don't want anybody here if they're not going to buy in, and if it's going to be too hard for them. Because if they're entitled, they ain't going to play here. I don't recruit them. And holy crap, you want to talk about what these kids have gone through to get to this point. This is like, it's boot camp. It's boot camp. And this is Kelvin Sampson, and he gets kids to buy. He gets kids to come, and he's got 3 of the top kids in the country coming next year.
Yeah, that's crazy to me.
It is crazy.
Now, I would think one of those is probably on the way out at some point, and I'll tell you why I think that. Right now, they're probably getting a bump from all the long-term success where he can help me get to the pros like he helped Jarris Walker. Jarris Walker, that guy he came from U of H, and he was a lottery guy. I'll bet you he starts to get with 3 of the tops. At some point, the odds are just that one of those guys is not going to be built for Kelvin Sampson, especially if they're 5-star type guys.
But I'll tell you this: you don't see a lot of kids now. Maybe fringe kids that fall off,
because he hasn't.
But he doesn't even have. Listen, what I'm amazed by is the Terrence Arsenaults and the Malik Wilsons. Those guys don't get time. They were highly recruited. They were, they're guys who could play in other programs. Not only play, start, maybe get. Who knows what would happen with their careers? They get limited time here. They're off the bench, maybe 15. And if they're not playing well, they don't even get that. That they stayed in this program for this long and have gone through the hell that he puts them through. I'm watching them run the track in the preseason. When the season starts, they all got to run the mile or whatever they have to do. And the hell that they get put through every day, day in, day out, that they stay with the program. And you don't even lose, he doesn't even lose fringe players like that.
No, but at some point he will. I mean, other than he lost him, I'm sure he lost him the money. Was what's his name who went to Texas? His guard who went to Texas, Tremont Mark.
Yeah, Tremont Mark.
That was probably a money thing, is my guess.
Yeah.
Or maybe it was mutual.
Yes, I think so.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, and that could be the case too, and that happens sometimes too when you portal guys out. But at some point, he's going to have, the odds are if you recruit 5-star guys, You're gonna run into one, but that's okay. It's cool. He's only had Jarris Walker's the only guy that's ever made it into a lottery. So.
Well, the lottery. But look at the fringe guys, the Sassers and the Jamal Sheds that have made it to the NBA.
Yeah, Quentin Grimes.
Yeah, Quentin Grimes. And look at him. Look at Quentin Grimes.
Well, they're built tougher.
Well, Quentin was a Kansas
and, by the way,
Kansas wasn't a fringe guy. Quentin was a
Well, he's not a fringe guy, but what I'm saying is they're built like he was not a lottery. He wasn't was he a first rounder? Was he late first?
I don't remember.
Yeah. Yeah, to go Kansas to Houston is one of those is an interesting jump, but for sure, we talked a lot at University of Houston. They deserve it. Kelvin Sampson's the guy who, John and I have a special fascination for him because he's just so old school, and it still works. And I mean, that roll the ball out drill is the most predictable thing I've ever, as it is a shoulder blaster. Like, you got to be careful no one jumps on an arm. When you jump sideways, like you have to stay on your side to keep it safe. But the three, I guarantee he does the 4 versus 3 rebound stuff, 3 versus 2. I used to watch Perry Clark do that at Tulane, and he would yell, oh my God, he treated this guy Joe Pop like he said things to him that would have got him canceled.
Well,
I would go to practice with my buddy GJ Hunter, had me come to practice one time, and I just sat up there very quietly, and Perry Clark at Tulane was Joe Pop's family could not hear the things he was saying. He told them, don't tell them never to come to a game. Never. You'll embarrass them, and I promise you I won't play. They will waste a trip down here if they're coming to see you play. And I'm like, I hope Joe doesn't tell his family to come. I believe Perry on this one. So we still have, it's Final Four. Kicks off on Saturday. So we got a little ways to go on that one.
They'll be leaving I think tomorrow, maybe today, maybe tomorrow, whatever. They got to do all their press stuff, but probably today. And you know what? Enjoy the experience. They did their farewell press conference. Malo Zuzan, he was talking about first Jawan. We got so much sound. Jawan was talking about Third Ward and that mentality. They all talked about being a family. Milos didn't love the towels being piled on.
He was trying to be serious. He was trying to have his moment.
Emmanuel loved it. He was like, put as many hats on me as you can.
Milos was trying to have an interview. He's a more serious guy. He's like, come on, man, stop playing.
Right. I mean, he said, I just think these dudes play all the time. I feel like this group really enjoys being around each other, and moments like that, you guys can tell. But
stop playing.
He didn't love it.
Yeah, stop playing.
Yeah.
No, he's a more serious guy. It's his personality is like, hey, there's a time and play. But that's good to have one of those guys. Of course, you also need to be able to, you're under a level of duress at all times at Houston. I just get the feeling. And it probably just like the Catholic schoolgirl thing, whenever you get out from, you're out from under they're probably one of those, like when they win and they're in a post game and they're like, they can breathe and they're doing fun stuff. I do like that little trend where all the team, it's a trend. I noticed it with everybody. Todd Golden had it. I don't know if you saw Todd Golden's interview after Florida won. He sounded like a player. Like he was just like, let's go. Come on, let's go. And he's yelling and screaming.
Apparently he is a player. Around. I don't know if you heard.
No.
Oh, you don't. Todd Golden, you didn't hear about the accusations?
Oh, I probably have. What is it? It's been out, right?
Oh, it started at the beginning of the season.
Yeah. What are they again? Well, is he the one that was on campus stuff?
Okay. A little creepy.
Yeah, because we talked about him and Larry
Eustace. I mean, I say that all the time, and my boy Martin, he's always like, the charges were dropped or the accusations were dropped or whatever. And
I mean, what are you gonna do if the accusations are dropped? They're dropped. I have to deal with that all the time. Where do I add this to the draft profile? If it's something I get where a guy has been arrested or something happened and it's public knowledge, I say it. But my editor, it's decision making when the charges get dropped, because sometimes if it's happened more than once, I mention it, like James Pierce. So this guy, this pass rusher from Tennessee, he's going to fall because there's character concerns. So he may fall out of the first round. He's probably a top 12 pick. He probably won't go in the first round because of character issues. But you don't have anything on he had an arrest that was dropped. And so I always have to call a team and say, hey, what do I do with this? Is this something to worry about? And they'll tell me, like Mike Green, this pass rusher from Marshall, has 2 different incidents in his background that involve a quote unquote, well, I won't say. And And I'm like, oh my gosh. When I found out from a team, I'm like, is this going to drop him out? He goes, no, there's extenuating circumstances. And he goes, no, this won't drop him out. What about James Pierce? He was arrested and was unruly with the police officer and all this stuff. He was speeding, and he goes, no, you need to drop him.
Oh,
so
really?
I just know that there's other stuff in the background. So if charges are dropped, what are you going to do? Because the guy could have been wrongly accused.
Yeah.
Matt Araiza charges were dropped, and he was wrongly accused.
That's a terrible story.
Lost, and and it sucks because we're getting into a whole different thing. But that was a guy who was wrongly accused of a rape, and Pat McAfee. I got some issue. Pat McAfee put him on blast, Matt Araiza, who he loved because he was the punt god. Then he put him on blast when he was accused. Just blasted him. Turns out that was false accusations. Now the New York Times, that Ole Miss story, the Ole Miss girl, none of that was true. None of that was true. And I have a friend who's kind of involved in a way in that whole thing, that none of that was true. Yeah. None of it. And the New York Times blasted Pat McAfee yesterday because this girl's life has been. Now, to be fair, it was out of control on Twitter.
Well, he and Barstool both.
They exploded it because they were the platform. Yeah. And he goes, I said allegedly. Dude, you should at least feel bad that this girl had to leave school and was, I won't say everything, but I mean, it was really bad for her.
Allegedly doesn't. I mean, you can't just say allegedly.
Yeah, but it covers you.
I know, but
remember Jim Rome used to always do that fun. Yeah. Allegedly.
Right.
And that was his thing, but it does, like Pat even said, that covers me. And New York Times, it's a bad thing because this girl's life was ruined because of something that someone did behind the scenes because they didn't like her or her boyfriend.
You're talking about
the
girl that they said had
from
relations
Houston,
with her boyfriend's
with her
dad.
boyfriend's dad. It turns out all of it was false.
Yeah.
But McAfee, instead of just waiting for information or just not commenting on something salacious, I bet he would be the same guy to say, hey, maybe he wouldn't.
The bad thing is
we can't just go after these college kids. These are college kids in football, but then you can ruin a girl's life with a fake rumor that you heard on an internet. Well, that's what the internet's saying. I mean, it's not serious to you to just keep pushing it around. But then, it is someone's life. It's that boy, it's the girl, it's the dad, it's the dad's wife, it's the girl's family. Both of them, for everyone from Houston, by the way, all those people, and they got annihilated.
Well, it's when I saw the story, I said, I ain't saying no names here because
no. Well, because they're suing everyone who said names.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. No, there's lawsuits now coming. And Pat McAfee's probably going to get one. Will it hold or not? I don't know. But this family has
allegedly should not, just like with all due respect. No. This is what you think. Don't give me with all due respect, and don't give me allegedly. Especially when you're saying it, it's out of the side of your mouth. I mean, because you probably, allegedly he did, just like Jim Rome.
Well, I feel like if in a transcript, it holds up. If you hear it, you know what kind of.
Yeah, you're right.
You know what kind of phrase it is.
Well, then maybe you need John Daspit to defend you.
Maybe you do. Personal injury. I wonder if John Daspit could get involved in this.
Well, he should.
I wonder.
He absolutely should.
I should make a phone call and say, hey, if you need John Daspit, 713 call now, 713 call now. I mean, he's been involved in so many different forms of. There was a train accident he told me about where a guy had to literally jump from a train. He was working on this train, and one of the carts, they didn't stop it. One of the cars was being pulled together, and he was going to get his legs crushed, and he had to jump from a train. It did extensive damage, guy who was working on it. And so that whole thing took a little while for him to get the company's insurance to pay what was proper for this. And this is the thing, John Daspit, the Daspit law firm, they're not just going to shortchange you. And when they're representing you, they're going to passionately pursue justice. And that's something that is very important to them, is that there's never anything that comes out of your pocket, and you're compensated for what happened to you, because when you're injured, it takes a stress on you. Sometimes you can't work. Sometimes it's something where you're in a lot of pain for a long time. These things need to be compensated. They need to be cared for, and they need to have an insurance company held accountable so that they do the right thing, which is do their job. And John Daspit makes sure they do their job, because he is going to win and win big for you. He has a tremendous win record, and he gets these things taken care of. And if they don't settle for the number that he wants, you're going to court and you'll lose. 713 call now. That's John Daspit. 713 call now, or go to daspitlaw.com.
ESPN
97.5.
Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN Radio. It's an interleague showdown at Fenway Park.
Knocked down by
by Arenado. Stands up, recovers, throws to first. What a play.
Nolan Arenado and the St. Louis Cardinals go head-to-head with Alex Bregman and the Boston Red Sox.
Two-run home run for Alex Bregman.
Game coverage of Cardinals versus Red Sox begins Sunday at 5 following A&M Baseball on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, millions of men experience ED, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. At HIMSS, our own board-certified
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Let me ask you a question. Is 9 runs in 5 games, is that good? If you're okay, is that good? It depends on your perspective. If you're the pitcher, yes. What about if you're the hitters? Is 9 runs in 5 games good or bad?
It's not great. It's not great. I like how we waited for this long before we get to this. This is ass. We're 5 games in, but man, oh man, is this lineup troubling at this point? And it's supposed to be a strength. The discussion was they were better.
I don't feel like this is really a strength.
No, but didn't you think before the season this is a better lineup than last year?
It's going to be, yeah.
But you thought that, didn't you?
Well, as a team, right now they're hitting 171, 281 on base, 226 slugging, 487 OPS.
I'm familiar, and your top
as
players.
A team.
Look, Jordan's hitting 63 and Yiner's hitting 71. That's not gonna stand, obviously. But when you have those two guys at 3 and 5, doing that, that's a problem. That's a problem because those are two of your top hitters, and it's just not great. Christian Walker had a hit yesterday. Paredes had a hit yesterday. It's not good. It's not good so far.
No.
So far.
You think?
It's got to be better.
Not good so far?
Like the talent, it's too talented to not be better.
One guy hitting over 250. Well, two. Chaz has got 2 hits and 4 at-bats. He did bloop one in the right field yesterday. Altuve is just carrying this. He got 10 total bases. It's like he's Babe Ruth out there compared to 7 hits and 18 at bats. He's got an over 1,000 OPS. Nice. He at least shows Jose Altuve has shown up. Holy crap! Is this bad? Is this boring? Man, oh man, oh man. There is nothing on the base pass, I mean, it's just guy after guy just striking out. They've struck out 40 times and 146 at bats already. It's just awful. And only 25 hits and 40 strikeouts. That's just awful. It's just, now it's 5 games in. Last year, they were awful to start the season too.
Yeah.
I feel like, I don't know. Wisniewski was not good. I mean, he gave up, the homers, and Wisniewski was not good. The starting pitching is going to be able to keep you in these games. It's not like you've gotten blown out, but it's not like you have a chance either. Once they scored 3 runs, I was like, this is over.
It's a boat race.
It's over. Yeah.
You can't make up that difference. And once again, 5 games, but it's a bad 5 games. It's a bad 5 games. If you look at it offensively, it's not been good. They've got a win with 3 runs. They've scored 3 runs and had a win out of it, and that's it. I mean,
and a 2-1 win.
Yeah, and a 2-run win. But they've given up 3 runs twice. Both of them turned into losses. Well, one of them they gave up 7 runs. But the starting pitching in general has been okay. There's been some good, some bad. It has not been an issue, but every year the amount of bullpen usage is a problem. It will be this year too, more than likely, because of who your starters are. You've got 3. Aaron Getty may be able to go deeper than we think based on how he pitched the first game. We'll see. But Blanco and Wisniewski are they're going to test your bullpen more than likely. And so your bullpen's going to end up putting a lot of innings.
Wisniewski.
It won't matter probably in about 3 weeks. But once Lance McCullers gets back.
He's from here. His family's here listening to the show.
He better tighten it up then, because he's not getting runs.
No. Yeah, you can't give up a 3 spot, Wisniewski.
Yeah.
Or Wisniewski, like Lance likes to call you.
Wisniewski. Yeah, I do call him Wisniewski a lot.
Yeah.
But it's not really. It's just it is boring baseball up to this point.
It's terrible.
Because you don't even get a sweat left on base.
No.
Like, we're not even sweating men.
Well, we did have bases loaded and didn't score. First and third, nobody out, and bases loaded and didn't score.
Well,
we did that in the second game.
You had it once so far.
Yeah.
We used to have it every game with Maldonado coming to the plate, bases loaded.
Right.
That would happen every other game.
With 1 out, double play. Oh.
Just ground out, just slow ground.
No.
I was cheering for slow ground
out. Please just strike out.
Well, that was my first option was slow grounder, a slow chopper down the third baseline, because then a run's going to score. And then they're going to have to go to first.
Yeah, but a slow chopper still doubles him up.
No. Slow chopper, they're not going to be able to get the man at second, probably. So it's probably they have to throw him out. A slow grounder to the third base, they'll just throw him out, and a run will score. A strikeout, and you don't hit into a double play. So that's also a positive.
Actually, if you want to know the truth, we wish we had Martin Maldonado. He had a multi-hit game already. I mean, don't you wish you had that? Yiner. Holy crap, is it bad? They're all terrible. It's all rotten. Caratini came in and got a hit last night. Thank you, Caratini. Thank you for your service. This is just, it is pitiful to watch right now. It is bad. It's bad. I mean, it's not bad baseball because they're actually pitching and playing defense. Yeah. Listen, Paredes is playing a nice third base. He really is. The Astros have 9 runs. Tucker has 11 by himself.
I mean, that's fine.
Yeah.
I stand by. It had to be done. Cam Smith had a hit yesterday.
Woo!
Hey, not a lot of hits get had. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. They did have 7 hits yesterday.
That's Altuve. Sorry.
They did have 7 hits yesterday.
We can't do that for Cam Smith?
No, I don't know that he's having the time of his life out there. He's very emotional and crying quite a bit. Jose Altuve is the one who's having all the fun.
You get the sense that Altuve is the one pushing this whole Altuve to left field agenda. No one seems, and everyone always tells you, man, Altuve's so excited to be in left field.
Yeah.
This is the happiest I've seen him ever. It's happier than when his children were born. He's so happy to be in left field. It's like he's having a baby out there in left field. It's like he's in labor every time the ball's hit out to him.
Well, that's what it looks like. That's what it looks like.
I know.
Yeah. All right, 7:28.
That may be what it looks like, but you know what it sounds like.
All right.
I wish it didn't sound like that.
Let's go over your trash. Actually, it wasn't. I read all the comments.
Most people
liked it.
Yeah, this is one of my most. They were calling it the best mock so far
this year.
I mean, it was
totally disgusted.
Well, I didn't take a lot of chances.
Yeah.
I said, let me just see what happens. It's a hard draft. I took a few.
Disgusted me.
The Steelers fans think I'm the best mock drafter that's ever lived because I traded back and still got the player they wanted.
Oh, you are a king. You are a king of Steelerland.
I tell you what, this is one of the best mocks that I have seen. Honestly, this might be the best.
The comments I was disgusted with. Everybody was, this is great.
The only ones disappointed were now let's let the NFL tweet it out, and then that's when the dummies come in. But when I tweeted out in the NFL draft, these are people who follow it. They're a lot more respectful. When the NFL account tweets it to their millions of dum-dums, then I'm going to get some heat. But Cardinals fans weren't crazy. I gave them a guard, and they tried to argue with me about he's not a fit for their blocking scheme.
I saw there's all the stats that they put out there about him, and everything.
Yeah,
I was like,
oh, so you're really looking for some hate?
I was hate. I mean,
it's not. It's disappointing.
I took a deep dive in that.
Yeah,
your
it's
hatred,
disappointing.
And I got none.
Yeah, you don't really get it.
For you, I just hated it. I hated that there was none.
And
people were like,
and not even
all year.
And not even the Shadors were. Now, when the NFL tweets it, the Shador sycophants will, the primes, the coach primes babies will come flying in for 24th, and all I'm going to tell them is it's up from 29.
Speaking of Coach Prime, we didn't even mention he got a big raise. He's a top 10 coach, a paid coach, and the people were like, look at what he's done. He hasn't done it, dude. He has turned Colorado into something that people actually care about. That in itself, he should be the highest paid coach in college football.
Well, we'll see if he really turned the program around this year.
No, he didn't turn it around, but he made it relevant.
Well, that's the argument is he turned it.
People buy tickets now in
people
Jersey.
Say Shador and Prime turned it around, and I had someone tell me the other day, was it them or was it Travis Hunter playing both ways as a Heisman winner, one of the best cornerbacks in football, and the most explosive wide receiver? Was it Shador that turned around that program? And Jackson State, when the 5-star went to Jackson State and beat up on those small school guys, but you're right. Now from a just we care factor,
right? Absolutely,
way higher.
All right, we'll talk about your mock draft on the other side. We'll see who the Texans got when we get back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. But first, HRP, hrp.net, 281-880-6525. That's our guys. I've been talking about HRP for a while now. Love HRP. Oh, by the way, Mike, you think Mike Holly's happy? He's a Coug, loves this time. How about this? His team is doing this, but it doesn't matter. Chris is a big A&M guy, lost his coach. Well, one place lost their coach. The other place, coach is going to the Final Four. Here's the deal. It doesn't matter what college you went to. How about letting those guys make your business better? And they do. Make it more efficient. But bottom line, bring in more money for you or keep more money for you, as opposed to spending the way that you're spending on your payroll, on your HR, figuring out your taxes. You got to hire a CPA. You got to hire all kinds of payroll people. You got to hire HR people. When you hire one place to do it all in one efficient way, the most efficient way. You're not in the business of payroll or HR. They are. They know how to do it perfectly, and they do it for us every time. You're looking for the best way to get that payroll and HR and taxes done. It's all at hrp.net. 281-880-6525 or hrp.net.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Lance's mock. Let's see what the Texans got. Let's start with Tennessee. Cam Ward. You got the Browns doing Abdul Carter.
That's either Carter or it's not going to be Shador. So I got that confirmed. Well, another team feels like it's very, very strong. They feel like there's no chance. I don't know why they think that.
Well, Abdul Carter makes a lot of
sense. They said, trust us. He is not going with the second pick. And that's fine. Abdul Carter or Travis Hunter. There's a good chance of Travis Hunter.
Take Abdul.
Do you know what I did? I went Travis Hunter, and then I said Abdul Carter was third. And I looked at the Giants, and they have Kayvon Thibodeau and somebody else off the edge. I'm like, this is too inconvenient for me. I'm just going to go Carter 2 and Travis 3.
Yeah.
That's how that went. I just made the mock easier for myself by going Carter 2 and Travis 3.
Well,
although I don't think they
sense.
love Kayvon Thibodeau. Thibodeau talks a lot, doesn't perform a lot, so they could still draft.
Well,
Abdul Carter if he's at 3.
Yeah, the Browns also have a pretty good edge guy.
No, but they don't have. They have one, not two. How can you win if you don't have a good offense? Your defense has to be great.
Yeah.
What's the best way to do that?
Well,
have a pass rush.
What about that guy that
dominant.
can cover too, like a mother?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I mean, it's either one of those guys. It will not be Sanders there. Quarterback is not going to be an option at 2.
They also got pretty good cover guys, Ward and who else? Who's on the other side?
Well, he could play wide receiver in Cleveland.
Yeah, right.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, but he ain't playing them both ways.
I don't think, but Mike Vrabel had a really interesting comment yesterday. He said, we try to, whenever they prove how much they can take a player, any player, we put more on their plate because we want them to handle as much as they possibly can. And he said, he goes, who's to say he can't play both ways? He goes, we just haven't seen it. He goes, but if he was talking as though if they drafted him, we'd see what he could handle. And if he could handle more, then we're giving him more.
Yeah.
And so Mike Vrabel's idea is, hey, if you can do it, do it.
You got the Patriots taking Will Campbell, Mason Graham going to the Jags, Jalen Walker to the Raiders.
That's one where everyone's putting Ashton Genty. And I took a look at the general manager is from Michigan. He played football at Michigan, the new GM. And he played when Tom Brady was there. Oh. So he and Brady, I'm sure, are very, very tight. And maybe Brady had something to do with him.
I wonder how he got that job.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So what I put 2 and 2 together. So, okay, it's Brady and this guy basically are going to put this together. And I thought, what would Bill Belichick, what would that team do? And you know what that team would probably do? Go with a culture builder, like the Teddy Bruschi's and the Willie McGinnis and the Mike Vrabels and all those guys. I said, Jalen Walker is more like that. Because I tried to think like every team would. Jalen Walker's a culture builder. He's known for that in Georgia, in their building, like he is the dude. And so I just tried to think like they would. So I didn't go Ashton Genty. I passed on him. Because if not, then that changes Genty at 6, Jalen Walker at 8 to Carolina. It a whole different set of dominoes flips.
You got Genty going 10 to the Bears.
Yep.
Kelvin Banks to San Francisco. Matthew Golden to the Cowboys as opposed.
It was to Tet McMillan and Matthew. Well, Kenneth Grant was my original.
What about Tet
Mazzie
McMillan's
Smith
video where he hates foot? That was when he was younger. He doesn't like to watch football. Doesn't love football.
That's who he is.
Yeah.
I mean, he's a finesse player.
Well,
we'll say it that way.
I saw somebody defended him. That was when he was a sophomore in college or freshman in college. That's not what he is today.
Who defended him? Either his coach or his agent?
No, I think it was the guy who was on ESPN. Oh, McShay. I think McShay
somebody who wouldn't know.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool. Todd's hot takes are really starting to steam right now.
Yeah.
He said there are elements of Jackson Dart's game that remind him of Josh Allen. The craziest thing I've ever heard in my life. Josh Allen has elite arm. Jackson Dart, it is a war to push the ball down the field for him. Elements of his game. There's no elements of his game. But anyway, Tet McMillan is not the most competitive player. He's got amazing ball skills. I mean, he's a basketball player. But he's not super competitive. Like, he's kind of finesse. If you get a real physical cornerback, he doesn't like it too much. And I just said I'm just going to go with Matthew Golden, who plays fast all the time, is getting better and better and better. And so I went with Matthew Golden, but Mazzie Smith has stunk for the Cowboys. The Cowboys fans will tell you they got to get run stoppers in there too. So it could be defensive tackle, but then I was like, you know what? I looked at the wide receivers. Look at the wide receivers. You got Tolbert, Jonathan Mingo, and it's not any good behind them. And then you got CeeDee Lamb. I'm like, dude, you got a $50 million quarterback or 60 or whatever Dak makes. We got to get another receiver.
Tyler Warren to the Colts. You put him multiple times to the Colts. I think that there might be something to that. Like you said, you had Tyler Booker going to the Cardinals.
I had Tyler Booker the Colts last time.
Oh, you did?
Mm-hmm.
I thought you had. I thought multiple times you had Tyler Warren.
I had Tyler Warren. Maybe the first mock draft I did.
You did.
Maybe the first. I can't remember.
I think you did.
I did this time. Tyler Booker was my Colts pick last time.
Shamar Stewart to the Bucks. Do you love that? You got 2 running backs in the first round. Marion Hampton to the Denver Broncos. Man, J.D. Barrett this late, 21st. Todd McShay thinks you're an idiot.
I know. Okay. Todd's going to be pissed. I will admit, it got hard because I was like, man, I got to put Barron in somewhere. Barron's got to go. And so I had the Rams trade up for him. It was convenient for me.
Yep. Donovan Jackson to the Texans.
Yep. It was a little bit of a challenge here. I told the story yesterday on the air. I had to text some scouting directors, and I said, hey, because I know D'Amico's looking for swarm. That's all they talk about. He wants mentality and relentless work ethic and mindset and all that, whatever swarm stands for. And so I said, hey, so I asked questions regarding that. Josh Connerly, he's a tackle. So they could draft a tackle who could also play guard this year from Oregon. Donovan Jackson.
Does he have swarm or not?
Well, I just asked, hey, does this guy have
some Gucci anymore? They want swarm on the offensive line?
Yeah, they want swarm on the whole team.
That's no drip.
They want mentality.
There's no drip with swarm.
Put it this way. They want guys that Saban would recruit. It's really that simple. I've been told it's that simple. Would Saban recruit this guy? And if the answer is no, don't want him. And so, even though D'Amico never played for Saban, but that's an idea. So you do need to have certain physical traits. I feel like maybe the big school, I eliminated Gray Zabel for North Dakota State because, when 2 things are equal, I think they may go with the guy from the bigger school, the guy that you've seen the competition. And one person told me that Josh Connerly didn't have a lot of edge, but is a really nice kid and this, that, and the other. And someone else told me, yeah, he's plenty tough. But just the one guy telling me there's not a lot of edge to him, I'm like, okay, I'm going Donovan Jackson. And I told you, the same guy who said that Connerly didn't have a lot of edge. I said, what about Donovan Jackson? He said, well, he's not going to start a bar fight, but he said he's also not soft. He's plenty tough. I'm like, okay, good. I'll just go with Donovan Jackson.
Well,
so the Texans get a guard who's got good size. He's very athletic, so he can block in space.
He's plugged in.
He's played tackle. He comes from Ohio State. He's got a pedigree, and I think he'll be there at 25. I do. I think the Texans can sit there and get their hands on one of. I don't think Kelvin Banks makes it. If they trade up, I could see them targeting Kelvin Banks at tackle. But if they sit still, Gray Zabel, Tyler Booker, or Donovan Jackson, 3 guards. Gray Zabel can play center guard. No, Josh Simmons is not swarm.
He's not swarm.
I've got him 31 to the Chiefs, and even they have reservations. An Andy Reid coach team has reservations about Josh Simmons. So, it's a work ethic thing.
And then you got Jackson Dart, the Saints trading up to 32 to get Jackson Dart.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I just said
you don't
Saints
have Shuck in there.
Saints need but Shuck could be. Shuck's that sneaky guy that could go on the first way ahead of what anyone thinks.
Yep.
Shuck could end up being the second quarterback off the board. That's the big shocker that could be coming for the draft. Yeah. In fact, it could be. It could be Ward, Dart, Shuck, Sanders, or Ward, Shuck, Dart, Sanders. There's a very good chance it's one of those 2 combinations.
Really? Yeah. Why no Rasheed Lester?
Rasheed doesn't exist as a prospect, and that's probably DJ Lockdown coming up with one of his fake players.
Yeah.
That's
Oh, is that what he does? Okay.
Yeah.
That's
He comes up with good names. I will admit.
He does.
Rashean Lester could 100% be a cornerback out of Central Arkansas.
Right.
That, by the way, is 182 pounds because they don't have a great nutrition program there. But he's really
6'1",
fast.
180, 170.
6'1". That's well, probably closer to 181.
Right.
32 3/8 arms. He's got like 4 interceptions this year. He's really fast. He comes from a small town in Arkansas. I already know who Rashean Lester is without him even telling me. I know it's not a real person, but a Rashean Lester exists. Like, he's not wrong.
No.
There is a Rashean Lester out there.
Yeah. Right. All right. Got a break.
He just named something else.
713-780-3776. I want to talk right now. I mean, I just have so much fun. I love me some poker. And if you're a poker player in this city, you've got to go to Texas Card House. They got one in Spring. They got one in Westheimer. Safe. It's a clean, wonderful facility. All new table. Everything is just, it's like it's brand spanking new. Bars at both facilities. They're open till 2 a.m. 24/7 they're playing. Okay. You're playing poker. I don't want to say always a game, but there's always a game. There's always a game, okay, going on. The wait times are minimal because there's a lot of people that go to these places, and you can get your game on. I don't think it matters much. They're playing right now at both Westheimer and Spring. They're playing right now. So if you're out there driving, you've been up all night, or you just woke up and feel like, well, you know what? I don't have anything to let me go over to Texas Card House and play a little poker. You don't have to bring a ton of money. Honestly, you bring a couple $100 and you can go and play. Now, if you're a bigger player, they got bigger PLO games. They've got 1-3, which gets really, that gets nice and sporty. They got tournaments all the time, noon tournaments and 6 o'clock tournaments. I love poker. I mean, it's in my blood. If poker's in your blood and you haven't been to the Texas Card House, you got to get there. TexasCardHouse.com, 2 locations, Westheimer and Spring. Get there.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. See if you guys agree. Let's do Zach Lowe. The other night we talked about it. That it was interesting. Jalen Green couldn't miss against Phoenix, and then the next night he's benched in the fourth quarter. And, other team, like last night, did you see Jokic's numbers? 61, 10, and 10. Did you see Steph's numbers? What did he have, 52 last night? I mean, we don't have that kind of go-to. And by the way, Russell Westbrook destroyed the game for he had 61 points, and Russell Westbrook destroyed
I call
the
that
game.
one Crazy Russ.
Crazy
Can't
Russ.
stop Crazy
missed
Russ.
free throws, missed layups at the end of the game.
Fouling three-point
three-point shooter.
Crazy Russ does the work. Crazy Russ doesn't really help you win.
No.
He puts up great stats. He just doesn't help you win.
So the Rockets don't have that. Who's going to take the last shot? I don't know. Well, it might be, okay, you want to get it down low? You want Ahmed? Do you want Fred? It could be dished out to Brooks. It could be Jalen. It could be Jabari. And we don't know. And Zach Lowe feels like, here's Zach Lowe with Bill Simmons talking about the Rockets' indecision.
Not enough shot making. You saw with the Rockets last night, they still can't decide. Jalen Green's on the bench in the fourth quarter, late in the game. Presumably their quote unquote best offensive player. I don't think he is. I think Şengün is. But then there's minutes in the fourth quarter where Şengün's on the bench for a long time. They're playing Jabari Smith at center. They're not even playing Smith. They're playing five wings. And I'm sitting there thinking, I think a lot of this offense has just got to run through Şengün. But LeBron, they got a takeaway on an entry pass late in that game. We all saw this coming for the Rockets. It's why they're going to be maybe the most interesting team in the NBA over the playoffs, and depending on what happens in the playoffs after the playoffs.
Agree or disagree?
Well, that's none of that is a compliment. What he said, that's why they're the most interesting team. What he's saying is unpredictable and inconsistent, but not in a good way.
Yeah.
I agree.
I
agree. I don't know if they can get out of the first round. Even if they're in the 2-hole, it's still a lot. It's still a lot because of the things that, we know that they, from a negative standpoint, they have huge breakdowns in the fourth quarter defensively. And that's been pretty well chronicled. You don't have
another team does that, and they got to the Final Four.
Yeah, you don't have a clear-cut pecking order. They're not playing the Western Conference though, so that's pretty tough. You have a clear.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
They didn't play Tennessee either. Okay.
You ain't playing the.
So you're going to have either the Clippers, the Grizzlies, or the T-Wolves.
I would rather
possibly Golden State, but Golden State moved into the 5-hole last night.
I'd probably T-Wolves are the ones that I'd least like to see. If I had to choose, they'd be third. Least likely to see. I don't care because you got to play a Western Conference. It doesn't matter.
Mm-hmm.
You got to play tough teams. I don't care who they play. But if I had to stack it, I would probably say old Clippers first, even though they got some names on there that are tricky. I'd probably say Memphis, then Clippers, and then Minnesota is how I would rank it. If I was able to choose who the Rockets played.
Well, I'd rather play Clippers first than Grizzlies.
Would you?
Well, I mean, yeah, I guess.
I mean, you see names that are scary, James and Kawhi Leonard, and I mean,
Kawhi's playing better.
Yeah, but can Kawhi make it through a playoff series?
Yeah.
Can he make it to the playoffs and through a playoffs? You don't know.
Yeah, no,
you definitely don't know.
No, you don't know. You don't
and
know.
All you got to do is get to an elimination game with James, and you're fine.
Yeah. Hey, nice job though by Russell Westbrook last night. It gave the Rockets a little breathing room with a 2-game lead. But look out now, the Lakers could move into the 3-hole, and while we said Rockets wouldn't face them in the postseason, the Rockets move into the 3-hole. They're playing them in the second round.
I'm going to show you. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
I'm going to show you the disrespect. I saw this yesterday. I still could not believe it. It's just unbelievable to me. It's worse than before. Odds of winning the Western Conference. Who do you think is number one?
Well,
if you had to guess.
Oklahoma City.
You're right. How'd you get that?
Oh, well, because it's probably 70%.
Minus 160.
Yeah, right.
I feel like that's about right.
Yeah.
That's about right. Who do you think is second?
Second would be Denver.
LA Lakers.
Yeah,
5-1. Denver is
there's a difference between a betting line because they're so popular and real odds.
Well, these are real odds.
Well, no.
Like you can win money on this if you play Denver.
That's right. But there's
Denver's,
a reason that the Lakers are second because the public will jump on the Lakers.
Maybe.
Yes.
Maybe. Denver is the better value.
Yes.
Denver's a
better value when you're Yes, much better value
7-1
because of the public and the way that they would.
Who's next? This next team is tied with Denver.
The next team would be Golden State.
That's correct.
Yeah.
All right, now who's next?
The Rockets.
Actually, no, it's Minnesota. Minnesota's 20-1, plus 2,000. Next,
Houston.
Memphis. Memphis is 21-1. Next is.
Don't tell me it's the Clippers.
It's the Clippers.
No.
22-1. Next, Rockets. 26-1.
That's just ridiculous.
No. You insulted them a little bit. You got a little out of order yourself.
They're in a 2-hole, and they have the odds of an 8-hole team.
Yeah.
They're the 8th behind the T-Wolves, the Grizzlies, and the Clippers. Golden State, I get it. If you had told me the Rockets were 5th, I get it.
Yeah.
I get it. We don't know what to expect from the Rockets. Everything Zach Lowe said. You're putting them behind the Clippers? You're putting them 8th. And then
behind Memphis? Behind the Clippers?
Next after that is Phoenix at 9,000 at 99-1. So, I mean, obviously the Rockets, that is so disrespectful. To win the championship, forget about it. You can get the Rockets to win the championship at plus 10,000. At plus 10,000, they were 1,000-1. No, I guess they're 100-1. Yeah, they're 100-1 to win the championship.
Put it on right now.
And Golden State Warriors are 18-1. I don't know. The Golden State's better than Houston. Yeah,
no.
The Rockets are 100-1. Memphis is 66-1. Rockets are 100-1. The Milwaukee Bucks 66-1. The Atlanta Hawks are the same odds as the Rockets. So are the Bulls, the Mavericks, and the Pistons. The nerve of you people. The nerve of Las Vegas.
Here's the thing.
The nerve of Las Vegas.
Picture yourself late May, early June. Think to yourself, visualize the Rockets lifting up, someone in the Rockets lifting up the Oscar Robertson Trophy, which is the Western Conference title trophy. And then picture Kawhi lifting it up, or Steph Curry lifting it up, or even Anthony Edwards lifting it up. As far as betting, who feels more likely to do it? A Rocket? Jalen Green grabbing that trophy?
Yeah. Tari Eason?
Or one of the guys on those other teams? I think that has a lot to do with it.
Well, yeah, they don't have a superstar.
Can you imagine handing that trophy over to...
I mean, legitimately, I brought it up yesterday. John's talking about it now. Of all these teams in the West, and this is what, but this doesn't necessarily mean that you can't win at a high level, but they don't have a superstar. Oklahoma City has SGA now. He is a legitimate superstar because of how he's played. The Lakers have 2 superstars. Denver has 1 superstar. Golden State has 2 superstars. I guess we call Jimmy Butler a superstar. We for sure still call Steph Curry.
Yeah.
They got 1 for sure. Minnesota Timberwolves have Anthony Edwards. Whether you like it or not, people consider him a superstar. Memphis, I would argue that Ja Morant has that flash, but he doesn't really play like it all the time. So personality-wise, I'm not sure they actually have a superstar. Clippers, Kawhi has been. James has been. So do they have it now? No, I don't think those guys are superstars.
There has been, or they have been?
They have been.
Oh.
Superstars
at
different, and when I say superstar, it's a high standard.
Well, they're superstars.
Very high standard. Phoenix Suns have 1, but then you get to the Rockets and they don't have 1. Now that's not to say I know Alperen was a all-star, and we have a Western
disrespect
the Western Conference Player of the Year, but that's not
Western Conference Player of the Week, Jalen Green.
All those players I mentioned have been number 1 or number 2 in all NBA teams. Who do the Rockets have that have been a number 1 or number 2 all NBA, or third team all NBA? None, 0 of them.
That doesn't matter now.
And that's why people aren't giving them the respect. But that's a mistake. Like your Houston Rockets the odds on them at 26-1, 100% play. You may not win that, but at 26-1, 100 to win 2,600, the disrespect. Here's the thing. If you played it at 26-1 and they win their first round playoffs, then they're in a final four in the West. You can hedge it with somebody. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah.
Well, God forbid you get to
you got to get down to the final.
God forbid you get to this. Well, okay, then all you're doing is hoping.
It's not like they couldn't beat the Lakers in the second round.
Absolutely. No. I think they can beat all these teams in a playoff series. Yeah. It's hard to do it over time.
Put a little taste down then.
Except that 26-1 is embarrassing.
Put a little taste on it then.
They got to be 14-1 at the worst.
I'm going to tell people Lance was very, very considerate of your money when it came to the Final Four. He's asking you to throw your money away today.
Yeah, now. Oh, no. He's not.
He's asking you to throw your money away today.
This is not throwing your money away.
What you do is you bet this so you can afford to go to the Final Four.
Or
you know what? Play it like it's already.
I don't know how much you're going
to bet it like it's already been played.
Look, I don't know how much.
What is Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and
yes, if everyone breaks their ankle, sure.
It wasn't going to do a car wreck.
Yeah,
but they're alive. They're safe. No, they're alive. Him and Chet and Lou Dort. They were going to a photo shoot.
Guys, don't put.
There was a crash. John Daspit is called.
No. Guys,
and I feel bad for him, but they're going to be back next year.
Don't listen to him,
and they'll come back 100%.
Don't listen to him; he's a bad person.
Now, what's the odds?
Guys, don't.
We got a break.
Don't put anything more than you would spend on a double protein order at Chipotle. That's like $15.
Not that much.
Exactly. That's my point.
How about they just got your stomach?
It is true. Like $20.
Yeah, $15 to $20.
Yeah.
Get a large drink.
Yeah. How about they get a stomach ache like you did, a little tummy ache. Okay.
That won't keep them out for the whole playoff.
Well,
it'll keep them out for 2 games.
Okay, 2 games, and then you win the series. They are not there for 2 games.
I need them out the whole playoffs.
Okay. We got to break.
I don't want them getting out of the first round.
We got to talk about. Listen, you want to talk about championships? Well, Nelly Korda. You think she's not a champion? Yeah, she's going to be here. She's going to be in this month now. Okay, April 2nd. We're looking at Nelly Korda, Lillian Vu, Minji Lee, all of the great stars, and they're awesome. They are awesome, and they can play, and they're all going to be at the club at Carlton Woods, the Nicholas course, which is beautiful. If you've never been there, it's a reason for you to go. If you're a girl dad and you want to take your daughter out to see some of the greatest players, let's go. The best competition that you'll see in women's sports right here. I'm telling you, I mean, listen, all the other sports are great, but women playing golf, listen, they can play. They can really, really, really play. And they've got skills. They're a short game, long game. They can hit it. They are really, really good. So this is something that you do want to see your daughter. You want to take her out there to see how these women play at the highest level. And your tickets are easy. I mean, you can walk around or you can get up into one of the tents where it's just extravagant. It's awesome. It's up to you. It's all at thechevronchampionship.com, April 24th through the 27th. Get on out there, April 24th to the 27th, thechevronchampionship.com.
Oh, today's the big day. Merseyside. It's Liverpool and Everton. I got to see if Dan Friedkin is here so I can go to his house and watch it. The owner of Everton has a business here.
Dan Friedkin, he's probably
listening.
There. He might be listening and maybe invite you over.
Dan, if you're listening, 713-780-3776. I won't bring anyone else except maybe Kevin Cooper, another Evertonian, and Tony the Handsome from Twitch. He's also an Evertonian.
Yeah.
The three of us.
Coop's an Evertonian?
Who?
Coop.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Big Evertonian. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, the three of us can.
Everybody should have known that. Okay.
The three of us can go watch at your house.
It makes sense that he's an Evertonian. He worked for the Texans.
Yeah.
It makes sense that he would root for
Very
Everton
similar
too. Yeah.
backgrounds.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
It does.
Lose games late. Yeah.
Well,
I mean, the Swarm Texans are a little
mediocre,
better than
well.
The Swarm Texans
Everton
have been better
wishes
than
they were
Everton.
Texans mediocre.
Texans mediocre.
They wish they were that.
The Texans wish that?
No, Everton wishes they were Texans
Stop.
mediocre.
That's
It's
not
true.
true.
It's true.
We've been ever since Moyes has been back.
You've been saying that for a while.
We're on a heat up.
Yeah.
So Dan, if you're listening, congratulations. John likes your golf courses.
Oh my God.
I was hoping maybe we could be friends.
Congaree? Holy crap.
I love Congaree. 713, and it's named after Hank Conger, who was the former catcher of the Houston Astros. Congaree.
I don't know why.
Is an
I
amusement
don't
park.
know why they named it Congaree, but it's spectacular.
Your Houston Texans are a team in the United States, and they play in the National Football League.
Yes.
Super Bowl odds came out yesterday.
What?
Pre-draft, but post-free agency.
Okay. Is it more disrespectful than the Rockets?
Yeah.
It is.
I'd say it's on the same level.
Is it?
I'd say it's on a similar level.
Why are our teams so disrespected?
You know.
Well,
okay.
You know.
This is to win.
This is Championship City. Okay. This is.
Is it?
Yeah. Okay.
I mean,
2 World Series.
Go on.
2 NBA titles.
How many teams?
30. Okay.
How many teams
30
from the
years
AFC
ago?
are ahead
Okay.
of them?
Huh?
How many teams from the AFC are ahead of the? Start naming them ahead of
in
the
AFC
to win the Super Bowl. This is just to win the Super Bowl.
Okay. Well, obviously it's the Chiefs,
right?
And the Ravens.
That's correct.
And
although the Ravens are behind the
Bills. Oh
correct.
no, I'm not giving it any order. You said which ones?
Okay.
Okay.
Those three.
We're gonna go with the
Yeah.
Bengals.
That's correct.
Bengals are gonna be
Bengals
ahead.
are there ahead.
Don't tell me that the Steelers are ahead.
The Steelers are ahead.
Wow.
They literally have no quarterback right now, and they're ahead.
Don't tell me the
26-1.
Broncos are ahead.
No, actually, the Broncos are not.
The Chargers.
Chargers are ahead. Yeah, and then the Texans.
7th.
They're the 7th best in the AFC, but they're also behind these
And again,
teams.
I would. This is about betting. It's about gambling, and there's perceptions that are involved.
Yeah, but these are pretty.
Plus, there are named teams that are.
Yeah, but I don't. Now
all of those. Listen, maybe not the Chargers.
I mean, the name teams. Dallas Cowboys are way down
listen,
the list.
there's none of those teams other than the Chargers that the Texans should be behind.
You mean should be ahead of?
Should be ahead of
Steelers.
That's Steelers. Okay.
Steelers don't have a quarterback.
Yeah, Steelers and Chargers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, that'd be 5th.
Yeah.
I'm totally cool with that.
Yes.
5th is fine. And even if you're given the Joe Burrow bump where you just anticipate somehow the Bengals are finally going to play
2
well.
years ago, so.
Yeah, but he's not like, what are they going to do now? Is their defense going to be better?
Well,
Is Trey Hendrickson going to play? They had terrible pass rush, and Hendrickson doesn't want to play there anymore. Yeah. So what are they going to do about pass rush?
Well, they have
a lot
terrible
of
pass rush with
the
him,
Bengals are a lot of talking a badge. Here's the NFC.
I don't know.
Here's the NFC.
I know you.
All right, show me.
Yeah. Well, they did.
Show me.
That's now.
Joe Burrow has been healthy now for 1 year in a row.
Isn't that now 3 seasons ago?
Well,
it's 3 seasons since.
There.
Yeah,
that's a lifetime in the NFL.
No. We're not doing 3 years ago. You were wearing a mask 3 years ago. Stop. Here's who the NFC has. Here's ahead.
Philadelphia
Eagles.
Not for the virus, for other stuff.
I don't want to know anything.
What?
Philadelphia Eagles.
You heard me.
Detroit Lions, San Francisco 49ers are ahead of the Texans. They don't even have a wide receiver. The Rams are ahead. The Commanders, I would say this is a little disrespectful to the Commanders to be this far back, to be honest with you. The Green Bay Packers are ahead of the Texans. The Texans are 14th. They're 14th in the NFL on the odds to win the Super Bowl. That's not very swarm.
Well, they're middle of the pack team. That's what they are. You know?
You would have never said last year. We would have said 6th or 7th worst case
right.
scenario.
But then everybody woke up, just like in 2012.
They won the same amount of games.
They
won the same amount of games, got past the first round again, and had Kansas City reeling for a good chunk of that game.
Did they?
Yeah. They were ahead of them until there were some mistakes made.
Yeah.
Kansas City's offense wasn't good. You just got azized.
Yeah. No, that's true.
You got azized in coverage. But honestly, like, what's different between when we thought going into this after their first year? I guess we expected a big leap, and they didn't do it. So now that they didn't make the big leap, they're like, okay, 14th. I actually think I like this. I like that people are kind of discounting them a little bit.
Yeah,
that's good.
Just to clean it up, the Texans never had a lead in that game.
You sure?
I'm looking at it right now. They never led.
It's kind of like they led, though.
No, the closest they were tied at 3. They never led.
Well, it was,
but they were,
because remember,
but don't forget how many times I got sacked, which took them out of.
Because sure. Remember, it was
Chiefs did nothing.
It was 13-6. They scored a touchdown. Kaimi missed the extra point.
Oh, that's right.
And then the Chiefs immediately went down and scored a touchdown, and that was pretty much the ball game.
Did you see Kaimi Fairbairn hit Kay Adams with a stray shot at the golf tournament at the, I don't know, whatever golf tournament it was?
I'm glad you finished that with the golf.
I thought he was shooting a shot at her.
No, he hit a ball. It faded. It bounced, and it hit Kay Adams, who already, even before she got on the course, she said she's deathly afraid of getting hit by a golf ball, and she got hit by him. Now, it was, to be fair, it was like rolling up and kind of hit her, like bounced.
Oh,
it didn't,
come on, Kay.
It didn't give her one of those,
well,
big
she
indentions
does
on her
weigh
head.
12 pounds, so
that could kill her.
It could kill her.
It could kill her.
Yeah.
I just think that this is, the Minnesota Vikings are right behind the Texans, and then the Broncos and Tampa Bay. They're all in the same category. With the way the Texans rush the quarterback, with the takeaways they have, aren't you just a bounce back year from CJ Stroud away from being a shot at the AFC?
I think you're an offensive line away. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's that thing. Remember that?
Well, you got a bunch of different guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, I needed you to say difference makers, not just different guys.
No, I tried to be accurate.
Well, then
we shuffled the deck.
Oh, great.
You don't know if Ed Ingram's getting ready to finally have a good year in the NFL.
You don't know that he's going to have an average year.
You don't know that Laken Tomlinson's not going to have his best year of his entire career this year.
You don't know that promoting the understudy to the head office line coach of one of the worst rooms in football is going to work out. You don't know.
Well, you don't know that Cam Robinson's not going to be fired up by a one-year contract and a prove-it contract and play his best football since Alabama.
So after he got traded to Minnesota, that didn't fire him up enough because he was coming into a contract year?
This is when he's finally pissed off.
Gotcha.
Well, the reality set in this
he's
offseason.
pissed off when he was terrible, and then he got 1 year, $10 million.
He gets down from 335 pounds.
Hold on. He was the worst offensive lineman in giving up pressures last year once he got to Minnesota and got rewarded with a double-digit $1 million deal. You think he's going to be pissed off about that?
Because I heard Kevin talking about him, and
Kevin
said, Kevin O'Connell, and he said, "Oh my God, we had Darius Shaw get hurt, and Cam Robinson came in, and we won 9 straight games." Okay?
Oh wow! You didn't mention that part.
Oh, maybe you didn't think about
9-0.
Did you?
How did Cam Robinson do down the stretch in their last couple games?
Sounds like 9-0.
The last 2 games,
yeah,
that was a Sam Darnold problem.
That was Sam Darnold.
That was Sam Darnold.
I've heard that before.
Yeah,
Sam Darnold
came back to earth. The pumpkin turned into a walrus or whatever it is.
I don't know. No, the pumpkin was the thing. The princess or the coach got turned back into a pumpkin. Whatever.
Sorry.
Either
Sorry,
way.
your little theory. We just shut it down.
I am just
Kevin O'Connell shut it down.
All Cam Robinson does is win.
How come
you've told me?
So they made multiple moves on the offensive line and then bring him back?
Okay, that could be one of the reasons they're down a little lower is the perception of this offensive line.
Okay.
Yeah.
The national perception, quote unquote. Here we know that there's always a chance that they could swarm.
Yep.
So
at any point,
so I just want to be clear.
A unit could swarm.
Kevin O'Connell was so happy with the guys, and particularly Cam Robinson. They traded one of their offensive linemen, Ed Ingram, and then the Texans signed the other one because of how good those guys were in Minnesota.
How good they were.
Okay.
All
right.
All right. Just so you know, you just said it.
I'm just...
Hey, join us this Friday, River Ranch, Dayton, a new community just northeast of Houston. 16 new model homes from the high 200s to the 500s, featuring the Angel Lagoon with white sand beaches and turquoise water. This is a must-see community. ESPN Houston will be there from noon to 6 with Paul Gallant and Killer Bees. Learn more at riverranchdayton.com. How about that? Look at that. White sand beaches and turquoise water. You feel like you're in Tahiti when you're at River Ranch. How about that? So get on out there in Dayton. We're breaking it now. 713-780-3776. We got people coming on in. Come on. 713-780-3776.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back. We haven't even mentioned Buzz Williams to Maryland. Buzz Williams leaving A&M, going to Maryland. I don't know. Listen, the stuff that Kevin Willard was saying about the program at Maryland. I mean, are you sure that this
How
is
cheap it is?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They don't put anything into it. They don't have the NIL money. They don't have they make them. I mean, they're cheap on their travel and everything else. And is that a better job than A&M?
Well, Scott Van Pelt won't allow Willard to slander his program. He went on his own podcast and took Willard apart for all that. But Buzz Williams gets the 5 to 6 year itch. 5-6 years. I'm out. That's what he is.
Yeah.
He'll hang around and then go find another job. It's not a bad formula if you think I'd rather leave and get a new contract before they tell me to go. Although they made the tournament, so I'm not sure why he did it with them, but he's done it. Like Marquette, he left in a pretty good spot, went to go take a Virginia Tech job where he had to rebuild the program. So this is not beyond him.
Yeah, I guess he's got an itch that he's got to. I mean, it's always greener. I guess new money. You know, listen, I had heard behind the scenes, and I've said it a few times. A&M people did not like Buzz. I don't know
what's the problem.
I don't know that he liked to do it the Aggie way. I don't know that he was all that. I don't know that he was all that accessible with the fan base. That
kind of a John Malkovich.
I don't know.
Not
I don't
John
know.
Malkovich. John Makovic.
John
Texas.
Malkovich.
Remember that?
Yeah.
They thought
right.
he was the wine drinker and the sweater guy. Not in the same way, but that he didn't fit culture. I'm talking about that he didn't fit culture of A&M.
Well, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what it was, but I heard from a buddy that was always saying, man, the guys are just ripping him.
He's
they
always a good
gone.
coach.
Listen, Aggies, a lot of you wanted him gone. He's gone.
Yeah.
Now,
he's been a winning coach everywhere he goes.
Yeah.
They've gone to the NCAA tournament 3 straight years. That's not a given at Texas A&M. Although they've not been bad at basketball, but it's for Buzz. Is it a step down, a step up? It feels like a new side? Like the SEC got really, really hard this year in basketball.
Well,
it's not always going to be like that. You're always going to be second fiddle.
Well, the Big Ten was no joke.
You're always
either.
a second fiddle. Yeah, that's true. But you're always a big second fiddle to the football. Is that the case in Maryland? Basketball, football? I think basketball.
It's a basketball school.
I think Buzz wants a basketball school.
Yeah.
It will never be a basketball school at A&M. It's not possible.
Never.
The question is, can you even take a legitimate step up in basketball from a perception standpoint at the university? And maybe it doesn't matter if people just go support you and fill up the stands. I don't know what the attendance was like. I don't know what any of that was like. But if you're telling me A&M didn't want Buzz, the fans didn't, or the front, the money people or whatever, then I'm sure Buzz knew that.
Yeah.
That probably played into it. I'm sure it was mutual at some point.
Yeah, I don't know.
One of the money guys pretty well.
Yeah, I know.
Did he like Buzz?
Huh?
At least one of did the money guys like
Yeah,
Buzz?
he did. Yeah, he actually, when I've said this before, he was like, I like Buzz. What are you talking about? And I'm like, not all of you do. I can tell you that. There's more than a few people that did not, that weren't all on board with Buzz basketball. So, well, now some of you got your wish come true, and others are probably going to be pissed off. Why are you going to Maryland from Texas A&M? You're in the best conference in college basketball. And that's funny. You're in the best conference in college basketball. You're in the NCAA tournament. And, the program is humming along pretty nicely. You got security at your job. And yet, here, he's taking off. Maybe there was something behind the scenes that he didn't like about Texas.
I didn't know that he went. I should have known, because I'm sure when he was on, it was brought up. He's a A&M Kingsville grad. He's a Texas guy, and was like, nah, I've had enough. I want to go coach in Maryland. You would think this was a place he would be cool with staying. He was a former assistant here. I mean, not here, but at A&M. You would think this would be a place he'd be like, I want to be here. And it was like, no, I'm going to take another job.
Yeah.
I don't know what A&M could have, beyond the backbiting and maybe they didn't like him, what could A&M have done? The location seemed like it would be great for him. They spend, and still, I want to go.
You need to ask Rock what's going on.
I will. I'll check with Rock.
Yep.
I hope Rock gets that job, but I doubt it. Rock did have a head coaching job at Lamar. One of his assistants, Steve Rockford, huge Astros fan. Huge. He's from the Beaumont area. He got the Lamar job, but, it didn't work out at Lamar. I don't think he has the pedigree to get the head coaching job. They're going to look for, it's SEC. They're going to look for a big name coach.
Yep.
The Aggies are.
Yep. Let's get.
They better not come calling trying to buy out Kelvin Sampson, because we're not doing that.
Well,
we're not doing Kelvin Sampson stuff.
Well, they did it with the
Wait
Kevin.
a minute. You think that Kelvin Sampson might go to Texas A&M?
They did it with the Kevin.
Huh?
They did it with the Kevin.
Yeah, they did. Huh?
What's that PJ look like at UH right now? U of H. What's that? He got a PJ yet?
I don't think Kelvin ain't worried about no PJ right now.
Well, not now. And he's also recruiting very well.
He just got a new contract.
He's recruiting. Well, that
but
never
that
matters.
That won't keep
coaching.
the Aggies potentially from calling and saying, "We'll buy out of this."
Yeah,
we've owed Jimbo $94 million or whatever. Right. Still, we're paying on that. We're
Kelvin,
getting that debt service.
Kelvin
we're
did
fine.
say yesterday that he loves the city. I don't know if it's a compliment to people, the fan base. You can walk around, no one even recognizes me. It's great here.
Yep.
I love Houston.
Yeah, he did say that. You go get gas, and nobody
that
bothers
a backhanded
you.
I don't know, but he likes it not being recognized.
No, he said he loves it.
He probably does.
You go to Texas A&M and get gas. Guess what's going to happen?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they're going to swarm you, and not in the good Kevin Sumlin way.
Not in
the good.
Not in the D'Amico Ryan
Ryan's
swarm.
way. Right.
Yeah.
Chris let's break, and when we get back, we'll get Ryan, Chris, we'll get you guys in here on the other side.
Will they whoop them at the gas station?
They'll whoop them. Yeah.
The problem is he would have to do it back, and at some point you just get tired of.
No, Kelvin Sampson will not go to A&M for one reason only. It's not because he has a contract with Houston or he wants his son to take over Houston. I could never see him doing it if they made him do the Aggie stuff. No offense, Aggies. That's fine that y'all do that. But Kelvin's not the one. I can't see that being the case.
And I don't know that Kelvin's going to listen. He's good with the fan base here, with
just stay in your lane.
He ain't. Yeah.
Stay in your lane.
Exactly.
I don't think A&M is a stay in your lane school.
No, I could see some of their big donors coming up. Hey, Kelvin, what about running a 3-2
Hey, why
zone?
don't you ever run a 2-3 zone?
2-3 or 3-2.
Like Syracuse used to.
Oh my God. Time to talk about Access Vascular Health. That's my girl. All right. She is Doc Manavis is awesome. She is really, really smart. That's Yale smart people. And she's got a way for you to take care of. I mean, there's all kinds of stuff that she can do for you. All right. If you have a prostate issue, if you're going to the bathroom too much, middle of the night, getting up multiple times, your quality of life just isn't as good as it could. And it can be dangerous because you get liver problems, kidney problems, all these problems. It could be leading to your ED as well. Listen, she is fantastic. Like 99.9% of the people that she treats end up it works out perfectly for them. So here's the deal. You're looking for the best way. If you have an enlarged prostate, Doc Manavis Access Vascular Health is here for you. It's an IV, takes about 45 minutes, and you are 100%. And listen, it cures ED as well. So if you've got an enlarged prostate, take care of it. Don't get surgery. Go to 975prostate.com. That's 975prostate.com.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776 is the number. Let's hear let's hear from some callers. We asked for calls and we got some calls. Let's get them in here. Chris, you were first up. What do you say, Chris?
Hey, what's up, guys? Love the show. This is how I know Buzz Williams, and I'll call it for the Texans, but I want to have a comment about Buzz Williams. This is how I know he wasn't liked, because any coach that's liked would have, at A&M specifically, would have leaked that they're leaving, and A&M would have rushed in and given him 10 years, $500 million.
Good point.
That's true.
And then the next year he would have tanked and then gotten all his money up front and moved to a ranch in West Texas. So, that's how I know he wasn't liked.
No.
Right? So I know Lance has always hit on that about the A&M guys in the past. But my Texans comment is, Nico has trouble staying healthy a couple times a year. It feels like 2 or 3 games he has something going on. And I love Nico. He's a great receiver. I tend to get where I think more highly of C.J. Stroud than maybe NFL guys. And John and Lance, I think you're spot on. Like, our offensive line needs help. But what about receiver? If Nico were to go down, let's say he goes down for 3 games or 2 games. I mean, I don't see how we would have any offense. Joe Mixon's a good player, and the guy we got from Jacksonville is meh. But what would you guys think about offense? And then, is there a free agent receiver that's out there, or do we address that in the draft? I don't feel like we can. We've talked on the show like 100 times about O-line, D-line, cornerback, things like that. I just wanted to see what are your guys' thoughts about an actual solid number 2 receiver. And I'll hang up and listen. Thanks, guys.
Wouldn't hurt my feelings to get him in the 2nd round or 3rd round.
Mm-hmm.
Who's name some guys?
It's a little lighter wide receiver draft this year. I mean, you can always find help, but there's not number ones, but we don't need a number 1, so that's not bad. In that area of where they draft wide receivers, you could be looking at include. Let's see, 2nd round. Hold on a second. All right, here we go. You could be looking at maybe Jack Best from TCU if he makes it to you at 2nd round. Big, strong, came from LSU, went to TCU, doesn't drop anything. He's big, strong. He's a better Kevin Walter. How about that? Sleep tight. Trey Harris, maybe. Ole Miss, more of a vertical receiver. I don't know if that's what they want. Well, he's the Z receiver, so possibly. He's big. He runs like in the 4.5s, but he tends to win down the field, and he's very tough after the catch, like very physical. He's 210, 215 pounds, but he plays like he's 230. He's very physical. Kyle Williams, that's the guy to keep an eye on. Washington State, he's swarm. Very tough. Steve Smith told me he has that scary mentality. Like, hey, get serious. He's a guy that steps in a wide receiver room and says, get serious. In fact, Smitty told me he had that Tank Dell mentality. When that's where I first found out that Tank Dell, I said, Tank Dell? He goes, yeah. He said, why do you think that Steph Diggs was not a problem in that room for Houston? And I was like, well, I assume it because he was on a contract year. He goes, no, Tank runs the show in there. I said, Tank does? He goes, oh, yeah, Tank runs that show. I said, little Tank run over Nico and Stephon Diggs. He goes, Lance, I know what I'm talking about here. Tank, and I'm not trying to argue with Steve Smith. He said, Tank Dell runs the show in that wide receiver room. I said, okay. And he goes, Kyle Williams, Washington State, same kind of way, only even more of a dog. And he gave me a great background on the kid. He's fast. He's physical. He can get open, and he's got swarm.
He's got swarm.
Yeah, you got to have swarm.
That's all.
He's got swarm. So Kyle Williams is another one at the back end of the 2nd I would watch for. Jalen Noel, Iowa State. I need to move him up. I've got him in a 3rd, but he's going before then. 2nd, 3rd. Yeah, Jalen Noel is another one. A little bit smaller wide receiver, more of a slot. Very fast, very explosive, kind of swarmy also. Those are Isaiah Bond, not swarm, from Texas. Jalen Royals is swarm. I don't know if they draft him in a 2nd. My guess is they draft him in a 3rd.
It's got to be swarm.
You have to.
Can't we just be catch the ball?
Because every chance that now Nick doesn't say this. Nick never says swarm. Everybody who works for the Texans says swarm, like media types.
Yeah.
D'Amico, everywhere he is, says swarm. Nick doesn't say swarm. I've never heard Nick say swarm. But for D'Amico, instead of saying this guy's a dog, you have to just say he's swarm.
He's swarm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So that's how I look for guys. I'm like, I'm looking for swarm.
Yep.
That's what I'm looking for.
All right. I'm looking for Ryan. Ryan, what's up?
Hey, good morning, guys. I know Lance has touched on this throughout the past, but I'm curious as we're getting closer to the draft and more mocks are coming out, and after we've had the pro days and interviews, where does Cam Ward really stand in regards to past first number one overall picks and or first round picks in general? I know previously Lance has stated that he wouldn't even be a first round grade. I believe it's in last year's draft or the year before, but I'm curious if after you've seen a little bit more tape or the pro day or interviews or learned his character or anything in regards to where we are now, has anything changed? And is he a formidable number one pick now, or is he still, you don't see a lot out of it and it's just going to be a reach, but because he's a quarterback?
No, I think it's a reach. I mean, no, nothing's changed. I already knew about his character. Football character is very high. He's very serious about football. All that stuff's good. Can be a little inconsistent as a decision maker, has a good arm, a little more average as an athlete than you think. Like he's a plus athlete, but he's not a dynamic runner. Were you surprised by that, Del? He also doesn't look to run as much as you probably want him to. And in fact, as a matter of fact, he'll cruise kind of like from Bryce Young. I kept thinking, Bryce, run. What are you doing? Quit just cruising outside the pocket looking to throw. Like sometimes just run if it's there.
I wasn't surprised. The word on him coming out of Washington State wasn't that he was just going to escape the pocket. In fact, he took sacks because he always held onto the ball and tried to make plays with a bad offensive line. He is elusive inside the pocket. He's hard to bring down, but he's not trying to escape it quickly, which may become a problem depending on what Tennessee has to offer on that offensive line. Where he stands as a prospect, you would have more on that than me, but he was a competitor. He always believed that you had a shot with him, even with how bad that defense was last year. And he is a floor raiser, at least on the college level, and a ceiling raiser as well. He does both. The question for me is, how does that translate? Because he was a leader. I mean, if he's not there, Mario Cristobal has 2 seasons out of 3 where he doesn't make a bowl game. That's how bad the rest of the roster, particularly the defense, was. And Cam helped him win 10 games last year.
I don't have a problem with him being the first quarterback taken, and I understand quarterbacks get pushed up to the first pick all the time. I don't have a problem with that, but nothing changes. I'd already seen all of his tape by the time I made that comment, and he's a quarterback. Quarterbacks get pushed up.
Where would he have fell last year?
Last year, he would have fallen after Bo Nix, so he'd have been the 7th quarterback.
And the year before, he wouldn't have been CJ or.
The year before, he would have been ahead of. Yes, he would have been 3rd, ahead of Levis and ahead of Richardson. Yeah, for sure. He would have been behind CJ. He'd have been. Well, that might have been an interesting conversation, but he would have been behind CJ.
Yeah.
He would have been first ahead of Kenny Pickett in 22. It would have been Cam and Kenny Pickett, and they both would have gone in the first round probably. But it's I don't have anything extra to say on him. I think he has a chance to be, I think his ceiling is good NFL starter, not necessarily a huge difference maker by himself. He needs things around him to be good. I think by NFL standards, but he's got a really, really good arm. Like he can throw it into some windows. He'll drop down and throw stupid angles. Sometimes he does that arm angle thing where he'll just drop it and make these throws that he doesn't have to. But that's across the board in college football now, where they all practice that, where they all want to run left and then throw. They want to run left and then throw these. I mean, Tyler Shuck does it on video. They want to run left and then they want to drop their arm down. And
it's the Pat Mahomes effect.
Yeah.
Although
Aaron
Matthew
Stafford
was
Stafford, Rodgers, and Mahomes are the big 3.
Right.
And they've got their sons of Rodgers, sons of Zach Wilson. was an admitted Aaron Rodgers stan. Pat, I want to say Pat copied Stafford a little bit, but Matt Stafford for sure has been a drop down demon with his arms slot. And then everyone wants to make plays on the move like Pat Mahomes. The problem is guys try to do too much of that stuff and they're not really equipped to do it. Instead of just making smart throws, getting on platform and making a good throw. CJ Stroud doesn't try to do all that crap. You ever notice that? When do you see CJ try to run and make these arm talent throws? He doesn't. He wants to throw from a set base. CJ Stroud is a pocket passer that is much more like Jared Goff than he is one of those guys. And I took so much crap for giving after the first year, his rookie year. Colin Cowherd was like, because Colin had said, he loves reading my draft stuff, and he had brought up Jared Goff as the comp, and he started taking a bunch of crap after the rookie year. And I remember he made a comment, is either to me or it's kind of like, maybe Jared Goff isn't the comp on this guy. Maybe that's too low. And then after last year, he's like, yeah, Jared Goff is the comp. This is right. He's a good quarterback. He plays like Jared Goff, which is great. I have no problem with CJ playing like Jared Goff.
Jared Goff had #1 seed last year. Jared Goff's been to the Super Bowl. Jared Goff, I don't know why there's so much Jared Goff.
Because he doesn't have the juice.
Oh.
He doesn't have the juice. He doesn't have Lamar
Detroit
stuff.
Pretty good.
He doesn't have Joe
team.
Shiesty stuff. He doesn't have Pat Mahomes stuff.
What did he throw? 80? Was he 80% last year?
Yeah.
Completion percentage?
Give me a Jared Goff.
They believe he's a product of everything around him, and that's death on the internet for quarterbacks. When they don't believe that you are elevating and you are just a backpack and the team is carrying you, people can't stand it. They will tear you to shreds.
Yeah, that dude made throws.
They say, hey, product of the system, that offensive line, Jahmyr Gibbs, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Jared Goff is not helping them. He's not helping them. They're helping him. So he's not a good quarterback.
Okay.
That's how they treat things.
But that's true though. I mean, we see
that's
that
how
with
they look at it. That's
Guy Lewis
saying
got
it's real, but that's how they treat
with that. Bobby Cox with the Braves. It's the oldest thing in the book. You can't be a reason for something.
Phil Jackson.
Phil Jackson got something.
Well, he was right though. He had Kobe and Michael.
But Phil somehow escaped all that stuff because he had triangle offense.
Well,
and he had Shaq,
that was Tex
Kobe,
Winter's offense.
Michael. I know Tex Winter's the one who started. He was on his staff. But somehow, probably because he was the Zen Buddhist, and
he had all these. He had an aura.
True, though. He knew
Phil
how to handle
aura.
big personalities.
Yeah,
that's all he had to do.
He did.
He
did do that.
Rodman and Pippen and Jordan and Grant,
Bill Cartwright
and Grant and
Steve
Ron
Kerr.
Harper was a good player. Like I think Kerr was pretty low key. But
do you think he was a problem for Phil Jackson?
John Paxson. He had to handle all of them.
Paxson was not an issue. But he was Bill Winnington, the Canadian,
Luke Longley, the Australian,
Uwe Blab, the Australian,
Uwe Blab.
Luke Longley was. Uwe Blab was. Wait, Uwe Blab never played
King?
there.
I don't think so.
He had to handle Stacey King.
Shout out to Stacey King, turning your time there from like a 10th or 11th man into a broadcasting career. He's been calling Bulls games forever.
How about that?
Yeah,
good on him.
Matt Bullard.
Yeah, it
had
happens.
a good run.
Well, Matt Bullard still works for the organization.
That's right. If you look at the amount of guys who are kind of fringe who end up, but that's the move.
John Crotty's been calling Heat games for a
Ryan
decade
Hollis.
plus. Yeah,
it didn't even play here.
No, but he was not a number. Well, he got time though with the Knicks and other teams, right?
Yeah,
but he was a guy.
He
was on ESPN first.
Yeah,
remember that? He was on ESPN. Speaking of that, my guy Pete Schrager. He's not really my guy, but
how about that?
Pete Schrager went from Good Morning Football yesterday, 2 days ago, to he had 1 day off.
Oh,
he
to
had to fly.
ESPN today.
Yeah, he was on McAfee yesterday.
Oh, was he?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It didn't take long.
Did McAfee say that anyone slept with somebody's dad while he was on there? Allegedly.
Well, it was mute.
Did he spread any rumors?
I had it on mute.
Did he spread rumors and try to ruin people's lives?
Now McAfee every
and
time
they just went, when he found out,
He's
allegedly.
He does
She'll
put the
be fine.
disclaimer.
The families will be fine.
He put the disclaimer in front of his show every day. Says, "Don't sue me." And McAfee would say, "I didn't start the rumors."
Let's break it here. Let's talk about Billy Brown. All right. Billy Brown doesn't. Allegedly, Billy Brown. No, not allegedly. Billy Brown fixes toilets. Billy Brown fixes.
Nothing alleged.
There's nothing alleged about it. Okay. Billy Brown does the job. Okay, we can say, "Oh, Billy, you got a broken toilet or shower or pipes or whatever." Billy Brown will fix it. Not allegedly. Billy Brown's going to come. His guy, well, not Billy Brown per se, but his guys are going to come. He's got trucks all over the city. If you can hear us, he can get to you. If you have a problem, don't listen. Lance was talking about. Didn't you say something? Oh, maybe I can fix this.
I did one of the
No, I don't think so.
The ball cock thing and
I don't-
that you flush and then it goes up or whatever. And then my
Well,
wife
yeah,
kept saying,
yeah.
something's wrong with this. It's not always, I have to. And she told me she wanted it. I'm like, okay, that's fine.
Well, is it the flapper? I mean,
It's the thing. I don't know.
Yeah.
Billy Brown's guy came out and did it, and it works. It works better than when I did it, according to my wife.
Oh, you mean a real plumber
Yeah.
came out and fixed it
A
as
guy-
opposed to how you did it?
Yeah, a guy who
All right.
plums. A guy
All
who
right,
plums.
yeah, plums. And listen, if you're somebody that has any issue whatsoever, all right, even if it's the flapper, you don't know how to change it like Lance, all you need is Billy
I
Brown.
knew how.
Okay.
It's just my wife didn't like how it was for
Okay.
some reason.
Well, listen, your wife might not like how you do stuff. And if your wife doesn't, good for Billy, because Billy's guys will come and they'll fix it. No charge, just to show up to give you a consultation like other guys do. Billy Brown's guys are the best. You have an issue. Put this phone number in your phone, 281-488-6238 or aqueductplumbingcompany.com. All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. John and Lance here with you at 713-780-3776 to get in here. Astros lose again last night. Can't score any runs. Can't hit. Jose Altuve is the only guy. His OPS is over 1,000. The next closest guy sucks. So that's just there's one guy in the whole lineup that's hitting, and that's it. And so the Astros now fall to 2-3. The final game of the series today, 3:00 game. Rockets play tonight against Utah. This is an important game. So you think, well, it's a Utah game, right? Well, you just lost to the Lakers. You got a 2-game lead. Thank you, Russell Westbrook, for blowing the game for Denver last night, because the Rockets now have a 2-game lead on the 2-hole, but they have 6 games left. Utah tonight. Then Oklahoma City. Not easy. Then at Golden State. Not easy. At the Clippers. Not easy. At the Lakers. Not easy. Denver back here to finish up the season. So the last 5 games of the season are against playoff teams and in really good teams as well. Then teams that are still playing for something. All of them. Every single one of them. Playing for positioning. So tonight's game, kind of a big deal. Tonight's game gets you to 50 wins, which is a mark, which is it's a
cool little.
Yes.
Yeah.
After being a 41-win team last year, and then in the doldrums before that, one of the worst in the NBA, to get to 50 wins in just a couple of years after being one of the laughing stocks of the league, that's a really, really, really nice jump. Since
are they on? I don't know how the answer could be anything different. Are they on track? Are they on the right track? The Rockets.
Are they on the right track for what? Yes.
For what they want to accomplish.
They absolutely
are. Right? There's no way you could say
There's
no.
So, yeah.
So this is an argument that I have to have in my house on a regular basis.
Mm-hmm.
And it's probably something that a lot of people deal with. But how do we make it better? How do we make it better? Would Durant do it? No. What about Booker? Oh, okay. Well, what about John Morant? Yesterday, in my house, I had to deal with the John Morant. Yeah. And it's always about like, yeah, but we can take Cam Whitmore. Now, I don't mind the idea of taking Cam Whitmore and, packaging him in a draft pick for a better shooter on a team. Just changing maybe an element of your team in the background. But the idea that you've got to somehow make a big move to win a championship, I just think is flawed logic. I don't see how there's any way when you have everybody on this team right now is cheap and they're ascending, relatively cheap, and they're ascending, right? And I understand contracts are coming up and all that stuff. That's fine. But for right now,
well, you took care of Jalen and Alpy last offseason.
But your talent is ascending, right? Everyone's headed on the way up. Nobody's headed on the way down, except right now I would argue Van Vliet is plateaued and Dylan Brooks is who he's going to be. But other than that, and Steven Adams, I'm not counting Jeff Green, but other than that, everyone's continuing to get better. Everyone's
Steven Adams
continuing
is
to get
actually
better.
really good.
Well, he's played well, but everybody's an older guy. Everyone's continuing to get better.
Yeah.
What about Kevin Durant? You mean the guy who's getting older, more injury prone, more expensive, and is headed down?
Yeah.
No, that doesn't make sense. I think the idea that some people believe that you have to do something to get even better quickly is so flawed because they're on the right track. And the process is very clear. You cannot skip steps unless you want to take a chance at short-circuiting what you're building. And I just really hope that the Rockets recognize this 51 season that they're probably going to have is an enormous accomplishment. The fact that they defend, that Jalen Green buys into defense, Alperen's gotten better defensively. It's a team that, yes, they've blown some fourth quarter leads, but they also hang on to win most of them. That team would have mentally crumbled in any other year and fallen apart. if you can't see that this team continues to get better under Ime Udoka, don't push it. Don't rush it.
And it's not only that, but I think you got to have an attitude as well. Like Kelvin Sampson said, I don't recruit problems. Okay. Ime Udoka does. Since he took over, the Rockets are 4th in personal fouls, 4th in the league, 1st in disqualifications, 1st in ejections, 1st in player technical fouls, 1st in coach technical fouls.
But that's not the same as recruiting problems.
Well, no.
He's tough.
This is a tough
His team
team.
is tough. They're not problems.
No.
Name one guy who's an off-court problem.
Dylan Brooks is kind of a problem on the court because of his.
I get it, but he didn't. I mean, that's who Dylan is. Yeah. But they've not recruited bad guys.
What he said, he doesn't recruit problems. I mean, Ime he needs a type of guy. And is Kevin Durant a tough guy?
No.
Is he a tough guy?
I don't think everybody has to be like that on a team, though. Reed Shepherd's not going to split your wig over something.
But Reed Shepherd doesn't even
need
play.
But Kevin Durant,
there's a reason Reed Shepherd doesn't play.
Kevin Durant's an independent contractor.
Yeah.
He's just there to score. He told you, I don't want to be a leader. I don't want to be the face of an NBA. I don't really want to be a leader.
Yeah.
That's for everybody else. Let me just go back and forth on Twitter with people and score points.
Yep.
I don't even want to go down in the paint. It gets too rough.
Icky.
It gets too rough down there. It's icky down there. Kevin Durant should not even be on the board. If the Rockets are considering Kevin Durant, they will lose a lot of goodwill with this fan base. A lot of the fan base isn't stupid, Del. They're not as dumb as you think.
No.
A lot of this fan base is not as dumb as you think.
Del's probably right.
You're
actually wrong.
Kevin
There
Durant.
would be a name that come in here, and it would
simpletons. But I'm telling you right now, the hardcore Rocket fans.
Simpletons.
No, the hardcore Rocket fans recognize this guy's injured all the time.
You don't know who they're trading. What if they don't have to give up everything and they can acquire Kevin Durant? People will be thrilled.
What would you give up?
I don't know. That's the point.
I'm going to ask you a question. Serious question. Do you think that the Phoenix Suns would love to get rid of his contract and get one of their first-round draft picks back from the Rockets?
Of course.
You would be doing him an enormous favor if you would take him off their hands. They don't want him anymore.
But you think Kevin
Durant
right?
can put you
they
over the
don't
top.
Want Kevin Durant anymore.
But the Rockets would be getting the favor of, at least in their eyes, getting a primes. Still can put up points and put them over the top. So yes, you are doing the Suns a favor. But they're also trying to acquire
you're a little
someone.
Overboard on this. Absolutely. If you could bring in Kevin Durant for nothing, if you could get him for Cam Whitmore in a first round, one of Phoenix's first round picks, you don't need all those first round picks that you got. First of all, you don't need them, and they are assets that you could use to better your team.
Can you better your team?
And if you get Kevin Durant, you've bettered your team.
Okay, Kevin Durant next year is going to be what, 38?
Yeah.
You guys are really pushing this.
No, but Kevin Durant,
no, he'll be 37.
37 next year. And oh, by the way, Kevin Durant doesn't have to be the focal point. Kevin Durant now, just like Bill Walton at the end of his career, Bob McAdoo at the end of his career, maybe he's a bench guy that comes in and is instant offense.
Maybe he's a bench guy.
Well, I wouldn't go that far.
Was Bill Walton one of the best?
How much are you paying him? You're paying him
McAdoo,
$50 million a year to come off the bench?
Yeah.
No, you're not paying him $50 million. And Tillman would never.
And by the way,
Tillman would never. So don't even act like.
Don't
Tillman.
Don't speak for Tillman.
Tillman would say Kevin Durant, my number one fan maker, is going to come off the bench.
Either that or he's got depleted minutes. It's 6 of one, half dozen the other.
Let's go through his games played.
Take Fred VanVleet off. Take that 43 off and add the 50.
Let's go through Kevin Durant's minutes. 21 games, 55 games. In 22, 47 games. In 23, let me finish saying the number. 39 games. These are games played. In 20, that was Brooklyn Phoenix. I'm sorry, because then he also at Phoenix he tore his Achilles. So it's 47 total games. Okay, no. All right. So 35, but that's COVID. So it's 55, 47, 75, and 62. He won't play again this year. So he'll miss 20 games this year, which is what, 30% of the season? No, a little less than that. A little less. About 26% of the season.
Yeah.
He's getting older.
He played 3/4 of the season.
He's getting older. Yeah. And he's not going to get healthier. He's got an Achilles injury. Like Devin Booker's one thing. Kevin Durant is quite another.
Again, what are you giving up? Because you're the one that doesn't want to break up the core. You don't have to break up the core for Kevin Durant. You just add a piece. That's all.
That's true. I don't think now you do have to get a third team involved. You have to match salaries. So it's going to take a third team. I don't know how you match out. Like Dylan Brooks has to be involved, obviously, or Fred VanVleet. You pick up the option and then trade him.
Yeah. Okay.
You have to.
Yeah. But send Fred VanVleet.
So that money doesn't go away.
Fred VanVleet.
Fred's money. No, I'm fine with getting rid of Fred VanVleet.
I'm sure you guys are. If it's a 3-team trade, you're sending picks to Phoenix. Maybe you send Cam and some players go back to Phoenix. You send another pick out someplace else to make the other team happy. It can be done. It's more difficult with 3 teams, but it can be done. But the point that I guess I got this all going.
Isn't it easier with 3 teams to try to?
It's not easier. It's more difficult.
But you don't. But who does Houston have to match salaries?
Well, you would be sending a Dylan Brooks someplace, and you would have to get help from another team if you don't want to break up this core that you're in love with. That's the point. If you want to break up the core, then you can use the players here to do that. But if you don't, you got to probably use a third team.
43% from 3.
Yes,
that's pretty good.
That's the point. Instead of having Dylan Brooks shoot a fadeaway jumper against the Lakers, you have Kevin Durant.
There's one thing this team needs. It's that.
I mean, he does shoot free throws pretty well.
Well, I understand you don't want to go all in on the old player who's hurt. I get it. The Rockets shouldn't either. But to think that if they acquired him, people wouldn't be thrilled about it.
You're making a good point that I hadn't really thought about. You break up the core much less with Kevin Durant than you do with
and you add a great player
with Kevin Durant than with Devin Booker.
Right.
Devin Booker requires you to basically say it's not like Devin has really mattered since he scores points, but lots of guys score points.
They're a playoff team with him, just not this year. But Zach, you talked about Zach Lowe. You played the Zach Lowe clip on Bill Simmons. The other thing he said is everyone knows that Kevin Durant's getting traded. So the Suns are, because of the move they tried to make earlier that didn't work out, where they were trying to get rid of him to bring in Jimmy, and because no one wanted Bradley Beal, that relationship is pretty much over. So the cost of acquiring him won't be the same because the Suns have less leverage than they might have had earlier when you have an older player who's hurt.
Durant.
Oh, you can be talked into Kevin Durant?
And here's the only reason why. The idea that it's literally a short-term.
It's a one-year deal. Unless you give them the extension.
You just take a flyer. Yeah. As long as you don't bust up my core.
That's
as long as you don't bust up my core. And don't be asking for Amen or slam the phone down. If they try to say, what about Tari? Amen. You guys good with giving in? Who would you give up? Jalen? What? Because they're not gonna start off with, we just want Cam and a pick. They're not starting with that. And they could probably get something better than that.
They're not starting with it, but they've got a guy that's out for the rest of the season now. That's a $50 million guy that is proven it hasn't worked. So you could get a Cam. How about getting
a Cam Whitmore? He's not even a starter.
Give me 2 of my draft picks.
Here's Cam Whitmore.
My 2 of no. Actually, I've been watching Cam Whitmore on the sidelines now. Cam Whitmore is more involved. Cam Whitmore has actually accepted his lot in life a lot better than he did before.
If you think the best offer that the Phoenix Suns can get is Cam Whitmore,
you get your 2 first. But by the way, 2 of their first-round picks back. Cam Whitmore.
Hold on. Why would you just give away? Phoenix is going to be a dirt house.
Because if you want
Kevin, that's why they want their picks. You're getting Kevin Durant.
No, for 1 year. You're literally going Stephon Diggs. No, it's not going to be 2 years.
You can do that if you want. You can rip up the year, give them a 2-year extension. Whatever you want to do.
You're going to give away lottery picks.
Whatever you want to do. But
you're going for it.
But that's not going for it. That's Steph Diggs going for it.
Mm-hmm.
No, Kevin Durant's a much more impactful player than Stephon Diggs.
He is. Now he is. But I don't. But let's not just act like there's no value in like that value of having potential lottery picks. And don't think, hey, the Rockets may get a lottery pick this year out of the Suns.
Well, the Suns don't make the playoffs, they will get a lottery pick.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I mean, this is going to be a lottery pick this year. Yeah. There's value in that.
It's going to be 14, but okay.
Maybe. I mean, Kevin Durant's out. Well, this season's coming to an end.
They could catch some luck. Maybe they shoot up the draft. They could happen in the lottery. You can catch some luck. But but if you don't want to break up your core, then the picks are going to have to deal to get them. You can't just.
All right. What if you had the lottery pick and you don't do anything and you catch Cooper Flag? You catch one.
Well, you have them this. You kept that pick this year.
What if you caught one? It wouldn't be the first time this ever happened.
Yeah, if you got him, you got Cooper Flag. Great.
Because you got the pick. You got the pick this year, right? Phoenix's pick this year.
I believe so.
And what if they won the lottery and you ended up getting their pick at 1 and you got Cooper Flag? You would 100% trade him. I mean, pick him.
Of course.
You would 100% pick him.
Man.
And then
would you get rid of anybody?
And then you have
No, you don't.
Well, if you have Cooper Flag, then you're probably gonna have to get rid of someone because he's probably injected to your starting lineup. So maybe
Jabari's probably
left the starting
so maybe the core that you're so excited about, one of those players can move out and you can acquire.
Now
someone.
you got Cooper Flag.
In this dream scenario.
This ridiculous conversation.
Who would you rather have, Cooper Flag or Kevin Durant?
For next year?
Who? Kevin Durant's a star, guys.
For next year?
Kevin Durant's a star. Would y'all rather have that old-ass man?
For next year, I'd rather have Kevin Durant. For like 10 years in the future, of course, Cooper
No,
Flag.
you wouldn't.
No, to go win a title, yes, I'd rather have Kevin Durant next year.
If an asteroid's going to hit us and there's no more years.
You asked the question. That's why I gave you the caveat, the scenario. For next year, I'd rather have Kevin Durant.
There is an asteroid bearing down.
There is.
But
And I'm
it's not
hoping
gonna
it
hit
hits
here.
us.
It's not gonna hit here.
I'm really, every day that passes and I lose more money out of my stock market, I'm like, just hit this asteroid. But let the Cougars play first.
Yeah, let's after the weekend.
And every game I watch the Astros lineup, I'm like, just hit us. Just hit
the
us.
next time we have this discussion, Kevin Durant's going to be 41 with Lance's scenarios. He'll play next year under his 37-year-old year. He's 38, 39. He'll be 42.
But see, I grew as a person during that segment. I said, you know what? If you don't bust up my core, because Kevin is less likely to have an impact on a locker room that's negative. He just wants to be left alone, tweet at people off burners, score. I don't want to have to do a whole lot of rebounding. I don't want to defend a whole lot.
I can't believe you're so
By the way, he doesn't defend, but
okay.
I think he may be okay with that.
I can't believe you're talking about him and like, can't trade Tari. Tari plays what? Once every 2 games?
Yeah.
You think they're trading Tari, John?
I don't know. Doubtful.
There it is.
But when you're holding on to guys about injury concerns, what about him?
Yeah, Tari can go as far as I'm concerned, because if he's already can't play back-to-back games and he's like 24, that's not ideal. Because the next contract, he's going to want $30+ million. And then you start getting into this, can't play, 64 games a year you hope for.
Okay. Higher or lower? Kevin Durant games with the Rockets. 130
if he's traded.
If he
were traded, I'd say lower.
Okay, bet that on Underdog.
Yeah, well, they typically do in-game stats. I mean, they do game stats. They don't do games played. They'll do rebounds, points, assists, and you go, a lot of times points, rebounds, and assists. Hey, this is a great example. Jalen Green the other day, if you had gone higher on 2.5 3 points made, it would have been an easy winner for you. And that's what you try to do. Go find a good matchup. Sometimes the smart move is to go play higher on the statistics for a player who hasn't played as well. Because the statistics start to come down, and you catch them at the right time, and it becomes an easy win. My favorite thing to do now for baseball and basketball is take a statistic like strikeouts for baseball. And I like to go, if I think a guy's in for a good game, then let's say the strikeouts are 5.5. Instead of going higher than 5.5, I can move it up to 6.5 and get an even higher payout. You pick 2 players or more, and you have a chance to win up to 1,000 times your original play. Now, typically you're not going to get that high, but it's not unusual to have something that's 14 times, 25 times, 46 times. What a win. And you can play for as little as $1. So make sure you go to Underdog Fantasy, make your first deposit using promo code Lance. That's promo code Lance on your first deposit, and you can get up to $1,000 bonus cash. But you must download the app and put a deposit in to play. But you got a chance to win real money. Use promo code Lance. You must be 18 or older and present in the state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms and conditions apply. If you feel like you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER or go to inspeedgambling.org.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
Which is why do we just try to go too far? Like White Lotus, it goes too far.
That's too far.
That's just way too far. All right, Bill wants to get in here. I guess we were talking about stuff that Bill wants to comment. on.
You're right.
Yeah.
I don't think
Let
think
Bill
my,
talk.
My side is not going to be popular.
No, well, because it's not right. What do you say, Bill?
Pretty much all answered the questions that has been on my mind for everything on KD. You're sitting on that draft choice. Why would you trade a number one for KD? I mean, if it's a draft choice, if Phoenix runs out number one, you draft Cooper Flagg, say bye-bye to Reed Shepherd, and the show goes on. KD can play somewhere else. And I'm with you, John.
Whoa. The Phoenix Suns are not drafted number one overall. It ain't Cooper Flagg. It's
We don't know that.
It's probably the 14th pick, Bill.
Probably.
No, they have a 1.7% chance of getting the number one
You
pick.
don't know that.
Yes, no, that's the odds.
No, John, hold on for a second. I said you don't make the move until you find out where that draft pick
obviously,
is.
Oh, yeah. Well, listen, Steph.
Okay, and what I will give you kudos for is you are watching the bench. From the bench, you're watching the Rockets bench, and Cam Whitmore's bench attitude has been much, much better in the last 2 months.
Yeah.
And as far as Tari not playing every other game, you've got two interchangeable fours, or whatever you want to call them. Tari, Jabari, they're both coming off injuries this year. This is the best way you can do it. You play one game, one the next game, and you've got not the same skill set, but you don't disrupt your rotation. You can move them interchangeably. A lot of things you talk are right. You just don't put them together to make the full sense of the picture. And it's nice listening to you
appreciate
guys.
that, Bill. But, well, first of all, you're wrong about Jabari. You ain't playing him one game and Tari the next. Jabari's playing every game, and Jabari has been playing every game, and Jabari's been kick-ass.
Well, when he wasn't hurt.
It's Tari that can't play every game.
Yeah.
Jabari just had a broken hand, so there ain't no problem with Jabari continuing to play. So they ain't going
Jabari's
one
got
game
some
and the
glue guy stuff to him because he doesn't have to have the ball.
But Bill, sometimes you make sense, but other times not so much. But it
Don't
ain't
get mad
enough.
at Bill.
And oh, by the way, no, I ain't mad at Bill. I like Bill, and I like.
You
like
had the parts
he
right,
makes
John.
him-
You just
no.
didn't put them together properly.
Right. Well, and then the other thing is Phoenix ain't waiting, and you ain't when you find out that Phoenix got the 14th overall pick. Okay, now we can give it to you.
Can you imagine trading them their pick back and they won the lottery, and you're the dumbasses that gave away a chance
it can't
for
happen.
Cooper Flagg?
Yeah.
The how it goes is the draft lottery will happen before the season's even over, where no trades can happen. So we will know far in advance before trades can even happen.
When does it happen?
The draft lottery happens during the
June.
playoffs.
During the playoffs.
Yes.
Before the finals, isn't it?
Oh, before you're even going to be
before
able
you're
to
even
trade.
able.
Is it? Yeah, it is.
Yes.
No, yeah, it is before the finals.
It's during
before
the
season's
playoffs.
over. Yeah.
Before you can even trade for it.
Yeah, so we would know.
Yeah,
Everyone
you
would
know.
know far in
but you
advance.
certainly wouldn't trade it if it's a number one overall pick.
No, it's
Yes,
the
sir.
question if it's like 13th overall.
And it's
wherever it'll
before
be.
you can even trade for him, so you'll know that. Okay, so
No worries there.
Neither here nor there. And if you get Cooper Flagg, then buy. No, we don't need Kevin Durant. We're good.
I mean, it'd be nice to have both.
Yeah, it would be nice to have both. Then you got to get rid of somebody.
Well, I would.
Yeah,
I'd feel much better about trading the
well,
core.
and here's the deal: you can't do it. You can't do Kevin Durant and have Fred VanVleet. Who does Ime want more?
Yeah. Well, so would Ime get overruled on Kevin Durant? I don't think Ime would have a problem with Kevin Durant because Kevin Durant's a pro. I mean, he's not tough. He's not a defender. But you have a lot of those guys.
Here's the
and
thing,
he's
though.
a special shooter. Ime would probably be okay.
Well, I don't know that Ime would, because without Fred VanVleet, when Fred VanVleet wasn't in the lineup, they didn't have anybody starting the offense.
So Ime would rather have Fred VanVleet than
Amen was
Kevin
out,
Durant.
and Fred was out.
Both of these guys make about $40 million, but it feels like they're different.
Yeah.
Fred VanVleet versus who just hit
2
a
for
lottery
14?
ticket. Who just hit a lottery ticket.
2 for 14, Fred?
Well, I know
Starting
that's
point
that
guard
game,
on a
but it
2
doesn't.
seed?
It's not just that game.
Starting point guard
Fred's
on a
not
2
good
seed.
shooter.
No.
Period.
He's a volume shooter for some reason.
Starting point guard on a 2 seed, or a guy whose team not even in the play-in.
Oh, you mean the guy who's won 2 titles?
That guy was 33.
That was a long time ago.
That guy was 33. This guy's 55.
Well,
You mean with the Warriors?
I mean, I'm not.
You mean with
okay.
the Warriors?
All right, so
That guy can't even get out of the first round once he left Golden State.
okay.
Listen to him. You heard him.
That's true.
That's not true. He got us first round with Brooklyn.
Did they?
Yes.
When
remember
they lost to
remember
Milwaukee
his
out of the
giant
second
foot
round,
was
yeah.
on the line? That would have won them that
That
series?
was Milwaukee. That was the second round?
Yes.
Okay. And
Yeah.
James was on that.
Come on, this is a silly discussion because
One of the question is with Ime. I don't think Ime would have a problem with Kevin Durant.
I don't think so either.
And first of all, if Tillman,
but
there's a time
he might have a problem getting rid of Fred.
Listen, there's a time that Tillman could step in and say, at the end of the day, Tillman still likes to run the circus, and he wants the big top to have a big number one. Like Tillman loves a show, and Kevin Durant is a headliner, and and Ime would have to go along with it.
I know.
James
this.
Harden is a culture crash.
I know this, and I'm not speaking out of school. They like stars. They feel like you need some stars. And you know what? As good as this, look at the odds for the Rockets right now. They're 8th in the West.
It's perception.
It's perception.
It's not the reality of them being the 2 seed in the West.
But they're
the hard
2
ass
seed
West.
in the West.
They're
but
2 seed,
honestly,
and they've beaten every team that you're going to bring up.
Are you going to bet on them instead of Denver?
I don't know. I mean, we're giving Denver the benefit of the doubt. Denver just got smoked. They just got beaten double overtime at home by
Then they
the
didn't have
Timberwolves.
Jamal Murray. He didn't play in the
that's
game.
fine. Jamal
Well,
Murray.
he is their starting.
Well, we'll
guard.
see how
Murray
healthy.
is
We'll
awesome.
see how
He's
healthy
an awesome player.
they are.
Yeah.
We'll see how healthy they are.
And it was a great game, and they would have won if Russ didn't do what he did.
Russ
So
wasn't.
It wasn't as if
maniac.
it wasn't as if we didn't see what happened in that game.
Well, Russ still plays for him. In the playoffs, Russ plays.
He will be
And
less
gets
important
minutes.
when Jamal. He will be
When's
less
the last
important.
time a Russell Westbrook team did well in the playoffs?
What team was he on last year? I don't remember what team he was on.
The answer's never.
Well,
the last
it's not
time was
never.
when Kevin Durant was with them.
It's not never. I mean,
It
but
wasn't with the Rockets.
He's
it wasn't with Oklahoma
He's
City.
a big player. He's not going to be depended
It
on
wasn't
for
with
Denver to
Washington.
win.
He doesn't win in the playoffs. He makes losing plays.
He is no longer. I think he was with the Clippers last year, and he nearly got in a fight with Luka. I think. He is no longer depended on to be that guy. He happened to have to play all the minutes like everyone else did because it went double overtime. But if Jamal Murray's out there, Russell Westbrook's probably less important, and that's going to be the case as long as Murray's healthy. If they're going to lose a series because Russell Westbrook, they got bigger problems. That's a Jokic, Murray, Gordon joint. I don't even think Michael Porter played yesterday, so I think they were without 2 starters yesterday.
Lance, you say the Rockets are ascending. I don't see with anyone on the roster. I don't see it with anyone in the roster. None can reach the level of superstardom. I see a consistent 4 through 8 seed team going forward. I would love to see. They're a 2 seed right now. Dream Shake.
That man.
How are they a 4?
I can't take that.
Wait a
seriously.
minute.
I
They're
don't
a
see
2
ascending.
seed right now
Yeah.
in the Western Conference, which is as difficult as it's been in years. And they're a 2
That's
seed
why I can't
now.
take that serious. He's got an agenda. He's got a Kevin.
That's Kevin Durant.
He's
He
got a
loves
Kevin Durant agenda, so we can't. He usually is pretty. He's pretty even keel, but anytime
he
you say,
does have
"I
an-
just can't see them ascending," they're literally doing it.
Yeah. He's got an undying love for Kevin Durant.
Oh,
so
it
there
is a
that.
deep, passionate.
He believes this is an
He is
outlier year.
passionately in love with Kevin Durant.
While he's in love with Kevin Durant, I guess he believes this is an outlier year and don't expect this going forward for whatever reason.
I mean,
Why
you'll have
is this
to.
an outlier when they're just
he's
they're
the one-
just growing? All
Yeah.
these players are growing. And Jalen is better this year. I would disagree with you too. Alperin, I think, is better this year because he's although his numbers aren't as good, he's a leader on a number 2 seed as opposed to a non-playoff team. He's doing what he has to do. Jabari is better this year. Dylan Brooks is better this year. Amen is better this year. Tari is better. Well, Tari wasn't here last year. Tari is better. I mean, they're all getting better.
There's natural.
Everybody is getting better.
Who doesn't get better in their first 4 years?
Yeah.
There's always a growth. To say they're not ascending is ridiculous. I mean, they're clearly ascending. the difference, and there's no different. Once you get in the playoffs, you get in the playoffs. You don't have to be a 2 seed. You want to be in the top 4. The Rockets won a championship from a 5 seed, or was it a 6 seed? So the key is not if you're fighting year after year to be 1 through 4. That's great. That's awesome. You are where you need to be. It's fine tuning that. Taking the next step requires fine tuning, and fine tuning doesn't have to necessarily. Fine tuning can be finding a shooter in free agency. It could be that simple. It doesn't have to be anything big. It may need to be something big, but it doesn't necessarily have to be. It might be that Jalen Green has one more step up his sleeve, where that next step is even more, because he's a better three-point shooter this year. It might be even more consistent three-point shooting, and he becomes a better fourth quarter player. It might be that Amen Thompson becomes a 34% three-point shooter, which would be a major problem for the NBA. It might be that Alperen steps out and shoots better from 3. There's still a lot of different things that I could point to. Like, to think Amen Thompson is who he's going to be right now is ridiculous.
Yeah.
The guy's, 21?
He's going to be.
That's it. That's as good as you can be.
No,
21 is the
22.
cutoff.
He's
Nobody's
older than
ever
that.
gotten better after the age of 21.
He's not 21.
How old is he?
He is 22.
Yeah, well, that's for sure the cutoff. It's like women's tennis.
No, he's getting better and better.
Gymnastics. You can't get older than 20. You can't get better past the age of 22.
We got a break. 713-780-3776.
Sorry.
Hurry up and get in.
You're the 2010s Hawks. He just told you.
Listen, last night in the mail, I got an ad from I got mail from another company that will protest your taxes. And I was like, nah, I got Ownwell. And here's why I got Ownwell. And you're going to get this from other places that do this. Check what percentage of the money that they save you, check how much that they charge you, because Ownwell typically charges less. They charge, and in the industry, Ownwell charges less. So if they save you $1,100 that you don't have to pay in taxes this year, they'll take a percentage. It's a smaller percentage than what most of the companies in this industry take. Ownwell is awesome. Oh, that's why Ownwell has hundreds of thousands of customers. That's why Ownwell is a leader in the industry. Ownwell takes 3 minutes to sign up. You have property taxes that the government is screwing you on. 86% of the time, Ownwell wins and gets your taxes lowered, and they do it at an average rate of $1,100 every time. That's a lot of money over the long haul. If you're looking for a great way to save money on taxes and pay less, Ownwell.com. The deadline to protest is May 15th. Save money on your property taxes with Ownwell. Sign up in less than 3 minutes and start your protest today at Ownwell.com. That's OWNWELL.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. John and Lance, 713-780-3776.
Let's get a call in here.
Yeah, Ben. Let's see. Ben wants to get in on the show, talk about last night's game. What do you say, Ben?
Yeah, I missed some of your show this morning, and but I wasn't sure if you all had referenced what happened at the Atlanta Hawks game last night with the fans and the little layup contest.
Oh my
and,
God!
I saw
blew out his knee.
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. He tore his ACL, and
y'all don't need to say one thing about me.
Well, I was just wondering one thing. If he slipped on water, you know, are the Hawks liable?
Yeah. No, absolutely.
It was in Atlanta, right?
It was in Atlanta. They're doing.
Daspit's got a spot in Georgia.
You do a layup, you do a free throw, you do a 3-point shot, and whoever.
Yeah, Rockets do that.
Right, but there was water or something on the court. Dude just slipped and fell and blew out his knee. And yeah, the first thing I thought, Ben, was, oh, they're going to pay for this. They're paying for this. The Hawks are paying for this.
Yeah, and I was wondering that too. But do you think that the arenas should probably stop doing contests like that? And I'll hang up.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, you see that if you're another NBA governor and you go, we ain't doing that no more. We ain't involving the fans and that kind of stuff. Maybe just free throws, but nothing athletic. Maybe free throws and 3-point shot, but we can't have layups because of something like that. How about that? The guy oh man, he was in some pain laying on the floor too. How about Ja Morant last night shooting? He's got his shotgun out, shooting guys on the bench,
Warriors bench, and Draymond goes, "What the hell?"
Yeah,
he went to the referee. It was while the sides were crossing each other, going to their benches on a timeout, and he did the shotgun. Like, I get it's just a hand gesture, but with his background, the NBA would really rather he not do that with friends who have had scopes on people with the red dot scopes.
Yeah.
And they claim, no, it's just a laser pointer. Okay. Yeah, that's just probably not a great look for him.
Yeah.
I've also heard, so the NFL is using a Hawkeye system. The Hawkeye system, which is what they have, it's a tracking device that they have in stadiums, and the Hawkeye device is going to be used to measure first downs. Now, it's not used to spot the football. So wherever the officials spot the football, they spot it. But the Hawkeye system is going to create what should be infallible. I mean, the chain gangs do a pretty good job too. The only time the chain gang should get it right too, provided that they're lined up at the right spot.
They blew it in the AFC Championship game. So that's kind of a big deal.
Remind me what happened again?
The quarterback sneak by Josh Allen.
That wasn't the chain gang. That was the
chain
refs.
gang. That's the spot.
Oh yeah, the spot.
Yeah,
right.
I just said,
which is the most important thing, and they have not fixed that.
The chain gang, it just makes it quicker.
Yeah,
you don't have to bring a chain gang out. It's got the automatic 10 yards direct from spot of the ball, direct to 10 yards beyond. So the chains don't even have to. Chains are just a backup measure.
But there are going to be multiple views on the Hawkeye.
Yeah,
are going to help the spot.
Fast, but they'll be able to do it fast.
Yeah,
it'll be a little bit faster.
Yes.
But Hawkeye does not spot the ball, so that's still referee error.
Yes, but Hawkeye will help them. Just read a story on it.
Well, Hawkeye gives you a lot of different angles, but I guess, is it different than having the angles on TV where you have the angles?
It will help in the replay of it.
Okay,
it will help in the replay of it.
So that's one thing that they're doing. So they're getting rid of the slime move too. And it's funny to watch people. Some people know better and are trying to gaslight other people into thinking that they don't know what it actually means. because Ryan Fitzpatrick asked. So slime is a move that Deshaun Watson kind of one of the guys who popularized it, who's from Atlanta. The finger under the nose, and then he pointed to the first down, right? So it goes back to YSL, Young Thug, who's from Atlanta as well. I had somebody put me onto this a while back, that it's gang related, typically blood related, and that, Deshaun, he said, grew up in a neighborhood. Everything's red with him. You'll notice that. And there's a lot of guys who weren't gangbangers, but they were affiliated. You're in the neighborhood. The way it was explained to me is you don't have to bang. You're just there. Like the gang will take care of you. You don't really have a choice, but you don't have to gang bang. But you're just affiliated. You're known that you live in that neighborhood, and there's a neighborhood pride. And it's not as serious as a lot of people would take it to mean. However, and that's a lot of players who play in the NFL and in a variety of sports, you'll see the slime. Now, Troy Vincent knows, and he even mentioned this was gang related. You have a lot of people acting like, no, that's not what it is. Well, it's when you're with a girl. No. It means cocaine. No. And then people who do bring up what it is, because you'll see not just the slime move, but you'll see thumbs down, which is right afterwards. You're basically saying no to the slime. Thumbs down to slime. It's like Xing out graffiti or whatever from a rival. The NFL knows what it is. They're not stupid. Troy Vincent knows, and they know that they got to eliminate that. It's not something that has started a fight but it's funny to watch people who know act like they don't know, or tell people who bring it up that they don't know what they're talking about online, when I feel like they're trying to gaslight a little bit. The NFL knows, and they want to get it out. Paul Pierce was doing gang-related stuff, and the NBA was quick to get that out of the league whenever they found out. The guys who work behind the scenes aren't as corny as you think. They're guys who are from neighborhoods that have, gang affiliations that are in all levels of baseball, basketball, football, whatever sport. And they're not as stupid as you think. They all have security task force as well, that they pay a ton of money, that give them intel and information as well. So that was one that I thought was interesting, because I was interested to see whether or not they would outlaw it. For a lot of you just think it's a nose finger gesture, and that's all it is. Like, why are you outlawing it? The NFL outlawed it for a reason. And Troy Vincent came out yesterday and told you can Google it to find out what it means. And we're not going to have that in the league. I think that's a really interesting one, where the league is stepping out and trying to cut something off before it's already kind of mainstream, and it's huge in college football. You see it everywhere. But that was an interesting one, that they basically went something that is a cultural thing, and they went after it because they know that behind the scenes, maybe not for everybody. There's some guys who probably don't know who do it, but they did go after something, and they shut it down because they know that there is some cultural meaning behind it that they wanted to eliminate.
More evidence that it's the no fun league.
Yeah.
No fun league. That's what I saw a lot of. Oh, just ruining something that's fun.
Yeah. Why can't we
just
let us give gang signs to each other?
Yeah, college football is trying to outlaw the mock brandishing of a weapon. What's going on in the sport I love?
You mean when you lift up the shirt to show your weapon?
So you have it on you?
School shootings every week?
Well,
yeah, it's not great.
There's a lot of things that college sports should stay out of, and gun celebrations is one they should stay out of. Let the guys be guys out there on the field, right?
Oh, you mean colleges should stay out of telling players that they
young
can't
men
do gun
out there
celebrations?
that they can't fake brandish weapons on the field. What are we doing?
What about when the guy pulled out his fake gun and shot the quarterback in the face 6 times?
Oh, Dylan Stewart.
Was that too much?
I can't wait, because
Did you remember that one, John?
You know what?
Where the guy literally pulled a
player.
shotgun out and shot him in the face.
Was it Jackson Dart?
In the face about 10 times with a shotgun? That was a little much. By the way, it's a really good player.
Yeah, you're going to have to write him up in a couple
Carolina.
years.
Oh, he's a freshman last year. He's going to be like maybe first pick of the draft type guy.
Mm-hmm. Will that be on the B-roll?
Stop shooting people in the face with a fake shot.
Will that be on the B-roll when he gets drafted?
I think that's fun, though.
I don't think that's going to be in the B-roll.
Oh.
Why can't we just shoot people in the face if we want to?
Not in the face. He let him off in Jackson Dart everywhere. He got it in the face, the sternum. Jackson Dart was not recovering.
Yeah.
It was no country for old men.
He put him down.
Okay, I don't know why are we making this not fun anymore.
Probably school shootings.
We
kids,
can't even. Yeah,
maybe kids dying with weapons.
That's probably what it is.
That's probably a big part of. Oh, look at all these kids dying.
But
maybe we should stop
wait a minute,
shotgunning
but
people
don't we
in
go
the
to
face.
sports? Yeah, we go to sports to get away from that sort of stuff some of the time. An escape from reality, and then Dylan Stewart's murdering Jackson Dart on the field.
Did you see the video? Google the video. It's aggressive. I've never seen a celebration like that. It was like he was having. It was like kickback from the gun is flinging him across the field. It was a violent shotgun celebration.
But he can rush the passer though, so it's all good.
That's all fine. Okay, you think he's got a chance to be number 1 overall pick?
Dude, I don't know. He's a 5-star who looks like Jadeveon looked like.
Oh yeah.
Out. Yeah. So yeah, I think he's got a chance. He was just a freshman though last year, right?
Yeah, and he'll grow out of that whole shotgun thing.
Weaknesses: brandishing weapons on the field. Will you have to write that in his weaknesses category?
We just say immaturity.
Yeah,
that's a catch-all now.
Yeah.
If I want to like if I say why Walter Nolan's going to fall out of the first round, immaturity. He's immature. Or James Pierce, maturity issues. Who else is mature? Those are the two primary ones that are going to fall out that should be like top 10 picks. And like, hey, why aren't they in the top 10? It's maturity issues. Josh Simmons, maturity.
Yeah, Josh Simmons had real problem, real maturity issues.
Well, his is just like
no.
stuff.
Who was the?
You're thinking of Jeffrey Simmons.
Yeah, no, but I'm thinking of the other guy, the tackle that Tennessee drafted.
Oh, Isaiah Wilson.
Oh my God!
Good Lord!
He was supposed to be at practice, and he's smoking weed.
Oh, that was when he was at. Look how many shotgun blasts he gets off in Jackson Dart's face. Boom, 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 boom.
If he had more time, he'd have reloaded.
Oh yeah, he would have 100% reloaded.
His teammates
now
wouldn't let him.
The flag came immediately.
Yeah, the teammates wouldn't let him. They grabbed him.
Hey, dude, what are you doing?
Dude,
we're down 21, bro.
We're
what are you
playing a top
doing?
25 team. Everyone can see you.
And when he came off the field, it wasn't.
Keep going. I want to see the replay of it.
There you go. So he gets him down. He sacks him. There's the sack, and then shot. Boom, 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 boom.
Good
boom,
on
boom,
him.
boom.
Why can't we have fun anymore?
You know why, John. You know you can't have that type of fun anymore.
Gosh, that's so much fun to be shooting people in the face after you sack them. Okay.
Total animal move.
Yeah. Oh, no. That's what we would do. There's no question. All right. News of the Weird coming your way next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Glad you could join us this morning. We are going to finish up strong. Don't go anywhere. Coastal Carolina will offer free food to fans at all home football games. Do you guys want to go to a Coastal Carolina game now?
Say it again.
Coastal Carolina offering free food to fans at all home football games.
Is there a catch?
How about that? No, they just want kids to go to the game so they can eat. But,
so it's just the kids?
Well, no, everybody. Free food to fans.
There's a catch.
No. They're just trying to get
chips?
People in the building. I guess.
Bag of chips?
No,
they're not feeding you.
They're feeding
Read
you.
The article. They giving hamburger. Is it the $1 dollar dogs?
I can't read the article because it's this thing. No. There's a Google error on it. It's just terrible. It is just terrible.
Yeah. Like somebody
when did the story come out?
The closest I come is Dollar Dog Night.
Go look. Did you see it?
When did that story come out? What date?
2 days ago.
Oh, I was wondering if you got April fooled.
No.
Oh.
No, 2 days ago.
You're gonna have to really be on guard today.
For yesterday. Did you see? Apparently, Dana Brown on his 790 show yesterday, he said they're going to bat Jake Myers second in the lineup, right in front of Jordan, so that they get some speed in front of Jordan in the lineup.
That would have got me.
No,
I would have.
Well, it got some people on Twitter who were like, "Oh, they're gonna bat Jake Myers second."
That's such a good one.
That is a good one.
He's currently the Astros' second best hitter.
You're the butt of an April Fool's joke.
He's the Astros' second best hitter.
Well, yeah, you're the butt of lots of jokes if you're Jake Myers. Oh, you're just getting made fun of?
Oh my God, that ain't nice. That's not nice.
What's not nice is he actually should be second. Look at the rest of the lineup.
Right, by their averages.
I prefer that we can make Jake Myers make fun of him because everyone's much better than him, as opposed to, oh look, Jake Myers, it's not great, but he's better than everyone not named Altuve.
That is sad. That's the sad state of Astros baseball right now. Jake Myers is your second best hitter. That tells you where this offense is. Right in the toilet.
And they
need Billy Brown.
Get the Brown down, or what is it? What do you
get
say?
The Brown down.
Oh, okay. And Chaz, who doesn't play, has two hits out of 4 at bats, but they don't want to play him. So
500.
But they don't want to play him.
They don't want to play him. No, you sit over here, fatso.
Right by me.
Hey,
he's not fat anymore. Is he the Cam Whitmore of the Houston Astros?
I guess. I mean, he's taking all the blame for everything last year.
He had Cam Whitmore face when they announced Cam Smith making the roster.
Yeah, he did. He was sitting there. He went like, that was his applause for Cam making the roster. Oh, great. I never get to play now. Apparently, the world's most common pain relief may induce risky behavior. Apparently, acetaminophen, which is in Tylenol and Panadol, may also increase risk-taking, according to a study. Do you feel like you should take some Tylenol and then maybe then look at your stocks and start making some trades?
No.
What? It's risky behavior.
Unless you're shorting the market, there's nothing to be done on the market.
All
you're going to do is lose
now's
money.
The time to buy. Now is the time to buy.
Not yet.
Buy.
Let's let this recession kick in.
Buy.
I already made that mistake. I bought when it dropped down, when my stock dropped 18%. I didn't know I had a lot more to go.
No, I'm telling you,
it's not.
I talked to a guy yesterday in the market. He said, "Now buy."
Which guy did you talk to?
Key indicators are recession is potentially looming. Okay. Do not buy.
New study
Wait
out.
a little longer.
Which states are the best to survive an alien attack? Which states?
Survive it?
Yep.
New York?
New York is not one of the top 10. Virginia is number 1.
How? Because you figure they got it's close to DC and they got some weapons pointed in.
Yeah, they've got 29 caves. 50.53% of the state is covered by forest. 0.08 covered by water. Military force, they're 17th, which is really, really good. 17. Law enforcement, 2nd. Scientists, 4. Engineering, they just got the stuff. 2nd, Alabama. I don't know why. I'm sure they don't have many scientists there. I'm not sure about that.
Not
but they have a
caves.
lot of forest, I think, and a lot of water, right? Massachusetts,
guess.
New York, Minnesota, Florida. Texas is not a great place. Texas, not a great place if we get attacked by aliens, just so y'all know.
I already knew that.
Move. Move to Virginia, everybody. Just
What if
in
they
case.
go to Austin and then they burn to death the aliens because it's so
What's 'cause of-
freaking hot and it never rains in that desert?
Or what if we get them all high?
What if they get on the roadways and they can't move because the traffic's so congested?
Because
everyone from California has moved there.
Why would the extraterrestrials be on the road?
Well, what if something goes wrong with one of their little engines and they're like, well, I guess we just have to roll here on this freeway?
Or let's get them all high, and then they won't want to hurt us.
What's more likely, the Rockets using that Suns pick to draft Cooper Flag, or the aliens come down and they have car trouble? So now they're on the roads in Austin.
Same percentages. Probably Cooper Flag is a better shot, honestly.
I don't know. I don't think the Rockets have. Okay, Rockets getting Cooper Flag. I'm going to go with aliens having car trouble.
Okay, with car trouble in Austin? Okay.
Car trouble is more likely.
Ship trouble.
It's more likely. We're done. Mopey and Mapes next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Have a great day, everybody. We'll talk to you again tomorrow.
Welcome to the show. We got a text in our producers group chat last night from Joe telling us that there could be a problem today because even when the mics are down, people could hear on the stream and on air. And it happened, at least the problem was noticed during the Glenn Davis show. It's for the people who like to hear bleep talk and possibly want something behind the scenes that they could use later. He's the worst guy to have on the air because Glenn Davis, Glenn Davis is not going to say anything. He's not the morning show. He's not this show. He's none of us. He's a perfect guy for that problem to happen. Like it was BMAC and Glenn Davis. BMAC was producing. That's the perfect, at least on the Glenn Davis side, the perfect guy because for this station at least, because Glenn's just gonna be pretty nice. I'm sure he's upset about Nations League and all that stuff, but maybe he's over that by now. If you guys were listening last night and you were hoping for something, it's the wrong guy. That problem should have occurred this morning, and then we would have had a much different problem. How come I can't hear you?
I was talking without my mic being on because that was just for the listener.
Okay.
No, I was saying, yeah. This show, morning show, this show, Paul, that's where it get juicy.
Yeah. Thankfully, that's been fixed because there was a time where
I was going to have fun just talking, turning my mic.
Yeah.
Just talking to the audience.
Yeah. You can do
They'll
that.
They'll never know what I just said.
Yeah. That would have been great for the morning show because I don't know what they get into. Mostly
It actually would probably be bad.
Well, for them, but for the audience, it'd be great.
It'd be taken out of the Texas Radio Hall of Fame.
Yeah, God forbid. So that was a potential danger. There's a chance where those guys could not say a word during a break because they would have the fear that something they said that they didn't want heard would be out on the air.
Against them.
Yes. Yeah. So thankfully we got that problem fixed, but that was a perfect time for that to be an issue because Glenn Davis ain't going to give you guys anything unless you want really hard opinions about the Dynamo, even during the breaks, even stronger ones than he has on air.
Yeah.
Other than that, you're not going to get what you want out of Glenn Davis. Just listen to him on Soccer Matters when you want to hear the best in soccer talk. Soccer Matters. What is it? 7 to 8, 6 to 8, 6 to 8.
Yeah. Or I think, yeah, whatever. It always changes.
It starts at 6.
Currently, it's always 2 hours a week. Sometimes it's 2 1-hour shows, but sometimes it's 1 2-hour show.
Okay, but Glenn Davis was on last night. Listen to Soccer Matters.
So is this something that could just happen again?
I guess. I hope it's been fixed permanently.
It seemed like it was something that just happened where they just like noticed in one or somewhat, a listener noticed in a break. That it just happened. So theoretically, this could just happen at any time during today's show.
I don't know if they've troubleshot what the issue was and they know what it is, so it can no longer be a problem.
Okay.
But the text messages suggested that they weren't really sure and just be aware. So I would just listen to the stream during a break and see if I could hear anything, and I did not hear anything. But to your point, yes. And the rule is always when I was in school, always act like the mic is on. I do not follow that rule. I have not followed that rule for years.
There's no one here that
no one follows that rule. It is on usually the producers to make sure that the mic isn't on and protect the host.
Sometimes when it gets really spicy, I like double check. I hit off again
just to make sure. Maybe that'll be what we do going forward, just in case. But so if you're hoping to hear something you shouldn't hear, or at least something we don't want you to hear, listen during the breaks. It's possible. Really, that's me just doing Todd a favor. Listen to the commercials, and hopefully you hear something from us. Don't go anywhere because you never know.
You might hear something salacious while an Allstate Windows and Siding commercial plays.
While I'm talking about the greatness that is Monument Chevrolet, maybe I will also be talking about something I should not be talking about, and you might be able to hear that. So we will see how it goes. So far, so good, at least for us, from 7 to 10. We'll see how the rest of the day goes. Okay. While Glenn Davis was doing his show, there was a nightmare, or at least a boring movie going on out at Dyken Park. The Astros still can't hit the baseball. I imagine if you're watching this team, you've watched all 5 games, at this point, 45 innings, you've had a relatively miserable experience watching the bats, where Jake Myers, for guys who are getting extended time, because Chaz is hitting 500, but that's on 4 at bats.
Jake Myers is your second best hitter, and he's not good right now. He's not good really ever, but he's not good either at this point. So it's not like Jake Myers is exceeding expectations. The rest of the guys are fine. They're all bad. All I can say is at least we're not the Braves. That's my one positive note about the Astros bats right now. At least we're not the Braves. Hayden Wesneski pitched yesterday, so that means we can do our Tucker tracker. Do we want to call it Triple T, Tucker trade tracker, or just call it the Tucker tracker? Because I said it offhand that we would keep track of Kyle Tucker versus the guys who are playing. It just so happens that all three played last night. And the fact that all three on the major league roster is a bit of an upset considering what we thought of Cam Smith going into spring training. But we have the numbers. I've calculated. When I calculated, I just looked at their stats and typed them on the doc. That's my calculations. So I can tell you how Kyle Tucker's doing. I'm going to give you a hint. He's doing pretty well. Pretty good, excuse me. He's doing pretty good. And in comparison to the guys who were acquired in that trade. So we'll get to that when we come back. Or I'm trying to stay on time. The show always starts 5 minutes later than it should, which just screws up the rest of the hour. I'm trying to fix that at least today. So we'll get to that when we come back. If you want to get in on the show, you can. 713-780-3776. It was a big night in the NBA. There's some good basketball, and then there was some ridiculousness from Russell Westbrook to John Morant. A lot went on, and then we had a Hawks fan tear his ACL, apparently, because you should not leave a wet spot on the floor. You know, when the players are really being demonstrative about get that wet spot, I'm like, all right, relax, guys. The people wiping the floor, doing their best. They'll get to it. But what happened last night is one of the reasons they want to make sure there are no wet spots. It happened during a in timeout. I don't know what you want to call it.
Like
in timeout entertainment.
Yeah.
It's the same things you would see at a Rockets game if you go.
It was like the do a layup, now a free throw, now three-pointer.
The things that Clutch has a Rocket fan do, that was being done at the Hawks game. I see this all the time because for whatever reason, when you watch the games the way I watch them, they don't go to commercial. They just stay with the arena feed, and you see all these things go down. And, of course, it's filled with a lot of guys or women not making shots. I have not seen anyone have a catastrophic injury while missing a layup for the Rockets. That happened last night in Atlanta. So we'll get to that. Big night in the NBA. So a lot to get to as we're just getting started here. And we'll have that Tucker trade tracker when we come back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
So the Astros lose. They're now 2-3. They dropped the first two games to the Giants, and Wisniewski was out there, and he's part of our Tucker trade tracker. I mean, he wasn't terrible, but you almost have to be great to win a game now if you're pitching for the Astros. And the starting pitching has been fine, better than fine. We talked about it yesterday. They've been pitched well enough to be 3-1 going into the game last night. You could say again, if you got anything from your offense, you could be a 4-1 baseball team right now, but you're not getting anything, and now you're 2-3. 3-1 was the final. Wisniewski goes 5 innings, just 3 earned runs in that 5. So as a fifth starter, if that's what you're getting from him, you'll take it. But not enough last night. They did get 7 hits, which is not the norm for them right now. Not since I think maybe the first game in the Mets series. But the Giants only get 4, but they push across 3 and they win this one. Altuve with the homer for the Astros, only run of the night. And I saw Caratini out there. I was like, oh look, Caratini steps up and gets a hit. Didn't lead to anything because the Astros have not been able to put innings together. It's ugly, but we know it's early. We won't overreact, but we'd like the guys at some point to get it together. Paredes had a hit. Walker had a hit. Cam Smith got another one, and that leads us to our Tucker trade tracker. So Cam Smith with a hit last night. He's now batting 182. 2 for 11, 4 Ks, 2 walks. Paredes, while he's playing a good defensive third base, he's got 3 hits in 16 at bats, 4 Ks, and an average of 188. Wisniewski, only 1 outing, ERA at 5.4, 3 earned runs. I'll take that to start from a fifth starter who likely wouldn't be a fifth starter if they were healthier with their rotation. And with McCullers apparently right around the corner, he's got another start coming up here, I believe, on Saturday. And then I can't predict. I won't predict what's next because let's get through that second start. Kyle Tucker, 4 home runs in his last 4 games. He's hit a home run in 4 straight games. He is playing in a non-major league ballpark right now, so maybe we take a little bit away from him.
Yeah,
he's hitting home runs in Sacramento.
Yeah.
But the average is at 353. He got off to a bad start in Japan, but he has turned it around. Like I said yesterday, man needs to hit in the States. Bring him to America, and Kyle Tucker starts raking. He's got 11 RBIs, 12 hits, OPS of over 1,300. So currently, after Sean Mapes stepped out and said Dana Brown fleeced the Cubs, where is your current view on this trade?
Jed Hoyer fleeced the Astros.
Okay. All right. A week into the year, it's flipped.
Yes. Asterisks, as long as Kyle Tucker gets to play in a Little League park.
Yeah, we'll see when he's back in a real ballpark how he hits.
Or when the Astros go to Oakland or Sacramento.
Careful, Sacramento.
When they go to the A's, we'll see the ball flying out the yard. All these guys that are currently hitting 100 will you can't stop them from scoring.
Let's see when they make their trip to Sacramento. Since we are trying to find a spot where they'll actually be able to hit a baseball.
They'll play a lot.
Yeah, it is their division rival. The first time they see anyone in their division is the Mariners, and then they play the Angels. They don't see the A's until still going. They don't see the A's until May 27th. That's a home game. May 27th. On the road in Sacramento, June 16th. We can't wait that long for the bats to get going.
We'll see.
No, I'm going to tell you now.
These records will be tainted.
Okay, until they get their opportunity.
Until they get their 3 games.
Well, hold on. That doesn't help Wisniewski if he's pitching there because it's a Little League ballpark. That's not going to help his numbers.
No, it doesn't. But I mean, by then he won't be in the starting.
That's very likely. Well, I mean, we're 1 injury away.
I guess.
Let's be clear. But yes, if everything goes right, he won't be in the rotation anymore. That spot will likely belong to Lance McCullers. But for Paredes and Cam, they got a long wait, man. They're gonna have to get it going before June 16th.
Do they play in another minor league ballpark until then?
Did they go to Tampa? May 19th.
Okay.
They go to Tampa May 19th.
Oh, and they played the White Sox May 2nd. That's not a Little League ballpark.
That's just a Little League team.
Yeah.
Yes. But they're not as bad somehow as the Braves.
Yeah.
The Braves are 0-6, and the numbers are even uglier. Like I said in the first segment, at least we're not the Braves. But the Braves lost last night to the Dodgers 3-1. They're the only winless team in Major League Baseball. They took the lead on an error last night. They had not led since opening day. And they're 1 for 34 with runners in scoring position. That's a rough start. At least the Astros have found a way to win a couple games. Score 3 runs here. Get to the Mets a little bit. And
don't give up any or give up one run.
To win your games. Yes, give up 1 run. They found a way. They have found a formula. Give up 1 run and score 3 or 2, depending on the night. Shout out to Eric Eddy and Fromber for being great. And Fromber will go tonight as today. So it's a day game for the Astros. 3:10 to start. So hopefully Fromber is a stopper for the Astros today to stop this 2-game losing streak so they don't get swept by the Giants. And they will see Carlos Correa, who is struggling as well. He caught a little bit from a fan because, at least a fan on Twitter, because the Twins are struggling and he didn't completely run out a ground ball that looked obvious like he was going to get thrown out. He hustled for about 3/4 of the way, didn't run through the bag, and some fan railed on him on Twitter. Carlos was like, I'm out. I'm not beating this out. It was not a great throw. The first baseman had to scoop it out of the dirt, but Carlos was clearly going to be out. He put in the requisite effort. I don't see why the overaction needed to happen other than our team sucks. So let's yell about something. And we'll see that, man, starting tomorrow in a day game in Minnesota where Hunter Brown will go. Does Fromber have to be great again? Probably.
Yes.
Probably. Let's understand until this flips. If the Astros pitchers, the starting pitching, which has been great, isn't great on the day, just expect an L. Expect an L until otherwise.
Yeah,
this has been really boring and really bad.
If the Astros are down 3
at any point,
like
game's
they were
over.
last night,
game's over. Just pack it up. Go do something else. I mean, you want to watch your team for all 9. I respect it, but if they give up a crooked number in an inning, you might as well pack it up, man. Pack it up, man. Particularly early.
Yeah. I mean, early, like you at least theoretically, it's like, well, they could just score 1 run in 3 innings and tie this.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, no, I mean, there's just a certain, I don't know. Maybe it's a self-fulfilling prophecy where it's just like it just feels like they're constantly going to get out because they are constantly. But like I don't even feel like this team's close to scoring runs. This isn't like last year or the year before where they're leaving men on base or stranding runners in scoring position. This is just like last night. What was it? 7 hits.
Yeah.
6 were singles. 1 was a home run. So just 7 singles spread out throughout the night. Like this is just
to your point. Their teams and their at bats with runners in scoring position 0 for 2.
Yeah,
guys aren't even in a position.
Close.
They're not even in a position to score. It was Altuve and Diaz both had an opportunity to drive.
Of course, it was Altuve. He's the only guy who can hit on this team,
and he had an opportunity. He did get. I can't get after him. He did hit his home run, but he did have a chance to drive in a run. Didn't happen. But why would he be any different than anyone else right now?
Yeah,
they're just. It's just.
We're getting carried by our left fielder, Jose Altuve.
Our power hitting left fielder.
Yeah.
Who surprisingly, as the greatest Astro ever, is continuing to prove that point day after day, game after game, no matter where you put him.
No, try him in center field.
But oh man, okay, maybe
at the plate.
Oh yeah, okay, sure.
At the plate, he'll be just as good at the plate.
That's true. Now this is a getaway day, so are we getting a worse lineup than normal? I don't know how that's possible considering how they're hitting. But as far as the names in the lineup, are we going to get a worse lineup today because they got to travel immediately after to get to Minnesota?
Honestly, please give me Chas McCormick.
Yeah, Chaz got hit last night.
He's hitting 500 this season, chasing down Ted Williams, and
he's not going to qualify with the bats if this doesn't pick up.
What'd you say? He's 2 for 4?
2 for 4, yeah.
Yeah, so he's chasing down Ted Williams.
Sure.
And I don't have any right now. The standard starters, the guys who have played the most, guys who are closing in at about 20 at bats this year, I don't care. These guys aren't good, or they're not playing well. So there's not that big of a difference to me between having, I don't know, like Christian Walker versus, have you seen Zach DeZenzo yet? Like, give Zach DeZenzo a day at first. Like,
it might be the day.
There's no difference in their production.
He might luck into one. DeCenzo might luck into one. Christian Walker had all the bad luck early.
Yeah.
So maybe that'll flip. DeCenzo's had 3 at bats, I believe. He hasn't got hit yet.
I think he played.
He played against the Mets on Saturday.
Okay, yeah, I was gonna say.
But he oddly enough, like a lot of Astros,
didn't
hit in that game. No, yeah. He didn't hit in that game.
Yeah.
He's just like everyone else. He has he's hitless. He's played in one game, didn't get any hits, and maybe he gets a chance on the getaway day before they head to Minnesota. But no matter what, I am not someone who thinks this is going to last. But while it's going on, I just hope it turns around really quickly.
What I said yesterday, and it, just one more game of it. It's not any more or less true. It's just true the same amount. Is that, like, I'm not worried about this the offense, but I'm frustrated.
That's a good emotion.
Give me my damn runs. All right.
I'm sitting here. It's a new season.
Yeah.
What are we doing?
Got MLB.TV, got a VPN. Let's roll.
Let's go.
And no, I'm just watching.
You're like,
watching guys ground out.
I put in some effort to watch this team. I got to put in effort.
I have to say that I'm living in Atlanta right now to watch this game.
I got to lie. I have
to lie to Rob Manfred
to watch my team
because he gave me MLB TV for free because I have T-Mobile.
Mm-hmm. I used to have T-Mobile. I don't have it anymore. And the one thing you do miss out on are T-Mobile Tuesdays.
Yeah.
And of course, they do give out MLB TV for free. Of course, they give it out to you and then force you to lie about where you live so you can actually watch your home team. It's a lot. That's a little weird. Like, if you're going to give it to me, can I just watch my team? No, I need you on Space City Home Network.
That's the thing with all of these. Like,
everything's that way.
As like the or whatever local networks are just going bankrupt left and right. It's like, well, but you still got to sign up for Fubo to be able to watch us. Like, maybe this is why it's going bankrupt, is because you have to sign up for one specific thing. You can't just like, can I just pay Todd Callis directly so I can just watch it on YouTube TV?
Whoever needs to get this,
like Jeff Blum, here's a 20. Can I watch this game?
I need the hookup, Jeff. I don't know. Come out to my house, give me that illegal box, and let me watch the Astros, please. I want you personally to deliver that box. Well, if you're not watching the Astros because you don't have Fubo
or T-Mobile,
you're not missing.
That, man, tough life to live.
You're not missing much. Just wait for the next Apple TV broadcast or something. Did they win that night? That was a Friday night, and they lost.
They lost.
Okay.
They won on Fox, and they won opening day.
Hopefully, the Astros play a lot more games on Fox over the weekend.
Yeah.
So you get to watch your team if you can't right now. Maybe that's the only time they win games. Even then, they don't hit, but they at least won.
It doesn't look like they have one on the books for a while.
Well, they
have an FS1 on Saturday against the 6-0 San Diego Padres.
Cool. So, Southern California baseball, pretty good. Unless you're the Angels.
And then Sunday night baseball the next night on the 20th on ESPN.
Oh, okay. So, if things haven't turned around, it'll be 2 days worth of the national types talking about how bad the hitting is.
No, it'll get better. They have an Angel series.
There it is.
They have a Cardinal series. The Cardinals aren't that good.
So we got some things coming up that might flip this thing. Hopefully it starts today. Shout out to Fromber. Go pitch 7 scoreless.
And maybe
you'll leave with the win.
Maybe if Brian Abreu and Josh Hader don't.
Yeah.
Oh my
don't
God.
Give it away.
It's so funny that this team, the first 5 games, it's like directly flipped about what we were worried about and what's been bad.
Very true.
It's like the rotation, even like the depth of the rotation has been good.
Mm-hmm.
But the offense, the like thing we didn't even talk about because we knew like, hey, 1 through 5, like that's a good lineup. That's a really good lineup. And then once they started adding infielders as outfielders, oh, you can build a pretty long lineup here. Like every lineup's going to have a couple, Jake Myers in it.
Of
but
course.
you like, and then they just can't score. And the outfield defense, like, I don't know, other than a couple plays here or there where it's like that would have been like the double to one by Juan Soto to left. It's like that would have been a tough play. Like that's not exactly what we need.
Yeah, and the Cam Smith one. Okay,
Yeah.
maybe you keep it in front of you. Don't try
Exactly.
to, you don't leave
It's
your
more
feet.
like
Maybe
they're just too aggressive out there.
Yeah.
And Altuve had one last night on the run scoring double where the ball like it gets past him, but it goes like 2 feet to the wall. And it's like I don't know if that would have like changed anything, him fielding that cleanly. So you can't really be too mad at the fielding. It's just what this team is supposed to be good at. It's the last 2 guys in the bullpen and the hitting, and that's the part that's been like,
yeah, hitting worse than the bullpen, but the bullpen is more stressful than anything else.
Yeah,
they haven't actually cost you.
Yeah,
a win.
well, it's also because we've only seen them twice in games where they need to close it out, and because of the offense, there's not exactly a lot of wiggle room, a lot of cushion here for you to trick off on.
That's true. Hopefully it all starts this afternoon. Day game.
Yes.
Giants, Astros.
Let's score
5. Do you think we get to 5?
Oh, I was going to say 16.
16. Well, 16.
Let's just have an avalanche.
Do you want more runs than they've scored all season long?
Yes,
looking for?
I would love that.
Okay.
If every game they just scored more runs than they've scored all season, they're going to be winning like 200,000 to 2 by the end of the season.
I'm going to imagine none of that's going to happen. I'm going to just start with, let's have a crooked inning. Can we score them?
Just a big inning?
Score more than 1 run in an inning. I'm not even looking for a big inning.
You're looking for get a walk and have Jose Altuve hit a home run.
That's the scenario that's most likely.
Okay.
Yes. Yes. Jake Myers, walk. Jose Altuve hit a home run.
Error.
Yes.
Yeah.
So we're talking about the 4th inning. This might happen. But either way, find a way. Find a way, guys. Let's put some runs across, help Fromber out so you can get back to 500. When we come back, now that we're done talking in a somewhat serious fashion about the Astros and joking to stop from laughing.
As serious as they deserve.
Exactly. They should be catching all these jokes, to be honest with you, and more. We'll get into what was a pretty fun night in the NBA. You had a 50-point score, you had a 60-point score, and those weren't even the best parts of the night, at least in my eyes. We will get to it, but Anthony Edwards really should be thanking Russell Westbrook. Everyone's talking about what happened because of what Russell Westbrook did. Everyone forgets how he got an opportunity to blow a layup. We'll get into that, and also we'll get into Ja Morant. I mean, some guys lean into who they are, and Ja did last night. We'll talk about that when we come back. But first, Sean's going to tell you about Prize Picks.
Yes, Prize Picks, America's #1 daily fantasy sports app. And again, with the Astros, you can decide, do you think this is the night that there will be a big inning? Maybe there'll be several big innings. Maybe you think that today's the day that Yordan Alvarez snaps out of it. You can depend on Framber Valdez to go long. And so you can either take his pitching score, his pitching fantasy score, or his strikeouts or his pitching outs. So if you think that he's going to go 6 innings, you can choose more on 17.5 pitching outs from Framber Valdez this afternoon against the Giants. And then because it's Prize Picks, because they have every sport, they let you mix and match. You can also throw in Tari Eason and the Houston Rockets against the Utah Jazz. If you think Tari Eason's going to score more than 11.5 points against a sorry-ass tanking Utah Jazz team, you can do that on Prize Picks and make some money. All you got to do is download the Prize Picks app today. Use promo code MAPES when you sign up to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. That's $50 when you play your first $5 lineup when you use promo code MAPES on Prize Picks. You don't even have to win to get that money. It's guaranteed. Prize Picks, run your game.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
Conley to Anthony Edwards. Gordon is there, and he threw it away. It's a turnover. 2-on-1. Brown, Westbrook. No. Rebound Alexander Walker. Final seconds. Here we go. Conley the other way. Edwards looks at the clock. Drives. Feeds. Forwards.
They got a foul.
They got a foul
on the three-point shot.
It's a foul on the three-point shot. Wow.
That foul was committed by Russell Westbrook. He's also the one that missed the layup that led to the opportunity for the Wolves to get fouled. The Wolves win that one 140-139 as the scenario started with an inbounds in the front court for the Wolves, down by 1. Anthony Edwards gets the ball, and Anthony Edwards should be thanking Russell Westbrook because he gets pseudo trapped and throws the ball away. And then the scenario happened that we just played. So it was a game where 4 guys played 50 minutes or more. Jokic played 53 minutes, scored 61 points, 61-point triple-double. The other guy for the Nuggets of all people who played 53 minutes was Christian Brown. And then Randall and Anthony Edwards both played 50 for the Wolves in that double overtime game. Anthony Edwards with 34. It was a great game. And it had Russell Westbrook being probably, what's the word? As he's walking off the court, would I say accosted or at least yelled at by a Denver Nugget fan or someone who just was disgusted by what happened late, had some words for him. We know the Russell Westbrook scenario. He's walking, about to walk off the court, not shaking hands. You imagine. You get it. If it sucks for that to play out. You want to get off the court, get out of the way, and someone said something to him he wasn't going to let slide. So he's purposely walking off the court, and then what you say? He comes back and he has to be pulled aside by some Nugget personnel to stop something from going off. Just look at the man. You got to stand out there, wait for the review to happen, hoping and praying that the foul occurred after
the buzzer,
and you know it didn't.
Yeah,
but you're hoping.
You also know it's 100% a foul.
Yes. Now the pushback would be that ball was long gone. What was it out of Nickeil Alexander-Walker's hands?
I think
it was long gone out of his hands. That foul didn't affect the shot, but it was a foul. By the letter of the law, it's a foul. But that shot was way off.
Yes.
He was never making the shot. It just so happened after he had finished with his follow-through and the ball was like a quarter of the way towards the rim, Russell Westbrook fouled him. Call the foul. Got to call the foul.
Mm-hmm.
Protect the shooter, even if he's a bad one, at least on that attempt. So he made the first 2, missed the second one, the third one on purpose, so the Nuggets couldn't inbound. It was only a 10th of a second to go, but they just didn't want the opportunity for throw the ball above the rim, tap it in.
Jokic tips it.
Yeah, something like that. So he missed it on purpose. Nuggets lose, and the playoff race, because we're all concerned about that here. Me less so for the Rockets and their seeding.
But this did help.
I more care about their matchup. But yeah, the Rockets are 2 seed. They would have been a game back ahead, of the Nuggets if the Nuggets had held on. But instead, the Rockets are now 2 games up. The Lakers are 2.5 games behind the Rockets. The Warriors, who played in another of the good games last night, they beat the Grizzlies. They are about 4.5 back. So the Rockets likely don't have to worry about them. It's pretty much a Nuggets, Rockets, Lakers fight to the finish for that 2 seed with Rockets with a clear advantage. They do have to play the Clippers, I believe, and the Lakers down the stretch. So the schedule's a little tough, but as you heard Sean during the price pick stuff, they play the Jazz tonight. The Jazz gave them a little trouble the last time they faced them, but they should run away with this when they're at home.
They have the Jazz,
Oklahoma City,
2 teams with nothing to play for on wildly different ends of the spectrum.
But Oklahoma City are MFers. They're gonna try to put on the Rockets.
And like Oklahoma City can also sit guys and still be
really
competitive.
Game
they could sit their starters, and it'd be tougher than the game you're about to play tonight.
Yeah,
against the Jazz. But yeah, I mean, the entire Western Conference, Western Conference playoff teams, the Rockets get a chance at them.
They got to go through a gauntlet.
They got to go through the Lakers, Clippers, Nuggets, there's another team in there.
They play Golden
Warriors,
State. They
right?
got to go. This is what it lines up. Utah tonight, home to Oklahoma City on Friday. Then they go to Golden State on Sunday, at LA, the Clippers next Wednesday, and then the Lakers at LA again on Friday, and then the Nuggets at home. So the question will be, will these teams still be trying? Will they still care about playoff positioning in the way that they'll try to win games, and say the same thing about the Rockets? If the Rockets win their next two, it's almost out of reach for anyone to catch them. So how many?
The 2 seed,
At the 2 seed. So how long? Like if the Rockets, let's say the Rockets win their next three, who do they play in their last 3 games? It's pretty much over at that point to secure the
and
2 seed.
And of teams that would manipulate the standings a little bit, that would be thinking about the matchups, you're gonna think it's normally going to be the more veteran teams that have been there, done that before. But it's also such a tight race that I don't think the Warriors are going to be in that position, because they still need to make sure they're not in the play-in, so they can't be taking their foot off the gas. Then you got the Clippers, another team,
play-in team,
likely going. I'd say likely going to be in the play-in, just with the way Minnesota's playing. Like one team, someone's going to have to be stuck in the play-in. I think it's going to be the Clippers.
We'll see the way the Grizzlies are playing.
Oh yeah,
they may be the team.
Yeah,
that
Grizz
falls.
might be the ones that fall out.
Yeah.
But then you end the season with the Lakers, with the Nuggets. Those are 2 teams that I can see that are less worried about being the 5 seed as opposed to the 4 seed, if they think that they can get an advantageous matchup, or maybe they think they can be the 3 seed and they can play the Grizzlies, or they're going to be the teams that are looking to manipulate the standings. It's also last 2 games of the season for them as well. So they'll have a clear picture of what they need to have happen or what they need to accomplish. So I think that the Rockets they're gonna get to 50 wins. That's gonna be fun, and I think that they're gonna be at the very least top 4 seed. And I think it's very likely that they're 3 or better, which would be big to avoid the Thunder in the second round.
Yeah,
if you want to think that far.
If you only care about home court advantage and maybe matchups are more important to you, as far as that's concerned, the Warriors are 4.5 games back of the Rockets for the 4 seed. Let's say the furthest the Rockets could fall, the team that could catch them would be the Warriors. I guess the Grizzlies, you can throw them in there too, but I don't think that's likely. But 5 seed Warriors are 4.5 back. So the Rockets have to play pretty poorly to lose out on home court advantage in the first round.
So many teams would have to win also. Like the other teams would have to carry their weight. Like we saw with the Nuggets last night, that they could have taken advantage of a Rockets loss on Monday night or Tuesday night. No, Monday night.
Yeah.
They could have taken advantage of that, made up a game in the standings. Instead, Russell Westbrook fouls the 3-point shooter, so they lose after Jokic plays out of his mind.
And speaking to that, Julian, I see you. Hang on, we'll get to you when we come back. I did want to get to Anthony Edwards on Jokic. It was kind of the entire Minnesota locker room was like this. They all could not believe what they were dealing with last night, pretty much in awe of his performance. Here's Anthony Edwards, a great player in his own right. And it's funny, he acknowledges how great he is in the clip, talking about Jokic and what they had to deal with in that double overtime game.
That might have been the best game of my life, that I've been a part of. Nikola Jokic, bro. Oh my God, he might be the best basketball player I've ever seen. Close up, besides myself, bro. He's incredible, bro. The MVP race is tough, man. I don't know. He had 60. That's crazy.
How did you guys manage just the ups and the downs of it, and how crazy it was?
We was just hoping he missed. It was at one point we was just like, bro, we hope he missed, bro. Just because trapping him, he wasn't trapped. He good. Hats off to him, man. Sure.
The Thunder have beaten the Nuggets all 4 times they've played each other this year. And we talked about the playoffs where the Nuggets were down 0-2, and we're like, wow, Minnesota's just faster, stronger, got no shot. Then the Nuggets fought back, and eventually the Wolves were able to take them out in 7. Was it? It was a back and forth where we didn't know.
Yes, it was 7, and the Nuggets were up 20 in the third quarter in Game 7.
Was it in
Denver?
In Denver. So that was the way that series went. Where clearly the Nuggets can't compete, and then they go into Minnesota and win 2.
Yeah.
I think Minnesota won game 5, Nuggets win game 6, and then, as you said, up big. All right, the Nuggets championship medal, all that stuff, came back and won. And then the Wolves were like, excuse me.
Yeah.
We're going to win this one. And then it led to eventually Rudy Gobert being yelled at by Luka in the Western Conference Finals after he hit that shot
happens.
over him. Yeah, that happens. It does. He yells at plenty of people. Julian, I see you. Hang on. We'll get to you. If you want to talk about Russ, anyone else want to get in, you can. 713-780-3776. But before I do that, and we do that, let's talk about Monument Chevrolet. It's a place you go to if you want a great car. They have plenty of options, whether you want something new, that could be a Blazer, a Trax, or Chevy Silverado, or you want something pre-owned. They have a wide variety of inventory and choices for you once you check them out on the website, monumentchevrolet.com. And because it's spring and they're all about spring savings, it is time to take advantage of that with the Chevy Silverado 1500. It is employee pricing, which just means they're going to treat you like they treat their employees, give you a great deal on the Silverado 1500. And once you walk on the lot, or you can call it a campus, it's widespread. They have a service department, a parts department. Once you get there, you are family to them. They're going to walk you through the process, give you anything you need to get you the great car that you're looking for. So what you see on the site is what you get once you step foot on that campus in Pasadena off of Beltway 8 and 225. The prices don't change, no hidden fees. The car and that price is the same car and price you'll see up close. So check them out at monumentchevrolet.com. Go out to Pasadena off of Beltway 8 and 225. Experience the company and the dealership that's been in business for 50 years, giving people great cars. And remember this, Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
Golden State and Memphis played a great game. We'll get to. Affects the Rockets as well. But let's talk to Julian. He wants to talk about Russell Westbrook. What's up, Julian?
Just call me Danny Ocean because I just got parole. Russell Westbrook, brother. Say that again?
I was thinking to myself, has it been a week?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's been more than a week, sir.
Okay. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Russell Westbrook, man. Is anybody else tired of his tough guy act? How can you be a tough guy and then you get people kicked out because they're making fun of your name? How can you be a tough guy when you melt when you're a professional athlete, you're making hundreds of millions of dollars over the life of your career, and you're getting salty about Joe Blow, who saves his money to come to the game, and you're over here losing your mind, acting like you're going to go into the stands. We all know he's not going to do anything, and if he does, well, he's just going to get sued. The tough guy act in the NBA is ridiculous. Who is it? Jordan Clarkson, always punching or pushing and putting his hands up. He's never thrown a punch.
Yeah, that's why we call him Square Up King.
But
he never actually unleashes, but he's always ready to go. Now, let me ask you something. You can't really comp anybody to what an NBA player makes or what they go through. So let's say you're walking, I don't know, anywhere, and someone says something disrespectful, and you hear it, whether it be about your family or yourself. Would you stop and have a let's just say a animated conversation with them? Would you stop and, hey, what are you doing? You can't talk to me that way. Would you do that?
No.
Okay.
The reason why is if it escalates and we get into a fight, I'm going to jail.
Okay.
And I have too much responsibility upon me to do that. So therefore, I wouldn't even pretend like I'm going to do it or it could escalate. Because if I feed it, then I'm just as much of a jackass as the next guy.
Okay. I mean, I was interested because I know some people won't tolerate disrespect no matter how it comes. I appreciate the call, Julian. Yeah, the NBA players are not fighting fans. Now, they will get someone thrown out. It's their right. They're allowed to do it, and sometimes they're allowed to get an opposing fan or a home fan thrown out. I just wonder, in a different situation, as I said, you can't really make the comp. It's just very different. If someone says something to you that you don't know, let's say, Julian's he drives, but let's just say I walk out of here and someone's like, that Kyle Tucker segment, trash, which is fine. But then they say, and your mom's trash too. What do I just stop and go, all right, criticize what I did, but now you're talking about my mom. Do I stop and talk, or do I just go, I'm just going to my car? I'm just trying to find a comp to it because there's it's very limited how you match what an NBA player is doing walking off the court and someone yells whatever they deem is disrespectful to you as a player. And you have to stop and, hey, what? What's the line? It's mentioning my mother enough for me to stop and not just go and get in my car and go home? Is that the line for a lot of people where you say something about your family, they say it about your family, and it doesn't matter that you think to yourself you're a normal, logical individual, you're just going to have to stop and tell this person you can't say that to me? Because that appears to what always triggers Russ. You say something about my name or my family, we're going to have at least a talk about what you just said.
Yeah. I think there's a difference, though, between saying something about, and your mama, too, versus Westbrook.
Yeah,
bricked a layup at the end.
It feels like there's an immaturity aspect to Russ where he's going to allow that to bother him.
That is technically speaking on his family.
He says, don't call me out of my name. Don't talk about my name that way. That's my family.
But also,
it's very juvenile for him and for the person who did it. The fact that I can get a rise out of you.
It really shows how great of a basketball player he was growing up that he never got called that in ninth grade.
Yeah, when did that become something he didn't have to deal with? Did you
2014?
Do you think he got no? Not when it started, but when do you think it stopped? Like when he was a kid? Because was Westbrook never a thing for him as a kid? Some dummy when he was 11 called him that, And then, oh, wait a minute, this kid's really good. It doesn't make any sense to do that anymore.
Yeah, maybe.
Because at some points, as a kid, someone called him that when he missed the jumper even in high school.
Yeah,
Like,
that's why I think a high school basketball game, like a road game,
someone called him
someone
Westbrook.
had to have called him Westbrook.
Yeah, and we don't know what those interactions were like. We didn't hear about.
No, maybe he climbed up those bleachers they
just
can pull out
just to have a talk.
Yeah,
just to have a talk, not to get into a fight. And we have not seen Russell Westbrook be physical with the fan. I think he might have slapped the phone out of a fan's hand. Maybe that's the extent of what he's done. Maybe I'm putting that on him when it happened with a different player. But he just stopped. What's that? Had a talk.
Yeah. And
Probably very animated about it, and then left. We didn't hear anything about it.
He did the same thing when they played Long Beach Poly back in 10th grade.
What high school was he? I know he's in Southern California. I can't remember the high school he was at, but Long Beach Poly is a good pull. Great football program. Don't know how well they've done in basketball over the years. And featured in Den of Thieves. Did what's his name?
Merriman?
Yeah, did he play for Poly or did the other guy?
Nick Torrance?
Yeah, did he play?
Big Nick?
Yeah, did Big Nick play at Poly or did Merriman play at Poly?
No, I think Merriman did.
Okay.
I think Big Nick knew said he remembered him from playing and that they beat him. They would stuff a mud hole in him every time they played.
Which, if you know anything about Southern California football, this is the most unbelievable part of the whole movie. that where did he play?
Or just
that he was beating up on Poly year after year, and they still do it.
Gerard Butler, who's in his 50s as a detective, is like, hey, I remember.
Oh,
when we played high school
believe
football
that detective would care. I believe he would bring it up, but I don't think the school he went to was stomping a mud hole in Poly year after year, and is still doing it.
You know what? In the break, I can pull up this scene.
Do you remember what? Yeah, find out what school he was playing for. As all the dumb things that happened in that movie.
I probably won't be able to play it.
No, not play it, but maybe we can find out what school he played for, or maybe I can Google that. Either way, that's ridiculous. That's the dumbest part of that movie. Den of Thieves too. A lot of dumb things happen in that movie too. But as far as Poly getting their ass kicked year after year, come on, what are we doing? Let's bring some reality to your heist movie. All right, we get to hour 2 right now. If you want to get in, you can. 713-780-3776. We will be back. Sean, being the producer that he is, did the research. He found the clip from Den of Thieves. Merriman, or Pablo Schreiber's character's name, Merriman, he played at Poly. Big Nick played at South Torrance. Big Nick, stop it. South Torrance was, as a person who grew up in Southern California, South Torrance wasn't dominating Poly ever. No time frame, never. It's a very entertaining movie. That scene, nuts. We don't come here for the food. We come here for the you come to Benihana's for the
it's like a Benihana.
yeah. You go to a hibachi place for the
for the women.
For the women, yeah, we're cleaning it up. For the women, who does that? Great scene, just absolutely ridiculous.
Just bonkers movie.
Watch that and avoid Den of Thieves too.
Yeah, watch that one. Probably on Max, I think.
Yeah. I think Den of Thieves 2 might be. It's on a streaming service.
Probably VOD.
I looked that up. Den of Thieves Pantera. Let's give it its proper respect. It's on Netflix. Stay away from
already on Netflix.
Yes. I thought I saw that come across one of my algorithms. I was trying to figure out where.
Like a month ago.
Wasn't great. Well, that's the movie model now. You barely spend any time in theaters. Let's get to Lazy J. What's up, Lazy J?
Good morning, fellas. What's going on?
You okay?
Yeah, I wanted to get in and talk some. Yeah, I was just waking up, bro. Grab me a beer, just waking up.
Okay.
But yeah, I want to get in and talk some soccer. But before that, I wanted to talk about that last caller, that soft ass caller.
All right.
What's this whole notion that NBA players are soft? Like, come on, Russell Westbrook stood up to a fan. I think there was a couple years ago where he was like 2 feet away from the dude was sitting on the couch. Russ came up and stood up, and the dude, he ain't say nothing. He was looking like, oh, I ain't say that. So this whole notion that NBA players are soft, man, y'all got to get out. Okay, yeah, they don't fight because they want to lose. They're going to lose millions and all that. But still, at the end of the day, I don't think NBA players are soft. They far from that. And another thing about the soft-ass call that just called, you mean tell me somebody say something to you and you going to walk away? Man, well, I don't know where they do that at. I mean, of course, we're not going to kill each other, but I'm going to say something back. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I got stuff to lose too, but come on, man, you got to say something back. You a man at the end of the day. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, just thoughts on that. But I wanted to get in and talk about the game yesterday. What's up with your little brother, man, Vinny, man? Why he get so much hate?
My little
brother. I mean, it should have been a red card on that dirty Vinny for Real.
Why is he my little brother?
I don't know. I thought those were your twin, bro.
What? You're the Real fan.
That kind of look alike, though.
Go ahead.
That kind of look alike.
Go ahead. Finish. Go ahead. No, I don't
but
know.
I don't know if you saw the game. I don't know if you saw the game. You know, you're not a Real fan. I'm trying to make you one by the end of the year.
Good
you know
luck
what
with
I'm saying?
that.
I know you're undercover
I'm
fan,
not.
but whatever. But
No
I just wanted to get your thoughts on that. Man, there was a lot of bad mistakes by Real yesterday in that game. Do you think Saka coming back for Arsenal, do you think they have a chance? I think they're still going to run over him, but I want to get your thoughts on that. Love the show.
So Real played Real Sociedad. Real Madrid played Sociedad in a great Copa del Rey game. I didn't see much of it. Vinny is a agitator in many ways. Some of it is unwarranted as far as what he gets from the fans. That's just racist behavior from fans, but I don't think he's that well liked in La Liga for reasons beyond the color of his skin. He's a very talented player who knows he's very talented, and that sometimes bothers people. As they play Arsenal in a Champions League match quarterfinal, the first part of that is next Tuesday. Saka came back, scored against my team, and Arsenal's 2-1 win over Fulham. Of course, he makes a difference. They call him Star Boy for a reason. Now he's getting old enough that name will probably leave, but he's Arsenal's, I think, most dynamic player, and they missed him. And once again, I'm still taking Real. I think you've asked this before about different Champions League matchups. I'll take Real until I'm wrong. They're the kings of Europe for a reason. You always take them. And particularly against an Arsenal team who wins nothing. I mean, they are a good Premier League side. Have finished, I think, second 2 years in a row in the Premier League. But that's not going to happen this year. And they're not up to Real's level in this type of match. I will be surprised if Arsenal wins that. We will see. And as far as your take on Julian, hey, people may have an experience where he reacted the way you wanted him to react, and it didn't go well for him. So cooler head sometimes. But I'm with you, Lazy J. I'm not gonna fight anyone, but we might have a bit of a conversation. You know what? Arsenal may finish second. They're ahead of Nottingham Forest right now, with Saka coming back. They're not going to win the Premier League, but they've got a real shot to finish second for maybe the third year in a row. 9 points behind Liverpool, who is running away with that. And maybe Salah's last year playing for Liverpool. Liverpool plays today. They play Lance's favorite team, Everton, in the Merseyside derby. Clance was talking about going into some. I forgot what he mentioned. He said he might watch it with some famous rich person. That ain't happening. Because who wants Lance in his home unless their name is Chris Ballard? Is that Julian or someone calling to make fun of Lazy J? Well, either way, it's someone calling to make fun of Lazy J. But is that Julian with that name?
It's both.
So you took the call. You put up the name. Do you want to take this call?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, there it is. Yeah, sure is enough for me. Calling in as Ho-Ass J. What's up, Ho-Ass J?
I just want to publicly apologize for calling Julian soft because I know that I'll never see him, and it's really safe for me to say that right now.
Thank you. You know what? I don't mind a listener back and forth. We haven't had one of those in a while.
Yeah, it's been a minute. The most we get is a Willie Rider every once in a while.
Yeah, Willie will take shots at La Salsa for his take on Willie P. So, Lazy J, you know what? I don't want to make this an all-show thing, but if you want to call back in to refute whatever just happened from the guy mocking you, you can, and then we'll end it unless you guys want to call in tomorrow. I'm not just going to allow, but you got to call in with the fake name. You can't call in as Lazy J. You got to have some offshoot of Julian's name so I can pretend like it's a different person. Because Julian at least called in with the stupid nickname for you. So if you call in with the stupid nickname for Julian, you can come on and get back, because I can't allow Julian 2 calls and you only to have 1. All right. So we'll go to break there with the immaturity of someone yelling Westbrook at Russell Westbrook. Why not? It's a perfect way to end that segment. If you want to get in on something that isn't making fun of another caller, you can do that too. 713-780-3776. We've got a couple of segments to go. You're more than welcome to get in. We will be back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
Jerry, I see you. We'll get to you. You want to talk Merseyside Derby? If I wanted to be devil's advocate to this Julian Lazy J back and forth, this all started because Julian said he wouldn't respond to someone who called him out in person. And then he called out Lazy J for saying something about him over the phone. He would never say it in person. But of course, Julian, who just told us he would never say something to someone in person, called out Lazy J by doing it over the phone. Just pointing it out.
And in the break, Lazy J did call back in with his giving me his address.
Oh,
saying that he
pull up.
Yes,
he dropped the pin.
Yeah, and actually, he lives very close to the station, is what I gathered.
Okay,
I don't know. I mean, we're not going to pull up.
No, I don't have an issue with them.
No,
and Julian is out of town quite a bit, even when he calls in. So I'm not sure that this particular meetup is going to happen.
I don't know, but
I would say you guys should just go out for lunch and not turn it into something where there's a fight. I don't want to promote that unless we can get pay-per-view or something.
Maybe like the Chipotle on San Felipe.
And just have a lunch. Talk out your differences. You don't have to turn this into something where it's actually a fight. You're giving out your address to Sean.
Kolache factories nearby.
Sean's pretty much a stranger to you, Lazy J. not that Sean's going to use your address for anything, but you're just calling in, giving out your address to give out on air, I guess. What did he want you to give it out on air, or wait for Julian to call back and then give him the address? He didn't go that far.
No, he just gave me his real address, and I was like, I didn't write it down. If that matters,
It's a good call on your part there.
Something South Rice. I don't know.
Oh, there it is. Look at that.
I mean, I don't know the numbers.
Yeah, there's plenty of addresses on South Rise. I would tell you, Lazy J, relax. Julian's not going to fight. He already told you he's not into the person-to-person confrontation, the in-person confrontation. He'll just call you out on the phone. That's all. But pull up, I guess, is what we found out. Is this our fault?
No.
Okay, cool. Let's go to Jerry. Jerry wants to talk Everton versus Liverpool. What's up, Jerry?
Yeah, guys. Everton are the People's Club, School of Science, Dogs of War, Seamus Coleman legend. Let's go, Everton. They're winning today for sure.
Everton right now, 15th in the Premier League. Pretty safe because the bottom three are awful in the Premier League, so they don't have anything to worry about. They're not in a relegation battle, but they do have to go up against their rivals, Blue versus Red, today at Merseyside Derby. And Jerry's predicting, and he's confident in an Everton win. They got to go to Liverpool. They got to play it. They got to play in their building. So Jerry's been being pretty brave about that. I don't think much of Everton's chances, but hey, shoot your shot. So you can check that one out. That's at 2 p.m. If you love a good rivalry, we've got Everton versus Liverpool today in Premier League action. This is just, I'm trying to think of the apt comp for American sports. And rivalries play a huge part, certainly in college sports. So I'm trying to think. It's probably UH football versus, well, when they're in the same conference but no longer are and no longer have a chance to ever be that way again. It looks like Texas. Like Texas is the big school in the state, and Liverpool is the big club in town, and also a worldwide club, a club that's won Champions League, who is one of the biggest clubs in the world. And Everton, I won't call them the little brother because that's disrespectful, but that's kind of how they're looked at.
It's disrespectful.
But they got to go to Anfield. That's a tough place to play, particularly when the team you're playing is the top of the league and you are like 16th or something like that.
Got to play the refs too. I'm just throwing that out there for Everton fans.
You got to play the crowd. You got to play Salah. You got to play Liverpool in that environment. It's going to be a tough one for them, but maybe they get something done. I'm not backing Jordan Pickford to do anything, but as their goalie, I feel like there's a real chance of him making a giant mistake late as opposed to making a big save. He has one of those in his recent pass against Liverpool. I think it was going to be a tie. He misplayed a ball that hit the crossbar, dropped down. The guy headed it in. He's like, whoa! Yeah, well, it's not out of play. That's why he could score. So good luck to Jerry. Good luck to Lance. Just good luck.
Julian called in.
Of course.
And he said it kind of proves his point that he gave his address to me and not to him, not to actual Julian.
How is he going to give his address to you? He doesn't know you.
But then he said it proves his point that who if he actually did pull up to his house, who would get in trouble? Julian would get in trouble.
Well, you could pull up to his house and say you weren't trying to fight, and if he swung on you, then who's the instigator there?
I don't
know the laws, honestly.
Yeah.
If you pull up to someone's house with the reasonable expectation that a fight might happen, maybe you're in trouble.
Yeah.
But either way, neither one of you is into a personal confrontation, apparently.
We need another listener party.
I know
for this only.
I know what Lazy J looks like. I don't know what Julian looks like. Julian would have to announce himself, put a name tag on so everyone would know. Oh, he's the guy who loves the Niners and wants to fight Lazy J.
Yeah, just right.
Or doesn't want to fight
Bang
Lazy J.
Bang Niner game. Or wear your Brock Purdy jersey.
I know little kids will buy a Brock Purdy jersey or their parents will for them. And I'm sure some adult males would, but come on. Pick a different 49er. I get it, he's the quarterback, but it's like buying did anyone buy a Hoyer jersey?
Oh, I'm sure. Sure. I'm sure they sold Hoyer jerseys.
And while Brock Purdy's going to make upwards of $50+ million for the 49ers,
yeah,
you can
took him to a Super Bowl.
You can talk about whether that's a good decision or not for them. Don't buy a Brock Purdy jersey.
Yeah. Okay. If this is Lazy J,
there are two people calling in.
Oh, okay.
I don't know who it is.
Lazy J. I'm hanging up.
Yeah, forget about it. This has gone too far. You guys can find a way to meet each other if you want, but we're not going to facilitate that. That's ridiculous. Particularly if a fight is the likely outcome. Lazy J, just wear your Ronaldo jersey so we all know who you are. Whether that be a Real jersey or Juventus jersey or the team he plays for in Saudi Arabia. So that happened. Something that's actually important.
Julian called to clarify and said that he didn't say that he wanted the address.
Enough clarifications.
I know.
Enough for everybody.
By the way, what a day not to have an intern.
Yeah, exactly. You have to deal with this.
I have to.
Enough.
Although at the beginning, I was glad that I was the one dealing with it.
That's fun at the beginning, but now enough. We got multiple callbacks. Okay, we get it. No one's fighting. You guys got a problem with each other. It's cool. Something that's actually important. The Cougs had their availability yesterday. Kelvin Sampson spoke. A lot of the guys spoke. And I told you earlier that there isn't really a lot of things to hate about Duke. I mean, maybe you can work yourself into it as the week goes on, and maybe you hear a lot of the talking heads not give your team a chance. But judging by the smile on Sean's face, he's either talking to Julian or Lazy J, because this apparently is never going to end. But
I have another clarification.
Enough with the clarifications. We no longer care.
It's from Lazy J. It's from Lazy J.
Oh my! What does he have to say now? You're the one who gave an address.
It's so funny. It's so stupid. Okay. He said that he gave me his address not because he wants him to go to his address.
Why?
But it's so we know how close to the station he is, and they can meet up at the station. What a useless clarification.
So I don't want you coming to my house, but he doesn't want Julian coming to his house, but he wanted us to be aware that he could walk up to the station at any point and fight him.
They could fight in front of Burger Chan. Yes.
Okay.
They could throw those tables around.
Break a couple glasses in the conservatory. Okay, whatever. Thanks for that. Sean,
we're done.
Now that you're
we might be done with callers.
Yes, at least for the rest of the day.
Unless you're talking about the Merseyside Derby. I'm out.
Merseyside Derby.
Whatever.
Jerry, of all things, the soccer calls
that's been the civil stuff.
Yes. When you're talking about one of the biggest rivalries in all of international soccer.
Russell Westbrook going, what was that? To a fan for the 75th time of his career?
Pop this all off. I don't know how.
He does it every 2 nights.
Yeah, it's who he is. Either way. Okay. Other basketball to discuss. While Sean was answering the phone, he probably didn't hear much of it. I was talking about the Cougs and the Blue Devils. They play on Saturday. It's what you would say is the premier game of the national semifinals. Juwan Roberts was asked a question about Duke's talent. They've got maybe 3 lottery picks on that roster right now, with clearly Cooper Flagg being the number 1 pick overall. So it's a challenge for the Cougs. They're up for it, but here's Jawan Roberts when asked about Duke's talent.
Are they player for player the most talented team that you've seen this year, or you will think?
On paper, yeah, but we've seen that a lot, and especially when we played against Auburn, Alabama, those teams, Texas Tech, Arizona. But I feel like our defense is what gets us going. So on paper, yeah, they're pretty good, but I feel like once we come in with that defense mentality, it's gonna be a different ball game.
And that's the attitude you have to have. We're not going to back down. We'll play our game, and we'll see how that talent matches up with the way we play ball. I'm not there with a prediction yet. It'll be the best team they played all year, and we know this without the eye test because Kim Palm will tell us. The Cougs, Duke, Florida, and Auburn are 4 of the top 10 Kim Palm teams ever since he's been doing the rankings going back to 96, 97. That speaks how loaded the Final Four is, and Duke is the number 2 team overall behind the 98-99 Duke team, and then the Cougs, I think, are 4th overall. So it's a compelling matchup. But one guy who doesn't think it'll be close is Wally Szczerbiak. I told you, Duke's not hateable, but if you want to find a way to hate him, let Wally Szczerbiak be your conduit to hating Duke. He has been on their bandwagon, and I get it; they're very talented, but he doesn't really give the Cougs a chance. Here's Wally Szczerbiak on how he thinks this game is going to go.
And I don't think they can do it. I think Duke's going to be too big, too poised, too strong, and too talented. And I think they're going to win by double digits.
He's been on that since the matchup since the Cougs beat Tennessee. Really, right after the game, he credited the Cougs for winning and said, "Nah, they got nothing for Duke." So there it is. You want to hate the former Minnesota Wolf and what was it, Miami of Ohio swingman? Is that where he played?
I think so. He seems like a Mac, either Mac or Creighton. But I think Kyle Korver went to Creighton.
Yeah, Kyle Korver, I think, did go to Creighton. So Szczerbiak not on the Cougs bandwagon.
No,
he's allowed. He's allowed not to believe in him.
No,
oh, okay. I guess he's not allowed.
Not to be this disrespectful.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Watching him up there, he has I guess maybe call it 2 distinctive features. I'm distracted by the hair and the eyebrows. Like, because they almost connect at this point. Not the eyebrows. That's an Anthony Davis thing. But it's almost as if the hair has become part of the eyebrows. Because
they're very aggressive eyebrows.
Yeah, they're even more aggressive than they were when he was a player.
Yeah,
like they're sculpted now, and he shaped them. I don't know. The problem was I'm looking at him in video on Twitter, not on TV. So everything's compressed a little bit. So I'm like, I don't know where the eyebrows stop and the hair starts. All I know is he's a hater. That's what I know about him right now.
He's persona non grata.
Yeah. I don't want to. Don't roll up to San Antonio, patting Kelvin Sampson on the back after they make the final. Okay.
Be careful pulling up anywhere.
Well, at least when it comes to people associated with
Kelvin
this station.
Sampson's calling in with his address
the last person who would call in to this show
for his address.
No, to the show about anything.
Oh yeah,
would be Kelvin Sampson. One part of that. He tolerates John and Lance. Certainly not calling into this show.
That'd be a great list of guys least likely to call into this show.
We could start a list.
Kelvin Sampson is a good one.
John Granado. Least likely to call into this show. He may be at the top of the list. Mostly because even if he did, I'd hang up on him. Or I'd ask you to hang up on him. John Granado. Big Coug fan. He has been pushing.
Lifelong.
I would say the last 5 years or so. Since Kelvin Sampson made them a good program. Let's be clear. If we're going to be, since we're being honest about things, John's a bit of a bandwagon fan. He loves the local teams. I'll give him that. But the Cougs thing, that's a Kelvin Sampson thing. I didn't remember any Cougs talk before Kelvin Sampson got there. Starting in the last 7 years. Oh, look at that. They're going to be pretty good. Credit him for being all in, though.
Cozy up.
Yep. Hey, coach. I don't want to speak to what happens off the air, but as far as on the air, that thing started right when it felt like there was a turn for the Cougs. And it was right there. Yeah, I'm sure he was looking to support the team, but there's no reason to support him if you didn't have like a familial connection to him or you didn't grow up rooting for him. They were bad for years until Kelvin Sampson got there. the shots come out of his first year there where they're playing a low level, at least a team with not a big name. There's barely anyone in the building. This was before they renovated that place. Now it's very different. That place is a good environment to watch a game and a tough place for anyone to play. I think Tech got a win there in the Big 12, the only team that win from the Big 12 in there. And of course, we've seen what they've done since, been unbeatable. And now got a chance to beat, according to one of the nerds, one of the best teams in the last 25 years, even more, about 30 years.
Yeah.
One of the best teams in the last 30 years. Cooper Flag.
I do wonder how much, because there's going to be a lot of room to jump up these, if I understand these ratings, which I don't.
The Kim Pom ratings?
Yes, that the team who wins the tournament this year is going to have to beat 2 of the top 10 teams of all time. So it's safe to say that they could jump up the rankings.
So the Cougs, if they take out...
Yeah, if they beat the number 2 team of all time.
And then they beat Auburn or Florida, do they become...
Yeah, do they jump up?
Well, they're already 4. So,
I guess there's not much room to
So if they beat Duke, they
should at least be ahead.
They should at least be 2.
Although Gonzaga's on that list from a year Gonzaga didn't win a championship.
Yeah, it's less about you beat this team and you jump ahead of them. It's just more about the rating. So if they beat Duke by 20, they'll jump
maybe
up.
that's what it has.
Yeah, they would have to destroy.
But they do
in the Final
opponent
Four.
adjust.
They do
like,
yeah. Beating up on let's say Kansas State ain't the same as a 5-point win over Duke.
Yeah.
There are levels to this thing. We'll see how it plays out on Saturday. Getting closer and closer. It's fun to see. I latched on the Cougs. I can't say that I've been rooting for them the entire year. Of course, with no real rooting interest for the teams they're playing against, I want them to win. But now I was nervous watching them against Purdue as Purdue forced that game in overtime. And the Gonzaga game was a nail biter. And of course, Tennessee was a different ball game when Emmanuel Sharp and Wilson hit a couple threes. Any hope that Tennessee had got squashed. And now you get to see one of the blue bloods in college basketball and see what we got, and that'll be fun. Okay, we'll go to break here. We got a couple more segments to go before we're out for the day. But before I do that, I do want to let you know that Paul Gallant and the Killer Bees are going to be out and about from noon to 6 on Friday at River Ranch Dayton. It's a new community. It's just northeast of Houston. They got 16 new model homes from the high 200s to 500s, featuring the Angel Lagoon with white sand beaches and turquoise water. This is a must-see community. ESPN Houston will be there from noon to 6 with Gallant and the Killer Bees. Learn more at riverranchdayton.com. So go out, check them out. And white sand and turquoise water, you don't get that in Galveston. You don't. So if you like to go down there, it'll be maybe a little nicer at River Ranch Dayton. Of course, you get to see the guys from ESPN 97.5. All right, we will wrap this segment up here, and we will be back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
You can call him Mellow. You can call him Hoodie Mellow. Excuse me, Hoodie Mellow. You can call him Sweet Melon. You can call him Mel. These are all the names on Pro Basketball Reference, his nicknames.
I knew the first couple.
I didn't know Mel was one of his, or Sweet Melon.
Sweet Melon.
I don't know where that comes from, other than, Carmelo. But Sweet Melon, maybe avoid that one. Either way.
Don't call him.
Either way, don't call him Sweet Melon.
Unless you're Lala.
certainly not if you're Kevin Garnett. If we remember what happened.
No. What a way to honor this news about Carmelo Anthony.
Don't call him Mel either, but you can call him Hall of Famer. Carmelo Anthony, inducted into the Hall of Fame, or at least he's been voted. I guess induction happens on the day of or whatever, but he is your newest Hall of Famer. And he's one of those guys where you say, Carmelo's a Hall of Famer. Some people are like, no, he's not. And then you realize what Hall of Fame is getting into, and you start looking at all the accolades. Okay, he's a Hall of Famer. He's in that realm of, he never won a title, so can I really call him a Hall of Famer? But yes, we know the standards aren't the same across all Hall of Fames. And he is a 6-time All-NBA, 10-time All-Star on that 75th anniversary team. He's a scoring champ. So Carmelo Anthony, Rockets legend. Carmelo Anthony makes a Hall of Fame.
Yeah, another Rocket in the Hall of Fame.
That's right.
Yeah, I mean, if you're on 6 All-NBA teams, like, you're going to make the Hall of Fame.
10-time All-Star, you're making the Hall of Fame. So
yeah. What, 20 points per game for the first, for 13 years of your career? Yep. And then never forget what he did for us, representing our country.
On the Redeem team?
In the Olympics, yes. Not just the Redeem team. 2012, 2016. Every time his name was called, 2004 to a lesser degree.
He had the unofficial label of like the best Olympian
of
all time because of the gold medals.
Wide open jumpers.
Yes, because everyone helped off of him.
Yeah, because he was the Ray Allen of the team.
Yeah, and he turned that into several medals, and now he turns it into a Hall of Famer. So Carmelo Anthony, which for most of us, we found out about him during the NCAA tournament, and maybe you guys are watching Big East basketball during the regular season, but he became a star. He just, unfortunately, if you want to say that, was in the draft with LeBron and Wade, and to a lesser extent Bosh, but he was in a draft with 3 other Hall of Famers in the top 5, and then Darko.
And I mean, of all the guys in that draft, what also helps this Hall of Fame case, by far the best college career.
Yes,
better than Dwayne Wade.
Wade made a Final Four. LeBron never played.
Better than Darko. Better than Chris.
I don't know that Chris Bosh accomplished anything as far as
Georgia Tech
team success.
Oh,
team success. I know he's a player. He got drafted top 5. I know he was pretty good at Georgia Tech. I just don't think Georgia Tech was a very good team. With him.
Yeah, but him being the only Boeheim title winner.
Yes, and doing it as a freshman helps too. Him and Jerry McNamara.
Yeah,
but Hakeem Ward was on that team. He had the block against Kansas that sealed the deal. So there it is. Carmelo Anthony makes Hall of Fame. It was, to me, a foregone conclusion.
Yeah, they we're talking
first
about
ballot.
It. Yeah, they're showing highlights and stuff. Breaking news: he's in the Hall of Fame. Yeah, 100% he is.
We know who gets in that Hall of Fame, and he's actually a really good player. So yes, of course,
he was
making
an
Hall
easy
of Fame.
One. This isn't like a one you have to kind of like, like Tracy McGrady. It's like, yeah, okay, he was good, but I don't know if the Tracy McGrady of the NFL probably doesn't get into the Hall of Fame.
Yes, that's where if you want to start ranking the Hall of Fames.
Yeah, like
the NFL
like
has
Matt,
a higher
he's
standard.
like the Matt Stafford, where it's like Matt Stafford, like until he won the last title, was probably not getting into this thing.
Him winning that Super Bowl allows you to start looking at his numbers and going, okay, these line up.
Yeah.
But before that, you weren't even going to really consider it.
Yeah.
Some beat writer in Detroit who was with the team for 30 years has to stand on a table. They're John McClain.
Yeah.
And push for Matt Stafford. Now there's no push needed.
It is funny. That's the way the NFL does it.
If you're a borderline guy, you don't have someone stumping for you. You're just screwed, I guess. Everyone else who thinks and says they know football can't just look at what you've done and put you in. Someone has to push for it.
Yeah, or people just don't like you. Like if this is purely hypothetical. This is not a real situation at all. But if like John McClain didn't like JJ Watt, just like they just butted heads constantly. They just had a rivalry
for whatever reason.
For whatever reason, like when JJ Watt comes into the Hall of Fame, like someone else would have to speak for him.
His rookie,
or John McClain would be like, I don't know. I mean, only made the divisional round. Never won a divisional.
How do you
game.
think this rivalry starts? In his rookie year, where JJ's wearing the elbow brace, John McClain says, "Do you really need to wear that? Are you doing that
What's your
just for? Are you doing that for show? Are you doing that to
elbow still hurt after like year 5 of him wearing the?
If John McClain never let go of him wearing that elbow brace, that's how they
they
had a falling out.
This actually feels more like a baseball writer, baseball player type thing.
Yes, that's what it feels like. They're in that clubhouse, 100+ games a year. And somehow, some way, an article gets written that the player thinks is unfair. He talks to the guy. The guy goes, "What are you talking about? I'm completely fair." And they never see eye to eye again.
Yeah.
And that's what it feels like. Football, I'm sure it happens. John McClain will call someone a jerk and a loser on Twitter. JJ never caught that. So he and JJ are fine. And JJ will go in the Hall of Fame.
We'll see. We'll see. Have to wait for that giant man to knock on his door and let him know.
Who's going to give him the jacket? So, there's always some connection.
Andre Johnson, probably.
Yeah.
Andy Dalton.
Because he helped jumpstart that Hall of Fame career by that pick 6 in the playoffs.
Biggest playoff moments came against Andy Dalton.
Yeah, so he would be the second Texans Hall of Famer. And would Andre be the guy who gives him the jacket?
Because normally they do go with a Hall of Famer, but sometimes they go.
It's really someone close, a Hall of Famer. Because when
that's
Zach
not
Thomas,
necessarily a teammate, but it's like close. Because didn't Chris Carter let someone in that he didn't play with? I think I might be forgetting which Hall of Fame wide receiver let another Hall of Fame wide receiver in.
Zach Thomas had Jimmy Johnson present him with it, his former coach in Miami.
Yeah.
Jimmy Johnson's a Hall of Famer too.
Who presented Andre Johnson's?
I would have to look at the video.
Yeah.
I'm not sure who gave it to him. I don't know. The Texans didn't really have a proper representative as far as the player is concerned. His teammate, who wasn't in the Hall of Fame as of yet.
Yeah.
I don't know how that is. Reggie Wayne in the Hall of Fame?
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
If he's in the basketball Hall of Fame, that's for sure.
He played high school basketball and got in that way.
Or just if the NFL had the basketball Hall of Fame model.
Reggie Wayne to this point is not
appear to be in.
Yeah, I'll look at the video. I'll find out who told Andre Johnson he was in. Okay, we'll go to break here before we wrap up the show. You still want to get in, maybe not to start a fight with another listener. We had that happen already. You can. No Raheel today. He was supposed to join us today because he couldn't join us tomorrow, but he's too busy today. So we will not have Raheel this week. We'll try to get him back next week. And you can expect Michael Carroll, though, on Friday to tell us what you should or shouldn't watch. I'll come back, actually, with a show you should watch. And Michael and I will talk about it on Friday as well. He didn't bring this one up. I don't know if he knew about it, but Tom Hardy and Pierce Brosnan are on a mob show. I watched it yesterday, the first episode. I'm in. We'll talk about that and some other stuff when we come back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
Okay. We looked up how Andre Johnson received the notification that he was going to be a Hall of Famer. Chris Carter pulled up to his house. Steve Weiss, the NFL Network guy, was there too, but it started with Chris Carter talking about all the attributes of Andre Johnson, and he knocked on the door. Andre Johnson was in his gear, family in the background. There was someone back there wearing a Texans beanie, so
there we go.
Still Texan through and through. Houston he was in Houston, and Chris Carter goes, "Hey man," knocks on the door, and Andre's like, "Oh, I'm in," and then he starts breaking down a little bit. So that was cool to look at that again. Sean and I were trying to figure out, if you are a Hall of Famer, as successful as Andre Johnson is, it's not likely that your home is just free access. Like someone could pull up through the neighborhood without a security guy stopping them.
Either even a gate at your
where you need a code,
driveway.
or you need a code to get through.
Yeah.
So does Chris Carter or the driver of the van tell, "Hey, we're from NFL Films. We're here from Andre Johnson"? How does he get through the gate? Does Andre Johnson tell, "Hey, this is the day I might be. Someone's going to come through. If someone's asking for me, let them through"? If they look like Chris Carter, not anyone can just come through if they're asking for me. I'm always a fan
plot to a heist movie
of the logistics of how this comes about. If you are living in a home that Andre Johnson's living in, how do they make sure this all went off without a hitch? Either way, it was Chris Carter. They're both South Florida guys, both played high school ball down there. Of course, Andre went to Miami. Chris Carter went to Florida State. So that's part of the connection. Of course, great wide receiver. So there that is. Who will it be for J.J. Watt? We'll see when it happens. The TV show I was talking about before we went to break, Mobland. It's called Mobland. It's on Paramount. Tom Hardy plays like a mob fixer. When they need a job done, he gets it done. He usually, at least in episode 1, does it with words, with the implication that there will be violence to follow if you don't listen to me. And then there's Pierce Brosnan in it as well. He plays one of the mob bosses. The episode ends with something that gets you drawn into the next episode. I don't want to give it away, but Pierce Brosnan is on it in that final couple scenes. And it's weird because Paramount, like all these movie studios or TV studios, will just use actors from different shows. So the wife from Harrison Ford's wife from 1923 plays Pierce Brosnan's wife in this show. They're both Paramount Plus shows. So it's like, hey, she probably has a deal with Paramount. I don't know if this is a Taylor Sheridan show.
That was my question.
I don't know who created Mobland.
Will Jerry Jones be in this show?
Let me see if they tell me no, it's created by Ronan Bennett. So not Taylor Sheridan. Helen Mirren is the actress in question. Long time, great actress. She plays Harrison Ford's wife, and she plays Pierce Brosnan's wife in those 2 Paramount Plus shows. So far, so good. I like a Tom Hardy show, and if he's playing like a mob fixer, I'm in on that. So we'll see where it goes. And also, Patty Considine is in it as well. Sean, do you know who Patty Considine is and where you might have seen him from?
My guy, Viserys.
Viserys Targaryen.
The disintegrating king from season 1.
Yes, he played Viserys in House of the Dragon. So you would recognize that face. He's been in a lot of things, but
I probably wouldn't recognize.
Well, I mean, I guess the general you, not you, but the general people out there that you would recognize his face from that. But also other things. He's been in so
he
much
looks
stuff.
more like he looks at the start of the season
without the fake silver hair. Yes.
Okay. No mask.
None of that. He's not molting away.
Okay. It's interesting.
There's a question whether he'll survive the season because he is a mob boss's son. So who knows? Maybe does he last longer than Viserys? I don't know. But either way, he's in it, looking healthy and spry. At least right now. He's not sitting on an iron throne.
Okay.
Picks him apart piece by piece. And he doesn't have to marry a 13-year-old either. So that's a benefit for him as well.
Spoiler.
Well, it is set in current day. So I'm sorry if I spoiled that for you. All right. Paul Gallant is up next, followed by the Killer Bees. We're done for the day. So what does that mean?
We did it!
We did do it. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
2-2 to Christian Walker. And he puts it in play, but he hits it on one hop to the shortstop, Willie Adames. And the Giants have won a series against the Astros for the 4th consecutive season. Ryan Walker picks up a 1-2-3 save in the 9th inning. The Astros lose this one 3-1 after losing last night 7-2. So they'll need to salvage a .500 homestand with a win tomorrow with their ace, Framber Valdez, on the mound.
Let's do a little math here to open up the show. 5 games played, 162 total. Ladies and gentlemen, we are 3% through the Astros 2025 campaign. It's early. And we know that this team, with Jose Altuve, who went yard, and Yordan Alvarez, amongst others, is eventually going to score. However, through 5 games, the Astros, specifically their offense, is giving long year. 9 runs in 5 games. That's less than 2 runs a game. 4 extra base hits through 5 games. 6 singles last night, plus the Altuve home run. Jose Altuve, 7 hits. The rest of the Astros, 14. And Yordan Alvarez is 1 for 16. Yeah. You know, I am burdened with a skill that most of Houston sports talk radio can't possibly fathom. I have something called the sight. I'm going to put on my wizard hat right now. I have the sight. I see things. Many people have told me that I can see the future, especially when it comes to baseball, being the most brilliant baseball mind in Houston. I have the sight. I'm a baseball genius. Like, it's a lot to deal with. And late at night, last night after the Astros lost to the Giants, I started having visions. These visions gave me cold sweats. I woke up in the middle of the night, punching the air, screaming, "Ah!" Is this offense ever going to show up? And then I started seeing things with the sight. I foresee many powerful things on the horizon for the Astros. Things that would scare the average man. I get a little bit. That's why Sean Mapes is the best producer in the business. I see things coming that you won't like. Remember what happened the first game of the Astros-Giants series? Remember when we had to deal with this crap on the Space City Home Network broadcast? I'm talking, of course, about the marketing lady who decided to go into detail about the Astros Space City jerseys.
It's called City Connect for a reason. It gives a platform for every team to create a story that celebrates their city, and that's what all the details are. Stros across the chest. It's all about celebrating the fans. That's how they talk about this team. You know, and every time they're happy or even mad, it's go Stros. We love our Stros. We need our Stros to do. But they've been talking about it forever. And so for us to put that across the chest, first time we've ever done that.
Oh my God.
That was fun.
Also, I thought it was pretty cool. You're still paying tribute on the back of the neck on the inside of the jersey to the previous Space City
Stop the conversation.
Yeah, so this is really about the evolution of Moon to Mars, and Space City was the first one we ever did. The city is anchored in so much space history and culture, and it was also the best ever in Major League Baseball history and Nike's history from a City Connect. So we wanted to still pay tribute in 2.0.
Oh my God. I see more of this coming. I mean, what the hell was that? That was like NPR. A lady talking about muffins on NPR. Well, this is how you make the blueberry muffin.
make sure you put a lot of Crisco grease in the pan, and then you put it in the oven for no more than 11 minutes so that it gets a nice little moist muffin top. I mean, that was Monday's game, and Todd Callis and Jeff Blum brought her back for another segment. And I mean, that's just the first homestand of the year. We're going to see her a lot, aren't we? Especially if the Astros offense doesn't wake up. Like, this is what we're going to be tuning into games for, because the Astros offense isn't going to show up. That's what I see in the future. I see more of this lady, Anita something. I don't want to know her name. Why do they force these interviews on us? I have the site, and again, the Astros offense is making me see horrible, horrible things. Okay, it's one thing to have the marketing person on. I see something very awkward. I see the most socially awkward person of all time to ever set foot in Dyken Park. I see Bobby Dynamite interviews on the horizon.
Fans were dying to see the train. What was going to be in the back of the train here? The baseballs, the unveiling. Bobby Dynamite never left. He's still here. How you doing?
I'm doing great. Still here. It's really me.
What's new up here?
Oh, man, everything. We got a new paint job to match our colors. So everything that was red is now orange. Everything that was black is now blue. And then the baseballs. We got some giant baseballs sitting back there to just kind of signify our 25-year history here in downtown Houston. So, yeah, everything up here is new again.
This is going to be the whole year. When the Astros offense doesn't show up, the Space City Home Network, to try to keep people tuned in, they're going to be bringing in the marketing person and then Bobby Dynamite to talk about what's new with the train. Hey, here's what's new with the train. It got a paint job, and they replaced the oranges with balls. And they're sending Julia Morales up there to, first off, tell us that information, and then ask Bobby Dynamite for more information. So while the Astros offense continues to do nothing at the plate, this is what I see in the future. More Bobby Dynamite. And by the way, bless Bobby Dynamite's heart, but this is truly Napoleon Dynamite, but with less pairs of overalls. More Julia and Bobby.
Need some action up here.
Oh, are you? How can Bobby be afraid of heights if he hangs out?
I don't know.
By,
We'll talk
one
later.
arm?
I'll get the scoop on Bobby being afraid of heights. How many pair of overalls do you have, Bobby?
Just two, actually.
Oh, wait.
Well, yeah.
I'm sorry I asked.
Most people are.
TK.
No, I think there's a follow-up to that.
Yeah.
That's why you only come up here once a year.
Good thing it's early in the season.
This is off the rails, literally. Oh.
So good.
No, Todd, it's not so good. Because my divine sight sees more interviews with Anita, the marketing lady, and Bobby Dynamite the rest of this year. I'm sorry. I can't do that. Okay? I've experienced the good. I can't go back to the bad. And I will watch these games. Being baseball's preeminent mind here in Houston, it's a burden that someone has to carry. And since it is me, gifted with the divine sight, I will do it. I will watch these games. But I see more of this. Oh, we're not done. While the Astros offense doesn't show up, we're going to see more interviews with the marketing lady who's going to bore us to death. We're going to hear more interviews with Bobby Dynamite, who's going to make us want to change the channel like we're watching Michael Scott on a vintage episode of The Office circa 2009. Or we're going to get bad HEB commercials. And HEB, I love you guys, okay? Thank you very much for the Texas pecan coffee that has powered me through my morning for years. But who greenlit this?
Make me snacks for the ball game. Make me HEB snacks. Buy me some brisket and queso too. Oh, and good enough for the whole crew. Let me flip all these burgers and poppers grilled by the flame. For it's 1, 2, 3 dipsters have to win the snack game. We should totally start a boy band.
No, please don't. Honestly, I'm upset with the lack of effort there from Jose Altuve and from Mauricio Dubon and from Jeremy Pena. I can sing better than the three of those guys. Obviously, I show it at T-Bones every single Saturday, doing a little karaoke. But the lack of effort there, sort of a reflection of the, I don't know, lack of attention to detail this offseason for the Astros offense that has done absolutely nothing. So, guys, I see dangerous things on the horizon with my divine sight. Okay. I'm seeing more awful promotional interviews to distract us from the non-existent offense, whether it's with Anita, the marketing lady, or Bobby Dynamite. And I see us wanting to strangle ourselves with our own bare hands as we continue to hear those HEB commercials. So, I mean, this is what I see. With this Astros offense off to a historically bad start through 5 games, yes, only 3% of the way through the season. These are the things I see. And they frighten me. And they should frighten you. It's the Paul Gallant Show, the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. 713-780-3776 to call, to text on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Sean, are you scared? I'm scared. I do not want this. Okay? I don't, but this is what's coming. This is what's coming if the offense doesn't wake up.
Yeah, it's really tough, especially because if the offense doesn't wake up, it's just going to be quicker and quicker half innings, and we're just closer and closer to HEB commercials.
Or those
Hearing
Fubo TV commercials that are poorly voiced with a terrible jingle in the background that play once a commercial break, reminding me of the fact that they're price gouging me to the tune of $150 a month. This ad was not brought to you by Fubo TV.
No, it was not. Yeah, man. Christian Walker, I'm going to need you to stop hitting the ball hard and more hitting it on base. I know he got a hit yesterday. Huge.
He did get a hit.
I mean, 6 singles last night, boys. Let's go. That's awesome. Now, I would like for it not to be like 1 single every inning. I would like for it to be 6 straight singles. Would even be nice.
Well, that'll be hard because this team can't hit with runners in scoring position.
Yeah. Good news, they haven't had a ton of opportunity to get guys in scoring position. It's great news.
Yeah, I think since last night, I think they were 3 for 23 with runners in scoring position going into the night, and I don't think they added.
They were 0 for 2.
Oh, okay. So damn. I was wondering if they even got anybody in scoring position.
I had the same thought. I was like, they might have just gone 0 for 0. No, they 0 for 2. So
Cam Smith had a hit.
Kyle
Tucker has 4 home runs in his last 4 games.
Yeah, playing in a minor league ballpark.
Well, don't they say that about Dyken Park? Oh, guys, I'm nervous. I see things coming that are only going to get worse. You thought last year's start was bad? I don't know. I think we're heading back in that direction, and I didn't think it was possible. So the Astros bats, please wake the F up this afternoon. Sean Mapes behind the glass. I'm Paul Gallant. It's the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. If you want to weigh in on the Astros' slow start, on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Meanwhile, our beloved Cougs, are off to San Antonio. However, I don't like the way that they're doing it. Come on, Cougs, step it up. What am I talking about? Find out on the flip side. The Paul Gallant Show. Stay put.
You're listening to The Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Before we talk about what the Cougs are doing today, which I feel like for them, it's beneath them. Some comments in the last segment, because I have the site and I see scary things on the horizon for the Houston Astros. More really insufferable interviews with the marketing lady. No one wants those. No one wants those. Truly, no one wants them. We can go to the website to check out all the promos, or you can have Julia read them really quickly, coming back from a commercial break. That's what the Rockets do. The Rockets don't have somebody sit down for an inning and a half talking about all the cool things coming to Toyota Center. Don't give them any ideas. By the way, Space City Home Network, that's not what I'm looking for. Vanessa, our gal, talks about what's coming up. That's it. Back to game action. That's all we need.
And now that everyone on that broadcast knows what outerwear is, it should go without a hitch, without Craig Ackerman saying that basically everything is free. That's not underwear.
Yes.
Or everything's 50% off. No, it's only outerwear, Craig. And he thought that was everything but underwear.
See? It creates confusion for the broadcast.
And content for like 2.5 games.
I enjoy the content side of it for us. But this is the bottom of the barrel that I'm going to have to scrape. I'm going to be listening to the marketing interviews for slip-ups. I'm going to be hoping that Bobby Dynamite's awkward ass comes back on the TV for interviews about how the train got painted.
I don't know if we're getting another Bobby.
He's gone. That's it. He's gone.
Unless something else happens with that train. Nah.
If he's been there for 25 years, though, he needs more than 2 pairs of overalls.
That is definitely no. Now I get that he's not exactly like up there sweating. Like he's just mostly chilling, especially this year. Basically nothing but chilling. I can count how many times he's had to start the train.
He's afraid of heights, apparently. That was something we learned. Not a great place to be afraid of heights, especially if you've been doing this job for 25 years. In 25 years, you should have more pairs of overalls. Come on. Let's get some fun colored overalls. I mean, you get some orange ones, tequila sunrise ones. Junior Broncos says on our Twitch at ESPN 975, Bobby D isn't awkward. He's always just high as bleep. I don't think that man has ever seen out weed in his life.
He's high.
Yeah.
In left field.
He's high up. Yeah, there you go. Nice. But, I mean, this is what I see on the horizon for the Astros if the offense can't get it going. Us getting annoyed by bad HEB commercials. No offense, HEB people. More Bobby Dynamite and sideshow carnival acts. King of Twitch brings up they're turning into a carnival ride. Yep. And the marketing manager telling us, hey, you can get your Jose Altuve gold bobblehead tonight. Like, no. On YouTube, Oscar Orbit and Friends. Oscar says, Orbit and Friends will be the next filler segment. Sweet baby Jesus, let us not get swept. Yes, because Orbit doesn't even talk. I hung out with Orbit at Minute Maid Park before opening day in the morning. That was cool. But, yeah, he doesn't say anything. I don't know if there's a guy under there or a girl under there, or are they them? I really don't. More comments here. This is just frustration from Astros fans on the text line. This lineup is trash. When will people realize it won't wake up? 8 righties and 1 lefty. 5 of the righties literally can't hit. But Dana Brown told us this was a World Series contender. Asterisk, he did not say that this year. I think he said that they should compete to win the division. He's an effing moron, continues this texter. Crane needs to sell the team. Another texter asks how much of this is on Joe Espada. They came out of spring training like this last year, too. The coaching staff is trash, writes another texter. And somebody else asks, when do our torpedo bats arrive? Good question. Jim Crane's got to put it in order. Anyway, guys, it's the Paul Gallant Show, the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. On YouTube at ESPN Houston. On Twitch at ESPN 975. Our beloved Cougs are leaving for San Antonio in about an hour and 7 minutes. It's going to be a big send-off. I hate it that they are taking a bus. The Cougs deserve a private jet. You got Tillman Fertitta, who's pumping all sorts of money into the program. And we appreciate everything that he's done for the program, along with a lot of other people for the Cougs. But you can't get these guys a private jet. We're only talking Houston to San Antonio. It's not that long of a flight. I don't want a bunch of guys who are north of 6'3" to be stuck on a bus, even if it's a fancy charter bus, for 3.5 hours. What if they get cramps? What if their knees hurt? I don't want that. I want every advantage possible for the Cougs going into Saturday's game, and sitting in a bus for 3.5 hours all cramped up, because these are huge humans. Even if it's a charter bus, the odds are it's going to be very uncomfortable for them. I doubt that the Cougs have a basketball-sized charter bus available. Why are they taking a bus? So anyway, they're leaving for San Antonio at 1:30. I love how Will Kunkel from Fox 26, who regularly brings me on TV, Fox 26 does, so I do like Fox. I like KHOU and KPRC too, but yeah, Fox brings me on the most. I like that Fox 26 keeps on flexing that we've been covering the Cougs from the start. And speaking of talking about the Cougs and covering the Cougs from the start, I have admitted I jumped on the bandwagon late. I jumped on it late. But it was cool seeing Kelvin Sampson yesterday with a little media availability. I guess he had wrapped up, and then he came back to talk for 5 minutes about how far the Cougs have come. He explained he has a lifetime contract. He talked about the reason that everything came together the way that it has with Tillman Fertitta and some of the higher-ups at University of Houston. I like this move by him at the very end, where he wraps up his press conference talking about how credit ain't just for Kelvin Sampson and where the Cougs have come from and where they're at now. It's for everybody in our beloved Cougs community.
So quietly, as I was walking out of the locker room, I got just a tinge emotional because I remember where this place was when we got here. You know, and I tell everybody, if you're a fan of our program now, you won't have a really appreciation for this unless you were here in 2014 and saw where we started. And now look where we're going this weekend. Sometimes it doesn't seem possible, but that just shows you what can happen if you have a lot of people that will believe in something. So, you know, the head coach gets most of the blame for everything, as he should. That's why they pay me all that money, right? That's cool. But the credit for this should be shared.
Hell yeah. I like that from Kelvin Sampson. Every Coug who was along for the entire ride, and let's be honest, there weren't that many. Why would there be that many? I mean, if you were all in on Cougs basketball before Kelvin Sampson took over with the 4 tournament appearances, post 5 Slamma Jamma with early exits in all 4 of them. I mean, if you were there, you've got problems. We respect the loyalty, but you've got problems.
You're gambling on games. That's where, if you watched a UH Cougars game or if you follow the Cougs, it's because you're gambling. You're
Right.
Probably on the other team too.
It could be that, Sean, or maybe you like going to Hoff Hines because you're a little socially awkward like Bobby Dynamite and you like talking to rats because there were rats all over the place at Hoff Hines, from what I understand. There are rats everywhere. Maybe not Astrodome level rats, cats, bats, asbestos, but, you know, it wasn't a great place. So if you were at those games, yeah, you're a little bit of a sicko. But it is really crazy just to see how far they've come with Sampson coming in, putting pressure on people at the University of Houston to make changes. And the change is actually happening because that doesn't always happen. A lot of times, especially universities, the people that are in positions of power, they're going to look the other way. They're going to ignore you. They're going to think they know better. God forbid that you ever change things up. The status quo, it's so easy. Why would we shake up the status quo? The Cougs actually did that. They're a model for college sports on what can happen if everybody actually works together and if you have a billionaire. That last part, very key.
And having a billionaire becomes more advantageous because for the last 4 years now, you can just pay guys. You can just sign guys to NIL deals.
Right.
Which again helps. It's a specific advantage that the Cougs were in position to take advantage of. They're not the only team. They're the only team that did it while also having probably the best coach in program history. I don't want to step on any toes of the older. How about best coach at U of H in my lifetime by far, by a million miles?
Not even close.
So yeah, I think that all this coming together. Obviously, Kelvin Sampson is right that it's like should be shared, but let's not front. Like he is a huge part of the reason this worked at all.
He's the number one reason. I just like the little bit of humble from him.
I like
there.
that he says let's share the love, and it isn't just Kelvin Sampson, but it's like 80% Kelvin Sampson.
For sure, because he's the one that put pressure on them, and
exactly, and was good enough to show that it's worth the investment.
And to hear that story about how Kelvin Sampson was talking to his father on his deathbed, and he asked his dad for career advice because he was an assistant coach at the time. And his dad told him, "You're a great college basketball coach," and he passed away a couple of days later. I am always a little skeptical of the supernatural and things like that, but I mean, could things have not worked out better for Kelvin Sampson? No one deserves the title more than he does with what he has done here. He's not John Shire taking over at Duke.
Born on third base.
Right, exactly. Even if he ends up being a good coach, let's be honest. He was born on third base. He's not, what's his name? Helton at Florida or...
Oh, Todd Golden.
Todd Golden, my bad. I don't know why I thought it was that.
Todd Helton.
I thought it was Todd Helton. Yeah, I don't know why. That'd be funny. He goes from baseball to coaching basketball.
Yeah, Todd Golden, who don't look up some of his controversy from earlier in
Todd
the
Golden
season.
texting underage girls. Yes.
I said don't look it up.
Don't look it up. Are they underage or are they college age?
They're co-eds.
Okay, they're co-eds. Okay. Well,
still not great.
Urban Meyer paved the road, so it's not that surprising. And then on top of that, you got Bruce Pearl and his sweaty self at Auburn. And again, all these guys deserve credit, but no one deserves the title more than Kelvin Sampson for what he has done over this stretch of time, turning the Cougars into arguably the most successful program in college basketball to not win a title over this stretch. I think there's a very strong case to be made there. So to bring it back, and I see Tillman Fertitta dropped in the world rankings for richest sports owner. Of course, he owns the Rockets, and he's the ambassador to Italy, and he's got his hands on the Cougs as well. I feel like they should have taken a private jet. And there's still an hour left. Can we not get a private jet for the Cougs? They leave. Their bus leaves for San Antonio at 1:30 this afternoon. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Sean Mapes behind the glass. I'm Paul Gallant. Up next, if you want to weigh in on the Astros struggles on offense, you can. But we got soft boys. Speaking of Duke, all-time soft moment from that cake-eating university based off of something that happened on a TV show. Who's been soft in the world of sports? We do that next. Stay put.
This is the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Cougs are off to San Antonio this afternoon, and the Astros are looking to avoid a sweep at the hands of the Giants this afternoon with Framber Valdez on the hill. More venting about the Astros on the text line. Joe Espada strikes me as a moron, says one texter. They asked him about the torpedo bats, and he said he doesn't know anything about them. All caps, it is your job to know all these things. Please be done after this year. I don't know that the torpedo bats are going to fix the Astros' struggles at the plate, and I do think that there's something to be said about these stats being so bad. It's an anomaly. We're only 3% through the 2025 campaign, but it has been a bad start, and I had some nightmares last night about more interviews with the marketing lady to try to get people to go to the park, more interviews with Bobby Dynamite to distract us from the Astros' lack of offense, and more bad HEB commercials. That might be our average Astros watching experience. Chad Swisher on YouTube says Dana Brown has destroyed our roster. I don't think this is on Dana Brown. I don't. I think Dana has done the most that he can with the budget that Jim Crane is allowing him. Another texter says the window closed. Now, we'll see on that front. For what it's worth, the Giants are 4-1, and the Giants somehow, some way, have now beaten the Astros in 4 series in 4 years. Rather surprising.
Yeah. What's Dana Brown supposed to do about if Yordan Alvarez just goes 2 for 20 every game?
1 for 16 to open up the
every
season.
5 games.
Yeah, exactly.
What's gone wrong isn't what Dana Brown actually built, or not even what he built as in guys that are already here. It's like all these guys are better hitters than they've been so far.
Yes.
So that's why I'm not full on alarm bells, because if it was what we had pegged as weaknesses going into the year that were holding the Astros back, I would be like, oh my God, 3 errors from Altuve in 1 game or something. It would be that kind of stuff, or that Wesneski and Arrighetti and the Ronel Blanco, the back half of your rotation is come crashing down to earth. That actually hasn't happened yet.
The starters have done enough.
It's all the players that we thought were the best players on the team that haven't played well. And in a sport like baseball, it's just I'm willing to give it more than 5 games before I get worried. But I'm okay sitting at home on my couch with my arms folded, being like, of course, you ground down to another double play.
That's where I'm at. 5 quality starts from the starters to this point. 9 runs in 5 games. Junior Bronco says, remember when Paul and Joe buried the Astros last season in April? Yes. We'll do it again.
Yeah.
And if it ends up jinxing the Astros into being good, so be it. Also, when it comes to the Cougs, who are taking a bus to San Antonio in about 50 minutes, which drives me crazy. Come on, can't we get a private jet? Someone texted in, and this could be right. Who knows if this is fake news, misinformation, disinformation. The NCAA doesn't allow teams within a certain radius of tournament games to take a jet. They have to take a bus. Yeah, but it's the Final Four. And we have a billionaire. Can't pay someone in the NCAA under the table, the most corrupt sporting institution in the United States of America. You can't throw a little money under the table. Someone texted in, it's $50,000 versus a couple of grand for the bus. Someone else texted in, pony up then, Paul. I'll offer $1. That $1 will go a long way. Come on.
You know who should pay for this? And I don't know if this person has any ties to the University of Houston. I actually doubt that they do.
Who?
For this situation, for a flight from Houston to San Antonio, I think that Taylor Swift needs to step in and donate her plane.
Oh, I mean, come on. The Cougs are the underdog story.
They are America's sweetheart in this Final Four. I've just dubbed them that. I don't know if America agrees, but they are America's sweetheart.
They are. Baby, just say yes. Baby, just say yes.
And that plane is used to taking 30-minute flights.
She flies private to Starbucks. You know what? I would too. Screw the environment. We're all going to die anyway, right? Right. She doesn't have a kid. She doesn't care about the future. So keep on guzzling that gas, Taylor Swift. And how about donate the jet to our beloved Cougs so they don't have to take a bus?
For the next, you have 1 hour to donate this jet.
I mean, as the texter brings up, drove to San Antonio last weekend. Traffic was horrible the whole way. We're leaving at 1:30 p.m. and arriving in San Antonio because what is it, a 4-hour drive?
It's 3.
3 to 4. But again, you're driving in rush hour on I-10. Okay, that's going to go great. I'm sure that they won't be stuck in traffic for another hour while these giant human beings are sitting in this bus that probably doesn't have seating that is tailored for them. I'm sure they're going to feel super comfortable.
Tugler's going to be cramped in there.
Yeah.
It's 3:26 to my parents' house right now.
Yikes. and it's only going to get worse an hour from now.
Yeah.
Trill O'Reilly says Mattress Mac needs to pay. That would be cool if Mattress Mac paid. Did you see Mattress Mac announced his retirement on April Fool's Day, only to unretire? That happened. April Fool's Day. A watch coming up at 2:30. It's the Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in Houston. You want to talk about the Cougs taking a bus instead of a private jet? You can't. I think it's ridiculous. Come on, guys. Let the Cougs fly. Literally. Also, the Astros are struggling on offense, and I'm starting to have visions about how terrifyingly sad this year could be. Up next, normally we do it at 12:30. We pushed it back. Soft boys. Who's been soft in the world of sports? As if we didn't have enough reasons to hate Duke before the Cougs play him on Saturday night. They'll have another one next. In Soft Boys, stay put. In honor of the time last year that Ime Udoka saw LeBron James bitching and moaning in the midst of a Rockets-Lakers game and called him a soft-ass boy. Every single Wednesday at 12:30, we talk about who's been soft in the world of sports. Pushed it back a little bit today. Lots of people venting about the Astros' struggles on offense, and we also had to touch on the Cougs, who are taking a bus to San Antonio at 1:30, deserving better than a bus. Sadly, we did not see a dust-up between Ime Udoka and LeBron James in Monday night's late-night Rockets-Lakers tiff. It was a very ugly game. I would have liked a little football in my basketball, a little shoving. Speaking of shoving, I think we all think Duke can shove it, all us beloved Cougs fans. And Duke is being a bunch of babies over this. Have you seen The White Lotus? This season takes place in Thailand, and there's been a feature, a featured family on this show, which is about basically a resort that has multiple locations across the world. And there is a family at this resort who are clearly from North Carolina. It's called the Ratliff family. The guy who plays the patriarch of this family is Jason Isaacs. You might know Jason Isaacs as Draco Malfoy's dad in the Harry Potter movies, or as the bad guy in The Patriot. Remember him? You know, the guy that kills all of Mel Gibson's sons. Spoiler alert. Well, he plays the dad, and he is regularly wearing a Duke t-shirt while, let's just say, having visions about killing people and himself. He's completely unhinged and on drugs for most of this season, and it has been a whole lot of fun. But he's wearing a Duke t-shirt while doing it, and Duke thinks that the White Lotus has gone too far using their brand without permission, as this guy, in what is definitely the least controversial thing that has happened in this season of the White Lotus, is a complete crazy person. Duke is mad about association. I wonder if Duke will sue. But Duke remains the worst. The worst person in my high school grade went to Duke. This is just on brand with who they are. And I think it's fitting that the Cougs have a chance to snuff their championship chances on Saturday. You know, just twist their neck. Take them out the same way that Jason Ratliff wants to take out his family.
Has Duke commented on Saxon Ratliff?
They have not commented.
Another beloved alum of that university.
Did he go to Duke? Do we know he went to Duke?
Yeah, and when they're introducing each other, as they get to the thing, I think the wife and the daughter went to UNC. The son and his dad went to Duke, and then the high school one is still making his decision.
Okay.
On a lot of things, but his college chief among them.
Does he want a relationship with his brother? Does he want a relationship with his sister?
Who knows?
Has he watched too much Game of Thrones?
Who knows?
Truly, the least controversial thing that has happened on the TV show to this point is this guy daydreaming about killing himself and his family while wearing a Duke t-shirt.
I don't know if it's the least controversial.
I think it's
the least controversial involving that family.
That's fair. Speaking of Duke being a bunch of whiny babies, did you see Lakers head coach JJ Redick with this very bizarre complaint? God, this is so 2025 NBA. JJ Redick, I guess, asked the Los Angeles Lakers analytics department to analyze whether or not players get healthy and return just to play the Lakers. Here's what he said, quote, "I think it's like 86% of opposing payroll has been available to play us this year, which is by far number one in the league." End quote. What a weird complaint. Oh, not enough guys that we play against rest. Oh, what is this? What a weird, bizarre complaint.
It's something that like Lakers fans have been tweeting at. Like every time, like they'll just send out like a guy's recent game logs, and it's like DMP, 30 points against the Lakers, DMP. Like, guys really do just come back and play the Lakers, which is hilarious. And it's funny that it's worked its way all the way to JJ Redick being it was someone's job at the Lakers today to like Google, or not Google, but like look up and compile the percentage of payroll that plays the Lakers every game. I would love to know who's last.
Me too.
I would love to know who's like, everyone's like, man, we don't have to play anybody to play the Wizards.
Right.
You kidding me?
No, it's fine. Continuing through soft boys, who's been soft in the world of sports? How about Brock Purdy and the San Francisco 49ers? So first, this offseason, Nick Bosa said he was looking forward to the 49ers having a full offseason because it was, per Bosa, truncated. He actually said that word. By the team's deep postseason runs because they made it to the NFC title game the 3 years before. Said Nick Bosa, it's definitely a grind, end quote, to miss out having more time off. What? Huh? So 3 extra weeks? 3 extra weeks,
It's
Nick
tough.
Bosa? That's too much?
It's tough. Because, Super Bowl, second weekend of February? OTAs start in like May. I mean, come on, Paul.
I would accept this in basketball because basketball's playoffs take forever.
Yeah, and it's like end of June to like beginning of October, as opposed to 2 weeks from now to October.
Right. Baseball has
That's
a month-long postseason. Yeah. Football has about a month-long postseason. What are we doing? Oh, the season's too long.
It's also 2 extra games.
Right.
Like it is 2 football games.
That's it, because they have the bye week for pretty much all of these. Continued by Brock Purdy, this complaint. 49ers are tired. Last year, man, guys were tired. That season is no joke. When you go from July of training camp and everything all the way to the end of February, and you really get 5 weeks off or so until you've got to report back, and then you're going again, guys are tired. They're still beat up, their bodies. You guys have the lamest offseason ever. You get 13 practices that you have to show up to an offseason.
And most of it's just like stretching, install.
Yeah.
Playing catch a little bit. Like they're not wearing helmets for some of it. Like it is the easiest like practices that you need to go to.
And Brock Purdy / Nick Bosa are players who probably don't have to go to these things.
No, definitely not Bosa. And then Purdy, if he shows up, like literally no one can touch him.
Yeah.
He just needs to stand outside.
Crazy.
It is crazy.
Soft Boys continues on the text line of nomination. The Astros offense, soft boy. Oh, yeah, for sure. For sure. Another from Eric the Driver, Kentucky baseball for the crap that they pulled against Texas A&M. The game was in hand. They were up 10-5, Kentucky. But, yeah, trying to run the clock out so that the travel curfew time passed at 4:30 so that they wouldn't have to go into the 9th inning. That is lame as hell. Soft Boys continues. Baseball players, man, they suffer the darndest injuries. Freddie Freeman of the Dodgers had a mishap entering the shower at home and tweaked his surgically repaired right ankle. He is day to day. Why does it always happen to baseball players? It's truly bizarre. I feel like we only hear weird injuries with baseball players. We don't hear it with football players. We don't hear it with basketball players. We definitely don't hear it with hockey players. But baseball, it feels like it's once a month, something cartoonish happens straight out of Looney Tunes, and a player's out for a couple of games because of he's pulling some sort of Three Stooges act.
He stepped on a bar of soap walking into his shower. Yeah. I have no idea. Because it is always like it's just is it Dustin May like eating something, eating a salad and tearing his esophagus and being out for half the year. Like it's always something with baseball players. It's always something that like normal humans do every single day without incident, but somehow like this tiny percentage of the population can't go 6 months without some horrible injury,
right? Exactly.
While doing something that like knock on wood. I don't know the last time I've fallen in the shower.
It's been a while for me too.
It's like, how often do people fall? And he's a professional athlete, and he probably has a way nicer shower than I do.
I've slipped while walking around outside of the shower, but I haven't fallen. Like I've just stumbled a little bit.
Yeah.
Eventually that will get me though. There will be a day that I probably missed the show because I'm too late getting in. It's because I slipped getting out of the shower and suffered a concussion.
I'd say like 40s that happens.
Yeah, I don't think it's that far away. So 5 years away or so. It'll be the Sean Mape show to open up as Paul tries to get back up after falling and not having
pressing
a
his life alert.
Yeah. Soft Boys continues. The NCAA soft because they are stopping the new Nick Saban of college football, Syracuse head coach Fran Brown, and Colorado's Deion Sanders from playing against one another in a spring game. Here's Fran Brown, arguably the greatest coach in the history of college football.
We should have just told Coach Belichick and Bill O'Brien to come up with it, and then they would have let them do it, and then it would have all went right. We shouldn't have been the first two dudes to say, damn well they wasn't about to let Coach Prime Time and Fran Brown be the first two guys to do it. I was over their dead bodies, so that wasn't happening that way. I'm just messing with you, NCAA. Don't get all mad and call my AD and try to find me. I'm literally joking.
He's literally joking, but I mean, NCAA, soft and racist? Yes. How dare the NCAA keep a strong, powerful black leader of men like Fran Brown down, the greatest college football coach in the history of college football, and Deion Sanders too. And he is right. I mean, if Belichick and O'Brien tried to pull this, I bet they would greenlight it.
Yeah, because they'd be like, it's what we do in the NFL.
Right.
And then they'll
It's
be like,
joint practices.
we're in the NFL too.
This seems like a massive misfire by the NCAA. You're pissing away free money. Hey, okay, people are going to stop doing the spring games, but you could televise a spring game between two schools. I think more people would watch it.
Yeah, and all they need to do is like a week of joint practices and then the spring game on Saturday.
Come
like,
on.
That's it's not even that much that we're asking for, like that disruptive to things. It really is very simple. So yeah, I do wonder if it's something that happens down the line, but yeah, they're definitely not letting Fran Brown do that. Come on.
One last soft boy. Tennis as a sport. 19-year-old Jacob Munsick had considered withdrawing at the start of the Miami Open. But apparently the official who runs the Miami Open didn't show up on time. Get your bleep together, guy who runs the actual Open. So since he could not submit his withdrawal, he played through the tournament, and then he won the whole thing. He beat Novak Djokovic in the final, who's the best tennis player alive. That is so soft. He was considering withdrawing because he had a bum knee. The guy who was supposed to take his withdrawal request didn't show up for work on time. And then he goes and he wins the whole tournament. And he's 19. Tennis, get your stuff together. How am I supposed to take you seriously as a sport? It's country club crap. And on that note, that wraps up this edition of Soft Boys. Who's been soft in the world of sports? On the Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in Houston. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. On YouTube at ESPN Houston. On Twitch at ESPN 975. The Astros are really struggling at the plate. Are things going to turn around for this guy who might be the biggest reason for their issues? We will discuss on the other side. Stay put. The most interactive sports talk show in Houston. 713-780-3776 is how you call in. It's how you text in. You can join us on YouTube at ESPN Houston. You can join us on Twitch at ESPN 975. Slow start at the plate for the Astros to open up the 2025 season. For those who don't know, 9 runs their first 5 games, 4 extra base hits. Jose Altuve has 33% of Astros hits, and Yordan Alvarez is 1 for 16. Alvarez was asked about his struggles last night. Here's what he said through an interpreter. Quote, "I've been in this situation before. Anybody who's played baseball before has been in a slump, and I'm not going crazy. It's just something that happened." It was really interesting hearing both Astros broadcasts last night. First on Space City Home Network, where Todd Callis and Jeff Blum talked about how Alvarez, who is going to be, I think, in left field today, perhaps could use some time in the field to get his mind off of the slump. Like, these are the means, I guess, the Astros have to resort to. Because Alvarez, per the Astros flagship, I guess, feels more engaged when he gets to play in the field. So we're hoping that Yordan Alvarez playing defense could theoretically get him going on offense. It is such a strange stretch to make that connection. I get that Yordan feels the way that he feels. I don't know that I buy it.
Before. I've heard that before from guys that DH, where they're like, it's weird to DH because you go up, you have your at bat, and then you sit on the bench for an hour and then have another at bat.
Sure, Sean, but at the same time, it just feels like a stretch. This guy's an incredible hitter. All right, he can sit on the bench and focus more on his next at bat. Like, he doesn't even have to think about going in the field. Go watch a little film or look at the tablets that maybe they have in the dugout. I'm sure.
I think they took out all.
Oh yeah, I forgot they got rid of it. Thanks, Red
What
Sox.
happened? I forgot.
Thanks, Reds. No, that was the Red Sox. That wasn't the Astros. The Astros was the trash can banging. Okay, so maybe you can't do those things, but I'm sure there are ways in the dugout that the Astros can communicate with Yordan. Hey, this is what you do in your next at bat. Playing in the field, that's supposed to loosen him up, make things better.
Look at Rafael Devers. Rafael Devers, they made him a DH. Now he can't hit.
Damn it. Fair argument. It's dumb, though. It's dumb. And I mean, I had some nightmares, some visions about what this Astros season could be while we're watching the broadcast on the Space City Home Network going forward, where we're hearing more interviews with the marketing lady, more interviews with Bobby Dynamite, and getting more terrible HEB commercials stuck in her head as the Astros offense doesn't score. And now on top of that, we got the broadcaster saying, well, maybe they need to play Yordan in the field so that he can forget about how bad he's been at the plate. In the Athletic article that Chandler Rome put together, Joe Espada told Chandler about Yordan and his struggles, 1 for 16 to start up the season. Does have 4 walks at least. I know how good the guy is. I don't mind waiting. I want it to happen today, but I don't mind waiting. I mind waiting. Joe Espada. I mind waiting. 713-780-3776 to call and to text in more from Yordan. It's part of the game. It's normal, and I've been through this before. I know right now there's a lot of things that aren't clicking in my swing. Well, I mean, there's whole spring training for that. Said Espada, it's just a matter of being patient and letting these good hitters come through at some point, which they will. I mean, it does feel like a lot of these Astros struggles offensively are an anomaly. Still, I mean, they're at the bottom of the sport in just about every single offensive category. Ryan's got a thought on the most interactive sports talk show in Houston about the Astros struggles at the plate. Ryan, what you got?
Hey, what up, Paulie? Hey, Sean A. Mates, what they do, baby?
Yo.
Hey, So it's the batter's eye, man. It's always the batter's eye. That's why they're not hitting. What are your thoughts, buddy?
I mean, the batter's eye makes it more visible. It's black now as opposed to green. They have not blamed that yet. I do think that's the next step in the blame game. The blame something for my struggles, Matt. That's the next jump, but we haven't quite gotten there yet. Andrew Ramirez on YouTube says, I'd rather have Yordan Alvarez in left field than Altuve, in my opinion. Altuve did screw up last night, didn't he? Altuve did screw up again. Yeah. Now, look, we haven't been able to see all of Altuve's adventures in left field because we weren't able to watch some of the games that were televised in spring training. But I could be wrong on this. I think that Altuve has screwed up all 4 chances that he has had to potentially stop a run from scoring. He had the 2 biffs off the side of his glove with runners tagging from third in spring training. And to open up this season, he's had 2 moments where a ball has either gotten away from him at the warning track. That was, I think, the first moment with a guy who was going from second to home plate. It would have been tough for Altuve to get that guy, but felt like he was thinking about it, bobbled the balls. He was trying to pick it up. And then there was another moment where he just misplayed the ball and it rolled all the way to the wall. And was that because he was thinking about trying to get a runner, stopping him from scoring? That happened last night. I mean, that was one run. Altuve did get the home run, but the one run I think he allowed by letting that ball get past him, like his plus minus last night was 0.
I don't think that affected that play at all.
You don't?
No. Like, because he ended up getting the ball pretty quickly afterwards, and it was not even close to getting the run. Like, they didn't even throw it home.
But it felt like he took a bad angle.
Maybe. I don't know. I mean, you only see like a split second of
True
from the ball hitting it.
And maybe this is because he's small. I mean, he is 5'7".
Or it's just because we're all like, oh, here comes Altuve. He's going to screw this up in left field.
He did screw it up.
But that's not like a huge screw up.
Every little screw up.
I know.
You're
screw up. You're just such a tiger mom with this.
Yes, we all should be. This is the situation they have put themselves in.
Well, because he's not booting a ball in second base. Instead, he's booting a ball in left field. Like, that's the thing. That's what everyone forgets, is that he sucks at second base, too.
He's
not good at second base.
He almost turned a double play while playing second base.
Oh, yeah? How'd that go?
Then it got overturned. They challenged it. That was on Monday. I thought he had it for a second, I was about to tweet, look at Altuve. Still got it at second base, huh? And then, but he almost turned it. I don't know. Just
like he almost got that ball at the wall. He can almost get everything, and he's almost a good defensive player.
Jose almost Tuve.
Yeah.
In the field.
But, to be fair to Jose Altuve, he's literally the only guy.
He's their whole offense.
On the offense. So I actually don't really. That's also why I don't care. It's like you're at least pulling the part. You're doing why you're playing in left field. Like, that's the reason you're playing in left field is because you can hit a baseball. If we had someone else who could actually play left field, who could hit, he would be playing left field. We don't have that, so Altuve has to play out there.
Text on the most interactive sports talk show in Houston from the 409. He is 5'6", but yes, every inch matters. That's from Pat 409. Oh, that's so true. As an Irishman, I can confirm that. Irish American. Another texter from the 832. You can't blame the batter's eye when the other team scores 8.
That's always been the rebuttal.
But they haven't scored that many runs. At least last night, they only scored 3, the Giants. They scored 7 the night before.
I was gonna say the night before, they didn't have a problem with the batter's eye.
Texter says one hitter hitting over 200. And Kyle Tucker is on a 4-game home run streak. Yes, that's true. From the 409, you make a nice catch in the field, it eases your nerves. Talking about Yordan. Kind of like when you get some and you have that post you-know-what clarity. Well, I don't know. Sometimes the post you-know-what clarity is a moment of shame, and you're like, what have I just done?
Yeah. And
what
also,
can of worms have I opened?
Explain why Jose Altuve is the only guy who's hitting the ball well.
Yeah. He's the worst fielder.
I actually don't think that playing the outfield and hitting are that connected. Remember, it said people said that playing left field would hurt Altuve's confidence at the plate.
Yeah.
That if anything, I need him less confident in the outfield. I need him more conservative out there.
Jordan, I guess, is going to be in left field today, and someone else texted from the 409. It's not that strange when all you can do is hit once every 9 guys. There's no other way to help the ball club when you're struggling. The only thing you think about is that. Okay, but I don't want Jordan Alvarez to think about running and potentially get injured and be out for a couple of weeks. And I know it's dumb to just assume injury in any sport because bleep happens. But with Jordan, I assume injury is going to happen.
Well, also, I mean, he got hurt last year running the bases.
Yep.
If only he could just stand in there and swing, and someone else runs for him, someone else plays defense for him. Just literally just hit the ball. Can we do that?
Yeah.
And he's like, yeah, watch this, 2 for 20. How do you like that to start the season?
From the 832, statistically speaking, more balls go to left field than second base. Well, we don't want Jordan fielding them, although Jordan is not as bad as Altuve there.
Really, all this boils down to is that the 2 best hitters on the Astros both stink at fielding.
Yep.
No matter what, you're going to have someone bad out there.
Oh, Lord. Anyway, it's the Paul Gallant Show, the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. 713-780-3776 is how you call in. It's how you text in. You can join us on YouTube at ESPN Houston. You can join us on Twitch at ESPN 975. If you want to vent about the Astros, that's on the table. 2-3, 9 runs in 5 games. Also, we lost an icon last night. A question for you. What, as an actor, should the late Val Kilmer be known for most? We'll discuss Embrace Debate. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Stick around.
You're listening to the Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Hopefully, the Astros can avoid a sweep later this afternoon. And also, in about 11 minutes, our beloved Cougs are about to get on a bus to drive to San Antonio. Would have been nice if they could get a private jet, but from what I understand, I think Jeremy Brando talked about this yesterday on the Killer Bees. Per the NCAA, you got to drive a bus if you're this close. Sorry, it's the Final Four. Grease the table. Is that what you say? Grease the skids? I'm not 100% sure what the term is. All I know is the idea that bribery is illegal in the United States of America is a farce. And the NCAA, we think they're above taking a bribe. Look at Mark Emmert's hair. Of course, he's not the head of the NCAA anymore. Do you think they're above taking a little money under the table? Tillman Fertitta. Little money under the table to the NCAA.
He's the ambassador of Italy. He can't be doing business underhanded.
The ambassador to Italy can't pay people off?
No, that's not what they do.
Oh, Italians don't pay people off?
No.
Italian Americans don't pay people off?
Especially when they own casinos.
Oh,
They
okay, I
don't.
forgot. Al Capone never existed. I mean,
They
my
don't do
God.
that. They don't, especially not a government official. Come on.
What better way to ingratiate yourself to the Italians if you're Tillman Fertitta than by doing a little bribing in the United States? You know, he wets the beak of others. So Tillman, little money under the table for the NCAA, $50K for a private jet. Come on. We still have 9 minutes. We can make this happen in 9 minutes. I do not want the Cougs driving through rush hour traffic on I-10 to go to San Antonio. Leaving at 1:30 is a poor choice, and these men are large humans, and most charter buses, and I'm assuming the Cougs do not have their own custom charter bus, are situated so that if you are 6 feet tall, it is going to suck. I do not want any of these guys even slightly hampered in terms of mobility or cramping or anything on a drive a couple of days before the biggest game of the season against Duke. Sorry, I don't want that. Private jet. Oh, Paul, the airlines aren't doing so well these days. But we got a billionaire paying for this one, okay?
They'll make sure that this one,
This isn't a regional jet. This isn't Allegiant, you know? We're not Mick Cronin in UCLA.
No. Oh, God.
We're the Cougs, okay? So step your game up.
What if Calvin Sampson's like, no, well, we want it hard. Actually, once we get out of the city, just throw the bus in neutral, and our guys will get out and push it to San Antonio.
If he said
Jojo
that,
Tugler is gonna push us.
I would do a 180 immediately. if Calvin Sampson says it's for the best, it's for the best. Some people are saying, well, maybe they're going to stop at Buc-ee's along the way.
I don't think they should.
I don't either. I don't want them eating anything that's not good food. Okay.
Yeah. They also, I mean, again, like we said, leaving at 1:30, like leave at 11. Like, come on, what are we doing?
Tasty food and good food are different things. Okay. And Buc-ee's has some very good, tasty options, but like the brisket sandwiches and the tacos, no. Clean eating, pasta and protein. That's it for the next couple of days. Okay. Val Kilmer, legendary actor, known for Top Gun, where he played Iceman, known for the movie Tombstone. I'm your Huckleberry. I mean, Val Kilmer in that movie where he plays Doc Holliday, fantastic. He played Jim Morrison in the movie about the Doors, underrated movie. He played Gay Perry in the movie Kiss Kiss Bang Bang. Also stars Robert Downey Jr. and Michelle Monaghan, who is a strong, powerful, independent woman who's also been featured on the most recent season of White Lotus. My big question is, what is he known for? He was in Heat as well. He played Batman in the Batman Forever movie.
Yeah, the Tommy Lee Jones one, right?
I haven't seen that one yet. Tommy Lee Jones and
Jim
Carrey.
Yeah, what a
as
great
the
movie.
Joker. I know. That's actually the one Batman I've not seen. I've seen part of Batman Returns. What's he known most for? The first line that came to me was Val Kilmer in Tombstone, which also features Kurt Russell, Hell to the Yeah, and Sam Elliott, Hell to the Yeah. I mean, it's just like the epitome of man movie. When he says, "I'm your Huckleberry," and shocks the guy who's in like every 80s and 90s action movie, plays the original Kyle Reese in Terminator 1. Iconic scene. Take it down.
Well, I didn't think you had it in you. I'm your Huckleberry. Why, Johnny Ringo, you look like somebody just walked over your grave.
I think Val Kilmer as Doc Holliday is his best role. I mean, I know everyone's going to talk about Top Gun as the Iceman, but Val Kilmer with that mustache and ridiculous accent.
Yeah.
Plus
sweating profusely the entire movie.
Because he's got tuberculosis.
Yeah.
Fantastic stuff.
Johnny Ringo. Yeah. Yeah. Great. I think that's probably his best part. I think Top Gun is probably what he's most known for, just because Top Gun was a bigger movie and is a bigger movie. Like, to this day, it has a lasting legacy, I guess.
This is true. His hair in that movie, oh my God, just incredible. The volleyball scene where everyone's not wearing shirts, but they're wearing jeans on the beach.
Yeah, oiled up too.
Oiled
a lot of
up
sweaty acting, actually, from Val Kilmer. The more I think about it,
a lot of people, and they're homophobes. These people, they say the scene is gay. It's not. It's just guys being guys. With Playing with the Boys by Kenny Loggins in the background, it's just men being men, competing against one another, while sweatily wearing jeans and no shirt. Really make up your mind, like wear a shirt.
Yeah. One guy's wearing one guy checks. I think it's Tom Cruise checks his watch.
Wearing his watch while playing volleyball. Yeah. That's a foolish decision when you're doing a sport that's mildly wrist intensive, especially when the sweet spot when you're trying to dig a ball is right where your wrist is. Anyway, a lot of iconic lines in Top Gun. I mean, Iceman and Maverick, they had a rivalry. It began like this.
You guys really are cowboys. What's your problem, Kazansky? You're everyone's problem. That's because every time you go up in the air, you're unsafe. I don't like you because you're dangerous.
That's right. Ice, man. I am dangerous.
Oh, God. Just make out already. I mean, just, do the handshake that they do in Predator already. Or chest bump. Yeah, the sexual tension in that scene, you could cut it with a knife. And I mean, the bromance continues because at the very end of the movie, you got this between Val Kilmer and Tom Cruise playing Iceman and Maverick in Top Gun 1.
You are still dangerous. You can be my wingman anytime. Oh, you can be mine.
Hell yeah. USA. 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 Kill all those Russian pilots who we don't identify by country. They're just called MiGs.
They're flying MiGs, and the title card was literally somewhere over the Indian Ocean.
Right.
They did not want to put a name or a place to any of it.
But those were Russians. Those were communist bastards.
Yeah.
Who took down Goose. How dare they? The best moment, and it is so sad that Val Kilmer ended up getting throat cancer, which really debilitated him, and you didn't see him in much over the last couple of years. It was awesome that there was the one last scene in Top Gun Maverick. If you haven't seen it, you will 100% tear up.
The Navy needs Maverick. The kid needs Maverick. That's why I fought for you. That's why you're still here.
Because Val Kilmer was truly fighting to say every single word there. I think that they did help him out a little bit with some enhancements on the audio side of things. But that scene, if you haven't seen Top Gun Maverick, it's a really powerful one right towards the end. And then Iceman's character spoiler alert, 3, 2, 1, passes away. You should watch it if you haven't seen it already. But, I mean, that part of the movie sucks because you knew that Val Kilmer was actually going through something.
Yeah, it was like, I mean, it's why it was well done. It's why it's a great movie. It is like, it is also autobiographical. That scene is kind of happening in real life as well as in the movie, and it fits well in the movie, and also it's nice to see.
He's definitely known for playing Iceman, Val Kilmer, R.I.P., the most. I like him the most as Doc Holliday in Tombstone.
But I think the best movie is Heat.
That's
the best movie he's in.
So he was asked about working on Heat on Reddit. Here's what he said, quote, imagine being able to say Al and Bob for the rest of your life. Talking about Al Pacino, Robert De Niro. Not many people can do that. I have seen Bob giggling like a schoolgirl in a van in the middle of the night because we have to be quiet because they're filming outside. I have been hugged by Al Pacino in the middle of downtown LA like he was my older brother. I have shot live rounds from high-powered assault rifles over Robert De Niro's head while rehearsing lines from our film. I got to kiss Ashley Judd. I sometimes lived at Michael Mann's house. I am in one of the greatest cops and robbers films in film history. I am on the poster, for goodness sake. What an honor. Priceless experience. Watching all the actors do their thing. We all work hard. But when you are with the icons, you get really squared away. Loved every minute of it. Yeah. That would be a sick one to be on.
He is on the poster. Like, I'm looking at it now. It is Al Pacino. It is Robert De Niro. And in the back, in the middle, it's Val Kilmer.
Is that what he's known for the most? Not Heat. Is it Top Gun?
I think it's Top Gun.
Is it Tombstone?
I think Top Gun, Tombstone, Heat, in order of what he's most known for.
Kiss Kiss Bang Bang, if you haven't seen it, is truly a fantastic movie. He really is. If you haven't seen it, watch it. He was in Kill the Irishman. Ever seen that one? Also the late Ray Stevenson, who you might remember as Pulo in the TV show Rome. Man, it's a bummer. That news, I saw that last night, and that really bummed me out. So I'm going to put together a list of things that I need to watch with Val Kilmer in. And I'm looking at his IMDb. He did a lot of TV show appearances. Did you know that he was on Entourage?
No, I did not.
He was on an early episode of Entourage. He played the Sherpa. You have no idea it's him because he's in such disguise in that episode. He looks like the man who has smoked the most weed in the history of weed. Fantastic stuff. R.I.P. to Val Kilmer. I'm going to have to watch Batman Forever at some point. I'm Paul Gallant. It's the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5, 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Up next, the 10-minute drill. 18-game seasons on the horizon for the NFL. And while the tush push might not be outright banned, the NFL is looking to get rid of it. And I hate that the league is getting rid of a job of a hardworking blue-collar man. Stay put. Yes, it is time for football, and we might have more football in the near future. You see this? Hear about this? Roger Goodell says that the NFL is discussing an 18-game season. At the same time, the NFL is also looking at health and safety. Not sure how that works. The 18-game schedule was not a focus of the NFL owners' meetings and shifting the preseason from 3 games to 2. Quote, Goodell, we'll continue to analyze it. We'll continue to discuss it, obviously, with the players. We'll all do our work on that. A lot of these things affect whether you would go to 18 games with all the health and safety issues. I mean, they're never going to have a 17-game season, just a 17-game season for the end of time. You know, they're going to add another game. It's a matter of when. I just think it's funny that Goodell keeps on bringing up the idea of player safety. Like, give me a break.
Yeah, that they have to like say those words to then justify, to be like, we are taking into account player safety, ... We also want to add a game for every team every season.
Yeah.
Also, one of those games will probably be an international game. Like, because isn't that one of the other things they said they're working on? Is like, there's going to be one international game per team, basically, with this extra game that like they'll just use it as a world tour.
Great. So more games in Brazil.
But player safety.
More games in Germany.
Player safety.
More games in London.
And more player safety.
Honestly, none of those places are safe, given what's going on in Europe and just Brazil's existence. For what it's worth, we're talking about player safety.
Yeah, but
playing outside the United States, not safe.
I mean, they already play in Chicago. You know what I'm saying?
Fair. It's a good point. Some call it Chirac.
They play in Seattle. They play in San Francisco.
Shoot, I think
LA.
the Texans play in Seattle this year.
Watch
Field
out.
trip? Should I go up there? How many homeless encampments can I walk through and ask people about the Houston Texans? I'm just going to ask them, do you know the lyrics to Football Time in Houston by Clay Walker? Please sing.
And they just lean over.
And that's all they'll do. And I'll wonder why they're leaning over. And then I'll remember, oh, yeah, people just do that on the streets in public. Anyway, NFL, Paul, talk about football. Talking about player safety, Roger Goodell says the league is considering prohibiting pushing and pulling. It's funny because that used to be illegal, pushing and pulling guys who have the football in their hands. And then they made it legal again a couple of years ago. And since that's happened, the Eagles tush push has really picked up steam. This is a way to outlaw the rule without looking like you're outlawing the rule because everybody that's not the Philadelphia Eagles is crying about said rule.
Which, by the way, you could also say, like, hey, what's good for player safety? Not shoving a guy in the back. Like, even, like, take out the tush push. Like, a lot of times when it happens, it's, like, down the field.
Right.
And it's normally a running back who gets stopped and his forward progress gets stopped, which always frustrates me. That, like, he does get stopped. His forward progress, and then a left guard and a center come in and run into his back, and he gets a first down.
Yeah.
Like, I always am like, how is this not forward progress is stopped? I don't know. Again, it like the pushing rule. It's just like, this was something that used to be a rule that somewhere down the line got taken away.
Mm-hmm. So this is their way to stop it. I thought it was very funny hearing Mike Vrabel, New England Patriots head coach, saying this about stopping the play. Oh, well, Lamar Jackson scrambles are tough to stop. I think they should outlaw that play too.
Yeah.
I do think that this play will be removed before the start of this season. This is a smart way to go about it so that Eagles fans don't collectively lose their minds and riot.
Yeah, but they still will. Come on.
They still will, because no one is more unhappy than Eagles fans. Eagles fans are mad that they won the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Because they have a very woe is me complex.
Same thing happened last time they won the Super Bowl. It was like 4 games until they wanted Carson Wentz benched again.
It's truly hilarious how miserable those people are. I mean, they've won their first 2 Super Bowls in franchise history since 2017, and they are still constantly looking for something to be angry about. Philadelphia, baby.
Yeah.
Built different. The NFL is taking away the jobs of hardworking blue-collar men in favor of artificial intelligence and robots. Sony's Hawkeye technology, will be used by the NFL as the primary method for measuring the line to gain. This is official as part of the rule changes. It'll start with this coming season. The chain crew will remain on the field in a secondary capacity. I'm sorry, but I like the chain gang. I like it. There's a little drama involved with the chain gang coming out to determine whether or not it's a first down. So we're just going to get rid of it now?
I like that part. I don't need these guys, a stiff breeze blows into them and aka like a linebacker falls into their legs and the game has to stop for 20 minutes as he gets carted off the field.
Yeah,
like,
I mean,
get these old men off or if you want to keep the chain gang, can we like get ageist with it and say like
you have to be young.
Yeah,
You have to
40
be
and
spry.
under. Yeah.
But that's not why they're getting rid of it. They're getting rid of it because they think that they're going to be able to accurately measure where a football is on a field. And I think that's going to be really hard to do because you have to determine when a guy's knee is down to determine where the football actually should be marked. That is very difficult to do.
They'll have to like have some sort of like time code element where they go knees down, time code, where's the ball at this time code,
which might slow the game down if they're trying to link the time code with when the ball was actually the forward progress was officially stopped.
I do think it's funny though that for over 100 years like the way they've marked yards is like so just like let me just eyeball it, like if you like you'll just see it watching a game where it's a play in the second quarter, a guy gets stopped and you see like, oh, got a friendly spot on that one or got a bad spot on that one, where it's like for most of the game it really doesn't matter where they're spotting this ball. Like they try to get it close and then they pick a spot and then that's just kind of where you stopped. But now it's going to be like with robot precision. Like now we need to know exactly where it is, where the 2 plays before it was just like, hey, they kind of disagreed, so they picked a spot in the middle. Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, that's true. That does happen.
But then, like, if you want to just be imperfect about it, just be imperfect. It's the same thing with the robot in baseball. It's like, if you want to say, like, human element of the umpire, like, every strike zone is going to be a little bit different. That's part of the game. Then do that. But then to, like, well, but 3 times a game, you can have a very specific strike zone. If it's a ball, then we'll give it to you.
I want the chain gang to stay. I don't mind the human error element. This is once again a rule that's being changed because the Bills are crybabies. I mean, this is definitely because the Bills cried about that ball spot that they got where they were clearly short against the Chiefs. They were short. I'm sorry. I've watched that replay over and over again. I cannot for the life of me figure out how people believe that ball was actually past the line of scrimmage. I don't think it ever crossed. I really don't. Everyone's still bitching about this. And this is why the rules always change. It's because some loser-ass team like the Bills, who were supposed to have this great dynasty, they lost. The Bills lost fair and square.
Again, to the Chiefs.
Right. Because the Chiefs own them. They are their daddy. And we changed the rule. Like this is not the direct reason for the rule changing, but don't get it twisted. This was a major reason that they decided all of a sudden we're going to make this happen this year because we screwed this up. So what happens when the Bills lose this time? What are they going to get changed next time around? 713-780-3776 to call to text. On YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. It's the Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in Houston. The Rockets have a chance to do something they haven't done in years tonight, but they're missing something. Stay put.
You're locked in with the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Couple of funny texts from our NFL segment where we talked about the removal of importance for the chain gang. From the 281, chain gang are the Walmart greeters of the NFL. Damn. I heard that if a Walmart greeter asks to see your receipt upon leaving, you don't actually have to show them the receipt. You can just keep walking. So it does really make you wonder, wait, what is your role here? Because I don't ever get greeted by a Walmart greeter whenever I go into that hellhole. I mean, whenever I go into Walmart. The one on Dunvale is just an absolute experience.
I do wonder how much profiling goes on with the Walmart greeting.
Well, you know what? They're regularly asking me for my receipt when I leave. So
yeah, rightfully so.
I think they look at everybody as being the same, and I like that. That's America. But theoretically, if I wasn't such a good citizen, I could just blast past these people, and I would be well within my right to do so.
Sometimes they don't stop me. Sometimes if you just walk with a purpose, they don't.
Mm-hmm. From the 832, Pat's fan crying about rule changes is insane. Brady created rules. I don't think I cried about it. More made fun of the Bills for losing and getting another rule change. Really, if you're talking about rule changes, though, the NFL changed rules because the god of the sport got hurt after an undefeated season, right? So you don't want to lose the greatest athlete in the history of the world to an injury when someone's taking low shots on him, you know? So that's why they changed the rule. But Tom Brady never complained for that. The Colts were the team that was complaining about rules during the early Patriots run. If we're going to get specific about that, Bill Polian, who was on the competition committee, once famously said that he would never draft someone like Aaron Hernandez, even though while he was in Carolina, he drafted a killer named Ray Caruth. Bill Polian, who famously said that Lamar Jackson should play wide receiver. Now you know the rest of the story. Rockets, Jazz, tonight, two things on the line. Number one, a 50-win season for the Rockets. One more win, they will be at 50. Should happen. The Jazz have lost 6 in a row. They don't really care anymore. Number two, if the Rockets win tonight, they can be no lower than the 6th seed in the Western Conference, which is fantastic. The magic number is 1, and it's very fortunate that the Jazz are up for tonight's game because the Rockets' schedule does get pretty tough to wrap up the year. If you haven't seen the Rockets' schedule ahead before their game tonight at Toyota Center against the Jazz, I imagine it will be largely empty no matter how much bleep talking Vernon Maxwell does about Utah tonight. Take a look at the Rockets' schedule the rest of the way. They're going to play the following teams. First off, Oklahoma City, then the Warriors, then the Clippers, the Lakers, and the Nuggets. That's a brutal 5-game stretch to end the year. There's a chance, theoretically, they could go over. So take care of business tonight. You're officially in the playoffs. You got 50 wins. You've done something by officially making the playoffs, past the play-in tournament, which they are in, at least as of this moment right now. It'll be really incredible to see what both Ime Udoka and hell, Rafael Stone and all these young Rockets players have done. Really is cool. But they are missing something. And I don't know how many people watched the Minnesota Timberwolves and Denver Nuggets last night. Double overtime game. Minnesota won 140-139. You watch that game and you just wish the Rockets had a closer. Nikola Jokic, I mean, this is one of the best players ever. 61 points. Yeah, 61. Oh, post double overtime. He didn't leave the court from 6:38 in the second quarter on. He played the entire rest of the way. 61 points, 10 boards, 10 assists, 6 of 11 from outside. It's insane what that guy can do. And it is kind of crazy that performances like this by Jokic don't really get the kind of coverage that other guys who put up nights like this get. He isn't that flashy, and he does look, like a bit of a lumbering oaf.
And he actively doesn't want to talk about basketball ever,
which I love.
He just actively hates the.
Oh, ask me about the horse racing.
Yeah.
What a performance last night, and they lost.
Yeah.
Anthony Edwards also on the other side of things. Rockets don't have a closer like that. 34 points, 10 and 8. He had 10 points entering the fourth quarter. Fourth quarter and 2 overtimes. He has 24. Edwards, he's a fantastic player. I wish the Rockets had one of those guys. Maybe Amen Thompson could be that someday. I'm skeptical Jalen Green will be that guy, though I do think Green's had a pretty good year for the most part. The reason, though, this game went to 2 overtimes and ended with a Timberwolves win and not a Nuggets win, though, is because of Houston Rockets legend Russell Westbrook. Oh, that was rough. So very end of the game, Nuggets are at 139 to 137, and there's a Timberwolves player in the corner open for a 3, and Russell Westbrook closes out on him, as Russell Westbrook does, like a bull in the china shop, and take him out.
Well, before that, Edwards had the ball, throws a pass, turnover straight to Westbrook, goes down for the layup, misses the layup.
Oh,
and then the ball, still no stoppers. The ball
I missed
goes
that.
down.
I missed that. I caught the very end of it. I got a push notification. They're like, "Oh, double overtime," and I finally turned it on, and I saw the last play, and I was like, "Oh my gosh!"
Yeah.
So he had 2 bad plays down the stretch.
Yeah, he bricked a layup straight into fouling the 3-point shooter.
He's had a good year, to his credit. That's a rough one though, because that's probably the game of the year. Just given that Jokic scored 61 points, goes to double overtime,
and just how late it is. It's 2 teams in the playoff picture.
Harlan's on the call.
Yeah, Wolves trying to get out of the play-in. So.
A little inside the NBA afterwards too.
Yeah.
Steph Curry had 52 last night. Again, you don't have a Steph Curry.
No.
And the Bucks shot an NBA record in the 21st century, 68.9% last night.
Nice.
The Astros, would be nice if they could put together offense like that. One last note on the NBA from last night. This comes from The Ringer. For the first time in NBA history, missed 3-point shots are more common than missed 2-point shots. That's bad. It's definitely bad. I like 2-point shots. What's wrong with 2-point shot? Bring back the 2. Give me a long J from the elbow for 2 points. Fadeaway. Not by Dylan Brooks, but by others. As long as it's not Dylan Brooks, I'm cool with it. I like a little fadeaway from the jump, from the elbow. Come on. Those used to be fun. Hashtag Kobe. Sean Mapes behind the glass. I'm Paul Gallant. Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in Houston. 713-780-3776 to call to text on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Stick around. And if you want to vent about the Astros offense with a little over an hour until they look to avoid a sweep at the hands of the San Francisco Giants, you can. On top of that, how's the Cougs bus ride going that they are now 28 minutes into? Because they can't take a private jet from Houston to San Antonio. Talk about that too if you want. Stick around. the most interactive sports talk show in Houston on a Wednesday. We did some soft boys. We got Washed Watch coming up. And the Astros offense is looking pretty washed right now. Woof. 9 runs in 5 games, 4 extra base hits in 5 games. Last night in a 3-1 loss to the Giants. You did get a Jose Altuve home run and an error in left field. 6 singles from the rest of the Astros. Jose Altuve has 7 hits. The rest of the Astros have 14. And just one of those hits is from Yordan Alvarez. I mean, eventually, this offense is going to show up. It's really hard for me to believe that everyone is going to struggle to the degree that they're struggling all season long. But at the same time, just because we've been through it last year, you know it's possible again in 2025. As far as the lineup today, Jose Altuve is their designated hitter. Yordan Alvarez is in left field. No changes to the lineup outside of at the very back where you're going to have Zach DeZenzo in right field instead of Cam Smith. So 1 through 9, Altuve, Isaac Paredes, Yordan Alvarez, Christian Walker, Yainer Diaz, who also has stunk to open the season, Jeremy Pena, Brendan Rodgers, Zach DeZenzo, and Chaz McCormick. Ugh. So Yordan playing in left field, which was talked about on the Astros TV broadcast and on the Astros radio broadcast. Hopefully, that, I guess, shakes him out of his slump. It was talked about like it's a real cause and effect on both of those broadcasts last night. I'm a little skeptical that there's a link between those two. It's a psychological thing more than anything. Oh, he's going to be able to focus on himself and not on his offensive struggles when he's standing out there in left field. He's not going to be overthinking it every second in the dugout. He's not going to be on the bench thinking, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. God, I suck. Or, an on Espanol version of that going on in Yordan's head. Yeah. I mean, if that's happening right now, then I can understand going out to left field. But I feel like when you're in the outfield, you're just as likely to have those exact same thoughts. Damn it, I've been such crap at the plate. Now I'm out here's left field so that I'm a little more engaged. As an overthinker, I just don't know.
I was going to say, this is exactly what working with Paul is like.
Am I projecting a little too much here?
Damn
it, why did I do that? Why did I say that? Oh, damn it. Crap. Poop. And so now you're in left field, and apparently that goes away.
I mean, honestly, like I get why they can't say this because they need you to like whatever watch these games with meeting.
Mm-hmm.
But it's also like no matter what Yordan does, like he'll hit better than he's hit so far.
Yeah,
like they're just like it's literally impossible for him to hit worse than he's been doing so far, unless we think that the Monstars took his powers. So I don't know. Play him in left, play him in right, play him in center. No matter what, he will start hitting the ball better. Again, unless he just had the power sapped out of his body, like he will go back to being a 900 OPS guy.
What if he got Monstarred? Yeah, that would suck.
I hope that didn't happen.
Most interactive sports talk show in Houston. That's Sean Mapes behind the glass. I'm Paul Gallant. Paul Gallant Show on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Jerry has a thought on the HRNP listener line, 713-780-3776 to call to text. Jerry!
Hey, Paul. Real simple. I'm very frustrated with the Astros, as everyone is. I mean, I'm not going to spend my hard-earned money to go to the ballpark and see them not hit. It's ridiculous. You have the smallest left fielder hit home runs day in and day out, and they don't do it. You look at the standings. The Astros have 9 runs in 5 games.
Ugh.
The other teams that have 9 runs are the Braves. They're 0-6, and the Rockies, who are a joke of an organization. You got the A's, who don't even have a city to represent, have 20 plus runs, and you have the Pirates, who it's McCutcheon and a bunch of nobodies who have 15 runs. It's ridiculous, and I don't think, other than the 2020 and the 2022 seasons, because I don't, I don't count the COVID year. The park has to be cursed. How do you not win a World Series game against the Nationals in 19? How do you not win a home game against the Rangers, and you get swept on the 2 games from the Tigers? Something is wrong with that park. Give me a new ballpark because I'm tired of it.
Okay, Jerry, appreciate the phone call. You want to blow up Minute Maid Park / Daikin Park / Enron Field?
Yeah,
because it's cursed.
Except for the year they won the World Series.
They did win a couple of games in 2022. I mean, they won the World Series at Daikin Park.
The way to the World.
But hey, Jerry did bring up valid data along the way there. I'm waiting for the first column about the hitter's eye at Daikin Park. They changed the color of it. But something's up. And I mean, to hear that the Pirates have scored more runs and the A's have scored more runs, that is a bummer. The Pirates do have Paul Skeens, for what it's worth, who is Livy Dunn, strong, powerful, independent woman. He is her husband and or fiance. I don't know if they're officially married, but yeah. Yep, they're struggling. I mean, really the only thing that you could say right now is that, sure, the Astros haven't been scoring, but the pitching's been good. And the Braves are definitely more disappointing because the Braves are 0-6. And one of their big signings this offseason got suspended for 80 games less than a week into the year.
Imagine the Astros signed Jurickson Profar.
Oh, my God.
And then also.
And we're struggling at the plate. Yeah, that would be rough. I mean,
no, but hadn't won. They're 0-6. Like, imagine just like being a Braves fan thinking you're going to win the division. And you're like, yeah, got Profar pretty good last year. We're hurt a lot last year. That's why things didn't go our way. But we're the Braves. We'll go back to win the NL East. And it's like, oh my God, 0-6. And this guy got popped for steroids.
More comments here. Andrew Ramirez on YouTube says Jim Crane could have kept Kyle Tucker and Ryan Presley. Well, they're not missing Ryan Presley right now. They're not missing Presley. Rocky says you can expect Jordan to get better, but they are who we thought they are. Dubon playing every day is going to show weak-ass bat. Jake Myers, Chas McCormick, trash. Walker and Paredes, inconsistent. We'll see about those two.
Inconsistent. It's been 5 games.
I actually
like what is wrong with this?
I think their process has been fine for those two. You know? Yainer Diaz right now, that is a big problem too. Jordan's the biggest problem.
Everyone's a problem. Everyone except for Altuve is a problem at the plate.
But those two specifically are playing so bad relative to expectations. Like, they are so bad. So that's part of this, obviously. Because we all know.
Stinks.
Yeah.
What can we do? This team stinks. Oh my God.
That's it.
I'm not giving this team my hard-earned money because they're 2-3 after 5 games. Astros fans. Imagine if you had to root for a real team. Imagine if you had to root for like a team that actually doesn't do well.
Yeah.
Imagine if you had to root for the Twins.
Well, they wouldn't care.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I remember when the Astros were a normal team for
people didn't care.
The first half of my life. Yeah.
People didn't care.
People just didn't care.
They didn't care at all. Hey, it's fine. Oh, it's a baseball team.
But now they want to fire a spot after 5 games.
Desert Stroll on YouTube says bring in the torpedo bats. Rocky says torpedo bats, wombats, fruit bats. Doesn't matter. That's funny. Philip has a thought on the HRNP listener line on the most interactive sports talk show in Houston about our beloved Astros who have scored 9 runs in 5 games. Philip, yo.
Hey, how you doing, Gallant? I mean, I love your show, man. I'm calling from Pennsylvania.
Hell yeah.
On a cold night. But first of all, I want to say that was a beautiful Val Kilmer tribute you had.
Hell yeah.
I mean, he's one of the greatest actors ever. And he, to me, was one of his best movies that I've seen.
I gotta watch it.
But at the same time, I want to ask you, what do you think about these torpedo bats? Like, I'm a old. I played baseball. I'm 53 years old. I played baseball as a kid, high school, little league, senior league, and we had Black Magic. We had those good bats. They were aluminum, but But I would never. I mean, these are like softball bats, right? I mean, if you look at them, they look like a softball bat, and I don't think that's right. I think they should just keep it to the way it's always been. I mean, I understand in golf you get customized golf clubs, or like I got into an argument with one of my coworkers because he says, "Well, what about first basemen? Shouldn't they wear the same gloves as all the other infielders or outfielders?" And I said, "No, man, because that's the way it's always been in baseball." So, but anyway, I'm gonna hang up, and I love your show. Let me know what you think about them damn torpedo bats.
All right. Appreciate the phone call, Phil. Now, from an Astros perspective, with how much they're struggling at the plate, screw it. Bring them into the equation. There's been so many articles written about the torpedo bats. Here's one on NBC News headlines. MLB's torpedo bats aren't new, and they aren't magic. This season, the average runs per game are up by 0.04 runs. Batting average is down 5 points. Very limited sample size. These bats don't look that different from regular bats, but I'd imagine somebody who's actually played baseball before, you're going to notice the difference a little bit more. If the bats are legal, I feel like it's a miss by baseball that they did not slow roll this and actually announce that there are now different bats out there, because there are a lot of people that are finger pointing at the Yankees and accusing the Yankees of cheating because they've been so good to open the season. What do they have? 9 home runs in a game or something?
Yeah, but some of that's also the
Brewers suck.
With this whole thing. It's all small sample size where it's like the Brewers. I think no team in baseball has thrown more fastballs under 90 miles per hour than the Milwaukee Brewers. So it's like, yeah, no way. The Yankees are hitting a bunch of home runs because they're getting the slowest pitching in baseball.
Yeah. I mean,
and then the Brewers next game after the Yankee series, they play the Royals and they give up 11 to the Royals. So like, it could just be the Brewers absolutely stink.
It definitely could be that. The Yankees are also pretty damn good in their lineup. I mean,
3 of those home runs were Judge, and
right.
He wasn't using a torpedo.
He's not using it. Right. Exactly. So I think the fact that the Yankees are using it and that they had a very good start to the season against a team that might not be very good lent itself to all of a sudden everyone's talking about it. Some people are going in rants about it, but it's being used across the sport and it is legal.
Yeah. Yeah. To me, you either use it, like what's going to happen is everyone's going to use it, and Louisville Slugger or whoever is going to make a lot of money because every team is going to be buying these bats, or baseball is going to ban it halfway through the season, like they did sticky stuff, where they're just like, you know what? Actually, we're cracking down on the spider tack. Pitchers, get over it. See ya. Those are the two things that's going to happen. I don't think the Yankees are going to have some unique advantage when it comes to the torpedo bats, because if they have been, also if they've been legal the entire time, why did it take until 2025 for
great question
an MIT scientist to be like, what if we just made the barrel huge, huh? what if we just did that? Anyone thought of that one? And apparently the answer was nope, never thought of it.
I really think that this boils down to baseball just not having its bleep together under Rob Manfred.
Yeah.
If there was some sort of announcement about, hey, new bats, and if they had a different nickname, the marketing side of it, I don't think people would be freaking out about them to the degree
Torpedo bat is a cool name
that they are. Yeah. By the way, and we might have time for Watch today. We got some things coming up in this hour. Not 100% sure of how they will go, but this is a pardon the interruption tweet yesterday at 7:30. Breaking: baseball's reportedly banning the torpedo bats after backing them just 2 days ago. Is baseball right or wrong? But it happened on April 1st, so I don't know if this is an April Fool's tweet.
April Fool's.
It's ridiculous. Anyway, Sean Mace behind the glass and Paul Gallant. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. The first thing that pops up on my Twitter when I go to my For You right now is that. Bizarre. It's like that my computer can hear me, I guess.
Yeah.
Up next, can you talk us off the ledge about the Astros offense? Can anyone talk us off the ledge about the Astros offense? And the Cougs are off to San Antonio via bus. Ew. Stick around. Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in town.
This is the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
And joining us right now, you're good, bud. Microphone's not on. Microphone's not on.
Is it on? Because
now it's on.
It's on now.
I have no problem saying that into the camera, but that's not for today.
So
That's
for another day.
That's for another time and place. Go ahead.
Astros front office insider Jeremy Booth with us in studio. You can also catch him on KHOU. We did a little TV together on Sunday night.
It was oddly prescient.
Yeah. Well, things haven't changed much because the Astros offense is still Jeremy Booth off to a very slow start.
Pedestrian.
What's going on? Is this just an anomaly? Is this a freakishly slow start, or is there something else at play?
Whose coffee cup is that?
That is Glenn Davis's coffee cup.
Like the former Astros first baseman? Glenn
No,
Davis?
not former Astros first baseman. This is Glenn Davis of Soccer Matters.
Oh,
it's a TV show.
Yeah,
it's a radio show.
Can I just move that?
You can move it.
Thanks.
You can move it.
This coffee cup.
Does soccer trigger you?
It's well, a little bit. So look, what's going on is not a lot is what's going on. I mean, it's just, there's a lot of
couldn't tell.
Yeah, a lot of early discomfort. We're mixing and matching positions a little bit. We talked about that. I think that what you're seeing right now from the club is about what you're going to get. You're going to get some 3-1 wins and some 4-0 losses, and you're going to get an occasional 5-2. You're going to get stuff like that. This isn't a club that's going to go out and score 7, 8 a night on any given night. It's just not going to happen. And I know that Dana thinks they're going to hit. And I'm not saying it will never happen. People have days like that, right? But when it comes to the way their offense is geared, it's geared for the ballpark. It's definitely geared to play well there. But the Giants might be a little bit better than people thought. Just a little bit.
4-1 to start the year.
Yeah, a little bit. I think the Mets are a pretty good test. I thought that was a pretty fair test as far as a matchup. Those are average baseball clubs. That's what they are. Neither one's going to go turn around in my mind and blow out a division. Okay, the ones they're playing right now, and the Astros are about where they should be. They're an average baseball club. If you have 85 to 86, 87 wins, you're an average, just above average baseball club. So I don't think Cam Smith is ready. We talked about that a lot, ahead of time. It's nice fanfare. It's rarefied air, as we've said before. I don't think he's ready to be here, not from a personality standpoint, from a production standpoint. So for him, for all the Astros fans out there, he's not a bust. Let's just get that out of the way.
Are people saying that now?
There's a lot of people. So when I was in Seattle, we brought Mike Zunino to the big leagues pretty quick.
I remember Mike Zunino.
Okay?
Yeah.
And we brought Z up, and after, I think, less than a year after taking him to third overall, maybe a year. And he wasn't ready. He was the right time for us for him to be there. We had a need, but he wasn't ready.
From my time up there, they're still traumatized by that moment by bringing up Zunino too early. And when it came to Jared Kelenic, there are many who believe they brought him up too early. Obviously, he has moved on to other places because they traded him away. And then on top of that, they were nervous about Julio Rodriguez on that front too. So yeah, there's always the possibility you bring a guy up too early. But I think at the same time, too, I would imagine that as far as the people who are freaking out about Cam Smith right now, saying he's a bust, these are Astros fans who probably need a little Xanax, a little booze.
There's something.
Some Woski to settle down.
On the Mike Zunino front, I'm going to tell this story quickly as a parable for that's probably the wrong word, but whatever. For the where we are with Cam Smith now. Okay, we're sitting around the table in Seattle, draft, maybe right after, and Jack comes down, Zarenzik, who's a GM, and we're talking, and it's myself, and it's Tom McNamara, and it's a few other people that Jack trusted, and we're talking about, Brandon Bance. We need a catcher. Montero's a bust, and we need a catcher. And Brandon Bance never played in the big leagues, was never going to come back to the big leagues, but we needed a guy. So we went and got Bance, okay? We needed something else, and it wasn't going to be, Bance, the time was up. Mm-hmm. And he said, you bring Zunino now? And everybody around the table said no, including Jack. We all said no. Why? Because he's only been here a year. Can we go trade for somebody? And you got none left. Can we go Can we survive with this? What do you think? No, yes, no, maybe, split. Is it worth it to bring him up now and try to stay competitive because he can catch here? We knew he could catch in the big leagues already. And let him work his way in offensively with the guys we had around him, Seager, Cano. I want to say Brendan Ryan might have still been there as defensively. You get the point here. We had some guys that could swing a little bit. Michael Saunders might have been there right then. Anyway, do we bring him up and surround him and let him learn here? And nobody felt good about it. But we were still in the middle of something. We thought we were going to be okay, have a chance to win. And we had drafted Z in 12. This is 13. And so we were building into something next year in 14. Does this at all sound familiar to you?
Yeah.
We're building into something in 14. And so the decision was made to bring him up, let him catch because we knew he could survive. And offensively, it cost him 6 years. Oof. It was just not the right time to do it. We had misevaluated as an organization his offensive readiness, something I don't think he ever recovered from personally. Okay. And so with Cam Smith, well, it's not the same guy. The concern is it so fast that he's going to lose himself mentally? Because as long as he keeps himself mentally, if you don't think you're going to win the division, and somebody over there said they were going to win at least 95 games, I'm not going to tell you who. Okay. I say no. Might be wrong. A lot of season left, but I say no. At least 95 games. If you bring him up and you're focused on his ability to adjust and adapt, you got the right guy. If you're focused on him hitting 210, 250, 260 with 20, that's the wrong situation.
You can't look at him as Carlos Correa. You have to look at him as just a young player who's going to be figuring it out this year.
Carlos Correa also had how many years in the minor leagues?
Several. Right.
Okay, this guy's got 30 games.
Yeah.
It's not even a month.
I'm looking at Cam Smith. At the very least, he's got the 2 hits. And you know what's crazy? He's not the biggest problem in the Astros offense, which for whatever reason has Yordan Alvarez at 1 for 16. And Yainer Diaz is also struggling. I know that today, we were talking about this earlier, Jeremy Booth, our Astros front office insider with us right now, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. We were talking about how it's kind of funny that on both broadcasts last night, the TV and radio broadcast, the TV said, Yordan maybe needs to get out in left field to sort of forget what's going on at the plate. And the radio broadcast said something similar Yordan said this before. He feels more engaged when he's out in the field. He's going to be in left field this afternoon.
Playing today, I saw that.
Is that going to change things? I mean, what do you see from Yordan that's through 5 games not happening?
When guys like Yordan don't hit, it doesn't necessarily bother me. And I say that because he's such a professional hitter. He's going to hit at some point. Now, it may not feel great right now, but he's going to hit at some point. You know what I mean? And so when it comes to him long term, it's like worrying about Altuve. There's no decline there that's going on as far as something to worry about. There's just health and there's time and swing timing and things like that. You're going to look up in the end and Alvarez is going to produce. He's the guy that produces at the end. If playing left field helps him and keeps him healthy, then let him do it. In my view, better learn stay in the DH box. Like don't ever bring a glove to the ballpark. Don't sniff the leather. Don't say the word glove or guante. Don't say anything that you can think of. Don't try to learn other languages with it. Don't sound it out. Don't get hooked on phonics. Just leave it alone and just hit. Now, with that in mind, Altuve is going to have some DH days. The outfield's a very weak spot for them. I think Altuve's DHing today. So the outfield's a weak spot out there. So he's still going to get some run. It's just going to be light. And I'm not sure that he's not going to play a better left field than Altuve overall. And that's tough to say because Altuve looked, that's yikes.
Yeah. I brought this up earlier, and I'm trying to think, Jeremy, in every single situation where there's been a runner about to score, has he screwed up? Because in the spring training, he had the 2 catches where he's trying to move the ball into the throwing hand to catch guys that are tagging from third base, and the ball just bounces off his glove both times. And multiple times he has been trying to field a ball in left field, and he has either messed up while trying to pick it up after it bounces off the wall, or it's just gone past him. So now he's not playing in left field today, and he also played second base earlier in this series, which is something you thought we would see sooner rather than later.
I believe I said that on Sunday night.
You did say that on Sunday night. It didn't happen hours later.
I said, I heard. My sources tell me, they say Altuve is going to play some second base against the Giants. And Monday night, Hosey's playing second base. Now, I don't think they know what they're doing yet. That's okay. It's early. The mix still has to be worked out, right? I mean, McCormick's playing center today too.
Mm-hmm. Zach DeCenzo in right field.
I don't know. And I think they've got to figure it out. I think the fans around here need to, and it's interesting because I'm watching X a little bit, and
people are getting mad.
Yeah, they're upset, but they're also like, you know why they're really mad? You know why they're really mad? They're mad because all their predictions and projections and the Astros are the second coming this year. They're wrong. They're not. There's a retooling that's going on with younger players who might be something, by the way, that they have to figure out because Jim Crane's not going to go spend $800 million a guy. It's not going to happen. The strong suit of this club is actually going to be their pitching. And I'm not saying they're not going to hit. I just think it's going to be pretty evenly balanced, right? And the best part about the starting rotation this year is that they're going to carry them through the rough moments as long as they stay healthy, okay? Ronel Blanco, last time, a week ago, I think when we were here last, and we talked about Blanco, his spring training. And I said, see what he does in opening first start. It was okay.
Quality start.
It was okay.
We'll take the quality start. I mean, the lack of offense magnifies that a quality start wasn't enough in that game.
That's correct. And so at some point you got to hit, and at some point you got to shut it down. And if one side doesn't play, you lose. And sometimes it rains, as they say in Bull Durham. So when it comes to what the Astros are doing, though, Blanco is a guy. Eric Getty continues to earn a spot. I got to give him a lot of credit. He earns a spot. I wasn't the biggest Eric Getty believer. Never say that I'm. He's been good. He's been
anti-Italian discrimination.
He has been good, and you got to give him credit for that. That's an excellent find by the Astros, and they've done a good job with Hunter Brown, converting him to a front of the rotation starter with a guy that had a very flat fastball. Right, so you've got some building blocks there. Valdez, if he does what he can be, is he pitching today? It's today, right?
Fromber's pitching
today. If he has another start like he had the first night, okay, that's 4 guys in the rotation you can bank on. And then, the fifth guy is always going to be this. It's always going to be a little bit of a revolving door. And, the bullpen looks like it's going to be all right. And when I was in opening series, my sources have informed me that there might be some guys in AAA that, go into shorter roles to come up and fortify that bullpen, which is exactly what they should be doing. One guy, however, is going to have to get in his head that he's not a starter.
Who's that?
Oh,
Tell the class.
Oh.
I know who it is.
But
tell the class. Oh, I love it when Jeremy Booth does the dramatic, leans back in the chair, looks down, smiles for the camera.
It is it's Dr. McCullers.
Dr. McCullers.
Yeah, and I think he's earned the ability to be called doctor at this point.
Okay.
He's seen enough of them. Okay. So when it comes to Lance, I think that Lance has 5 to 6 more years of future in the big leagues as long as he's in the right role. Think John Smoltz years ago when he reinvented himself as a closer after being hurt the way he has. And not too many people have had an injury history like Lance. Rich Harden, again, comes to mind as just obvious that's who it is. But when you're dealing with the resources in AAA and the guys in the depth of the short burst reliever, I think they got it. I think they're right over there. I think that one they've got correct. Now, again, a lot of time to play, so they might be wrong. But at this moment, I understand why they think the way they do. Offensively, the holes are large based on how you line guys up. And before we started doing this, I started coming on the show as the Astros and front office insider here. I said on KHOU, I did say I wouldn't move Altuve to left field at all. I don't want to do that. I just don't want to do it. I don't want to move a Hall of Fame second baseman off the dirt to a different position. I don't. I still don't want to do it. I get it, but I don't want to do it. I think if you have to restore a little bit of normalcy, you got to play Dubon and people don't want to hear this. Dubon in right or center field and move everybody else around him, and it's not Altuve.
And I don't think they're going to do that
at all.
I mean, to what you were saying about Cam Smith, I don't know how much outside pressure there is from what should be the decision-making guys, the Joe Espadas and the Dana Browns. I don't know. It does feel, to what you were saying a little bit earlier, hey, you put a guy like Cam Smith in when things aren't exactly as exciting as you want them to be. You moved on from Kyle Tucker. You moved on from Alex Bregman in one offseason. I can understand how maybe from the absolute top floor, there might be some people saying, hey, we want to see Cam Smith out there. But as far as the rest of the lineup and some of the struggles, I am wondering, Okay, it's a 5-game sample size. It's 3% of the season. It's a very limited amount, but I am wondering what turns this around. And I will say, and people are being overreactionary because it's the first week of the year. We see this in football too after the first game. There's a lot of people that I've noticed specifically asking questions on the text line or on YouTube or on Twitch that are looking at Joe Espada and are looking at the hitting coach Alex Cintron. Is that fair?
I don't know Joe real well, minimally, just overlapping. I know Alex. I think Alex has a different set of players to work with, and he's still trying to teach a much younger mentally younger group how to play in the big leagues. Cam Smith has no idea how to play up here. Okay, some people would argue that McCormick knows as long as he shows up. I would be in that camp. I think he knows what he's doing here. Brendan Rodgers has come and go. You don't know how much he was helped by Colorado, right, with what he's got there. Pena knows how to play here, but it's still an evolving process with him too. Diaz is in his second real year, right? Second real year. And so there's an adjustment period with him, right? Where are we going to go here? How's he going to play with third year? Because he had Maldonado the first time, kind of split.
He's the primary guy. His second year.
Yeah,
right.
So second year is a primary guy. So he's got to figure out how to really play here when they adjust back to him. And then you've got the kids. And these are kids. These are the Descenzos and the Smiths and the guys. So you've got so many people that you're trying to keep on track and teach how to perform here. And I would argue that Jake Myers doesn't know what he's doing yet either. I'm sorry. I know we're Jake Myers fans here, and he belongs in the big leagues. And it's hard to say that for those of you that are watching or listening, rather. It's hard to say that because big league baseball players are the best on the planet. So it's hard to put him down and say, he doesn't do this, doesn't do that. But we're talking about winning championships. I would argue that Jake Myers is a fifth outfielder every day, all the time, and doesn't belong playing in center field in any real meaningful innings unless it's defensive. Okay. So if you're Alex, you have to work with all of that. This is not the Bregmans who knows what he needs to do to go prepare. This is not Correa who knows what he needs to do to go prepare. This is not Alvarez who you just leave alone, man. What do you need me to do? These aren't just these guys. These are a lot of other guys around that.
They're going to have to figure out a way to turn it around. It is early, and I do want to encourage everyone who is freaking out. I do think, hey, listen, let's wait a little bit. This does seem to be just historically bad to the point of, I think this is freakish statistics for the most part. But yeah, it's been really rough to watch. If we want to end things on a more positive note, Jeremy Booth, our Astros front office insider here on the Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Is there anything that you would point at through these first 5 games and say, damn, this has been really impressive? Other than Jose Altuve, because we expect this out of Altuve. Uh-oh.
I'm running through the performances on the mound.
Okay.
I'm running through that because I am impressed. Pitching for me is so all over the map. That's why you got 12 of them, right? And then you got another 12 every level in minor leagues because you need them all the time. They break. Position players don't break anywhere near as often, And so when I'm thinking about the pitching, I'm thinking about the evolution of the guys as far as coming back and doing it again, right? You've got you got Arrighetti, he's been impressive. That's a bright spot. You've got Ronel Blanco in starting out correctly after a spring training where we didn't know. We said what he was doing. Just the fact that he did that and didn't repeat his spring training is a positive mental step. And you got Hunter Brown, who again is shaping up to be an ace. That's a heck of a draft pick by the old regime and Chris Gross, who I am not a huge fan of. He still lives here in Houston. Chris, I don't like Chris much, but when it comes to what he did with that pick, did a good job. Did a good job. Doing a good job don't mean I have to like you. Okay, you did a good job. I don't like you at all, but you did a good job. And so, the reality of that is I think the pitching development continues to shine here. I think no matter what they do, that's a pretty bright spot.
He almost hit 100 miles per hour.
Who?
Hunter Brown.
Yeah.
I mean, the velocity, I did not expect that to open the year, especially seeing him challenging both Juan Soto and Pete Alonso with 99.2, I think, to Alonso. Or wait, no, 99. Was it 99.62? Whatever the case. It was to the 2 best pitchers on the Mets, and here's Diesel out there.
It's a lot.
Earning his nickname.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
He's throwing a lot.
Yeah.
He is Jeremy Booth. He is our Astros front office insider. He joins us a couple of times a month. And okay, so it seems like you got some good news today. And I don't know what you want to share, what you don't want to share, but what's going on with Future Stars?
Oh boy. Future Star Series is in a very, very good place.
Good.
We have some very good news that I want to say so badly on camera, but I just can't yet.
Okay.
What I can tell you is we're getting ready to get started again. We have some professional workouts, and we have our signature events here in Houston this summer. We have a lot of the top prospects across the amateur space that are part of what we're doing. And we're based here in Houston, Texas, man. We'll be at San Jack this summer, and Houston Christian, University of Houston, and Episcopal High School is welcoming us. It's one of the most beautiful high schools in the city into their building before we go into Globe Life, the enemy, Globe Life. At the end of the summer with some of the best players on the planet.
You can get Jeremy Booth on all the socials. And what's the website?
FutureStarSeries.com.
FutureStarSeries.com, everybody. He is Jeremy Booth. He'll be back in here another time in this month. And we hope that it will be after the Astros score runs. Because runs are key. Because you need to score more runs, you see, than the other team to win games.
I had a scout tell me at some point you got to score a run.
You got to score runs.
At some point you got to score a run.
And at some point they have to score runs because, good God, they have nine runs in 5 games. That's really bad.
Yeah.
Jeremy Booth is not bad. We appreciate you very much. Jeremy, Paul Gallant Show continues after this.
It's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
Last chance to dance. Paul Gallant Show. Most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Some announcements. Got some travel days in the near future. Friday, we're going to be at River Ranch, Dayton, a new community just northeast of Houston. Got 16 new model homes from the high 200s to the 500s. There's a lagoon. It has white sand beaches and turquoise water. Must-see community. So we're going to be there Friday, noon to 6. Come out and hang out with us. Going to be a whole lot of fun. Saturday, you'll be able to hear the Astros with Jose Altuve and the Astros going up against Carlos Correa and the Minnesota Twins, a rematch of a 2023 playoff series. We will be airing that game, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, with pregame shows starting off at 12:30, first pitch 1:10. And on Monday, I'm really excited about this one. Monday, we're going to be at FAO Houston, which is in Midtown, to watch March Madness and the national championship. They've got 20 TVs, a rotating seasonal menu with classic cocktail specials. It's got this nostalgic arcade bar feel mixed with a speakeasy, and it's made by the people who brought you Pulp Fiction way back in the day. Remember that place? Fantastic. That was where I spent most of my 20s. Pulp Fiction in Midtown. Pour one out. And then pour yourself one at FAO. So we're going to be there from noon until 6. See you Monday at FAO, and Friday, River Ranch, Dayton. Can't wait. All right. Do have a couple of comments here. Rocky asks on YouTube, after we had Jeremy Booth, our Astros front office insider, in the house. So when the Astros are 15 games under 500, you're going to keep saying the season's still early? Well, if they're 15 games under 500 in April, yes.
Guess what? Did it last year, Rocky.
We did.
We literally did that last year, Rocky.
And then we killed them. And then we learned the hard way that we shouldn't have done that.
They actually did that and then won the division. Come up with a new scenario. They were leading the division in July.
That was so quick.
They started 4-19 and led the division in July. Like, yes, the reason people say it's a long season, because guess what? It's a long effing season.
The AL West, it's not good.
No, the other teams will keep you in it.
I mean, I know a lot of people are picking the Rangers as a trendy pick. Sure. The Mariners, some people think they're a wild card team. Sure. The A's, I think one person picked them as a wild card team. And I think the Angels are in first place for what it's worth right now.
Angels are 4-1.
Anything can happen.
Rocky's saying print the T-shirts already. Congratulations on winning the AL West, the LA Angels.
Rocky says different team, Shane. Damn.
He called me the wrong name.
He did call you the wrong name.
What a good burn, dude.
I like this. Rocky versus Sean, the new rivalry. I didn't think
I'm just tired of these idiot Astros fans acting like the world's ending after 5 games. Kill yourself. Like, what are you talking about?
It is pretty funny. People are getting really testy online. And I mean, last year it was merited. This year it is early. It's annoying. And I'm having visions of how annoying this season could be, where all of a sudden, we're having more interviews with the marketing lady who's telling us about new jerseys and bobbleheads, or there's more interviews with Bobby Dynamite, who's apparently scared of heights and has 2 pairs of overalls. But that's worst case scenario. I just had some bad dreams on a Tuesday night.
We'll just go back to talking Texans in July, just like when the Astros were actually bad. People, all these Astros fans didn't have a problem when they're actually bad.
But Houston's a basketball town right now. Cougs in the Final Four.
Exactly.
Rockets about to get win number 50 tonight against the Jazz. So these things happen. It's early, and I would like to encourage the person who came after me, Sean, because you're not alone. I think Nike Head 82 commented on a post I made where I literally just listed the Astros' bad stats offensively. This screams overreaction. We waited 6 months And now we put out anything. We could do better. Don't torpedo your pod with mid content.
Whoa.
And then I said, torpedo bats? Huh?
Is
But then
that
I called him a baby. I was like, oh, it's mid content. These are literally fucking facts. Oops, can't say that. Well, these are literally facts. You can't. I'm not saying anything that's hyperbole at this point. I'm just saying it's bad. We all know it. They're facts.
There's no like it's bad, and this is what it'll be for the next 150 games.
Yeah.
Oh.
People are getting a little too wild. I saw Larry the GM going on a tirade against all the terrible Astro fans. Like, you terrible people. And honestly, I don't blame him because some people are pushing back hard against him, just laying out the facts. San Antonio Tim. Oh, the casuals are out and about. Yeah, they are. It is getting
It's all casuals.
annoying.
It's all casuals.
That's what this fan base is.
They used to get 0.0s.
Yeah.
Like, it's all casuals.
Yeah. Anyway, guys, it's time for a little garbage time before we get out of here. Okay. Tim Batchelor asks, are we going to do 3 season restarts like we did last year? That's true. We did 3 restarts for the season, and we killed the Astros. So,
but God forbid they go 2-3. Stupid. So stupid. I get why we have to talk, like we have to assign, value to every one of these games because we need to talk about it the next day. But like, if you're just a fan, like, oh, they lost. All right, turn off the TV. Let's see, watch Righteous Gemstones or something. Like,
or Val Kilmer movie.
Yeah, enjoy your life. Don't sit here and worry about like, oh, Christian Walker might never get a hit for the Astros.
Garbage time. Hooters filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy in a Texas court. They have plans for the future. The plans are making the chain more family friendly. How are you going to do that? The restaurant is named after boobs. It's a play on words for boobs. The logo is an owl with boobs for eyes. What are you going to do to make this more family friendly?
So they literally did do the Red Lobster thing where they said they're going bankrupt and then they're like, actually, we're going to stick around.
We're going to get a bailout.
They get the 3 days of free press of, oh no more Hooters. And then actually, we're just going to declare bankruptcy on paper, move some things around. We'll still be around. Cool. Thanks. Also, we'll be family friendly. That I think family friendly for restaurants is basically the NFL saying we're taking player safety, health and safety seriously.
In quotation marks.
Yeah, it's like we're going to be family friendly. It's like, cool. Are the waiters going to wear anything different? Nope, not even a little bit. All right, cool.
I bet they will though. I bet they'll do to the Hooters wait what they did to Lola Bunny in Space Jam 2 and what they did to the Green M&M, who used to look like a hooker and now looks gay.
They'll just
lesbian gay.
Put them in burkas.
Right, exactly. So, it's a shame, but Hooters, they will survive. At first they were ashamed, they were petrified, but guess what? While the boobies might be leaving your side, you will have Hooters. It'll just be more family friendly.
You'll have those mid wings. And you can listen.
Pretty good.
You can listen to your mid podcast.
Sean's such a hater this segment. I love it.
I can only do 5 hours of, oh my God, the Astros season is falling apart.
Well, guess what? If they lose tomorrow,
3 months last year,
we'll be doing more of that. 2-4.
So
please don't go 2-4. Please. I'm a baseball savant. I am the most entertaining sports talk show host in this city. It's not close, but I could only do so much with all these L's. So please, Framber Valdez, no hitter. That'll be nice. Astros, more than 1 run. That's all I'm asking for. And not by more than 1, I mean 2. I need 5 runs. 5. At least. Banging tables. You can bang trash cans again. That's fine. And on that note, that's going to wrap up today's edition of the Paul Gallant Show. Big thanks to our callers, our texters, our YouTubers, our Twitchers, and most importantly to you, the listener. For Sean Mapes behind the glass, I am merely Paul Gallant. So long. Farewell. Have yourselves a wonderful Wednesday. Peace.
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's Blank. I am Branham. It is Brian behind the glass, and it's a Wednesday edition of the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Blankers, did you get in on time? Were you there on, right as the Paul ended?
Yes, I was here an hour early today.
You didn't cause any sort of delay. Brian, did you
he
add
apologized.
any commercials? Who did?
Paul did to me.
Oh, he did?
Yes. He said that
that's too bad.
Jeremy Booth was running late, and so therefore he got all scrambled and out of sorts, and so he apologized, which was nice.
What do you mean? Apologize for what?
Running late because he was still cleaning up his stuff at 59.
What time does Booth do his segment?
Evidently, there was a miscommunication. He was supposed to start at 2. He got there about 2:20. So then they were trying to get it all in.
So that's why he went off the air at 2:59?
I guess, yeah.
Huh. I thought Brian might have put a few more commercials in there. Brian, did you put more commercials in there?
I did not.
Oh, okay. So Booth, because he was late for his 2:15, is the reason we started at 3:02?
Quite possibly.
Huh. Okay.
But I appreciate the apology from Paul. It was all good.
All right. If you tell me it's all good, then it's all good. Brian, is it all good with you?
It's good enough.
Good enough. All right. 2 out of 3 ain't bad. Yeah. We'll go with that. We're teasing. Astros lose a baseball game yesterday. Offensive offense, Blankers. Are you getting scared yet about this offense?
It's interesting because I was thinking about it watching the game, and Brian and I were talking about it going into the studio, like how depressing it is to look at the hits and the runs, and then you start seeing, everybody doing the comparisons on Twitter of like individuals that have better stats than the entire Astros team through 5 games. And it's like, when is the time to panic? Because, I thought going into it, it was just going to be, well, the last 3 guys in the lineup and Altuve and left were going to be the biggest questions, maybe who plays second base on a regular basis. But when you look at it, and Granado actually, I think, was at the game last night, and he actually screen captured the lineup with their batting averages, and everyone was like at 100, 143, and you're going, oh my God. It's like, it's one thing if there's a guy or two that got off to a slow start like Alex Bregman used to do, but when you look at that lineup top to bottom, you're like, who the hell's actually hitting besides Altuve?
No one. That's the answer to your question. No one. No one's hitting outside of Jose Altuve. And the Astros are already 2 games back, guys. I don't know if whenever y'all start scoreboard watching, I don't know whenever y'all start paying attention to the standings, but I pay attention to the standings whenever the race starts. I watch the whole race. I don't just join the race whenever there's, a halfway to go. I don't join the race at the final furlong. No, I watch the race in its entirety. Astros are currently 2 back of the LA Angels and the Texas Rangers. So, look, oftentimes these division races, and we're expecting a tight division race this year, are determined by like a game or 2. Mm-hmm. So all these games matter. Just because it's April, hey, chill out, it's April. It's 1 of 162, just like the final day of the regular season, 1 of 162. The Astros are also 2 out of the wild card. So if the season were to end today, they're not a playoff team. And that I pay attention to that sort of stuff.
Well, and the thing is, there's a couple things to me. One, we remember what happened last year when we started the season similarly, and we started talking on this show about the fact that, hey, everybody's going to go through some bumps in the road. There's going to be some lulls. You try to win series, but sometimes, you look at teams that have swept the Astros in the past in a 3-game series. The Giants have done it, and I think at least one time in the last couple of years since they started doing this with the interleague play when everybody plays everybody. But overall, you remember what happened last year, and you're like, this could also steamroll. Like, it doesn't happen all the time, but when one series starts turning into the consistent we've seen, which is completely inconsistent hitting and offensive run production, you're like, look, we've been there and done this a year ago where we're like, don't worry about it, it's early. And then it becomes a little later. And then suddenly you're double-digit games under 500 and or behind in the division, and you're like, oh, no, now what? And luckily last year they pulled their heads out of their fannies and found a way to get back into it. But that's not going to happen. That's not the norm. That's not going to happen every year.
No, and look, I think that you need like a 15 to 20 game sample before you start like really digesting the numbers and really looking at any sort of race. But I am paying attention. Like, it is something, okay, this Astros offense isn't mustering many runs. It feels like they hit into more double plays than they put runners across the plate. Not an ideal situation to be in. And maybe they can get it going today. You know, they're playing at 6:05 today. Maybe they can get it going. You need to avoid the series sweep. And like, you like the pitching matchup. Framber Valdez pitching for the Astros, this Rope guy pitching for San Francisco, so a no-namer. So the Astros will probably get one hit. But you like the pitching matchup. It was nice of Espada to put out the lineup so early for a 6:05 first pitch, because you mentioned the Granado, just looking at the starting nine, and not that average is everything, but you like those numbers to be higher rather than lower. The Astros go Altuve 389, Paredes 188. Jordan 063, Walker 150, Yiner 071, Pena 125, Rogers 111. DeZinzo has as many hits as you and I. Chas McCormick's actually hitting 500 on the year, so McCormick gets the start in center field. So maybe a battle is emerging there. Although it's going to be specific on who's pitching. They're going to play Jake whenever there's a fly ball pitcher out there. But that gives you an idea of where the Astros are offensively right now. And it's not exciting. It's not fun. It's not. Like, yes, it's too early to panic, or it's too early to even register anything on this. But I'd rather them score runs than not score runs. And right now they're not scoring runs at a pretty high level.
Yeah, I look at it, and I was really excited for the start of baseball season. You and I love to talk baseball, and we love the sport, and I was really fired up. And I sit there and I watch the games, and I'm like, this is bad, man. This is hard to get into. This is hard to believe. Like I said, the last game, when they went down 5, and you're like, I don't think that there's any chance of them coming back. This one seems like it's already over with, and there's plenty of at-bats left in the game because they're not hitting the baseball. And as much as I thought that maybe one of the younger guys, DeCenzo or Smith, was the guy that was going to answer my plea to get another bat in the outfield, now, as much as I thought, well, there's options out there, depending on how creative you want to get with your outfield, as long as Altuve is one of them. But now you look at it and go, well, Cam Smith is not getting regular at-bats, so it's really hard to read him and what he could be and if he's going to be somebody this year. DeCenzo, you've seen less at bats, so you really don't know what he is. Chas, as you mentioned, might be your second best hitter right now. I think Paredes is starting to kind of settle in. But does that mean that he's going to be in the lineup more frequently in both center and or right? But it's not a great scenario, because even everybody says, well, Christian Walker's hitting the ball hard. Well, we've had situations in the past where we're like, well, Jeremy Pena is not getting base hits, but he's hitting the ball hard. Well, at a certain point, those are still outs, and outs don't equate to good offensive numbers. And you wonder how long all this is going to last.
Yeah, 713-780-ESPN. Texter say, I thought the game was at 3:05. Another texter says Astros game is actually a 3:10 start. Don't believe everything you read on the internet. Don't believe everything you hear on your favorite radio station. The game's at 6:05. Astros, Giants, game 3 of the series, getaway day, 6:05, first pitch. I don't know why Espada's lineup is already out. It's weird. What'd you make of Hayden Wesneski's first start as a Houston Astro?
Look, under regular circumstances, it's good. I know that it's a big thing that, all your starters have given you at least 5 innings. That's great. I thought it was okay. I thought that, he showed, early on that he could get some swings and misses, and that he was, effective. The play and left, the play that gave up the 2 runs, you can question about if it was fielded cleaner, would it have made a difference? I don't know. I would say it's okay. As your 5th starter, if you're getting 3 runs over 5 innings, you should be able to live with that, except for the fact that they're not hitting the baseball.
Yeah, 3 runs over 5 innings ain't great. That's a 5.40 ERA. Right. But I was encouraged with his stuff. I thought his stuff was pretty good. Only give up a couple of hits. I thought his biggest crime was in that multi-run inning there in the 3rd inning. He walked the 8 and the 9 hole guys. I can live with a home run, man. The other guy's on scholarship, the other guy's getting paid. I can live with Ramos hitting a home run against you. That's going to happen. I get that. You can't walk 8 and 9 holes. I hate walks, period. I hate walks when it's the last 2 guys at the bottom of the order. So, I was encouraged with what I saw first time actually watching Wesneski pitch in a regular season game, Astro debut, punched out 6 over 5 innings. I thought that it was encouraging. I think he's going to be fine at the Astros bottom of the rotation. But so big picture, I was pretty encouraged with what I saw from Wesneski, but looking at that game in a vacuum alone, You can't walk 8 and 9 hole hitters in Major League Baseball.
Right.
That cannot happen. If that happens, you're going to be the losing pitcher. You cannot do that.
No, and I think that I'm like you. I wanted to see what I hadn't seen yet. I wanted to see, what's in his repertoire, how hard he throws. Is he capable of getting swing and miss? And those things were there. As a 5-starter with those things in his back pocket, you would think that as much as he gave up some runs, that's going to translate to a guy that you, as the 5-starter, you can live with. But you've got to get some offense behind him. You've got to get some good defense behind him. And it's got to be a work in progress that's going in the right direction. I think for his first start, it was fine. I don't expect that to be every time because I do believe that he has stuff effective enough to give up less and probably give you more. But overall, the storyline that keeps coming back is that, no matter what you do as a starting pitcher, even if you lower that, I mean, if you've scored 9 runs total in 5 games, it doesn't matter how good your starting pitching gets short of a shutout. You're not going to win many of them.
6050 ESPN app says 310, buddy. Who you calling buddy, Pods?
Pal.
Another texter says ESPN shows 310 start time. What does ESPN know? They're idiots, especially with who they hire. The game is literally on, says texter. No, that's a repeat. That's yesterday's game. First pitch, 6:05 tonight, Game 3, Astros Giants. 713-780 ESPN HRP listener line. We have a busy show. We'll talk about the game that's going on right now when it's over, which means tomorrow. Yordan Alvarez, what's his potential? Can he live up to it? Are the Astros better than they were a year ago? Brian, he's got things he wants to say at some point. Lots to get to today. 713-780-3776. We're on YouTube at ESPN Houston. We're on Twitter at ESPN975. Blankers at Pac-Man Joel. Brian's at Sacked by BMAC. I'm at Jeremy Branham. Whenever we come back, let's talk about that Altuve play in left field that you brought up.
Mm-hmm.
I have thoughts on it. You have thoughts on it. We all have thoughts on it. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Guys, before we go to the break, a word for Allstate Siding and Windows. Look, stop looking all over Houston if you're looking for the best quality windows at affordable prices from a company that's reputable, that's been in business in Houston, Texas for almost 50 years. Do what I did and call Houston's expert window siding and door company, Allstate Siding and Windows. They are the best in the business. They replaced my old windows when we bought our new house. And I'm telling you, their ability to not only do exactly what I just said, be the experts, find you the right product, and match it up with your current house and what it looks like, the architecture, when it was built, etc. But the fact that they do it in such an easy-to-understand way and they walk you through all your different options is fantastic. It starts with a free estimate. They come to you and simply do what I just told you. They explain what they are capable of doing. From all the products and services they offer, and you can check them all out at allstatesidingandwindows.com, to the fact that they'll say, hey, your house was built in this year. With this architecture, the best windows that we suggest would be these. But please look at all the others and select what you'd like. The recommendations they made, we went with. Our windows look fantastic. They upgraded the overall appearance and curb appeal of the house. But the most important thing is they're going to save you a ton of money on your energy bills. They are going to make sure that in all the key weather systems that come through Houston, whether it's hurricane season or it's the hot summers where they keep the cool in, or the cool winters where sometimes we get that below freezing temperature, that it keeps the warmth in, the contents and the people in your house are going to be safe and secure, and the temperature is always going to be right. And your bills are going to come down because the windows and the siding do exactly what they tell you they're going to do. Right now, you can get that free estimate too. All you got to do is call them, 832-204-1936. They'll come to you and tell you how they can help you. 832-204-1936, or check out the website, allstatesidingandwindows.com.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Texture says the Astros game is on right now. Yeah, okay. How are you listening to us and watching the Astros game? These people.
Talented.
Didn't know Fromber pitched last night, too. It's the second start of the year tonight. He pitches. Maybe you're watching a replay of another game that happened earlier. Fromber probably gives up a 2-run homer in the first inning today, too, huh? And you probably think that's going to happen. Branham, these fans don't know peak comedy. LOL. Clapping your hands like an overgrown child is big little man energy. LMAO. Well, I am a big little man. I'm 5'9", 250, and I win long drive competitions in my free time. So it's a good way of describing me, actually. Big little man.
You didn't thank me for that, by the way.
What?
I mean, the fact that I didn't play in the tournament.
Well, you weren't
with
invited,
you.
so.
Actually, you kind of did invite me early on.
We pulled the invitation.
Yeah, you pulled it.
So you
could win the long drive.
You're saying you would have outdriven Jeremy?
Oh, yeah.
There's no guarantee of that.
No, there's not. You're right.
If Blankers and I, of 18 holes, he would probably, not all holes are par fives or drivable. If you went just 10, drives on 10 particular holes, Blank would probably outdrive me 7-3, I would say.
Yeah, but look, when we brother-in-lawed well the last time we played, the only time we played together. But
I'm not thanking you for winning a long drive competition.
Well, I thought I'd throw it out there.
I'd like to apologize to absolutely nobody. 713-780-ESPN. Texture, I remember my first time listening to the show. Texture, I've got something you can long drive. I hope it's a golf ball because I pound those things. 713-780-ESPN, HRMP listener line. I think people are overreacting, Blankers, to this ball in the corner for Jose Altuve yesterday in that 2-run third inning. Runners at first and second, 1 out. Ball rolls to the corner. Altuve sprints. He's on his horse, running with all his might. And he doesn't quite get there. Ball gets by him, rolls to the wall. He was on the warning track when the ball got by him. Eventually gets the ball after it rolls into the corner. 2-run score, blah, 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 blah. I don't think a lot of left fielders get to that ball, quite frankly.
I think the most important thing to me was whether they get to it and get in front of it before it hits the wall, they probably are fielding it cleanly off the carom to get it in. I think the main thing to me was just that second run scored on that play. I thought that hit constituted obviously the first run on third base scoring, and then it was just all about kind of doing the due diligence and the maintenance to make sure the second one did it. I think that the combination of kind of like initially sprint, like you said, getting there but not being able to get it before it hit the wall, and then kind of bobbling it once it hit the wall, created the second runners of opportunity to score, and that's why that was my only point of contention with it.
Like Yordan Alvarez isn't getting to that ball. Like to your point, maybe he plays it better off the wall, and I think that was Altuve's biggest mistake was maybe that he tried to get to it instead of it going to the wall. Because I don't think that there's many left fielders that get to that baseball. Because Altuve's pretty fast, and Altuve was busting it trying to cut it off before it got to the corner. So I don't think most left fielders are getting there. I think that ball gets to the corner anyways. Now, do left fielders who are more trained at the position kind of coast to it, play it better off the wall, a little more fluidity, and prevent that runner from scoring? Toss up, but there's still a runner at third with 1 out. Like it's still an RBI situation. It's still going to be difficult to prevent that runner from scoring. So I think that the blame of Altuve and the reaction to that play is grossly overstated because it's Altuve learning a new position. And if it was at second base and he made a mistake, we would gloss over it because he is a second baseman. So that's kind of my viewpoint of that play.
Well, and I think that here's kind of my take on that is the fact that we knew going in and we talked about it, set the table multiple times. Every play early in the season that comes his way is going to be scrutinized and analyzed, and it's going to be, talked about. And the fact is this guy's entire life, he's been trained to try and keep the ball in front of him as an infielder is supposed to do, because if it gets by him, it's in the outfield. So from that standpoint, I understand that once he hightails it, his first thought is, I need to get to this ball before it gets by me. And then, like you said, as he gets more experience, you realize that most outfielders are going to go, yeah, whether I get to this thing or not, the most important thing is I can just wait for the carom, get it in quickly, avoid the second run scoring. I've done my job.
Yeah. I still don't think it's a guarantee that it prevents that run from scoring.
Well, you're right.
I still don't think it's a guarantee. So, a lot of people are like, oh, it wouldn't have scored 2. It could have. It very well could have. And even if you prevent it there, well, it's still a runner at third, 1-out situation, which high probability that run's still going to score. So in no way do I think Jose Altuve cost the Astros a run on that play. Maybe a potential run. Possibly I'll give you that, but I'm not going to give you a full run that he cost the Astros on that specific play. And then I would also counter it with Altuve gives up a lot of runs at second base that you never say anything about because you're conditioned to seeing him at second base. So that's kind of, yeah.
And let's also kind of think about this from the big picture perspective of everybody's already got the red ass for the fact that they aren't performing offensively. They're underperforming as a team totally. And because this is the biggest thing that everybody talked about besides Cam Smith all spring training, that combination is the perfect storm for everybody to lose their bleeping mind every time anything like this happens.
Exactly. And it, like, if he would have had a more egregious error at second base, it wouldn't be talked about as much because it's not new. It's like we've been conditioned. Okay, Altuve plays second. We don't care how badly he plays second, but because it's left field and it's kind of radical thinking, oh my goodness, did you see that? Oh, it cost the Astros 14 runs on that one specific play. A texture, we were standing at the Planet Fitness, I can't say that word, Planet Fitness. We were standing at the Planet Fitness, which is a sick brag, by the way, there, texture. We were standing at the Planet Fitness, and Altuve was playing left towards center when the ball was hit. The base runners were trucking. You could tell right off the bat 2 were going to score. Good chance that 2 would have scored there. 409, Josh, kind of surprised y'all didn't lead the show with Houston Rockets great Carmelo Anthony getting into the Hall of Fame. Congratulations, Carmelo. Happy for you that you reached the Hall of Fame. That's a good job for Carmelo.
Was there a question that he wasn't going to get in?
No, I guess they just announced it today, though, huh?
Well, they kind of let that one out of the bag because I think that was the most obvious of the people that were up for induction. So I think I don't know what the vote was or anything like that, but I would think that that's the one that kind of just they use as kind of to shake everybody's cage. Hey, by the way, this announcement's coming up soon, and we've got Hall of Fame guys coming in.
What do you guys think of the Astros ownership not spending the money to keep Bregman and Tucker? The Astros, I believe, should have paid the money to keep them. I think they'll take a step backward. They let great hitters go for good ones.
See, this is the other thing that kind of rolls right into what I was saying about what we were going to hear and the kind of feedback we were going to get on this team early on. As much as it's Cam Smith and it's watching Altuve, the other thing is going to be watching everything that Bregman does, that Tucker does, and then having all kinds of remorse and or comments about they should have kept him. In my mind, look, good on Kyle Tucker. He's a hell of a player. You know, he's going to get paid big time, whether it be with the Cubs or someone else at the end of this season. And he's betting on himself in his last year, and he's living up to it by doing what he's doing. From the Astros' perspective, I don't think that there's any question they knew he was going to not be an Astro after the season, and they decided to do something that I thought was intelligent, which is unlike the other guys that they've just let walk out the door at the end of their contract when it expires. They got something for him. So you hope it's a win-win. You hope what you got was enough and that the guys that you get turn out to be top-notch performers. But if you were going to lose him anyway, that was a business move you had to make. I don't regret that, just like from a same perspective, from a business move that I think that was smart business for this team. There's no way in hell, even with all the numbers you and I were kicking around, there's no way that I think all three of us would have ever even thought for a second, $40 million, whether some of it's deferred or not, is a good deal to keep Alex Bregman for 1, 2, 3 years, whatever it is, and however many years he ends up playing on that deal. So from both situations, I'm not going to ever say I regret it. I have remorse. They should have signed one and they should have kept Tucker. The big thing to me is, again, everything's going to be blown out of proportion and be bigger because your team's not playing well.
Yeah. If the Astros were producing right now a bunch of offense, this would really be an afterthought. I'm never a believer in paying players big money whenever they're in their 30s. So I have no problem with how they handled Tucker. I wish they would have handled Bregman the same way. Like the Astros went 2-Q last year in the AL wildcard round. I wish they would have traded Bregman the previous offseason. That way you could have got some stuff for him other than a fourth-round compensation pick because you were in the luxury tax. So I have no problem with it. We all knew that Kyle Tucker's an MVP-level player. Like, it's no surprise that he's performing well. Kyle Tucker is a really good player. Now, to your point, you know how many runs the Astros have scored in 5 games this year? They've scored 9.
Yep.
You know how many runs Kyle Tucker scored all by himself this year?
10.
9. Do you know how many runs Kyle Tucker has driven in by himself this year? You know how many RBIs he has this year?
10.
11. He has more RBIs than the Astros do runs.
He does.
So,
Aaron Judge does.
Not
I mean,
great.
yeah, everybody's just rattling off your favorite player that's off to a hot start and how his statistics are better than the team offense of the Astros.
Yeah, maybe the Astros will have a big game tonight, and they won't put up a goose egg in the first inning. Maybe they'll score a bunch of runs. 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line 713-780-3776. So Joe Espada, the other day he talked about the Astros being better today, like better right now than they were last season. Do you think the 25 version of the Astros is better than the 24 version? 713-780-3776. It is the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. I think Two Creeks Crossing Resort is better than any other vacation spot. I'll go ahead and stand on the table for that. Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston is your escape for the weekend, or maybe the weekday. I don't care, however you do it. The hustle and bustle of the job, you're looking to get away from that. There's traffic inside the loop. That's always annoying. Takes me an hour and a half to get home some days. I can't stand it. Or you're just stressed. Your hairs are turning gray. Well, get out for a little rest and relaxation coming up here soon. Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston is the solution to all of that. Escape the city, escape the stress, escape the anxiety, and enjoy the relaxing, great outdoors. Book your stay right now at twocreekscrossingresort.com. Open green spaces, majestic, beautiful trees, wildlife that you can't find in the city. And if you're a fisherman or fisherwoman, how about getting out to some of the best fishing in Texas? You cannot beat that at Two Creeks Crossing Resort. It's just 90 minutes from Houston, too, so you're not wasting your valuable time off by traveling to your destination. No, it's an hour and a half away from Houston. You can escape the city without traveling too far at Two Creeks Crossing Resort. Spend all that time you have actually resting and relaxing instead of traveling. Hike on their 92-acre property. If you like pickleball, they have pickleball courts, kayaking, or just hang out by the pool to drink. That's fine, too. Two Creeks Crossing Resort also loves to take care of their visitors. They'll have a barbecue cook-off one weekend, a crawfish boil another weekend. You're always going to have a great time at Two Creeks Crossing. Pull up the RV, rent one of the cabins, tree houses, or just do a little glamping. They have the perfect stay for anyone. Book your weekend escape now at twocreekscrossingresort.com. That's twocreekscrossingresort.com.
You found the killer bees. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
The most unexpected threat is an amateur. 20th Century Studios presents The Amateur, starring Rami Malek and Lawrence Fishburne. Caller number 4 wins a $100 Visa gift card plus a pair of tickets to the advanced screening on Wednesday, April 9th, a week from today, at Regal Edwards Marquis at 7:30 p.m. The Amateur is in theaters and IMAX Friday, April 11th. So caller 4 to 713-780-3776. Brian, you have I'm on go ahead, Blinker.
That's a good get. It's a good prize.
Yeah, it is a good prize. $100 and watch a movie, advanced screening, not bad. I'm at the old ball game here. I'm calling some U of H baseball later. I'm gonna dip out by 5. Hope that's okay. So I don't know what's going on at the station. Do y'all have an intern today?
Yep.
Y'all have an intern. So Brian, you have to answer the calls.
No, Ryan's here.
No, I'm about to take them.
The who wrote this little liner here?
That
for
was
the
sent
amateur?
to us by Courtney.
Courtney. Okay, I don't want to bang on Courtney, but I will anyways.
Phrasing.
How about the way they spelled amateur here? Emily
I think
Paul.
that's the way it's spelled in the movie.
There's 2 different ways it's spelled in this read.
Okay.
Brian.
Oh, I see. Okay, I see it.
Brian, I've never met somebody more that gets more things wrong, but the conviction is so high. It's incredible. It's incredible. The conviction to wrongness ratio is out of this world with Brian.
Confidence, man. Confidence.
That's the way it's spelled in the movie. Well, there's 2 ways it's spelled here, Brian. There's 2 ways that it's spelled here.
Well, Brian's right now answering
Which
calls
one is
as
it?
your Time Life operator. He's unavailable for comment.
Yeah,
at this
I would get away from this conversation as fast as I could too.
I didn't know it was spelled 2 different ways in the.
I know
the
you
text.
didn't know.
I
know that
that
you
far.
didn't know. But you
So
acted
what'd you
like
ask
you
me?
knew. You acted like you knew.
What'd you ask me?
I mean, it's just spelled poorly. Set me up for failure here. Trying to think I'm Ron Burgundy. Trying to think I'm Charles
Would
Barkley.
you pronounce it that much differently?
No, because I knew it was a mess up right
There you
away.
go. So
They spelled amateur Ameteur.
yeah, that's not
Where
correct.
did Courtney go to school?
That's a good question. I don't know.
I don't either.
I don't want to bash any Texas university, so I'm going to bite my tongue.
Is that
on
where
this
she
one.
went?
Did she go to Wisconsin lacrosse?
No. I know that's for sure.
I don't know.
You want me to email her to find out?
Yeah, tell her. Ask her. Yeah, ask her where she went to school.
That won't come out of left field. Hey, where'd you go to school?
Ask her where she went to school.
Okay, I'll email
Courtney.
her.
Yeah, I want to know where she went to school. I thought it was Joe at first. That's why I was going to go all in. I didn't realize it was Courtney now. I feel kind of bad. Oh, well. 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. Should the Astros all switch to torpedo bats? Yeah, why not? Why not?
I mean, at this point, try anything that might get better results than what they've been getting. I heard that thrown out a lot, and they were like looking at Rogers and Jake. It's like, hey, at this point, other than Altuve, you might as well let all of them try it.
Yeah, they remind me of the torpedo bats of the those jumbo youth bats that you see like 4-year-olds have, like toddlers.
Oh, the bottle bats.
Yeah, they're like plastic, but they're
Uh-huh.
massive. That's
Yeah.
what they remind me of a little bit. I really think that I actually think the torpedo bat's success is a bit overrated. I don't think it's the torpedo bats. I think it might be Milwaukee pitching a little bit.
Yeah, but you got Dela Cruz. You got a lot of guys that are using them that have had success, but at the same time, for how long? And pitchers are smart too, and they can do some things too. I just hope the guy patented his whole idea so that he can cash in on it, because for a short period of time, everybody's going to want one of those things, from peewee ball, boys, girls, men, women, and there's a lot of money to be made.
Well, this isn't new. Like torpedo bats have been
No,
around.
right, yeah.
I saw a college coach the other day be like, "Look what I dusted off. Here's an old torpedo bat."
It was an
So,
Easton, wasn't it?
That sounds right.
Yeah, I thought I saw someone pull out an Easton that said torpedo on it. That was from like years ago.
Yeah. So I don't even know if it's his like patented idea. It just might be like, "Hey, I heard of this. Let's try it." So
I'm just saying, you really hit the jackpot if there was a way that you were the guy that not only invented it, but was able to patent it so that you could cash in on it.
Yankees are cheaters, though. They've always been cheaters. Starting with, you go back to all the PED usage that they've had there. So many people use PEDs with the Yankees. So many.
They did.
Many. And then they started the whole sign stealing thing. Joe Torre was on live TV talking about how they stole signs electronically. but they're the Yankees. Just like how the letter got leaked and like they were able to get out ahead of it to soften the blow. That's what the Yankees do. They've been cheaters forever. It's always been the case. Texture, you think the manager's on the hot seat already? I've never been a fan. Nah. Maybe at the end of the year though, if they stink.
I mean, yeah, I'm not going there.
Why not?
I mean, by the end of the year, if they stink, then what?
Then he'll be on the hot seat.
I think, it depends on, you can put the lineup out there, and if the guys just aren't hitting, it's tough to peg the manager. But I think that, I guess in looking at the big picture, if they do what they did last year and they're unable to dig out of it, no matter what blame you put on the lineup, you're probably right. He's probably going to be on. It might not take till the end of the season. If they completely crap the bed again to start the first couple months of the season, and they're so far out of it again that no matter what they do, he's probably on the hot seat.
Yeah, and managers oftentimes are scapegoats as well. Astros are hoping that tonight's game starts at 6:05. Frommer might be losing a little bit of money.
I guess.
Eric, maybe the Astros won't start the first inning with a golden sombrero when they start at 7:05 tonight. 6:05, Eric. You're wrong about that. It's not 7:05, Eric. It's 6:05. Get it right. Giants already struck out the side. I guess the texture's calling a shot there.
I mean, to be able to predict the future like that is a valuable commodity.
They're about to get swept by the Giants. It's unbelievable. We've had this in the rundown for a few days. We just haven't gotten to it. Joe Espada said that he feels like the Astros are better than they were a year ago. It doesn't help that they're down 5-0 in the second inning and about to get swept by the Giants. This might have been a better conversation for Monday. But are the Astros better than they were a year ago?
No, I don't think there's any way that you can say that, because a year ago at this time, you had Kyle Tucker in your lineup. You didn't know what was to come. You still had really good pitching. You still had, Alex Bregman at third base. And there was plenty of talent both on the pitching side and on the lineup side to say that we were hopeful and we thought that there was enough there for this team to still have success, for this team to still win the division. But I don't think there's any way that you could say from last year to this year, this team is as good or better than the team a year ago.
I would have said Monday that they're better.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, last year we forget that Kyle Tucker missed half the year. So that's something that you have to take into account. Their pitching at the beginning of last year was terrible. They got off to an awful start last year. And a lot of the key pieces that got their season back on track a year ago are still here. And you've added to that foundation as well. Like Christian Walker, you added that. Isak Paredes, you added that. Well, you lost Bregman. Yeah, but I would take Walker, Paredes, Wesneski over Bregman, one singular year of Bregman. So I think that they are better. I think their pitching rotation can be better. But now that they're going to get swept by the Giants, I'm rethinking this. I think I'm waffling to the other side of this suddenly. If you would have asked me after the Mets series, I was a yes on this. But now that you're going to lose 3 in a row to the Giants, then I'm taking it back.
Yeah,
I'm taking it back.
I'm looking at it from the perspective of just right now, comparing the two teams at this point a year ago and this point now. I thought the Astros were a more talented team a year ago. You knew that, at a certain point, Tucker was going to go down for 3 months. You knew that Bregman was a slow starter, but everybody expected, though we kept kind of biting our fingernails going, when is he going to snap out of this slow start? But overall, I thought there was more talent on the roster a year ago than this season. It's just that, it's when you want to make that call as well, because if we're just going to go by the end of each year, who's going to be better? I still think it's last year's team.
Yeah, I would have said this year's version, but maybe that was me drinking the Kool-Aid. That was before I got battered. That's before I got battered by this series. All right, 713-780-ESPN. We'll collect your thoughts on that. Do you think the Astros are better this year or last year at this time? 713-780-3776.
It's like we've talked about in the past, Jeremy, that you're going to have these hiccup series where you falter to a bad team. But right now, this early in the season, we're trying to figure out if you're going to be a bad team. And the signs were pointing that they weren't going to be. And just like last year, the signs were pointing that this was going to be another good baseball team. But right now, when you're getting hammered by the Giants, you can't score runs or get any hits. You have zero power. There's every reason to start wondering if this team is going to be a bad baseball team.
713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. Astros, better or worse than they were a year ago? Also, what is Jordan Alvarez's potential? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Guys, I think you've heard by now, but coming up on Friday, BMAC and I and Paulie are going to be broadcasting live from 12 to 6 at River Ranch in Dayton, Texas. And it is an unbelievable spot. It's basically the best home environment that you can think of for country living right outside the city, close enough to Houston that if you work there or you have to go there frequently, it's within less than 45 minutes. And in a lot of places, it's even closer than that, especially if you're going to the Toyota Center or to see a baseball game or a soccer game. But the bigger thing than that is you can get out of the hustle and bustle of city life and get into a brand new community that features so many great amenities that you are going to love living there and know that you can escape from the city life and relax with a 3-car garage and a good-sized house on a nice lot, with your own lagoon for you and your neighbors to use, with crystal blue water and white sand beaches, with pickleball courts right there just for you, a daycare center for the kids, a dog park for your favorite pets. It's all fantastic. It's all right within reach in Dayton, Texas. And right now, my buddy Michael Luster has combined with his builders to give you the opportunity to get in while the getting's good, because these houses right now are priced from the 200s to the 500s, but in a couple of years, they're going to be a lot higher than that. That's why you get value. It's a return on investment, but overall, you get value every single day living in a community with all the amenities, but more of a relaxed lifestyle than the big city. Visit riverranchdayton.com to check out everything that they have to offer. Visit us on Friday when we're doing the live remote, and call my buddy Michael Luster if you're interested in more information on the houses. 870-754-9164 or riverranchdayton.com.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
BVB on the YouTube says Walker equals Abreu. What do you think about that?
Walker equals Abreu? Whoa, way too early for that. Look, yeah. I will say as much as I hate the fact that over a length of time that, he's hitting the ball hard. Well, at a certain point, it's still got to translate to hits. But in the Mets series,
Dusty.
he was tagging the ball hard. Last night, he didn't look so good.
Yeah, I think he'll be fine. You want exit hits, right?
Mm-hmm.
I like exit hits too. Exit hits are fun. Exit runs are fun. Texture, it's only game 6. Yes, I feel we are off to a worse start than last year. Oh, no, hold your horses there. Last year's start was pretty brutal. But no matter how they play, I'm still going to watch them. It's baseball. How can I be romantic about baseball? That's sweet of you, Texter. I admire your love for baseball. I think I share that love. What was their start last year?
I know it got as bad as, 12 games? Was it 10 or 12 games under 500? And they were like,
I think they got to
12-24 or 12-25.
I think the worst was, I don't remember the record, but 10 behind the Mariners at one point.
At least, I think.
Let's see. They were 7 games below, 9, 10 games below, 10-20. They got to 14-25. 14-25 was the worst they were compared to the. Nope, they were 12-24. So they got to as many as 12 games under 500. So yeah, I mean that was a brutal start. Like this, even if they lose today and get swept, and game starts at 6:05, that would be what, a 2-4 record.
Yeah.
So that would be a win of every third game. That's actually the same start.
I mean, you luck out, hopefully,
win percentage
in the fact that from here you go to Minnesota and the Twins aren't playing good baseball and they're going through a lot of the same kind of woes with their offense. But you got to get right sooner rather than later because you can't, like I said, you can't afford to do what you did last year and expect that you can do what you did last year again and dig out of it.
At least the manager wants everybody to like him and is willing to do social media videos in the clubhouse and do in-game interviews. At least that's what happens, though.
It's a tough spot. At a certain point, sometimes when you're the home team network that's half owned by the team, you make a business decision there and go, probably not today, probably not now.
Yeah, I think Espada cares more about being liked than he cares about being a hardo.
Okay.
I'm being serious.
No, I know, but I'm also being serious. Like at a certain point when you control the network as well and the telecast, you go, you know what? Probably not a good one for us to do today.
No, we're both right. I agree with you.
Yeah.
I agree with. I'm with you. I hear you on that. But I think Espada cares a lot about perception and how he's viewed. I think that's a bad place for your mindset to be whenever your job as a manager or head coach, where the primary thing is winning. And I'm not saying Espada's primary thing isn't winning.
Right.
But if you want perception and how you're viewed to be pretty high on your list, I don't love that from a head coach or manager.
No, I think that a lot of the situation based on resume matters too. I think if this was an experienced manager and this is a guy that had skins on the walls, I think it would be different. But because of the fact that he's still in a lot of ways trying to prove himself, and more so this year than ever because of a lot of the guys that were kind of insulating him to some degree last year are gone, that he's playing it probably as best he can to try and be in good favor with everyone. And that's a tough battle to win. Sometimes you just got to be, like you said, more of a hardo and say, hey, look, I know that from the organization and marketing and everything else, and from maybe probably inside my own self, I want everybody to like me. All I can do right now is worry about, my job.
Way too early to panic, but dang, it feels bad and painful to watch. Aaron in Mid-County says 4-19 at one point. Aaron in Mid-County, you just made the list. They were not 4-19 at one point last year. I'm looking at the game by game.
You just made the list.
Yeah, the most losses that they had with 4 wins was 4-11. And then they won a game against Texas to improve to 5-11. The fewest wins that they had when they had 19 losses was 7. So 7-19, 4-11. They were never 4-19. You're misremembering like Clemens misremembered something.
That puts you in back county, not mid county.
Yeah, I think that's a good one. I give that one a 7-2. That was pretty good. It's only game 6. We already read that one. Thinking the lineup was better than last year with Chaz Myers and Dubon still in this team, you've got to be insane. Well, Chaz and Myers were both everyday outfielders last year. Like, what are you talking about? Chaz and Myers were everyday outfielders last year. Right now, Chaz and Myers are splitting time in center field, and Dubon's not even playing. So, like, Dubon got a lot of run last year, too. So, it's kind of similar. Like, those guys are still getting a lot of reps here.
Yeah, it's just, from my perspective too, I thought, well, there's plenty of options, both from a pitching side and potentially on the outfield side, especially when you're going to elevate DeCenzo and Smith. But right now I'm looking at it going, I'm not sure that the options are as great as I thought they were.
I do find it funny how quickly Astro fans give up on the Astros.
Yeah.
Like you go back from the Fred Fowler tombstone on the Astros season, and then they go to I think they went to the World Series that year. I think it was in 05, wasn't it, when he did that?
They made the playoffs for sure. I don't know if they made it all the way to the World Series, but yeah, that was a good run for them. That was the Cardinal series in the playoffs, I think.
Brian, did you say correct over the air or just in my ear? Oh, he said it just to me. I'm having a tough time trusting you, Brian.
That's the way BMAC likes to do things. So
I don't know though, because like I feel like that was a little bit of shade there, BMAC. But Brian, I mean, you're the boy who cries wolf now. You're Jose Altuve. You say some things. I don't know if I can
I'm a
believe
Hall of
them.
Famer? I'll take that.
Altuve's not a Hall of Famer.
Well, then you're on with Booker T,
future
right?
Hall of Famer.
If you're a Hall of Famer, you're on with Booker T and Brad.
I'm just saying, Altuve exaggerates. He says some things that don't materialize, and you're kind of the Altuve that cries wolf to me a little bit. But last year, remember they gave up on the Astros last year. They're giving up on the Astros now. Astro fans are quick to jump off the ship, I feel. Some of them, not all of them, some of them. Key from LA, it's not even real baseball season yet. Right now, it's basketball time in Houston. It is kind of
true.
interesting. There hasn't been many years in recent memory where early April has been basketball time in Houston.
And it's double barrel basketball time in Houston. So that's again, something when both teams are having success at the same time. So yeah, I mean, it's been a very, very thick baseball town for a while now. And this is a little bit of a shock to the system for a lot of folks based on the reactions we're getting.
Because if people playing college basketball, you have to be in the Final Four in April. That's only happened one other time in recent memory, and then the Rockets weren't good. If you take away the college basketball aspect of it, when have we been saying it's basketball season in April and not baseball season? Like, you'd have to go back to the Harden days. And even the Harden days were some of the Astro Golden Era days, though.
Yeah, that's the last good run of the Rockets was
2014?
14 to 16, because 16 they made the Western Conference Finals, got beat by the Warriors.
Yeah, but the Astros had started to play well by that point, so I don't know if we would just rush.
Not in 14. And like they were
but Joel had said 14 through 16. So by what I'm saying is through the end of that, I don't know if we would have said that.
But even 15 was kind of like, oh, okay, we didn't know that the Astros were going to be good.
Yeah.
So maybe 2015 was the last time that it was basketball season in Houston in April.
Well, but even
that's probably right?
Because it's the early start of the season in baseball, no one's still that jacked about after opening day.
Oh, that's not true. That's not true.
If your team's in the Western Conference Finals in basketball, I think it's your main focus, even if you know you got a great baseball team.
Sure, but like since 2015, the Rockets the Rockets have been not bad all those years, but most of those years, the Astros Golden Era started. A lot of people would say 2017 is when the Golden Era started. I don't mind going back to 2015. And in the golden era of Astro baseball, everybody's jacked up for Astro baseball at any point of the year. Once the season starts, everybody's jacked up.
Yeah, I would push back. I think that once that opening game and that opening series is over, they're still excited about what the long haul is going to bring. But if your team is having success in the playoffs when it matters most, they're still focused mainly on basketball, because even after that Dwight Howard Harden run to the Western Conference Finals, you had the 27 missed threes with the Chris Paul year where everybody was pretty dialed into the Rockets until they lost that last game.
I'm not saying that they would be more dialed into the Astros than the Rockets. But whenever baseball opening day comes around in Houston in this golden era, fans are jacked up.
Right, but that's what I said. Opening day, there's no question. And then after that, kids are still in school. It's early in the season. You know how Houston is, and the weekday games aren't that important. But
that's not. We're talking attendance or locked in. Those are different things.
But I don't think that they're that locked in early in the season, because the expectation is it's early. It doesn't matter because they're going to be there in the end because they got a really good team, and the Rockets are in the playoffs.
How much do we talk Astros right now versus Rockets?
Well, it's a different. I mean, I think it's different, and I think the main thing, the reason why it's different from the two teams that I mentioned are, there's a lot of star power on the two teams that did what they were doing, as opposed to we're hoping that they have success because this is like the initial liftoff, if you will, of this team and what it can do over time. But there's no Chris Paul and James Harden and Dwight Howard and the kind of star power that comes with it, to where there's a lot of legitimacy to a team that could win it all.
When was the Rockets' last run in the playoffs?
The Chris Paul Harden run was either 17 or 18, I think.
Okay, so let's go. Let's just say it's 18.
Okay.
So you don't think in April 2018, when the Astros had Carlos Correa, Justin Verlander, Jose Altuve, and Alex Bregman, that fans weren't locked into Astro baseball in April?
Not night in, night out.
I completely disagree.
If that was the year that they were making the run to the Western Conference Finals with a chance to win it all until Chris Paul got hurt, I think that they weren't. I don't think they were locked in. I think that they paid attention. I think that they were excited, but I think that their main focus was the Rockets.
Yeah, we'll have to agree to disagree on this one, because I think coming off the World Series and you have all those lovable fan favorites that were superstars, I think they were dialed in. Plus, I believe that baseball is more popular in the city than pro basketball. I think it's pretty substantial.
Yeah, I think that there were times when that might not be true, but I can't argue with that right now and for the last couple of years.
Oh, I would even go back to 18, but we can't do that. Why can't they hit it home? They painted the batter's eye darker, too.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe they just stink. We've been contenders for so long that maybe we're just now an above-average team we're not used to. Maybe. I mean, we'll see. I mean, it's only game, like the texture said, it's game 6. Who do you like in the Cougs versus Duke game? I just hope both teams have a lot of fun. I hope they have a great time in San Antonio on Saturday.
I'm riding with the Cougs. I just have a feeling that the defense is going to step up and be what it's been all year. And I think that they're going to catch Duke at and the experience is going to matter for the Cougs. So I'm taking the Cougs.
713-780-ESPN. Texter giving up this soon on the Astros this week. Are you giving up on the Astros? 5 games into the year. They'll play their 6th game of the season tonight at 6:05. 713-780-3776. What's Yordan Alvarez's potential, and do you think he'll live up to his potential? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
713-780-ESPN. Is it a basketball city or is it a baseball city in Houston? Texture arguing that the city cares more about baseball than basketball. Doesn't know the start time of today's game is a beautiful irony. It's a basketball city. I know the time of the Astros game. It's 6:05. What do you mean I don't know? 713-780-ESPN. Basketball city or baseball city in Houston? I gave up on the Astros in the offseason as they lost 2 All-Stars and replaced them with a rookie and a guy who got released by the Rockies. The lack of offense is predictable. As for much of the season last year, this was a meh team hitting-wise. Did not fall for your sunshine-pumping propaganda. It sounds like that texture quit on the Astros. He's out. Golden Era's dead.
We're less than a week into the season. Let's just slow the roll for now.
My buddy Guy, this is the end of the Astros. End of sentence.
Thanks, Guy.
This is a dark day, I guess. I didn't realize this was going to be a dark day. It's a dark day.
Man.
I was optimistic. I'm fresh off my long drive championship. Headed to San Antonio here soon, calling some Cougar baseball tonight. Like I came into today's show bright-eyed and bushy-tailed.
Who knew you were going to be writing a eulogy for the funeral?
I was just about to say we did eulogies for the Astros last year. I think mid-May. Should we have that? Yeah. Should we have that for tomorrow, Friday?
I wonder if I still have my eulogy.
I don't know.
I off the cuff mine. I remember, so
yeah,
I can write one.
We might have to do earlier than this year.
I have my eulogy. You want it?
Sure.
Are we doing it?
Hit me some music.
Give me a sec.
Yeah, we'll read some text until you get ready. The Astros haven't played with any urgency since winning the World Series in 2022. Who is our hitting coach? They have 2. When you have 2 hitting coaches, you don't have one, they say. That's what I've heard. If you have 2 hitting coaches, you don't have one. It's Cintron and Snicker. Do they even have responsibility for the low runs output the last several years? You should get more than 2 runs per game with this lineup. As for Jordan, I see his career matching Martinez. We'll get into the Jordan potential in a little bit. The Astros are playing right now. Are they not losing 5-1? Fromber start? No, Fromber would never give up 5 runs in 3 innings. He would never give up 2 home runs in the first 2 innings. I don't believe you. Texter, wrong. They're playing right now, losing 5-1. I don't believe you that the Astros have 1 run in the first 3 innings. You got to be lying to me. If the Astros go down 3 or more runs, I have 0 confidence in them winning. 5 games in and it's done. Geez, it's Texan season. Just play the rest of the season on the road. They do struggle at the Dike. They don't have they have bad success there. All is fine. Bregman did not deserve money. All right, hit me with the eulogy music. Here's my eulogy from last year. Today is a hard day. The golden era of Houston Astro baseball is no longer with us. To our hive, thank you all for being here. I once heard it said, don't cry because it's over, smile because it happened. In 2017, the golden era of Houston Astro baseball began with the first World Series in franchise history. In 2022, the local 9 added another trophy to the case as the dynasty was cemented. During that time, 7 straight trips to the ALCS. To the very last days, the golden era gave us joy, happiness, purpose as baseball fans in Houston. The Astros taught us to be arrogant, to mock fans of rival American League teams. While the golden era is dead, we've seen death in this organization. No playoff appearances until the 80s. Trade McClain's desire to deplete a farm system. Tim Perpura's ability to do literally nothing. And few fans in attendance while the TV ratings dipped to 0. The golden era was always busy, a team in constant motion, but never too busy to share their love for the city. When Houstonians were suffering during the recovery of Hurricane Harvey, it was those Astros that lifted us up. The golden era continually broadened their horizons with daring decisions. Trackman, Trash Can, Top Man, and now Bagwell. The golden era was always on the edge of innovation. The bleeding edge, they called it. The golden era could relate to perform from all walks of life. The best era in team history. The most diverse city in the country. In victory, the golden era shared credit. When they lost, they shouldered the blame. They accepted that failure is part of living a full life, but taught us never to be fined by failure. They showed us how setbacks can strengthen. So while the likes of Altuve, Verlander, Jordan, Fromber, even the ones that have left us, like Correa, Springer, Cole, Tucker, Bregman, all of them may live on, but the golden era has died. Golden era, we're going to remember you for bringing us happiness, joy, and the first 2 World Series titles. And in our grief, let us smile knowing that we were lucky enough to have 7 of our best years. Finn.
Amen.
So, it kind of hits still.
You with the music though. I mean, you were a hello friends from either being Jim Nance at a eulogy or at the Masters, except for the rest of it. But yeah, I mean,
the music was kind of a golfer just died.
Hello, friend.
Well, the golden era has died.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Very similar. Texture says they started 12-24 last year. Stop it. Well, 2-4 is the same pace at 12-24.
Facts.
Right?
Can't argue that
My math
from an
is
analytical
right there.
perspective.
They win 2 of every.
You were a math major.
6
Yeah.
games.
I trust you.
12 of every 36.
that's a
That's the
different
common
story.
denominator, right? Carry over the bottom of the fraction, I think is how you do it. Certainly they won't lose today, though. I mean, Astros will win today, right? 6:05 first pitch. Frommer's on the mound against some no-namer. They'll be fine. They'll be fine.
You got your one on the hill. No reason to against a no name. You should be in great shape.
The golden era is over because the players are gone. Spend some money, Mr. Crane. I always like the money thing. I always disagree with that too. Like Correa, you should have spent money on Correa, Mr. Glass himself. You should have spent money on balding George Springer, who can't hit out of his shadow. He couldn't hit Ocean if he fell out of a boat, and they should have signed him. What do you mean spend money? They should have traded those players before they left.
That's the biggest thing. I mean, now, I mean, if everybody's writing eulogies and writing this team off, when do they trade Fromber? And you can't trade him if he's not pitching well. So,
did they miss the boat? 713,
yeah.
780.
Did they miss the boat? Is it all left with the dinghy?
The what?
The dinghy.
I mean, dinghy is a boat.
Yeah. Well, that's the only thing you got left instead of the real boat. You're floating on a dinghy, going nowhere.
I didn't expect dinghy references
Dinghy.
today.
There it is. Traded in dingers for the dinghy.
There you go.
And you did, too. You aren't hitting a whole lot of dingers.
I think we got there. I don't think Jeremy thinks we got there.
Leave us, or?
No, I'm just seeing if you wanted to keep going.
No, I'm good.
I was seeing how many times you could use the word dinghy in a 60-second span there.
We should
I was
definitely
enjoying it.
work more small boat references into our Astros conversation.
What's the one that they have on the cruise liners? Isn't it called like a tender?
I don't know.
I think it's called a tender.
I think that's an app.
No, it's also there's more than one meaning for
instead of swipe right, you just paddle right.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is a tender though. I watch Below Deck every now and then. If you want those spreadsheets worked up, just let me know. I'll send it right over to you. I'm your spreadsheet man. What do you know about pivot charts, Texter? Can you provide a nice pivot chart? If you can do that, then you might be our man. Gentlemen, the game is on now, not tonight, and it's already 5-1 Giants. Valdez getting rocked. There's no way the Astros have one run through 3. I do not believe that the game is going on now and the Astros trail 5-1 through 3 innings. That would mean the Astros have scored a run in the first 3 innings of a game. That has not happened. I do not believe you. You're not going to be able to convince me otherwise. Floating on a Daikin AC unit. I don't even know what that means.
That's a sink or swim proposition.
Get the Astros some torpedoes to sink their dinghy.
Relax. They're on the way. Espada says they'll be here by next week. All will be good. You're waiting on a shipment, and all you want to do is cash in. Yay!
Is it a true Astros fan if they're doubting them after 6 games? I think it'd be the realest sense of an Astro fan because I feel like Astro fans live or die by every single game. So,
we tend to treat baseball season like it's football season.
Oh, we do. Yeah.
Two losses become the end of the world.
Texture, real ones are locked into the Rockets in April, but are real ones not locked into the Astros in April? Like, that's kind of the genesis of the conversation. I mean, diehard Astro fan or diehard Houston sports fans and real diehard Houston sports fans are probably locked into both at the same time. Got to agree with Blankers on this one. The CP3 and Harden era had a chance. That wasn't the argument, though. Like, yeah, the team had a chance. It was more about were they locked in Astro baseball and when they were doing that. You guys are killing me. I've sent you the Rocket, that big Rocket spreadsheet, if you don't remember. Okay, yeah, that Rocket spreadsheet was not that sophisticated. Like, you could have just went into Google Sheets and started typing letters into a cell, my guy. That wasn't that sophisticated there. All right, 713-780-ESPN. HRMP listener line 713-780-3776. If you want to eulogize the Astros 6 games into the season, 5.5 games into the season, we are the place to do it. I don't think they're going to do that any other places. I don't think iHeartRadio is going to eulogize the Astros after 6 games.
That behavior would be frowned upon.
I don't think that the Highway to Hell is going to eulogize the Astros. The Highway to Hell probably didn't realize the Astros season started.
Say the same thing. I don't think they know the Astros are playing today, nor have they started yet.
They're playing Cal and D'Amico sound bites on loop, I think is what's going on over there. So if you want to eulogize the Astros after 6 games.
Never quit.
That's what they do. That's 24/7. Cal McNair sound bites, which is kind of fun. I'm not gonna hate. That is kind of fun. All
It's always fun to win.
See, how could you not love to listen to 24 hours of that on loop? 713-780-3776. He's just dropping them all, playing all the hits here. Texture, quit your band. That one is kind of fun. That one's a pretty good one.
The long version of that, for sure, yes.
Eulogize the Astros with us. 713-780-3776. Hopefully they get it back on track tonight, though. We'll see. 6:05 first pitch. What is Jordan Alvarez's potential? Do you think he'll live up to that potential? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. I want all of you living up to your potential. I want all of your finances living up to your finances. And the best way to do that is to make sure you're not getting screwed over on your property taxes. Being a homeowner comes with a lot of responsibility, great responsibility and great cost. Ownwell is here to help you with both of those things. Let them take a little bit of trouble off of you, but also save you money. A lot of homeowners overpaying on property taxes, and it shouldn't be you. Head to ownwell.com, sign up in less than 3 minutes to get their experts fighting for you. Cutting-edge technology can start saving you money with no upfront cost. You heard that right. No upfront cost. You're only going to pay if you save. Zero risk, 100% reward. Ownwell handles it all from the start of the process to the very end and delivers top results. Ownwell levels the playing field, eliminates the concern of paying too much on property tax for the everyday home and property owner like you and me. Let me throw some numbers your way. I was a math major once upon a time. 86% of Ownwell's customers receive a reduction, with the average customer saving over $1,100. And it's free to sign up, and you're not paying unless you get some money back. What do you have to lose? Head to ownwell.com right now and sign up. Deadline is May 15th. Do not run out of time. Save money on your property taxes with Ownwell. Sign up in less than 3 minutes and start that protest today at ownwell.com. That's OWNWELL, ownwell.com.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Is the Astros golden era dead? 713-780-ESPN. People are talking. 713-780-3776. Corey says the golden age died because of the batter's eye in the icebox. It didn't matter that the other team can hit there.
Why don't you throw in the new City Connect or whatever they're calling them uniforms too? Because I saw people blaming them the other night.
Yeah, I like them.
I like them too, but they were like, "Oh, this is just like Space City. They suck and can't win in them." Okay, it's got to be the uniforms.
The song is a little ironic, though.
Who is this?
It's Toby Keith.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah. I don't know if I love the irony.
Gonna pour out the red Solo Cup and R.I.P.
I don't like that you're making jokes about it.
Okay.
Too soon?
Yeah.
What about tomorrow?
My wife's aunt, is that my aunt-in-law? She lives she lives on a little bit of property in Norman that's about 5 miles from Toby Keith's ranch. We drive by it when we go there. We went there for Christmas. He always had like a really nice Christmas display and stuff.
Okay.
Huge piece of property. Lived on the top of a hill out there in the outskirts of Norman.
He and the Rocket were tight.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. He and Kelvin were tight too.
Oh, is there? Oh, okay. Yeah, the Oklahoma connection, right?
Yeah, they were. He was a big Oklahoma fan.
Mm-hmm.
When you have a horse like Fromber, it's assigned to bet the house on tonight's game. If I were a betting man, I would bet my life's earnings, which is like $50, on Fromber tonight. I might do that because the Astros have been struggling. Usually a struggling team. Usually they play well or they win when you don't expect them to be. Expect them to win. They probably have decent odds. I'm going to bet my entire bank account money line that the Astros win today. I think I'm going to do that.
Okay.
I think I'm going to do that.
Good luck to you.
The texture, these Astro game is on right now. They're losing 5-1. I don't believe you. The Astros there's no way the Astros have a run in the first 3 innings of the game. I just refuse to believe that. Jordan, we'll get to the Jordan thing in a minute. Everyone needs to calm there. So that texture not giving up on the Astros. This texture has a theory on what got Toby. We're not reading that. Are you guys not watching the game? Fromber's getting shut. We're doing right. We're working, dude. Like, what do you mean? We're watching the game? What game? There is no game. Is there a women's basketball tournament game going on right now? Is that what's happening? Is there a day baseball game somewhere? The Astros play at 6:05, and even if they didn't, we'd be working hard. We're not going to be watching stuff during our work hours. What do you think this is?
I mean, seriously, come on. We got to do our due diligence on a segment by segment basis.
Do you think Spada gets fired if things don't improve? I have a hard time seeing him being fired in the season.
I think it could be in play.
If they go 12-24, does he get fired?
Yeah, I think
he went 12-24 last year.
I know, but I don't
got him out of it.
I said, I think that was the anomaly, not the regularity that everybody can expect they can do that again.
Yeah, I have a really hard time seeing him getting fired in season. I think it had to be historically bad.
I think he could, but I don't think it'd be 12-24.
I think
it
if you're out of it,
equivalent of that in July or August.
Yeah, I think if you're out of it and probably one of the earlier teams to be ruled out of it, I think it's in play.
The Astros play a day game tomorrow too. I just saw a graphic on. I just saw a graphic on the Shin. Their pregame starts at 2:30 tomorrow. What is? I hate day baseball.
Minnesota. Well, I guess from the weather perspective, at least it'll be warmer.
I think it's their opening day. It's their home opener, so that's why they have a day off or whatever. Like a weird. Is it Friday? I think they have a day off Friday. They play a Thursday, Saturday, Sunday series.
Last weekend was weird too. That have a Sunday off.
Yeah, it's Sunday off.
So weird. So weird. Yeah, so 6:05 for the Astros tomorrow, too. Interesting. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Israel, you're in the Hive. What's up, Israel?
Hey, Jeremy. Come on, bro. Hey, last year the same thing, right?
Yeah.
They got off to a slow – they had Tucker. A slow start. Everybody counting them out. Let me tell you something, bro. They – are they'll get it together. You know why? Because they got pitching. When you got pitching 3 runs or less, and even though Fromberg, 5, that's a lot. I think he'll get it together. You know what I'm saying? I think he'll get it together on the long run. The same 12 and 20, bro. That was 12. That's 12 over. You know what I'm saying? So if everybody was saying the same thing, and they got Kikuchi. Y'all talk about Kikuchi. Who's Kikuchi? They got rid of the guy with the Seattle weather. I understand it's business, and you know what I mean, y'all in the radio business. And let me bring up my man though, Big Cam. Everybody, Big Cam is a 7th hitter in the lineup. His on base percentage is .357. I don't know if he's even playing that night. I didn't get a chance to even check it out. .357. That means, and you brought it up. Would you rather have someone get 1 home run and strike out 3 times, or have 1 hit and 3 walks? Look, I don't know why. I can't put it on that. You know, I don't know why. I think Cam is doing a great job as a rookie. His own base percentage is after Altuve. .369 or whatever. Coming in today or whatever it is. As a rookie. And I think people are really mad because they brought him right up. And, you know, it is what it is. And
Israel. Hey, it's Joel. Hey, it's Joel here.
Hold on.
You hold on. I just want to let you know the X factor is Reed Shepard is going to become a pitcher for the Astros and save the day.
Oh my God! Don't even that bum. He's a third pick. There's a difference. You can't be a third pick in the NBA and you trash. He was from the minor leagues. You know what I'm saying? It's a big difference. Even though, but he outperforming everybody on the Astros besides Altuve. Look at the record. Not the batting average, on base percentage. Walks, and he got hit and 2 hits. That's more than all of them. That's the 1 through 6 got to produce. He's 7. He's not the cleanup. All right, that's right. Thank you, fellas.
You got it, Israel.
See you, Israel.
Appreciate the call. I like the way you said Kikuchi. That was
it's better than Dingy.
That was a finful. I mean, Israel's right about the pitching staff. The starting rotation one time through, like they have been good. And I imagine Fromber will be good again tonight. So, yeah, the starting rotation has been the positive so far for the Astros. Now, if Fromber gets shelled tonight, you know, maybe we're talking differently tomorrow. But the offense has been bad. And we're obviously having fun with this conversation. But, yeah, that's been the strength so far. Pitching's been a strength. The offense has been a weakness through 5 games and 5 innings.
I mean, no doubt. I mean, when you're only scoring 9 runs, now 10 runs in, 5.5 games, it's putrid. It's awful. And like you said, the starting pitching has been good enough to win. The back of the bullpen has been a little dicey, but got the job done. Middle relief has been, for the most part, good. That's why, even from a Joe Espada perspective, this is solely on the shoulders of everybody that goes up there with a bat in their hands trying to do some damage, because they ain't doing anything.
713-780-3776. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. William, you're in the Hive. William, what's up?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
What's up, man?
Y'all good? Hey, the Astros are losing. They're playing that game right now. It's actually 5-1.
They scored a run?
Are you kidding?
Yes, it's 5-1, guys. They started early.
What? Hold on. Fromber gave up 5 and the Astros scored a run?
Bombshell.
What?
Yes, they scored a run.
You're lying.
That's it. No, I'm not.
How are you listening to us and following the game?
Well, I have Bleacher Report on my phone. I have the app.
Oh, Bleacher Report's your source of news?
Yes, that Bleacher Report. Yes, sir.
All right. Well, thank you, William.
Are they at home?
Yes, they are.
Wow.
And Fromber's getting blasted.
Oh, my God. It's terrible. Now my day is that just screws everything up.
I think you oversold it there a little bit, Blankers.
Too bad.
I think you oversold it a little bit there. Appreciate that, William. Bleacher Report. I guess Bleacher Report set us straight. Appreciate that, though, William. Thanks for listening, bud. Enlightening us. I didn't realize the Astros were playing. Good thing I didn't lay down that bet. Sheesh. 713-780-3776. Let's go back out to the HRP listener line. Pete, you're in the Hive with the Bees. What's up, Pete?
How's it going, guys?
What's up, Pete?
Well,
talking about the Astros, I hate to say it, even though, we're only 6 games in, and I don't want to be too quick to say it's going to be a failure of a year. But I think over time, losing all of the starters that they've lost, from the Springers and the Correas to recently Alex Bregman, trading away Tucker, and the fact that they can no longer really go to the farm system to bring up homegrown talent because there's not much there anymore, to them. It's unfortunate. Yes, we still have Altuve, still have Jordan, but I just think in time it was going to catch up. And until we can replenish the farm system and bring some of these kids up and get them back to where the Astros were in 2015 when you had Carlos, you had George, and, at their young core, and being able to build that winner and sustain it. Sadly, we had to see them all leave, but I think we have to get back to basics again. And, if the Astros can't get somewhere by the trade deadline this year, maybe it's time to go ahead and let's get rid of Framber. Let's look at other options and build for the future. That's all I got. You guys have a good afternoon.
Thanks for listening, Pete. I mean,
thank you.
I think that we kind of undersell the fact that there's still the Blue Ball and eventually Gusto, and there's going to be guys down in Sugarland that can play. And we know that Matthews is down as a top prospect coming up. And we know that they've found and consistently had guys that, whether they were in MLB's top 100 or, regardless of how you rank their farm system, you've had, the DeCenzos and the Whitcombs and the, guys like that are coming up. So I don't want to, the cupboard isn't bare. It's just, this is not what we expected in terms of how they started the season with the money that they spent to get guys to replace guys that walked out the door.
Yeah, there's no guarantee that those guys are going to be big impacts, though. And their degree of impact is questionable. Like, none of those guys are highly decorated. But you're right. You don't have to be highly decorated to have a major impact. Like Jeremy Pena, Yainer Diaz were never on top 100 list, or Framber Valdez or Christian Javier, and they have an impact. But is Shea Whitcomb going to be somebody who has a major impact? I doubt it. Zach DeCenzo, maybe. We'll see. Like Bryce Matthews, maybe over time, hopefully. But I think it's an interesting point from Pete about the sustaining winning thing, because I think a lot of people look at how do you sustain winning, and it's like, well, you just got to pay everybody and keep everybody in-house. I actually think it's the other way. I actually think is you give up on these players a year before they enter free agency, and you're constantly making these trades for your players that will leave for the younger group of players that are eventually going to be that next young nucleus, that next young core that sustains winning. I don't think that sustaining winning is built by having a $300 million payroll. Now, it can help. Now, it hasn't necessarily helped the Mets, but I think it's the other way. I think it's having the courage to trading these players before they leave for nothing and continuously be reloading the farm system. That way your farm system doesn't get depleted. The best way to not deplete your farm system is you're always reloading to the farm system. And the way to do that is whenever you do trade your players before they leave for nothing.
Yeah, I mean, it's a vicious cycle in the fact that fans hate to digest the fact that some of their favorites that they've become very attached to have to go. But at the same time, that cycle allows you to do exactly what you just said. You can reload, restock the cupboard, and be ready for another run sooner rather than later, as opposed to doing what the Astros chose to do with everybody but Kyle Tucker, and basically ride it out, knowing full well they weren't going to come back, but knowing that while they were still here, there was that chance that they could win again.
713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. Texter shows the same thing on the ESPN app too, that the Astros are playing. Why do people keep saying the game is on and the Astros are losing 5-1? Branham told us it starts at 6:05. Why would he lie about that? Exactly, Eric, the driver. Astros have a chemistry problem, no swag. Yeah, I don't think that's it.
I don't think Jose Siri is the difference maker in this one.
Yeah, I think their offense has just been bad.
Yep.
And maybe it'll always be bad this year. 713-780-ESPN. Now, one of the guys that's supposed to be the straw that stirs the drink, Yordan Alvarez, he's had a tough go of it so far this season. What do you think his overall potential is? Obviously, it's very high, but do we think he'll live up to that potential. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Guys, a moment from our good friend Doc Linville right here in the medical center in Houston, Texas. He is a difference maker in so many different ways. He does plastic surgery. He does spa treatments. He does Botox. But what he does that I have personal experience with is he gets your hair back. He has a multitude of different ways that he can either keep and grow the hair that you have or get your hair back if you've already lost it or you're losing it, thinning, and having bald patches. He's phenomenal. The NeoGraft procedure and the PRP treatments, which is plasma-rich therapy that it gets the platelets of your blood involved to rejuvenate the hair that you still have. It's like fertilizing your lawn. And after PRP treatments, you can get thicker, stronger, longer hair that's going to make a difference in your overall appearance. The NeoGraft procedure is one step above that. If you already have lost your hair in certain areas, maybe it's your hairline in front or the bald spot up on top and back, he can get hair there yet again because he takes it from a place that, here, pro tip, you're never going to lose the hair on the sides and the back of your head. So he's able to take some of it and almost like resodding your lawn, move some of it to where you need it most in those problem areas. And the results are staggering. They are phenomenal. They're fantastic. And I can't tell you enough how great that this entire process has been for me. You can get what I got, which is a free consultation that normally costs $150 just by going to 975hair.com. You pay absolutely nothing. People off the street pay that $150. You get to sit down with doc staff and get all the information, ask questions, get answers, and see if it's something that you might consider. There's no signing on the dotted line, money out of pocket, or commitment to be made. Just a frank and upfront conversation after they explain to you how they can help to see if it's something you might think about in the future. If you do, I can't tell you enough how you're getting the best in the business right here in Houston, and you're going to see the results. If you don't, at least you now are more well aware of options that are out for you that can help you in the future. Check them out today. Go to 975hair.com. Tell them I sent you by.
Live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees. Now back to Joel and Jeremy.
Is the Astros Golden Era dead? 713-780-3776. Maybe it'll be a 15-foot pop-up single that will turn the Astros season around, perhaps. Eric, the driver, I turned over to cardiac arrest during the commercial, and it's just Sparks and Ford repeating over and over. The game starts at 6:05. No ball. Sparks and 40, no ball. I don't know if everybody's ever called him that. 40. It doesn't really roll off the tongue, does it? 40.
It's better than the B Mackey you tried to put on me last week.
No, B Mackey's better. How do you like that name for Brian Blankers? B Mackey. No, I didn't call you B Mackey. I called you B Mackers.
Oh, I think you did both, but they're both bad.
B Macker's pretty good, I think.
Not great.
I think it's pretty good. I agree with reloading the farm and getting something for guys on their last year of the deal, but it's a tough pill to swallow when you're always in the race and need those guys. That is true. That is true. But you trust the process, and you know that it gives you the best chance of winning long term. And you do it in the offseason, too, where it's easier to swallow. Somebody said bases loaded, nobody out. Alvarez is up. No, that can't be the case. The Astros loaded the bases. You're nuts. Don't believe that. Who in this lineup excites you? No one really. I mean, Yordan's slumping, which brings it up to question. What do you think Yordan Alvarez's potential is, Blinkers?
For the year, for the career? Because I think that for me, I haven't lost any hope on him for both. I think that regardless, you got a steal of a deal.
That wasn't the question, though. That wasn't the question. No one's talking about hope or losing hope. The question is, what is his potential? Like, we all think it's good. No one's down. No one's like dogging him. This isn't like Yordan stinks. No, we're talking about like what is the realistic ceiling for Yordan in a season and over the course of his career.
Okay, that's why I said for a season or career. I think for
right, but you also said that like no one's giving up on him. No one said that.
No, I understand, but I in me not giving up on him, I believe that means that I still have the same kind of perspective and vision for him that I had a year ago or when he first started having success, and especially after they signed the contract, that I believe that he's a perennial all-star every year. I think that he will find it this season. I believe that he is still one of the best hitters in the game. I think that in terms of his overall ceiling, when all is said and done, is he going to be a guy that has Hall of Fame numbers? I'm not going to say for sure definitively he will, but I believe that he is going to. I think that he is like you said, the straw that stirs the drink, but he is going to be the centerpiece for a long time of whatever this team is capable of doing offensively. So I believe in him, and I believe that both for the short term and the long term, that he's going to be a perennial all-star and one of the better hitters in the game.
Do you think he reaches what you think is his potential?
I mean, I think the injuries are the thing that scares me the most on that. I think the fact that, he's a guy that finds very unique ways to get hurt. And I think that will probably derail a lot of my overall expectations for what his career can become. So I'll say probably not.
All right. I'm going to give you my ceiling season career. And then if he lives up to it, 713-780-ESPN. We'll do that on the other side. It is the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Guys, right now I want to let you know that the deadline to get your protest for your property taxes in is May the 15th. That means the clock is ticking, and you don't want to wait for the final whistle. You want to get in contact with experts, people that have 60 combined years of experience on property tax issues and the ability to get there, get in for you, and win big. It is those people that I'm talking about right now, Century Property Tax Consultants. They're the best in the business, whether it's residential, commercial, industrial, or business properties. They're going to fight to reduce your taxes. And you know how I like it. You don't pay unless you win. That's the greatest thing in the world, because you don't have to pay and then find out you're not going to win your case and you're not going to save any money. No savings, no charge. How can you go wrong? That's why you need to contact them right now while you still have plenty of time to protest your property taxes. All you got to do is go to cprotax.com. That's cprotax.com. Get in contact with the experts, people that have been in business for a long time and have 60 combined years of experience to get you what you need, which is that win. That W in the win column is going to be huge when you put money in your pocket, and you get it with cprotax.com. tax.com and the Century Property Tax Consultants. You don't pay more taxes than you need to, and you only pay if you win. How do you get a better deal than that? That's absolutely fantastic. Get going now today. Contact them, and they'll start working for you right away. They're going to get you the results that you need at Century Property Tax Consultants.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Is the Astros season revived? I don't know if Yainer Diaz's play discipline has anything to do with it. 713-780-ESPN. HRP listener line. Astros 6:05 first pitch tonight. 6:05 tomorrow, too, by the way, just getting out ahead of it. Here's actually before we do that, join us Friday, River Ranch, Dayton, new community just northeast of Houston. 16 new model homes from the high 200s to the 500s, featuring the Angel Lagoon, white sand beaches, turquoise water. It's a must-see community. ESPN Houston will be there noon to 6. Paul Gallant, Killer Bees, Brian and Blankers. Learn more at riverranchdayton.com. I think that Yordan Alvarez has Hall of Fame potential, and I mean that sincerely. I think he has MVP potential, multi-MVP potential. I think he has generational offensive talent. I think he could potentially be, if he lived up to it, one of the best hitters in this generation. Like, that's how highly I think of Yordan Alvarez. I have a bad feeling at the end of his career, he doesn't live up to that. Like, he still might be very good, still might be a multi-time All-Star, but I have a feeling he's never going to win like that MVP. That he's not going to play enough games to be a Hall of Famer, that he's not going to quite be this generational offensive talent that he was capable of. Now, because he's so good, he's still going to be very good, but I don't think he lives up to the potential that I think of him. Because I really do think that. I think if Yordan put it all together, stayed healthy, was an Iron Man, played in every single game for between now and his age 35 year, I think he would put up Hall of Fame numbers. I get the feeling, and maybe it's because of his proneness to injury, maybe because he has these mysterious injuries, maybe because sometimes it doesn't seem like he loves to be certain cities. Somebody was texting in saying that he's the Jalen Green of baseball because of how streaky he is. I have a bad feeling he's never going to live up to the high, lofty potential and ceiling that I have of him.
Yeah, I mean, is it the Jalen Green or is it more like the Mike Trout, but in your perspective, he doesn't even get to an MVP type season, but he has really, really good success. It's just that the injuries are going to be too much at the end of the day for him to get.
It more Trout plus Rendoni.
Okay.
Not that he like hates baseball like Anthony Rendon did, but does he have that grinder dirtbag mentality?
Well,
you know what I mean?
I think that's something that we've always questioned about the fact that you can, I mean, it's kind of have that want to is a huge factor, and you can have all the ability in the world and just kind of not have that kind of eye of the tiger, and it's fair to question that.
Because at his best, he is the very best. And he's had these unbelievable playoff moments, right? And like those moments are fantastic and great. Wouldn't trade them for anything. But you have to be like that for 155 games every year. And I just don't get the feel that we're ever going to see Jordan have 155 games where he's the best player in baseball. So like I think he's MVP ceiling. I think he's Hall of Fame ceiling. I think there's a very good chance he never reaches either one of them.
Yeah, and I mean, I think the injuries are big to me too, because look, I always get offended when he's not considered one of the best hitters in baseball, or when they do their rankings about, where he sits in terms of what I've seen and what we've seen and what we've been privy to know that he can be clutch, he can hit for average, he can hit for power. But because we've seen every game and because we talk about it on a regular basis, there's no reason to believe that this guy's ever going to put together a full season complete with no injuries and maximizing his potential. That's one season, not his whole career. So when you start talking about that over the course of his entire career, he's probably going to fall short of the lofty expectations that we have, because we saw enough to say, hey, he's got all the tools.
And he's still going to be very good. Like he's already been a top 10 MVP guy twice. Like I think he's going to rack up top 10 MVP seasons. But does he win an MVP? Does he have this 7 to 10 year span where he wins not only like multiple MVPs and then puts up these counting stat numbers that eventually get him elected to the Hall of Fame? I think it's going to be tough for him. And like he's been relatively healthy compared to like early in his career, these last few years. Like he played in 147 games last year. Like give me 147 games of Jordan. I would sign up for that every season. Mm-hmm. If you tell me that Jordan's going to play in 145 games every year for the rest of his career, yes, please. I would sign up for that every single year. 635 plate appearances. Yes, please. If he's north of 600 plate appearances every single season, I'm signing up for that. But don't you think if 635 playoff plate appearances that he would hit 50 homers? And I know that that's unbelievable expectation. I get that. But that's how highly I think of his talent. Like I think he is capable of hitting 50 home runs any given year. Do I ever think he's going to have a 50 homer season? I kind of don't. Whether it's the injuries, whether it's, the mindset that you need to have 155 games a year. Somebody texted in and saying he's not happy because he's not playing left field. I wonder if there is any validity to that. I don't know.
I mean, we talked about it, and I know that MLB Network was trying to make a bigger deal out of it than maybe the numbers actually lead on to, but they did make the point with baseball guys that, DeRosa and Bowden and some of those guys were saying that some guys have a tough time staying locked in when it's like 4 pinch hitting appearances by being a DH as opposed to staying locked into every aspect of the game by playing the field. We know he likes playing the field. We know that they said last night on the telecast he was penciled in to play left field today, maybe for that very reason. But maybe that gets him going because they're still trying to find something that gets him going to get off this slow start. But you don't know what you don't know, but he does seem like a guy, whether he plays it well or you worry about his health or not, that wants to be out there more than just hitting.
Like, do you think Aaron Judge is more talented than Jordan Alvarez?
That's the one I keep kicking around in my head. Like the numbers say that there's no way you put Jordan in the same category as Aaron Judge, but the eye test to me says just on raw ability overall, I would put Jordan Alvarez in a conversation with Aaron Judge.
If we're talking purely hitting, to me, Jordan is Aaron Judge.
Outfielding, right. Obviously, defensively, I give Aaron Judge the nod. But, right, just strictly from a hitting perspective, I believe that Jordan Alvarez is in the same conversation with Aaron Judge.
Do we think that Jordan Alvarez is going to have 58 home run seasons, 62 home run seasons, seasons where he hits 320, seasons where he has an 1,100 OPS, See, I think he's capable of doing it. If he has that type of year, I'd be surprised.
See, that's the thing. I just think that's the frustration, because you see all signs and every indication there that there's no reason not to believe that he can't do that for a season, if not for a couple, and really stack numbers. But what we've seen over his career so far is the fact that the big thing that gets in the way of Jordan is Jordan's health. And so Jordan's health is going to be the reason why I don't think he ever gets those numbers.
Yeah, King of Twitch saying no way Jordan is in the same group as Judge. I don't know what he means by that, but he says Judge is a home run hitter. Okay, all right. Then why does Judge have years where he hits 311 and 322? Like, you're calling him a home run hitter, yet he's had career years where his batting averages have been better than Jordan's.
Right. The reason why they're compared in the same category is both have the unique ability to have massive power and also hit for average at a really high clip. So that's why I personally say, yeah, just from the talent level at the plate, I believe both are in the same category.
Yeah. 713-780-ESPN. Would you trade Jordan for Judge? No, I hate Jordan. I hate Judge. So I wouldn't. Key from LA, should the Astros trade Fromber and Jordan to rebuild the system? No. Fromber maybe in the summer. If you're out of the race, I would trade Fromber over the summer. Jordan's under contract for a long time. Like, I'm not trading Jordan Alvarez.
And look, that's the difference in a nutshell right there between Jordan and Judge too, is the fact that you got him on a hell of a sweetheart deal, and the Yankees are paying Judge boatloads. And we know that even in the seasons when Jordan doesn't play a full season, he plays enough to be a catalyst to why you have success as a baseball team. So it's a hell of a deal, and you're getting the most that you can out of a guy that's, I guess, fairly categorized as injury prone.
Eric says the only thing about Jordan is that he's a DH. That's why we're talking offense only, because you do have to kind of throw the defense out when it comes to Jordan. He doesn't have the glove work to go with a Hall of Fame resume, but he's so good in tracking. But health is key. I mean, Big Papi would be the comp here. Like, can he be Big Papi? I think he's capable of being Big Papi. Do I see him putting up the volume that Big Papi had? I really don't.
No, and again, look, David Ortiz is an unbelievable hitter who, because of being a DH, was able to stay healthy for the majority of his career. I don't care if he plays the field or not. I don't think that Jordan, even playing designated hitter, I think he still finds a way to miss significant time every season with very, very weird injuries and maybe just more traditional injuries as he gets older.
There were some rumors about Ortiz too.
Yeah, there were.
Just some rumor. He never got suspended for Major League Baseball, but there were rumors about Big Papi. I'm not saying what those rumors were.
Hall of Famer.
All right, 713-780-ESPN. King of Twitch, what does average have to do with calling him a home run hitter? I mean, home run hitter implies that they're not a good average hitter. Like, if you call a guy a home run hitter, you would think that the guy who's a better hitter but not a home run hitter would have better batting average. So I think that would be the difference there.
I mean, if you're categorizing a guy as one of the best hitters in either the league or all of Major League Baseball, then I think that's the combo platter. And I think both of those guys, even looking at the start of the season before it started, are guys that fit that category.
Junior Broncos, why is Branham in a cubicle? Because I'm working. Don't you work in a cubicle? No, he doesn't work. He's on Twitch. He's in his mother's basement.
Just wait. So. What if you had the ability to see everybody that was on the Twitch feed where they were sitting currently?
They'd probably be
a fat guy in his underwear living in his mother's basement.
Texture, I was begging we trade for Esteury Ruiz last year, and now the Dodgers have him. But thank goodness we have Myers, Chaz in the outfield. I don't know. I think you're overrating Ruiz there a little bit, Texture. I mean, the Oakland Sacramento A's did not want Ruiz on their baseball team last year and this year. What does that tell you? What does that tell you?
Yeah, it tells me that a lot of people are going to have a lot of fun. Look, there's a lot of guys that got away. What's the guy that they traded away to Boston? Abreu?
Willier.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, Ruiz wasn't an Astro.
No, you could have tried to get him. But yeah, I mean, look, they gave away some guys too. But you can't cry over spilled milk or what they weren't able to do.
We spent the whole 2 hours crying about the Astros offense spilling its milk.
Okay, great.
All right, 713-780-ESPN. Lance Zierlein has a new mock. Let's make mock drafts great again with Lance's mock. 713-780-3776. I know that I'm leaving, Brian. I'm teasing it for you. Teasing it for you because you can't answer a text, Brian. All right, the boys will discuss that next. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. It's March. No, it's not. It's April. Spring is on the way, and that means it's time for spring savings at Monument Chevrolet. Get over to the dealership 225 and Beltway 8. Check out their massive inventory. Monument Chevrolet is the dealer that you can trust. Transparent, no hassle pricing. Get your car shopping done fast. Monument Chevrolet has been serving the Houston area for 50 years and have helped generations of families get into new vehicles. And these families keep coming back because they trust the fine people at Monument Chevrolet. Family feel, friendly atmosphere. They hire good people. So they have a great culture over there at Monument Chevrolet. And they're cutting prices across their inventory right now. And with tax season here, Monument Chevrolet can put your reimbursement to work with the right vehicle for you. So get over to Monument Chevrolet. It's massive. You can't miss it. 225 and Beltway 8. It's like a Houston suburb, quite frankly. Get a fair deal, a fast, easy transaction without wasting your time in these aggravating, stressful negotiations that are no fun. No tricks, no time wasting, no hidden charges. If you've been waiting to upgrade your vehicle, now is the time to do it. Visit them online at monumentchevrolet.com, monumentchevrolet.com, or just go visit them in person, 225 and Beltway 8. That's Monument Chevrolet. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Back on the Bees, 2 in the books, 1 to go. Final hour of the show as Brian McDonald and myself will take you home up until 6 p.m. as Jeremy's off doing some Cougar duties. And we were talking
our beloved Cougs
predominantly about our favorite baseball team here in the city and the fact that they are on the struggle bus to start the year. And I was watching the game last night, Brian, starting to think more about the fact that, as I mentioned earlier in the show, the main stories coming out of spring training and throughout spring training were Altuve and left, Cam Smith making the roster, and then, what kind of impact he could possibly have. Now we have to add to that the fact that this offense as a whole is struggling mightily. And then starting to think about, when do we really panic? Because last year we kept holding hope alive until we had eulogies, until we buried this team, until we thought that, hey, we may never see success by the end of the this long haul that we call a major league season. They did find a way to win the division and then get bounced, which was good and then bad. When do we start pressing the panic button this season? Altuve in left. We know he's hitting the baseball again. We know he's a good hitter. He's the best hitter on the team again this year right now. But at a certain point with the play that happened last night that a lot of people are hyper-scrutinizing yet again, when do we start pushing the panic button on Altuve in left field in general? And from a fan base perspective, chime in here, guys. Like, when are you going to start being concerned about Altuve in left field? And is it going to be more about his defense or moving him back to second base with his offense and trying to find a better option like maybe DeCenzo in left field?
I'm definitely not there yet. Like, I think I made the reference to where it seems like we as Astros fans, because I do this at times too, but we react to every Astros game as if it has the same importance of a single Texans game.
Mm-hmm.
And if you were to think about a baseball season, it takes 10 games to be the equivalent of one, NFL game. So, I mean, at what point will we freak out, about a bad Texan stretch? I think probably 3 games. So I can't see myself freaking out about poor offensive numbers unless they just get so far behind that it gets to a point where it seems like they can't overcome it because they're so far back of whoever's leading the division. But I can't see myself freaking out about slow starts until we're at least 30 games in. I know the traditional time frame is usually Memorial Day. I'd allow myself for a little bit quicker hook than that, but at least 30 days.
All right, so specifically, I started with Altuve and left because to me, we saw a little bit of maybe behind the scenes, not necessarily the panic button, but the fact that, hey, we realize right now that we're off to another slow start. How offensively do we do, or how do we reshuffle the deck to put our best offensive lineup out there, but maybe also be a little bit more leery of the fact that the defense is going to matter based on whether you want to base it on that play last night or just what they've seen. So Altuve making the move to second base when we were told pretty thoroughly throughout the spring training that he was going to be predominantly a left fielder. So maybe they are paying more attention to it. And when do you start being concerned enough to make that more of a regularity and move him back to second base than seeing him predominantly in left?
I mean, I do it now. And that's not necessarily because I'm panicking about him in left field. I mean, he's going to be bad in left field, but he's going to be bad in second base, as we've talked about, ad nauseum. But I mean, we have to remember he had 33 years of his life to learn how to play second base, and he's had 1 spring training plus now 6 games to learn how to play to play left field. So I think it's maybe a bit of a rush to say he's got to be perfect now in left field if you're willing to see this experiment through. But I think I'd make the move now. Again, not panic, but just let's get our best offensive lineup. I'm not as concerned about defense right now when they're scoring 1 or 2 runs every single game.
Yeah,
let's get the best offensive lineup in there every single game. And if that's Altuve at second, so you can have Cam and Zenzo or whoever in the corner outfields, then so be it. Let's do it.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think that I said even before camp started, and then based on what kind of camp he had, that DeCenzo was a guy that I thought could have an impact. If they didn't go out and get the bat that I wanted them to get in the offseason, then I want them to have their best offensive lineup out there, which obviously is a huge problem for them because, only being able to muster 10 runs through 5 2/3 games this season is not good enough. And if individual players on different teams in Major League Baseball are putting up better numbers than your entire team offensively, then right now you might have to sacrifice even more defense to make sure that you have the best offensive lineup you can possibly have. You assume Christian Walker is going to snap out of it. You think that Paredes is a good enough offensive hitter that he's going, and he showed some signs that he's going to be all right. But DeCenzo in left, Smith in right, and honestly, Chaz in center. I'll live with the fact that Chaz maybe isn't Jake, but offensively, Chaz is so much better than Jake that's the kind of lineup that I think that desperate, whether we're desperate or not completely, this seems like desperate times already offensively enough to, at least for a series or a game or two, to try the best offensive lineup you can possibly put out there.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree. I don't know if you've seen. Now, granted, this hasn't been updated for today. Baseball Reference doesn't update until I think the next day for a game. But I just pulled up. I was curious to see how bad these offensive numbers were. So I scrolled over and looked at the OPS plus category. Now, obviously, Altuve has been killing it. He had another hit. Unfortunately, they have first and third and still didn't bring a runner home. His OPS plus is great at this point. It's 10. I think this says 109. I can't quite make 109. But you look at the rest of the guys in the OPS plus. Not only are they below 100, you have half your lineup in the negatives, Joel. I mean, we have Yainer Diaz is negative 38, Christian Walker minus 13, Brendan Rodgers minus 7, Jordan of all people, and we obviously know he started slow, is a -3. Jake Myers is a 16. I mean, not negatives, but I mean, we called Mauricio Dubon a bad offensive player because he has an OPS plus of 89, and you got half your lineup in the negatives right now. I mean, I think that points to your comment about desperation. I mean, it is just 6 games, but these offensive numbers are so bad that maybe trying out a desperate move is called for.
Well, and I think that, look, a lot of people said, well, your infield has to be better defensively. They brought in a former Gold Glove second baseman in Rodgers. Rodgers made an error today. Rodgers obviously cannot hit major league pitching on a consistent basis by any metrics that you're talking about looking at. And like I said, Granado was tweeting out what the overall everybody's individual batting averages too, which are all hovering in the hundos and right around 100, which ain't going to get it done. No. So at this point, what do you have to lose that you wouldn't be already losing in terms of baseball games with how you've been doing it to this point? Why don't you just put out a absolute hell-bent offensive lineup and see if that doesn't snap you out of it and able to put up a crooked number in an inning or two to make people believe, hey, there still are good hitters on this team. And offensively, if we just kind of live and die by the sword, and in this case, the bigger bat, let's go with the fact that maybe that will help get them to score some runs, because right now it ain't cutting it. And I was like early in the Mets series going, okay, maybe they're going to play some more small ball this year. I'm okay with that. But that was under the assumption that the guys you brought in and the guys that you have that were already good hitters were all still going to hit. From the guys you brought in standpoint, I don't care how much Walker's barreling up the baseball. He's not hitting. Paredes is starting to show some signs, but he's not really hitting. And then a guy like Jordan, we just got done talking about, who is the centerpiece of everything you do offensively, isn't hitting. The only guy that is Altuve. So let's shuffle the deck.
Yeah, and just quickly, I misspoke. Altuve's OPS plus is actually 189, not 109.
Pretty damn good.
But again, everyone else is hovering barely above 0 or in the negatives. And I getting back to your point, like I completely agree. I'm willing to reshuffle. I mean, let's maybe play Altuve at second base. Other than the days of Framber Valdez is on the mound. Let's try out DeCenzo and whoever else to see what this best offensive lineup is. The problem is, though, like, as much as we want to, reshuffle, everything around to get the best offensive lineup, it kind of feels like reshuffling, chairs on the deck of the Titanic. Because how many spots are we really able to reshuffle to remake this lineup? I mean, one. We're talking about moving Altuve to second base so that one additional person can move to the corner outfield. I mean, what change is historically as bad as their offense has been through 6 games. Changing out one person isn't going to be what fixes this, in my opinion.
But Brian, look, near, far, wherever you are, I completely believe that the offense will move on. I think it's more than one position. I think if you can put DeCenzo in left, you can put Chaz in center, you can put Cam Smith in right. Now you've completely revamped all 3 of those. You're going to put Altuve at second, where you at least have his offense that you just talked about in a spot where he's still in the lineup and hopefully he doesn't hurt you too much. And then you go from there with a DH that's probably Caratini, or I mean, it's Jordan, I'm sorry, with Jordan as DH, that's truly has the potential, at least on paper, to be better than what you've been throwing out there for 6 games.
Yeah, I forgot about the option of moving Chaz to center. I mean, it's definitely worth a shot. I'm not poo-pooing it. The notion of trying it, because I think you should put your best offensive players out there as bad as it's gone. I mean, even if it's 2 players instead of what I said earlier, 1 player, I don't know how much that changes or how quickly it changes it. Because honestly, I mean, most of these guys are just going to wake up. Christian Walker's a much better hitter than this. Obviously, Jordan Alvarez is a much better hitter than this. Isak had a bad time in Chicago last year, but overall, he's been a much better hitter than this. So I do think these guys wake up before May. These aren't a bunch of Alex Bregmans who don't wake up until close to June. But overall, I don't know. I mean, they should put their best offensive line up, damn the defense, but I don't know if it's going to make a drastic change quickly for them.
Let's take a break. Let's talk about that. Let's talk about the fact from an offensive perspective and from what we heard coming out of camp, and it wasn't just specifically about Cam Smith or DeCenzo. There were things being spoken by your manager that echoed things that we had heard from your general manager that make you question more now than ever. Are they just blowing smoke up your hiney, or are they really telling you the truth about what they see, what they expect, and what they were going to do when the season started? Because right now I call BS. We'll talk about that when we come back. More Astros talk as we continue to roll on. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.
You found the Killer Bees, live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Back on the Bees, Branham doing a little cougar work. So Brian and myself taking you up until 6 p.m. No, Paul. As we continue to roll on with Astros talk. Brian, we're getting on, the topic of the hour in terms of when do you press the panic button and when are you concerned about things going on with the Astros right now? And as it relates to this team, as much as we were worried about Altuve and left and concerned about, Cam Smith making this team and then how much he played, the biggest thing to me is that we heard from Dana, we heard from Espada, we were led to believe that, hey, if the young guys are going to make this roster, they're going to play. And, up until the last 2 games, DeCenzo really hadn't even sniffed the opportunity. With 1 game, I think he had played. Cam Smith, I expected to see him out there basically every day, and that didn't happen. And I started thinking to myself, well, okay, Joe, well, what kind of bill of goods are you going to sell us next time, and how am I going to believe you? Because I believe right now, with as poor as the offense has been and the lack of production that they have been putting out there, that this offensive lineup that we just got done talking about as a potential possibility should be more a probability in terms of until they snap out of it offensively. And like you mentioned, Brian, some of the guys that we expect, like Walker and Paredes and Jordan, start picking it up, that you've got to do whatever you can to kind of jumpstart this offense. And that would be let these young kids eat, let them play.
Yeah, I mean, Cam's missed what, 1 game out of 6, so I'm not really upset about his playing time. But I mean, I'd like to see guys like DeCenzo get more of a chance, and like we talked about last segment, maybe Chaz is getting more starts in center field so you can get both Cam and DeCenzo in the lineup. I think this has to be kind of throw everything against the wall and see what sticks at this point. And again, not that it's a panic, because I mean, I'm not really trying to lock in an opinion this is how the season's going to go until maybe 30 games or more, maybe even all the way up to Memorial Day. But I mean, look, I mean, I mentioned it last segment, like the OPS pluses for these guys, -38 for Yiner, -13 for Christian Walker, Jordan's -3, Jake Myers is 16. Like, the only guy that has a good one right now is Jose Altuve. He's literally the only guy of 9 that's hitting, or 8. 9 plus the DH. But so because of that, because of how bad the offense has been, throw everything up against the wall, see what sticks, and then find what lineup works for this team.
Now, but from the glass half full perspective, it's always, and I've always been harping on the fact, it's not about winning like 10 games in a row. It's about winning series. You won the first series. You're going to lose the second series. So now you go on the road and you can bounce back if you can fix the offense and beat the Twins and win that series. And I think that could start to kind of settle you down and right the ship. But offensively, I do have major concerns, because one thing you did know is the middle of that lineup and the top 5 spots in that lineup was tough to top. Whether Bregman got off to a slow start or not, you still had Altuve and Jordan and Tucker at the front part of that lineup. And then Yiner, who everybody expected as starting last season, was just going to pick up where he left off on his rookie campaign and have power and average and do all the things that we kind of already have seen Jordan do. Instead, you are sitting there waiting for, and again, what we went through last year has so much to dictate and say about what we think this year. We're only 2 series in. We're going to split the 2 series, but because we've already been through Abreu at first base, the concern is Christian Walker might do exactly what Abreu did when he got here. And I heard some of that from some of the people that I've talked to about the fact that I have real concerns about Walker pulling an Abreu. Do you really? Because Abreu was at the end of the road, basically.
I mean, well, Christian Walker's 34. I mean, look, he's not. What was Abreu when he got here? 36.
36.
So I mean, obviously, I can do the math. That's 2 years difference in the favor of Christian Walker. But I mean, Christian Walker, let's just say hypothetically, this is the beginning of a downward trend for his offense, he wouldn't be the first guy that hit the downside of his career at age 34. I mean, so I don't think Christian Walker is going to be Jose Abreu. So don't hear what I'm not saying. I don't think he's going to have a poor offense season. I think he rebounds, the exit velocities we've seen to starts to translate into more hits, and things get back to kind of their average, their median by some point in the middle of the season. But it's not the craziest thing in the world to see that a 34-year-old guy is going to have an offensive decline.
But so 6517 texts in and says it's not just Abreu. We were burned by Trey Mancini too. So that's kind of like where I was going with this. From a team perspective, we saw a team that just absolutely crapped the bed last year for the first, as you said, the better barometer of at least 30 games. Well, when they were 12-24, it was pretty close, and everybody was basically already writing their eulogy as we did. But then you look at it and go, I've been there and done this before. Now I've got really sick feelings about if this team can do this another year, 2 years in a row, when you know that it's very rare that they were able to do what they did last year and turn it around and win the division. From an individual perspective, if you've seen Abreu do this, if you already know that in a shorter sample size, Trey Mancini was another swing and a miss, is it fair to say that you already have PTSD to think that Walker is going to be a guy that falls right in line with that too, and the chances are greater than less that it could possibly happen? I believe Christian Walker is going to be just fine. I really do. And I believe Paredes is going to be just fine. But I understand it from a PTSD standpoint of we've already experienced this kind of stuff from a team and individual perspective so that we have these thoughts and they're justified.
Yeah, well, the Astros haven't found a first. I mean, they thought they did with Abreu, certainly. They thought they at least put a Band-Aid on it with Mancini, but they haven't found a first base, a guy that they trust since Yuli hit his decline and eventually exited the team. Now, I think Christian Walker coming into this year was at a higher point in his career, closer to his prime than Jose Abreu or Trey Mancini were. Like those guys, I mean, Jose Abreu had come off a year where his home run totals dropped dramatically. Mancini's offensive numbers coming to the Astros obviously weren't what they were at his highest point of his career. So I think Christian Walker, at the time the Astros got him, was the best of those players as far as just pure offensive production. But again, I mean, he's 34. It's not insane to see that he would drop off. So I get the PTSD coming off Mancini and Abreu. I don't think that's going to be the case, but I understand the mindset.
But you also understand that from the eye test perspective, and I know you guys are more analytical with a lot of the stats than me, but from the eye test perspective for all three of us, we can clearly see Walker has no problem catching up with a fastball. No. Abreu had a major issue with catching up to a major league fastball. And you could tell that his skills were diminishing rapidly. Whereas if you just take the Mets series, and last night, again, wasn't a great sample for him because he missed some pitches, and you could see he was visibly upset with himself. But he was barreling up balls in the Mets series. They just weren't falling, but the exit velocity, I think he hit 2 balls over 100 miles an hour off the bat that were just at people. So he can catch up with a fastball. He can still square it up, which is why I have a little less, maybe a lot less concern than I would over Abreu for sure, and even Mancini once he got here.
Yeah, I mean, of all the guys that aren't Yordan that are struggling, Christian Walker is the second most, after Yordan is the guy I'm most confident is going to return to his career median, be the guy that the Astros thought they were getting. I have more confidence in him than even Yonder Diaz. Obviously, I have more confidence in him than Jake. I have more confidence in him than Pena or Brendan Rodgers. Christian Walker has been a guy for, I mean, how long? I mean, but at least the last 3 years when he was Arizona, just elite offensive production. I just pulled up his last few years in Arizona: 26 and 84, 33 and 103. 36 and 94. Those are his home runs and RBI the last 3 years in Arizona. That's a lead offensive player. And like you said, the kind of the analytics, the barrel rate, the exit velocity, all those point to signs of a guy making good contact. And he's a good player. And I don't think he's hit his decline. So I am confident that Christian Walker is going to be a guy that, if we had this conversation, what's today, April 2nd, if we have this conversation on May 2nd, Christian Walker is no longer someone that we're concerned about. But, given the age, given the PTSD of things you mentioned, like Mancini and Jose Abreu, I get why people would go there. I just don't think it's going to be the case for Christian Walker.
Now, the interesting thing that comes out of all this, too, is as much as we talked about Cam Smith coming into this season, would he make the team? Would he get these kind of consistent at-bats that we were wondering if we could believe Joe Espada and Dana Brown on? The question now becomes, because whether you say it's a high level of desperation or that they just are a little bit more panicky in terms of how do they fix the offense, is this a situation where, I don't know, and I'm interested from your perspective, Brian, would you rather have Cam just kind of fighting it out, getting these at-bats, trying to see what he can do in this lineup, or would you rather say, hey, at this point, it might be better for Cam to start feasting on minor league pitching, keep his confidence up, and realize that at a certain point you will bring him back?
I don't want to give him. I think this would be too quick of a hook. I get the idea of, regular bats, get his confidence at bat. I get that thought, but I think pulling or sending him to Sugarland after 6 games would have a negative.
And I'm not saying tomorrow, but I'm saying if this is the plan, or if it's going to play out where he's not going to play really consistently.
I mean, he's played 5 out of 6. That's consistent to me. If he plays 5 out of every 6, he's going to be a guy that plays, 100. I don't know what the math would work out to, but 145 plus.
Yeah, it's just, to me, the only thing that I'm worried about is that his long-term success is so huge for you as an organization that we know that guys coming up for their very first time, like Bregman, like others, they have a tendency to struggle. And you need to be kind of concerned about that. I'm not worried about Cam Smith yet. I'm like you, but I have heard from people that have said, maybe what we had a conversation about a week or so ago, maybe you guys were right. Maybe the fact that he's barely played minor league baseball coming out of Florida State, maybe that matters, and he's so valuable to this team that maybe it is more important for him to get minor league at bats and kind of feast on minor league pitching like he did in training camp. It's just, to me, there's no other options. For your outfield right now, there's no better options for sure than Cam Smith, and there's no more power hitting options or better average hitting options because Jake's not that guy.
Yeah, that's why I wouldn't make the decision right now with Cam Smith. Like, while there's still a thought that this team could get to a point where, it contends or it could win a division, Cam Smith's your best option in right field. So I'm not going away from that. I mean, the evaluation on him from what we saw in spring training, obviously for the team, what they saw in spring training was this guy could handle, the major league level, even though he'd only played 5 games above the single A level. Obviously that was a risky move. That was a move that seemed very, very quick to a lot of folks. But if they felt he could handle it, I'm not giving him the hook after 6 games, especially like you said, there's no better option in right field. Like if you give Cam Smith the hook and send him to AAA, to play who? I mean, maybe it's DeZenzo, maybe it's Chaz on an everyday basis, but those guys haven't. Chaz has hit fine, but they're not guys that I'd be rushing to move your uber prospect out of right field for. I mean, I'd rather give, I don't know how long it would be. Maybe it's May, maybe it's June, maybe it's more dependent upon where they are in the division, and maybe that is what makes your decision ultimately. But I'm not moving Cam Smith and taking away this opportunity until he proves, like, without a doubt, he can't do it, or the division race gets completely away from them.
See, that's the thing to me is you look at it and say, what is the big enough sample size to be able to determine that Cam Smith either is getting it or not? Because they were very, very patient with Alex Bregman. Alex Bregman struggled
2
mightily
for 30 or whatever it was.
And they just kept rolling with him. So I think it also has to be factored in that as an entire offense, they're not hitting. They're not doing anything to, set up at bats for him or make anything easier too. And the offense is struggling as a whole. I think it's pretty unfair to be critical of Cam Smith at this point. The question is, when do you think it's fair to be critical of Cam Smith?
Not to go back to the exact same number I said before, but I still think it's about 30 games. 30 games would be like I continue to try to put it through the football lens, just because I think it gives perspective to how little of a season we're freaking out about. But 30 games would be about three games in the NFL, and I think that's kind of a large enough sample size at times to kind of see if guys are getting it enough, or at least to know if what trajectory they're on. Not that you can entirely obviously map out a guy's season off of 3 games, but I'm not really. I don't think I could be talking to making a move with Cam Smith until at least 30 games. And even that might be kind of a small sample size. But if it's 30 games and they're way behind the division, then I might start to look towards, making a move if he's hitting poorly. But I can't imagine making a move before 30 games.
I think it's longer than that for me. And I think it's primarily because I don't see a better option to put out there.
What would your day be? Like Memorial Day? Is the kind of that classic time frame?
I think mid-June. I think I'm
That's
rolling
fine.
with it.
I'd be fine with that. That was 30 days is really just my minimum. I'm completely fine
even at
with
mid-June, I'm not totally confident that I want to do it, because you look at teams that have had high-rated prospects in the past that weren't very good. The season,
Kyle Tucker got sent down multiple times.
And you look at some of the Nationals teams and some of the Royals teams and some of the teams where they had high-ranked prospects. They were awful as a team, and the actual players were struggling early, but the experience was so valuable to their overall long-term success that you just rolled with them and knew that, like you said, that because they felt confident he could handle everything mentally, that he wasn't going to get down on himself or start questioning his abilities, that you kind of end up prospering for it in the big picture anyway. So maybe that factors in too. But I think by All-Star break is when I would really be seriously concerned if he was still struggling. But by mid-June, I'm thinking that's when I'm going to start really considering.
Yeah, the only caveat I would give to that is where they are in the division. And I think it'd be impossible to say that the division's getting away from them after 30 games. But, sometime mid-May, sometime early June, if it's getting to a point where it was last season where they're like 10 games behind Seattle or whoever's in first, then, maybe I'm because I'm with you. Like half a season is reasonable, but I think where they are in the division and what else that, maybe Jacob Melton has a great, whatever, or maybe another option emerges. If the division's getting away from them and another option emerges and Cam Smith is struggling in that sort of perfect storm, then I'd be willing to make a move earlier. Otherwise, you're right. I think it's probably sometime in June or July.
All right. Let us know what you think. 713-780-3776. We continue to kick some Astros around. Let's talk some Rockets and get some positives in here. Rockets hosting the Jazz tonight, another game that they should win. Currently the number 2 seed in the Western Conference. The question then becomes, is this enough? If they finish with the number 2 seed in the West, is this season a success? Because there are people out there talking for other teams out there saying that the teams are lining themselves up because they want the Rockets in the first round and at any time in the playoffs because they think that is an easy path to victory. We'll continue to kick it around on the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Back on the Bees, Branham doing some Coug work. So B-Mac and I take you home until the top of the hour at 6 p.m. where soccer matters, and Glenn Davis will have all kinds of football on the agenda, starting from 7 o'clock will be the Hall of Fame with Brad and Booker T, and Comicast at 8 with Jong Lee and our good friend Michael Carroll. But I threw it out there before the break, B-Mac. We probably need to break from the negativity that's centered around the Astros right now. Your Rockets are the 2 seed, and the Denver Nuggets did you a massive favor last night by Russell Westbrook peeing down his leg on 2 plays in double overtime. The Timberwolves beating the Nuggets, and what seemingly is a 3-team race to get and solidify the 2 seed. Seems like the Rockets are back in the driver's seat more so than ever, leading the Nuggets and the Lakers by a minimum of 2 games. But I throw the question out to you because watching the national broadcast, it's always, of course, different than what we see on a night-by-night basis with the Rockets. If they lock up the 2 seed, if they're sitting there with the second-best record in the West, right behind the red-hot Oklahoma City Thunder, is that the progress that we needed to see to say another successful season? Because honestly, and I mentioned this from a national perspective, there are people that love Amen Thompson. They love the youth of the Rockets, but in the same breath, they're also saying, but if they run into the wrong matchup or most of the matchups in the Western Conference, this team is going to get beat in the first round. And I'm curious your thoughts in terms of what is a successful season for the Rockets, and are you concerned about what some of these national guys are saying?
I mean, yeah, I wouldn't pick them in all the possible matchups. Like I don't think they face the Warriors at this point. The Warriors have, I think, put themselves in a spot where it's probably not them, although it's pretty tight there for 5 and 6 with the Warriors, and well, and the Grizzlies too. Like there's certainly a few teams I would not pick them to defeat in the first round, but I mean, overall, I think it's a successful season. I mean, going from 41-41 to the 2nd seed in the West, it's hard to say it's anything other than a successful season. But I think there is going to be need to be a little bit of context on it. Like I think overall, in most cases, I would say no matter what happens in the playoffs, successful season. You have a group of players who are all like the core players, other than Fred and Dylan, who are around the age of 22, just barely been old enough to drink, to get them from a 20-something win season to 41 and now up to the 2nd seed is obviously very successful. But if they lose in 5 games to, let's just say, the Mavericks right now, who are currently the 9th seed. Let's say the Mavericks come out of the play-in and you face the Mavericks in the first round and they beat you in 5 games. Hypothetically, I obviously do not think that would happen. It'd be hard at that point for me to say, great season, when the Mavericks, obviously with all that's gone on with their season, trading out Luka and the injuries that have surrounded that team, it'd be hard for me to say in that situation after that, hypothetical 5-game series loss to the Mavericks that it's still great, successful season. But otherwise, outside of that, yes.
See, I'm not going to say great, but I think it's a successful season no matter what, because I don't think in my wildest dreams, and I had them in the play-in, that I would have thought that they would have the 2nd best record in the Western Conference.
Same.
I think that the barometers are different from year to year, and you're obviously not going to do what Ime was able to do in his first year in every season and improve by 22 games and make this massive.
Yeah, they would have had to get to 63 this year.
And to win 50
possible.
games, which they're on pace to do, and to get the 2nd seed in the West are both major accomplishments. And the reason why, even if they got bounced in the scenario that you provided, and I'm looking at the play-in teams, I'm concerned if they would end up playing Dallas. I'm concerned if they would end up playing Phoenix. As bad as Phoenix has been, if Kevin Durant's ankle isn't completely out of whack, and he's supposed to be back next week, but you could still have the potential of them saying, you know what, we have playoff experience between Booker, Beal, and Durant.
I don't know. Like, I'm with you for most of that, but I mean, Kevin Durant got hurt, like midway through the 3rd in that game the Rockets beat them by
were
like
up big,
40.
right? But I think that the regular
Booker was
season,
playing like I don't fear the Suns at all.
I just think that even the Suns, and the reason why I'm saying all this is because this is why I would deem it a success. You look at all these other teams. If Minnesota ends up a play-in team, Minnesota showed you last night that as long as they have Anthony Edwards, they have a chance against anybody. And we saw that last year when it essentially came down to Anthony Edwards versus Luka Doncic. So I think that they have a star. The Mavs, even without Kyrie, still have Anthony Davis, which is he's one of the top 10 players in this league when you look at all NBA from year in, year out. And when he's healthy, he's playing at a level like very few can play. We hope Jalen's that guy. We think Şengün could be that guy, but neither guy's proven that. So at least the teams that you're facing are going to come in with a go-to stud type player that could do you in almost single-handedly no matter what you throw at them. So I'm concerned even from a play-in perspective, like if they get one of those teams that say 3 of the 4 teams, if it's Memphis that slides all the way down, even with all the disarray of firing their coach, with Ja, with Jaren Jackson Jr., and Bane, do I believe that they could beat the Rockets? I do.
See, I couldn't go there. Like, I would be with you on Minnesota. They have a singular star that's better than anyone on your team. And I'd go there with the Warriors because, well, one, they
Steph at 52 last
well,
night.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, one, they have Steph. Obviously, Jimmy Butler's been reinvigorated, and they just have your number. So I'm completely with you. If they face the Warriors or the Timberwolves in round 1, I probably am picking the other team, and I wouldn't be upset if they lost to them. I don't think I could go there with the Grizzlies or certainly the Suns or even the Mavericks. Like, I mean, Anthony Davis is a great player, but outside of Jokic, I just don't fear like a team that's so dependent on one post player. Like, Anthony Davis is not going to go off for 50 and beat you.
No,
like,
but
it's going to take the rest of the Mavs roster to beat you.
They got to be healthy, but they got 2 bigs that are very, very capable with.
I know. I just like outside of okay. So if you were to stack the 2 rosters, Rockets and Mavericks, let's say Anthony Davis is number 1 for this conversation. How many of the next, like, how many, if you were to go 1 through 10, like, how many of those players are Rockets players? I think a majority of them.
I think. I mean,
and that's kind of why I would.
But then I go, look, Clay is not Clay, but Clay has veteran playoff experience. That you have guys that are still capable, but they have experience with veterans like Thompson and Davis, as opposed to guys like Brooks and Van Vliet. You're right. In terms of like 1 through 10, top 10 guys in a series, do the Rockets have more talent? Probably. But I think experience matters in the playoffs too. So I look at that and I say, that's not a cakewalk for them.
No.
And as the 2 seed, it probably should be.
Yeah, I don't want to get wrapped up in what it should be, but I'm with you. As
most seasons, though, the 2 seed is expected to beat the 7.
Yeah, well, yeah, I guess it depends on what you define as a cakewalk. Like, if they took that series in 6, I wouldn't bat an eye at it. I wouldn't view that as a disappointment. Now, if it came down to games, like if it was a 7-game series and every game was grueling and they like felt like they played down to their competition, quote unquote, then maybe you could say a win of the series isn't impressive. But I don't know. I don't think I would nitpick a series win. And I mean, going back to my comparison of like top 10 players, how many are in the Rockets? I think it might be as much as 7 of the 10 if you were to take the best players in that series. I mean, the NBA more than I do, so I'll defer. But I couldn't see the Mavericks winning that series against the Rockets.
I give them a puncher's chance, and I think that's scary when you talk a 2 versus 7, because I think that where this conversation started to, if I just told you that and they win 1 series in the playoffs, now I think unequivocally, no matter what they do after that is icing on the cake. But if they get bounced in the first round, there's going to be a lot of people that as the 2 seed are going to be highly disappointed that this team didn't go farther and do more. And I honestly think that's unfair.
I do too, because I think the context is needed to say, well, you're a 2 seed and you got bounced in the first round. Like, the only spot where there's a huge gap is Oklahoma City to the rest of the Western Conference. I mean, there's a huge gap there. They had the conference locked up, a while back. But when you look at 2 through 6, and maybe even as far down as you got teams like Minnesota currently in the play-in, there's not a ton of games separating those teams. I mean, yes, it's 2 versus 7 or whatever. But if the difference in the standings is 4 games, are those teams really like that far apart? So outside of losing to, like go back to the hypothetical against Dallas, that would be a disappointment to me. So would losing to Memphis, who you won the Rockets won the season series against. Obviously losing to the Suns would be a disappointment after you just, killed them by 40 or whatever a couple of nights ago. But if they lost to the Warriors or they lost to, Anthony Edwards and the Timberwolves, as long as they were competitive in this series and, they didn't get beaten, 4 or 5, I wouldn't view that as a bad season.
See, I think that the scary thing to me is that the potential for the play, and as it sits currently, the Timberwolves, Clippers, Mavs, and Kings would be in the play-in. Other than the Kings, and the Kings still have some firepower with having made the trades for DeRozan and Levine, along with assuming Sabonis is back. I think the potential is there for the Rockets to lose to 3 of those 4 teams quite easily.
So everyone other than the Kings?
Everyone other than the Kings, I believe that the Rockets have a legit chance of losing to, and as the 2 seed, that's what would scare me, and that's where I fear that people are going to be highly critical of this team, because I think that as long as they solidify the 2 seed, and that, like I said, they have 27 losses. Denver's got 29. Lakers have 29. Rockets still play both of those teams with a chance to win the tiebreaker. I just believe that the Rockets winning as much as they've done this year, winning 50-plus games, solidifying the 2 seed, that's enough for me to say this season is a success, even if they would lose to a play-in team in the first round of the playoffs.
Yeah, so if they play the Jazz tonight, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if they win tonight, they'd be up 2 games with at least 2 games with 3 to go, or with 6 to go against the Nuggets. I mean, it's starting to. I don't know if the Nuggets play also, so let's just say it's 2.5. It's starting to, and I know that there's a game remaining against Denver, but I think if a win tonight puts it in a spot where it starts to feel like this 2 seed is close to a lock, not a mortal lock, but a close to lock. But getting back to your overall point, like, I mean, I'd fear a Clippers team if you could tell me Kawhi is definitely going to be healthy, but I'm not.
Good.
I know, but I'm just not going to bank on Kawhi being healthy. We know James's track record. Hello, Manu Ginobili's block against him way back in the day,
or
but
refusing to shoot for over.
Or refusing to shoot, or getting benched and then getting Kevin McHale fired for it. Like, looking at those playoff teams, I mean, I see your point, but like the only team of those 4 playoff teams that are currently playing teams that I would fear would be the Timberwolves. I mean, I see the path for the Clippers to beat you if Kawhi's healthy. And I guess you can make the point of Anthony Davis plays Superman, but I don't know. I don't fear the Mavericks. Obviously, I don't really fear the Kings. And
that's fair.
I've seen the James Harden show. I've seen the Kawhi Leonard gets hurt show too many times to currently, as what I know now, fear the Clippers.
Well, we'll see what happens. Rockets and Jazz tonight, as Vernon Maxwell, I'm sure, will be tweeting up a storm about his favorite team.
Oh yeah, hates
the Utah Jazz.
Yeah.
Hopefully the Rockets get another victory. That would be 50 on the season, with them having more wins in their future. I probably was wrong when the fact that I thought they would be right at 50 and not get to 53 or 54. But look, if they win 50 games, that's another reason why they should have success. All right, we got one segment to go on the show. We're going to wrap it up next with what we'd always do. Car wreck of the day. If you guys got car wrecks you want to get in, 713-780-3776. Call, text, hit us on social media. It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.
This is Ron Ansana with your market scoreboard report on ESPN 97.5.
Stocks closed higher and at their highs of the day today in anticipation that President Trump might go light on the tariff issue when he announced his new tariffs today on so-called Liberation Day, with the Dow up 235 points, the NASDAQ up 151, the S&P up 38. But markets have since turned. Futures are turning lower after the president announced reciprocal tariffs that would be equal to half of those charged by other countries. So in the case of China, it's a 34% tariff on their imported goods. Most of the tariffs being imposed are above the 20% threshold many had feared would be enacted. There's a 10% baseline tariff for all countries and 25% tariffs on imported automobiles. That has futures trading lower now and yields on the 10-year note slipping to 4.14%. The dollar is weaker. Oil and gold both finished higher today. Gold at another record at $31.69 the ounce. We'll have to see how the markets respond even more dramatically tomorrow, potentially, given that this is in some ways a more stringent set of tariffs.
Well, you know how we do it as we wrap up the show every single day. What is your car wreck and why? Brian, kick us off.
All right, in an express edition here of Car Wreck Today, as Tupac has already hit the airwaves, I'm going to go with Russell Westbrook, who was laying up some bricks and wasted a 60-point performance from Jokic last night, and apparently tried to get some fans kicked out for
Missed the layup,
for
fouled
using the Westbrook name.
Fouled a
completely
3-point
soft.
shooter to lose the game, and then got into it with a fan on the way off the court.
Yeah, try to get him kicked out because he apparently disrespected his family name and called him Westbrook. Just completely soft there from Crazy Russ.
And mine goes to the unfortunate situation in Atlanta last night. A fan was picked out of the stands to have a layup competition to win prizes. Instead, on his way to the basket, he slipped, he fell, he tore his ACL.
Oh, yikes.
Ouch. And I hope the Hawks
we don't have time to discuss liability, but that
hope the Hawks
fascinates
do
me.
him solid on that one. All right, that'll do it for us. Soccer Matters coming up next with Glenn Davis. You're not going to want to miss that. For Brian McDonald, I'm Joel Blank and Jeremy Brand. I'm off doing Cougar stuff. We'll all be back in tow tomorrow. We'll look forward to talking to you then right here on the Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.
All right, we're off and running here tonight. Welcome into Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5, presented by the Daspit Law Firm. Streaming at ESPN975.com, and you can also catch the show on YouTube. Is that right, Brian? YouTube, right?
Yeah, we're on the YouTube stream right now.
I better comb my hair. Lots to get into tonight. We've got some beach soccer talk here. There's an inland sand soccer tournament coming to Houston. We're going to have the head man of that, Scott Westcoat, on the show tonight. We're going to talk about beach soccer overall, where it fits in the U.S. soccer landscape, and, of course, this really, really exciting event that's coming here very shortly here in May 10th. So we're looking forward to that. We'll start it off tonight with Nico's Greek and American Cafe, bringing us a World Cup moment. If we go back to July 13, 1930, first ever World Cup matches took place. It was France defeating Mexico 4-1 and the United States defeating Belgium. Look at that. We broke out of the World Cup in the 1930 as a top team, defeating Belgium, marking the beginning of what is now the world's most watched sporting event, bar none. And it is coming to Houston, Texas, World Cup 2026 with 7 matches. You got to pinch yourself about that. It's going to be incredible here in Houston. There's going to be people all over the streets. There are going to be people milling around the stadium. You're going to see some improvements, certainly around Edo, because that's where the sort of the festival around the World Cup will be. And it's going to be amazing. Some of the locals are going to have an opportunity to go to these games. And a lot of people will be coming in to go to these games that are going to be willing to pay high prices for hotels, food, tickets, you name it. It will be a monster commercial success. My hope is that it's going to leave a nice legacy from the standpoint of what it does to our soccer community here in Houston and all the other cities that are hosting too. Remember, it's the U.S., Mexico, and Canada. Brought to you by Nico's Greek and American Cafe, Slovakia. The lamb shank, all amazing. They've got specific breads and cakes for Easter as well. Nico's Greek and American Cafe, 3 locations: Woodlands, I-10 in the Beltway, and then, of course, my favorite, which is the original in Montrose. Man, that's our good buddy Dimitri. By the way, his son is going to play football at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas, as a Strake Jesuit high school football player. So congratulations to him. By the way, Strake Jesuit, and I need to get caught up on this, but there have been some really exciting high school games. And by the way, before I get into that, I know Strake Jesuit has advanced because that's my friend Bill McDonald, a former professional soccer player. But the other interesting thing is I saw some videos last night. The crowds at some of these high school games were phenomenal, like 1,000, 1,500 people. I mean, the stands were packed, maybe more. That is the difference between club soccer and high school. That is one difference you don't get in club soccer, and that is playing in front of 1,500 people or 2,000 people. Doesn't happen. And there's always been the conflict between playing high school, playing club, playing both, not being allowed to play. You know, that whole debate rages on all the time. But, you know, either way, very healthy to see high school soccer getting a lot of attendance, school pride, players playing in front of 1,500 to 2,000 people. Good stuff. All right. I will call this, I want to talk about tackling. It's a skill. It's an art. There's no question about it. There's timing involved. These days, with the way games are refereed, the definition of a foul is very different. So you really have to be, from the standpoint of timing, spot on. 100% great in timing tackles, in making choices to go into tackles, times to go into tackles, and times not to, and just hold players and jockey. The definition of a foul is different in the modern game. Now, we saw a tackle today from James Tarkowski of Everton on Alexi McAllister, which was easily, this is a straight red card. He makes contact, doesn't pull his foot out, goes in with a straight leg. He's trying to hurt McAllister. There's no question. Anybody who's played the game knows he's trying to hurt him. You just go look at it. It was easily a straight red card. Easily. Should not have been any hesitation. Left the straight leg in. And this was like a tackle out of the 70s, the 80s, or 90s. If you go back and you look at some of the footage of those years of soccer and strictly look at the way tackles were judged, it's a whole different thing. And as I mentioned, it's a skill. And it has to be even more of a skill now based on the way games are refereed and based on what the definition of a foul is. I saw some write-ups on the game today. They called it a fierce tackle. No, it wasn't fierce. It was downright dirty. Okay, it was dirty. And Tarkowski, who's the captain of Everton, is a very good defender. He knew exactly what he was doing. So there's my take on that tackle here today. Liverpool fans wanted him to be sent off, and obviously it was a Liverpool 1-0 victory today, and that was one of the matches that was played today. There were a couple of really, really interesting ones. We start with that one. Diego Jota in the 57th. That was a Premier League game, so they have a 12-point lead now. Liverpool on their way to the Premier League title. They had Atletico Madrid and Barcelona. That was a 4-4 first leg in the Copa del Rey. 27th minute, the difference, Ferran Torres, who started the game for Robert Lewandowski, and head coach Hansi Flick. Barcelona's pretty amazing, the recovery they've made with all the the problems financially. They're versatile. They attack. They score a boatload of goals. Today they do it in a different way. Didn't play maybe with as high a line. They have the ability to change, I think, a bit. If you remember, people were criticizing them. Oh, they're going to get destroyed playing this high line. They've played a lot this year. And Atletico Madrid under Diego Simeone falls short again. 5-4 on aggregate. Barcelona advance. You would say that Simeone and Atletico Madrid were in the driver's seat after the draw at Barcelona, which was 4-4, which is a crazy, cool, fun game to watch. And then they can't get it done at home at the home stadium of Atletico Madrid, the Metropolitano. 56% possession for Barcelona. Lamine Yamal a part of the goal, and 15-6 in shots. Just Diego Simeone just can't get him over the top. Milan and Inter Milan today, 1-1. Tammy Abraham for Milan. Hakan Çalhanoğlu for the Turk. For Inter Milan, Christian Pulisic. This was the Coppa Italia. Christian Pulisic went 79 minutes. His numbers this year, 9 goals and 6 assists in the Italian Serie A. Big signing for Galatasaray, Victor Osimhen. Well, guess what? He had 2 goals today for Galatasaray, 2-1 win over Fenerbahce. This was the quarterfinal of the Turkish Cup. Brawl at the end of the match. And, once again, Jose Mourinho gets in there, grabs the face of the opposing Galatasaray coach, Okan Buruk. Buruk goes down, and it's a messy end. There's a lot of games in Turkey, especially Fenerbahce and Galatasaray, that generally ends with real problems. I hope you enjoyed the talk about Hank Steinbrecher last night with Bill Nuttall and some of the testimony. You see the testimony from so many people, so many articles out there on social media, Soccer America, everywhere. Boy, you just look at the people and the amount of people he touched at all levels of soccer in this country. Certainly everybody knows him as a Secretary General of U.S. Soccer in '94, but he was a college coach also, huge believer in the game. Back then when you were coaching college, you weren't making a lot of money. This is another generation that did things for the passion of the game. And, initially money is not, the driving force behind it. It's you want the sport to succeed in this country. And I guess I would fall into that, not quite as old as Hank in that group, but maybe the next level or so down. We have this 2025 Inland Sand Soccer Tournament. You go to inlandsandsoccer.com. Scott Westcoat's going to be on in the next segment. Going to talk to him about where beach soccer is. Certainly we'll talk a lot about this event. I think if you're in a youth soccer club, it's a wonderful opportunity for the adults to put together, with the help of the kids, and let them pick a roster, put a team of 8 together. There's 4 on the field, a goalkeeper and 3 field players. But let them go there and play on their own without, parents being such a big part of it. I think that's healthy, and it's a great training aid to play on a different surface on the sand. You'll have to do things differently, just like it's different when you have to play on a lousy field or you're playing on macadam or cement. So there you go. You got that. By the way, for the Dynamo who are struggling, and by the way, 713-780-3776. I'd love some reaction on the Pat Onstad interview last night. Dynamo fans, I hope you're out there. I hope you're active. I hope you're talking about your team. You should be. But I think there's a lot of basics going on here. We don't know how much spend the Dynamo have. I asked about James Rodriguez. It didn't really seem like anybody was looking at him. That could have been a real game changer in Houston. Could have filled the stadium. Could have been our sort of version of Messi locally because of the Colombian population here. And I don't think that's a bad thing. But if you wanted something, from the standpoint of a wow factor, it would have been to make a run at James Rodriguez, who's now at León in Mexico. He's got millions of followers. Women love him. They think he's cute. They think he's handsome. He's an incredible soccer player. He's once the leading goal scorer in a World Cup. He had everything, and he could have put people in the seats, and he could have filled that stadium. I believe that. I don't believe that was ever going to happen with Hector Herrera, although I heard reports that it was presented to the Dynamo ownership that Hector Herrera was going to sell out every home game. Now, that's just naive. I don't know where that came from, but that's naive. Now, James Rodriguez is a different story. No question about it. And you could build a team around him. Why not? But I know it doesn't fit the game model of the Dynamo currently because it's all 11 in, and everybody's got to share their workload from a defensive standpoint in this system. Now, whether the Dynamo pull off that at some point here based on their struggles to score goals, we'll find out. And right now, they're not a great defending team either. They got cut apart here in transition in their last game. Now, LAFC is the next opponent. I got a pair of tickets for that tonight at 713-780-3776. And I'll let you know when we're going to give those out. The good news for the Dynamo is LAFC's got to play tonight at 9:30. So we'll get a look at them against Inter Miami. But they'll come in here a little bit beat up. And the Dynamo have done very well against them in the past. But this is a very different Dynamo. So I'm not really, if you want to make yourself feel good and say, okay, that's good, and they're going to be tired, okay. I got no problem with that. Those are definitely dynamics around this game. But this is a team, there's a lot of problems right now. And it's not simply we lost Mikael. It's not simply Ponce can't score. It's not simply there's injuries. It's not simply we haven't gotten any new reinforcements in. It's a lot of things. It's all those things. And creating chances and getting shots on goal, it is a struggle. And this has been a consistent problem. You've heard Ben talk about it in the offseason. They've been working on all this. It's not really, it's not changing. Now they're going to hope Dwayne Holmes comes in, who's injured. They're going to hope that Lawrence Anali, I think Anali could be the biggest difference maker because just with his pace, providing he comes back, and I believe he will, he's a young guy, fine with his knee injury. He's got the pace to get behind people. We saw glimpses of that. He's exciting. And he'll make an opponent look at you differently, but there's a lot that has to change. Artur doesn't look the same. Bassi doesn't look the same. And that's what happens when you take a Coco Carrasquilla and a Hector Herrera out of a team that help you with possession and controlling the game in a methodical buildup. Other players now have to do more, and it may be not their thing, and we may be expecting too much from them. Peter Vermees is out at Sporting Kansas City. I mean, what a legacy, that guy. 20 years in Kansas City, had his fingers in everything, built the culture there. Pretty remarkable stuff Peter Vermees did. I sent him a note because I just think what he's done for Major League Soccer in that market, he brought soccer to life there. It was not alive when he was playing on the Kansas City Wizards, even when they won the title. They didn't have the fan base. With him playing center back and Tony Meola in goal and Miklos Molnar up front. I did some of their games. There was 1,500 people in the stands in Arrowhead Stadium, right? Well, they built a culture there now, and they built a culture so well that healthy pressure became a part of the fan base. And believe it or not, they wrote a letter demanding that Peter Vermees be moved out. And that is professional sports. But he's one of the greatest coaches in Major League Soccer history, or builders, I would even say, because of the culture that he built. Brian, do we have those sound bites ready, you think? Can we get to them?
Sorry, which ones?
Let's go to I want to do the two Gianni Infantino.
Okay, sure.
So let's listen to the president of FIFA who's making his rounds. He's out there. He was around Messi and with it's got to be a replica of the World Cup trophy. I don't think they're carrying around the real one. But here's the FIFA president.
I think the big surprise will be the growth here in North America. When you see every child, girl or boy now plays soccer, what happens then is that the most talented players, they go to other American sports, right? Because they maybe don't see a path to glory through soccer. But they will see it now. This year with the Club World Cup, with the best teams in the world. Next year with the World Cup, with the best countries in the world. They will see that there is a path to glory, a path to something incredible. And this will make a big difference.
Okay, so first of all, I think a lot of kids in America do see a path to glory. There's a ton of them participating. They're looking at Pulisic at Milan. They're looking at Americans in big clubs more than we've ever had in our history. Okay, you got guys at Juventus. These are historic soccer clubs that have been around for over 100 years. So, I mean, he's got to be a bit of a hype man. I get it. He's the FIFA president. But I think what realistically you want is every time you get a World Cup or an event of this magnitude, you do hope it spikes it. And you do hope it brings in some new, unique people, either fans, participants, youth players, parents who say, wow, this is a great sport for my kid to get into. So I think that's really the main piece you take out of this. And that's what I want to see happen in our city here, our soccer city. I want to see that we get an organic bump here, not only here, but all throughout the United States, because we need that. We have 3 traditional sports we compete against here. So it's not the same. It's not like Spain where it's the number one. It's not like Italy where it's the number one. It's not like England where it's the number one. We have other traditional sports. We have choices, and we got that really, really dangerous thing called the mall where everybody goes to hang out.
I think you dated yourself a little bit there, Glenn.
Well, I think we hang out at malls. I mean, listen,
Do
nobody
still?
does that. Nobody does that. We don't.
Okay.
But many Americans and kids do. Yes, they
I thought that was more of like an 80s, 90s thing. I could be wrong. I could be wrong.
I don't think so. Go to the Galleria. You'll find out. Brian, let's get the second soundbite from the FIFA president, Gianni Infantino.
I think the big surprise will be the growth here in North America. When you see
it's interesting. Our other pro leagues are global and spend nothing but money, but you think we could open up the pocketbook a little bit more?
100%. And the impact will be global because your other leagues, I mean, look at the Super Bowl, which is fantastic, right? It has, 120, 130 million viewers, right? The World Cup has 6 billion viewers.
That's crazy.
So a World Cup is 104 Super Bowls in 1 month. It's 3 Super Bowls a day. This happens from here, and this can happen every week if you have the best league in the world.
Well, there's Infantino, and he's preaching there. I believe he's saying MLS needs to open the purse strings a little bit more to blow the game up. 104 Super Bowls, he called it. Now, I'm not sure about that, but you got to say big, bold things these days to get attention. Yeah, I'm not sure if you got 2 lesser nations, it's going to be like a Super Bowl. But it may be, and I may be wrong. And you know what? I'm not killing the messenger on this. That was Colin Cowherd, who he was talking to with Fox. But World Cup 2026 is coming to Houston. It's going to be exciting. It's getting closer and closer. And by the way, if you want a taste of it, it's the Gold Cup this summer. We got the Gold Cup final. LSSE.net. Go to LSSE.net. That is where you will find all the information about it. You can get to the front of the line for access, suites, all the bells and whistles if you want that, and you want to bring a group of people. And I'll tell you what, that's going to be an important Gold Cup for Mauricio Pochettino and the U.S. men's national team. They need to get something done and kind of reclaim a little bit of momentum ahead of the World Cup, because they don't have a lot of competitive matches, and that is a bit of a problem for the U.S., but they will get it in the Gold Cup. And then you got Panama with Coco Carrasquilla, and, of course, Canada with an American manager in Jesse Marsh. So LSSE.net, Gold Cup final over at the beautiful Energy Stadium. They're going to renovate it. LSSE.net for the Gold Cup final. Tickets will come out a little bit later in spring. I think another, I don't know, maybe 6 to 8 weeks is the rumor out there. All right, we're going to take a break. We're going to come back. We're going to start talking some beach soccer. 2025 Inland Sand Soccer Tour is coming to Houston. InlandSandSoccer.com. Scott Westcoat is going to join me, and we're going to tell you about an event that's going to be really exciting. Plus, what's the status of beach soccer in the United States?
Hey soccer fans, it's game on. Are you ready to hit the sand and show off your soccer skills? Get ready, because the Inland Sand Soccer Tour is coming to Houston. Save the date, May 10th at the Third Coast Sand Complex, located at 5642 Forney Avenue in Houston. We're hosting a thrilling 4v4 beach soccer tournament, 3 field players, and yes, with a keeper. This will be an unforgettable day for all. Whether you're a seasoned player or just out for fun, we have youth and adult divisions for every skill level, from recreational to competitive. Get your team of up to 8 on your roster and register online at InlandSandSoccer.com. And don't miss out on the exciting beach soccer action right here in Houston. Looking to participate and save a few bucks? Enter code SoccerMatters at registration and save $25. It's a day of sun, fun, and soccer on the sand right here in Houston. Again, check out InlandSandSoccer.com and use code SoccerMatters to save $25 on your team registration. And, oh yeah, it's Mother's Day weekend, so bring mom, as we have a special Mother's Day gift for all moms in attendance. That's right, Houston, we are bringing the beach to you.
You're listening to Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5.
And on ESPN 92.5.
Brought to you by the Daspit Law Firm. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Glenn Davis.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Quick word here for Senate Avenue Brewing Company. 16,000 Dillard Drive. It's in Jersey Village. Next Tuesday, we got a live show out there. We've got G. Guerreri, the head coach of the women's soccer team at Texas A&M. We will have the Rice head coach, Brian Lee, and we will have a Dynamo player there. I know who it is, but I have to wait before I can announce it. We'll probably make the announcement tomorrow or the next day, but it'll be a guy who's really, really interesting. Senate Avenue Brewing Company, we do every second Tuesday a live show from there. So get out there. And I think if you're parents of kids that are playing youth soccer and you want to find out what's going on with everything when it comes to the world of college soccer now with the portal and all the different things, what coaches are looking for with recruiting, this is a great thing to come. So spread the word. Good friend here is Senate Avenue Brewing. All of it's brewed in-house. They got monitors everywhere, beautiful patio outside. The food is really good. It's really natural. All kinds of great stuff. So get out to Senate Avenue Brewery. It's a great spot for watching Dynamo games. They had a good crowd for the Dynamo game last weekend. Senate Avenue Brewery. All right, we're going to change it now. We're going to move into Inland Sands Soccer Tour, and we're pleased to announce that 2025, the Inland Sands Soccer Tour is coming to Houston here. So this is going to be really, really interesting. This is going to be really, really fun. That's why I was playing a little Bob Marley. The man who heads it up, he's going to join us right now. He is Scott Westcoat. Scott, thanks for coming on the show tonight.
Glenn, thanks for having me. Greatly appreciated.
All right, May 10th, we got the big event coming here. You as the guy who has put this tour together and have taken it to a number of different cities around the country. Give us an intro into what the 2025 Inland Sands Soccer Tour is, and I'll remind people you can get more information on it to sign up as well at inlandsandsoccer.com. Fire away, Scott.
Well, we all love the beach. We all love to listen to some Bob Marley, and you know what? We're bringing that same attitude in town to Houston. You don't have to travel. We're bringing the beach to you. We're actually playing small-sided soccer, 4-on-4. But since I'm an ex-keeper myself, I had to make sure that we had a goalkeeper. So we got reduced-size fields with reduced-size goals. And we're playing at an establishment that some of your listeners may be familiar with. It's the Third Coast Beach Volleyball Complex. And they've been doing beach volleyball for 40 years.
So
this is something new for them, and it's new around the country. This is an offshoot of an event that I've been doing for several decades, and I'll leave it at that. But we wanted to expose people in landlocked cities and didn't have to travel and spend all the expense of taking everyone to the beach. So we're bringing it to you. And, being the soccer fanatics that we all are, and I'm sure your entire listening group right here, if they haven't played, this is the perfect excuse to get out. If they are playing on a regular basis, this is the perfect excuse just to come out and have fun. I think that sometimes, maybe youth soccer and some of the adult leagues here, we get too serious. This is really just a chance to have some fun, play on sand. It's a completely different game, so nobody knows how good they are until they play their first game.
Yeah, that's the beautiful thing about this. Inland Sands, Houston, Texas, May 10th. It's 9 a.m. to 10 p.m. Go to inlandsandsoccer.com. That's where you sign up. You can use the promo code Soccer Matters. It's May 10th. It's at the Third Coast Sand Volleyball Complex. It's 5652 Forney. So, look, there's prizes to the winning team. Schedules will come out. I think you made a really good point, Scott, where, you know what? Put a roster together and just let the kids go play and adults kind of move out of there and just let them have fun and put their own teams together and, not have the adult element.
Well, that's really the purpose of this, Glenn, is just play, right? We sometimes, we have to pull up our socks and we have to make sure our uniforms are all looking the right way. And you know what? the beautiful game is just that. It's beautiful. Just go out and play it. I don't care if you're playing on, futsal, or you're playing grass, or you're playing on sand, or you're playing on a parking lot. We will never be a soccer culture in this country until we can throw a ball out anywhere and just kick the ball around.
Great training aid for anybody who's in highly competitive soccer clubs. You do have to play differently on a different surface and the sand. There's things you can do on there. It's no different than a rough field or playing on cement. How much is the tour also about just exposing it to people and kids?
Well, that's really what it is. Everybody talks about alternative pathways, and being of a certain age when I came out and I played, decent level. I was a Division I soccer player myself. And if you came out, there weren't a whole lot of options. And now there's plenty of options. And the youth game, the folks at U.S. Youth Soccer, they talk about alternative pathways, right? You can play this game until you can't play this game. There are ways to get out, have fun. You don't have to, grab 11 people together. We have up to 8 on a roster. 4 play at a time, 3 field players and a goalkeeper. But there is a U.S. national beach soccer team, just as there is a U.S. national futsal team, right? The men's and the women's, they've got what they call the extended national teams, there are 23 extended national teams. So that includes your 16s, your 19s, your men's teams, your women's teams. You've got the power team. You've got the deaf team. So this is really something that at some point in time, there's going to be a professional beach soccer league in this country.
Oh, and it's very
Mark
cool.
my words.
By
It's
the way, yeah, and I want to take you into something after that. But the other day I was watching the U.S. men's beach team playing against El Salvador, and then there's a women's team as well, to your point. So I get the sense you think there's going to be a pro league in the U.S. one day. And where does that fit in, the landscape of all the professional soccer in this country?
Well, it just gives people another, you might not be the fastest person, out on the field. You might not have a certain skill set that they're looking for a certain discipline. The sand discipline is really a chance for people to excel at something. Once you play your first game on this thing, you get the hang of it, right? You're not running fast. You are really controlling the ball, keeping it close, keeping it off the sand as much as you can. And it's really cool when a goalkeeper can do a bicycle kick from the other side of the field. And there are some amazing videos online of the national teams. It's big around the world. Every national team, that has a World Cup team. There is a beach soccer World Cup coming up in Seychelles later this year. And, there's going to be a lot to watch on TV. Now, we're downsizing it a little bit because we want to expose the sport. And like you said, training. If you go out and train one day a week on the beach, you are going to be a better player for it. Just as you're going to go train futsal or, play on grass or play on artificial turf. It's a different game, but the skills of you, the ball, and whatever you're faced against, nothing changes, right?
Let me get the information out again, Scott. Okay, this is inlandsandsoccer.com, excuse me. It's the 2025 tour. It comes to Houston May 10th. Put your roster together, get your teams out there. It's 3 on the field plus a goalkeeper. It's in tight. It's at the Third Coast Sand Volleyball Complex, 5652 Forney. So you sign up at inlandsandsoccer.com. Use the promo code Soccer Matters if you want to get $25 off. But again, great training aid, and it's obviously for all skill levels and all ages, right, Scott? Real quick, as we got to go to break.
Absolutely. It's for everybody, all skill levels, all ages. We start off in the morning. We try to put the young kids in there, and then into the evening. And if you want to have a beverage of your choosing, we've got a fully stocked, beach bar. So come on out and have some fun.
Excellent stuff, Scott. We'll have you on again. That's Scott Westcoat of inlandsandsoccer.com. It's coming to Houston May 10th. Sign up at inlandsandsoccer.com. Scott, thanks so much for coming on tonight.
Thank you for having me. And remember, soccer matters. Just enter it in, $25 off your registration fee.
You got it. Thank you, Scott. All right, we're going to take a break here. We're going to keep going. Beach soccer's cool. You flick it up to yourself and hit volleys and overhead kicks. You can land on something soft. That's one thing you know. Big shout out here, DanishInspirations.com for the best in modern contemporary furniture. Hugh Bar, Hugh O'Connor's bar. It is I-10 in the Marquee Entertainment Center out I-10. You go there, you see the big Marquee Entertainment Center there, home of the Liverpool supporters group. Senate Avenue Brewery up in Jersey Village next Tuesday. Incredible craft beer. It's all small batch. It's all in-house. Copper Ale's my favorite. Andrew Mitchum, the owner, is a big soccer fan. I want to see a lot of you out there next Tuesday, and we're going to have a lot of things to give away. We're going to try to make sure everybody can walk away with something. All right, that's going to do it. We're going to come back now in a minute with the re-airing of the interview of last night's Dynamo president of soccer operations, Pat Onstad.